It is 5 minutes to 10 on Thursday, the 12th of December, polling day across the United Kingdom. And welcome to the BBC Election Centre at New Broadcasting House in London. A very good evening. For the fourth time in the space of 5 years, the future of the United Kingdom is uncertain. And this time, with politics in deadlock and Brexit unresolved, the stakes are higher than ever. Now, in a few moments, polling stations across the United Kingdom will close, the voting will be over, and we'll be able to reveal the result of our exit poll. That's our first hint of the possible result. Will Boris Johnson be back in number 10? Will Jeremy Corbyn beat him to it? Or will the outcome be less than clear when it comes to Jeremy Vine's winning line?
Well, here we are again. 2 years ago in our virtual Downing Street, I showed you the Conservatives falling short and Labour improving, but not by nearly enough. And the result was 2 years of chaos in Parliament. The question tonight is whether any party can get 326 seats or more and send their leader through that door with a majority.
The party leaders voted earlier today, wrapped up against the elements in the first December election since 1923, less than a fortnight before Christmas. They know that these ballot boxes hold the key to their futures, and my colleague Naga Munchetty is watching the hard-fought race to declare the night's first result.
Well, all eyes are on the northeast today to see who will declare first. Last time it was Newcastle, but we have found out that their neighbours in Blythe Valley have been practising in secret. Are you ready? Yeah! They think they can get the counting done in under 44 minutes. We'll see if they pull it off.
High above the newsroom, our specialist team will be gathering the results as they come in, and our election supremo, Professor Sir John Curtice, ready to analyse those results and to update the early predictions. There are 650 MPs to be elected, every one of those outcomes vital to the final result. And my colleague Rita Chakrabarti is at the big screen with more details.
This has been such a hard election to predict, with the shadow of Brexit hovering over the usual tribal loyalties. Well, we're about to find out what the real numbers are, and I'm here at the giant touch screen, which has been loaded with data from thousands of people as they leave polling stations across the country. In a few moments' time, I should be able to predict which seats are changing hands.
And just outside the studio in the cold night air, my colleague Sophie Rayworth with a vast map of the United Kingdom and the changing political landscape.
Yes, this is the UK, but not as you know. We have made each constituency exactly the same size. So one hexagon for one MP, and it gives you a much better idea of where the real balance of power lies. Now, this map is laid out in the colours of the 2017 general election. Shortly, we're going to start pulling them all up and then relaying them as the results come in to find out just what has changed.
And back here in our studio, our Inquisitor-in-Chief, Andrew Neil, will be talking to many of the winners and losers, finding out why the election turned out as it did and where we go from here.
Throughout the night, as the results come in, I'll be speaking to an array of politicians and pundits in the studio and across the country, asking them what went right, what went wrong, and what happens next.
With me all night is the BBC's political editor, Laura Kuenssberg. She's waiting to give her immediate verdict on the exit poll. So here we are. We are just seconds away from the result of the exit poll. Our first prediction of the potential outcome of this election. More than 20,000 people were asked how they voted today at 144 polling stations right across the UK on behalf of the BBC, ITV and Sky. So, as Big Ben reaches 10 o'clock, we are standing by with those crucial exit poll figures. Here they are. Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority when all the votes are counted after this election of December 2019. The Conservatives on 368 seats and Labour way down on 191. Now, on those figures, we are looking at a Conservative majority of 86 if the votes actually tally up with this prediction, and that will be the biggest Conservative majority since Margaret Thatcher's third victory back in 1987. Let's look at that Labour figure of 191 for Jeremy Corbyn. That would be the worst Labour result in modern times, and certainly worse than the figure obtained by Michael Foot back in 1983, a low point for Labour. Let's look at the wider picture. And here we have the figures for all the parties. The Conservatives, we are suggesting on 368, that is a rise of 50 seats in this election, as suggested by the exit poll. Labour on 191, suffering as many as 71 losses. That's the suggestion of the poll. And the SNP on 55, making some 20 gains. The Lib Dems on 13, up just 1 seat. Plaid Cymru on 3, losing a seat. The Greens on 1, no change. The Brexit Party not winning any seats, according to this exit poll. And the others, most of those in Northern Ireland, making up 19. It is an exit poll. We will see how accurate it is, of course, when the results start coming in. And we may even get some results within some 45 minutes or so. But it is a dramatic poll. And it certainly suggests that Boris Johnson is on course for a very solid majority of at least 80 seats, possibly 86. Let's get Laura Kuenssberg's reaction to this.
Well, we have all just lived through some of the most turbulent times any of us can remember in terms of our politics. And if these numbers are broadly correct, Boris Johnson, who just a year ago was on the backbenches, may just have redrawn the map. On these figures, he would have clear backing on the green benches behind him to take us out of the European Union next month, a momentous junction for our country. But it would also mean another 5 years of Conservative rule with a solid majority behind him, tipping the Conservatives into governing the country for more than a decade, and also seeing Labour go to a 4th defeat at a general election in a row, but this time, if these numbers are even roughly correct, a serious and historic loss. The SNP appear to have increased their dominance, their tight hold in Scotland. The other parties, though, do not appear to have made much of a breakthrough. But remember, it is early. This is a sample. These are polling numbers. We are at the beginning of drawing the picture of who will have the power to make the decisions that do and will change all of our lives.
It's a pretty startling set of figures, Laura, I think it's fair to say. At any point in the campaign, did you sense that the Conservatives were on course for this kind of majority, if the poll is correct?
I think from all of the parties here, the overriding sense all the way through has been this has been an almost impossible election to read. And they've all, rather than fixating on particular numbers, they've all been looking at a range. So senior Conservatives I've been talking to today even were saying all the way through they'd been expecting, hoping that they would at least scrape to majority, aware though that it might not be in the bag, but all with that possibility that they might make the kinds of inroads in leave areas, and they could, they hoped, almost create a set of dominoes where seats might fall in these kinds of numbers. And I think on early suggestions, what this does show is that although lots of issues have been discussed and matter to our viewers tonight, this has broadly been a Brexit election where the Tories have managed to create a hard leave vote and keep it together, and the Remain vote has split across.
I suppose the headline, really, apart from the Conservative majority, as suggested, is that right now we're looking at the political landscape changing radically.
Absolutely. I mean, this would be a redrawing of the map. Labour way down. I mean, as you said, that is Labour behind where they were in the early 80s. And everybody in the Labour Party, many of our audience tonight, know how long it took the Labour Party to build back from that kind of level of support. But also look at the SNP tightening their grip on Scotland. So this may well be, and of course we'll say it lots of times in the next few hours, don't we? This is an early taste. But it may well be that Boris Johnson, who had been written off so many times, such a controversial and divisive figure, we heard that around the country in the last few weeks, may have been able to change the boundaries in British politics if these results bear out.
We have several hours to talk about this, Laura. Some
plenty to
initial
chat.
thoughts there. Thank you very much. Laura's with us throughout the night, of course. Let's take a look outside in central London here, because this is an old broadcasting house we're looking at. Next to it is New Broadcasting House. And all night we are projecting the figures on Broadcasting House so that those passing can see it, and of course we can show it across our screens across the UK and worldwide. And there you have it, the exit poll suggesting Labour possibly down to 191 seats, the SNP on 55, and we're looking at the Lib Dems on 13. That would be a very disappointing result if that is true for Jo Swinson, party leader. Plaid Cymru on 3. The suggestion of the poll is that they will lose one of their seats. And there you have right at the top the headline figure. The Conservatives, according to the poll, are forecast to get 368 seats. That is a gain of 50 seats on the 2017 performance under Theresa May. That would be a dramatic success for Boris Johnson. And this is indeed, if it is true, a heavy, heavy blow for Jeremy Corbyn. A strong performance, if it's right, for the SNP in Scotland, as Laura was saying, and there'll be some licking of wounds at Lib Dem headquarters. Plaid Cymru, as I say, in Wales, down to 3, we think, but we'll wait to see what's going on. So it seems like a good moment now that we have these figures, and as I say, let's wait for some results to come in so that we can measure the results against the suggested prediction of the exit poll. We'll talk to Sir John Curtis, who is the guru that we have, who's in charge of these figures. We'll ask John about them a little later, but it seems like a good moment to talk to Jeremy Vine and ask Jeremy about these figures and what they might produce.
Well, Hugh, it will change the House of Commons if the exit poll is correct. Let's just remind you that to win an overall majority in the House of Commons, you need 326 MPs. Theresa May fell short, didn't she, in 2017? But the exit poll has Boris Johnson going straight through the 326, quite a long way past it, with 368 MPs, a gain of 50 on the Theresa May result 2 years ago. And then the other story of the night, which you've mentioned and Laura's been talking about, is just how badly Labour's showing is in the exit poll. Of course, the actual results may change this, but let's look at these numbers. That 191 seats for Labour would be below what Michael Foot did in 1983. He got above 200 at least. And then this amazing performance by the SNP, if that's what it is. Again, we wait for the actual results. Exit poll showing Lib Dems not really moving. Plaid Cymru in Wales down a little. 1 Green MP still, and then the others on 19. And the key figure, and what will give Boris Johnson so much comfort tonight as he looks at this, is that the exit poll forecasts a majority of 86. So you end that period in Parliament where no one could get anything done. If that is the majority, that is a stunning victory.
Jeremy, thanks very much. And as you say the word stunning victory, someone next to me is smiling rather politely at this point, but certainly looking quite happy. Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, welcome. Thanks for joining us. So, all right, it's a poll, it's an exit poll, but it's a very big sample and it's across the UK. And it is suggesting a pretty solid majority for Boris Johnson and you and your team. So your initial reaction to that?
Well, I think, first of all, we should all recognise that this is a projection and not an actual result. And Hugh, you've said this, Laura said this in her opening remarks as well. We'll see the results coming through. That is the right way forward. But, you know, this has been a hard-fought general election campaign at a cold time of the year as well. We've all been out on the road. We've had amazing candidates day in, day out, taking that message out across the country that we need to break the gridlock that has dominated Parliament for the last 3 years, and that to move the country forward, to end the paralysis, to get Brexit done and to get on and do all the things that we've been speaking about as Conservatives in this general election campaign, we need a functioning Conservative majority.
Well, if you do have a majority of 80 plus, there'll be no excuse for not breaking the deadlock because you'll have the majority you need. Viewers will be wondering, OK, well, what is Priti Patel? What are the colleagues going to be doing with this majority straight away? What can we expect in the couple of weeks to come? I know it's before Christmas.
Well, importantly, as we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas. Introduce the legislation and
and get that moving in Parliament. And then, of course, speaking about the priorities, NHS, education, law and order, police officers, something obviously that I'm working on, points-based immigration system, absolutely moving the country out of that paralysis so that we can get back and invest in public services, get the country moving, and actually focus on the issues that matter to the British public. I've heard that on the doorstep over the last 5 weeks. I have toured the country, so as the Prime Minister, we all have. We've been out there with candidates day in, day out, and we've been listening to the public, and that's the most important thing, that we want to move the country forward and deliver for them.
Queen's speech next week?
Well, we will not hang around, obviously. We've indicated previously as well that if we get a functioning majority, a Conservative functioning majority in Parliament, we want to move things forward. That means getting Brexit done, having the legislation, Queen's speech, so that we can actually start to introduce legislation and bills in Parliament.
So just so that viewers are clear, you're saying that you'll move to get a Queen's speech and withdrawal bill before Christmas?
We will move, absolutely, to get on and do the job with a functioning majority of exactly what we've said we'd do during the general election campaign. Okay. Deliver on the priorities, people's priorities, and obviously on the pledges that we've made throughout the campaign, including in our general election manifesto.
Laura?
Just would you confirm you'll bring then the Brexit bill back before Christmas?
Well, we have said throughout the campaign that getting Brexit done is the priority, Laura. You've heard this many times as well. You know, the deal is there, it's good to go. We need to move forward. We're not waiting, you know, we want to end this paralysis. So we're keen, but look, let's see what the results bring this evening.
So it's not guaranteed before Christmas, are you saying that?
No, I'm saying that if we get a functioning Conservative majority, we'll be in a position to get on and get the job done, as we've been saying throughout the election campaign.
We'll talk again, Priti. Thanks very much for joining us for now. Priti Patel, the Home Secretary there. What we're looking for, of course, is the first real result. And when is that coming in? Normally, it's seats in the northeast of England. We're in Sunderland or Newcastle or other places which are counting very, very quickly indeed. Now, Naga Munchetty is keeping an eye on things for us, and we may be in for a bit of a surprise, Naga, yes?
This is a surprise for you, Hugh. Who doesn't like a surprise on election night, eh? I am in Blythe Sports Centre near Newcastle. They're so keen to be the first to declare tonight. How many boxes have we had? We had about 22, 23 boxes. The first box arrived at 38 seconds past 10. So you just saw they get here, they're scanned, and then they are run through this corridor. They've got loads of sporty volunteers who have all trained for this moment. Of course, speed is key. They're brought around from all over the Blythe Valley constituency. Rush through this bit. You can hear the shouts when new ballot boxes are arriving just in that car park over there. They run along into here, into the counting centre where the counting teams are. Look at this, look at the frenetic activity. It's all about speed, but actually it's very much about accuracy too. Now, we all know that the race has been on. We've seen Newcastle do it, we've seen Sunderland do it. The man behind that was a gentleman called Bill Crawford. Blythe Valley poached him. He has been masterminding this operation, making sure that the lightweight paper is used. The teams, you can see, passing the ballot papers all along each other. The buzz in this hall is fantastic. And there is another trick to this, because everyone's using lightweight paper now. The trick is a computer program designed to keep a running tally. So you get the result the moment the last vote is counted. They want to beat the record that was set in Sunderland in 2015. That was 44 minutes. Stay tuned. I'm going to be watching to see if they manage to do it. Hugh.
Naga, thanks very much. Well, we're keeping an eye on Blythe Valley, but to be fair, I think it's fair to say that Sunderland, the good people of Sunderland, are not giving up on this. Let's have a look at some of these images that have just come in, because Sunderland City Council also, as ever, very, very efficient in their counting, and they're hoping as well to match that record of 43 minutes. So the boxes coming in Sunderland at a pace, look at that. They don't want to be beaten by Blythe Valley, so we'll see what happens in Houghton and Sunderland South, which has taken the honours in the past. And that's the scene in Sunderland as they're bringing the boxes in from across the constituency. And we're also, of course, looking at Newcastle, because in Newcastle they've also been in first place in the past, and the same kind of running and rushing happening there, going through the teams that have been properly put through their paces. So we've got Newcastle counting as well. So 3 constituencies really are hoping to be first with that result. But Blythe Valley, as we heard from Naga, are very excited about the prospect of surprising us all and coming first for the first time. So we'll see whether they do that. but we're encouraging them all to be hugely competitive at this point of the evening and get us a result within, I don't know, half an hour's time. That'd be great, wouldn't it? So as things stand, the exit poll is suggesting at this point that there will be a pretty solid Conservative majority, possibly of 80 seats or more for Boris Johnson, and that Labour will have done exceptionally badly. That's what the poll is suggesting. At 191 seats, making more than 70 losses, that would be worse than Michael Foot's performance back in 1983. So let's hear from one of Labour's key figures, John McDonnell. He's with Andrew.
Thanks you, John McDonnell, Shadow Chancellor. If this exit poll is anywhere near right, this result is a catastrophe for you, Jeremy Corbyn, and the Labour Party.
It's extremely, if it is anywhere near this.
Just anywhere near.
Anywhere near, you're right. This will be extremely disappointing for the party overall and for our movement. Yes, it will.
It's come as a shock to you, I think, hasn't it?
Yes. I thought it would be closer. I think most people thought the polls were narrowing. And we knew it would be tough because Brexit has dominated this election. But, yes, if it is anywhere near this, it is extremely disappointing. We have to be honest about that.
It's probably more than disappointing. I mean, we've had 9 years of a Conservative government, which many people think has been pretty lacklustre. It's a Conservative government that you have said is going to sell the NHS to Donald Trump. And yet, even in these circumstances, if this poll is anywhere near right, you've produced your worst result since 1935.
Yeah, if it is anywhere near right, that's right. That's exactly
Why?
right. Well, I think Brexit has dominated. It has dominated everything by the looks of it. We thought other issues could cut through and there'd be a wider debate. From this evidence, it clearly wasn't.
But the evidence that I got from a lot of your candidates wasn't just Brexit. No question Brexit was playing badly with a lot of your core vote. That could explain why you've likely, in this poll, lost so many seats. But it was also Jeremy Corbyn on the doorstep.
I think Jeremy Corbyn, there were issues raised because of the media campaign against him. Of course there were. But actually, as we went through the campaign and we got Jeremy Corbyn on broadcast media in the debates, actually, if you saw that, actually his polling ratings began to rise quite well. So I don't think that was the big issue. The big issue was Brexit. And it sounds like people wanted a decision, and even those people who may well have supported Remain, some of them, I think, just got frustrated with it and thought, let's just get this out the way now. And I think that's what's hit us hard. And the party's position, obviously, well, you've analysed it yourself time and time again, we've had to straddle both those members of ours who overwhelmingly supported Remain, but we were representing, many of us, including me, Leave seats. So that was the dilemma we faced, understandably.
When you look at this exit poll, and as I say, if it's anywhere near right, if it's in that sort of area, is it not time for you and Jeremy Corbyn to stand down and make way for another generation?
Well, we'll see the results in the morning, and then decisions will be made, I'm sure, then. Let's see the results.
But if it is like this, it's over for you and Mr. Corbyn.
Well, we'll make the appropriate decisions.
I know, but you know, Mr. Kinnock, he went after 2 defeats, and every time he gained seats. You're now, if this poll is correct, losing seats. It must surely be game over for you and Mr. Corbyn.
Let's see the results themselves. As I say, the appropriate decisions will be made, and we'll always make the decisions in the best interest of our party.
But if you look at this possible result, down to 191 seats, going by history, you've lost the 2024 election as well. No parliament, no opposition ever gains that number of seats.
I would dispute that. I would dispute that, because what's clearly come through, I think, these results, is that this was the Brexit election. We were hoping a wider range of issues would cut through and have a debate. I don't think that's been the case, obviously.
But it wasn't just that. People were concerned that you and Mr. Corbyn had dragged the Labour Party too far left, that you were going to spray money around like confetti, most of it borrowed, that it would be a hard left government unlike any we had seen. That was also a factor in the election, a big factor.
You say that, I disagree. I actually think when you look at the individual policies that we put forward, if you look at the poll ratings of them, they were having overwhelming support. Our public ownership proposals, our proposals on WASPI, and the others had overwhelming support.
They haven't had overwhelming support if you've just lost 71 seats.
That's why I say I think this election was dominated by the Brexit issue.
So are you saying that despite this potential result, that the Labour Party should continue with your style of socialism, you and Mr. Corbyn's style of socialism, that this is not a refutation of you taking Labour to the left. It's not time to return Labour to the centre-left.
I believe we are on the centre-left. I think the centre is exactly where we are.
Well, the country clearly doesn't.
As I say, I think this was a Brexit election.
You cannot blame it all on Brexit. I mean, I know it may be convenient for you to do it.
No, there'll be other factors.
This is a judgment on you, on Jeremy Corbyn, on your brand of socialism.
I disagree. I actually think Brexit did dominate this election, and that's exactly what people have made their minds up. They wanted this, well, I hate to use the expression, I think they most probably did want to get it done, and that'll be it.
So you're saying then that if Brexit is done, the Labour Party should continue with Corbynism, but almost certainly without Jeremy Corbyn.
Let me be clear. I'm not sure Brexit will be done as a result of this. I think what will happen, and people who, I think, almost in despair wanted to get Brexit over and done with because they've had enough of what's been going on and the failure of successive Conservative Prime Ministers to negotiate a deal that effectively protects our economy. However, let me just finish this point, Andrew, if I can. I think people on all sides were just frustrated, wanted Brexit out the way, and that's what's happened. But the disappointment that they'll find is Brexit isn't going to go away. What will happen is there'll be negotiations for a long period of time, both with our European partners and anybody else.
We're running out of time, but I just think a lot of people will find it not credible for you to blame it all on Brexit. Not this scale of a defeat. I could see if it was a smaller defeat or even a hung parliament. But, you know, we've covered the NHS and everything you've had to say about it, tax and spend, all these issues, not just Brexit. It's not credible to claim it's all down to Brexit.
Well, there's the greatest respect, I think, on those other issues, ending austerity, making sure that the NHS was protected for the long-term future, on all of those issues. I think we did win the argument, but it's quite clear that people thought there were other priorities, and this Brexit frustration, I think, is broken through.
John McDonnell, thank you for being with us. Hugh.
Andrew, many thanks, and thanks to John as well for joining us so early in the night. And a quick word with Laura, just on that Brexit theme. Very interesting to hear Mr McDonnell there really underlining the fact that, in his view, this has all been about Brexit. Would that, in your view, explain the Labour performance?
Not a performance as bad as this, and it also doesn't explain it to Labour candidates who've been talking to us in the last few weeks and Labour voters who've been talking to in the last few weeks. It's not just been about Brexit. Candidates have said to us again and again and again, we have a problem with Brexit, but we also have a problem with the leadership, and they have a problem with what they have found on the doorstep is that people were reluctant, traditional Labour voters were reluctant to back Jeremy Corbyn. It's not just about Brexit. They have problems with anti-Semitism. There are problems with some of the issues in the manifesto. And if the result, we're still saying if, is anything like this, I don't think the Labour Party as a whole will buy the argument that it's just about the EU.
OK, Laura, we'll come back to that. Clearly, if this exit poll is anything like correct, it means that there will be Conservative gains in some rather unexpected areas. So what I'd like to do now is to cross the newsroom and go straight to our results centre, because that is where my colleague Rita Chakrabarti is keeping an eye on the detail of some of these results. And Rita's going to tell us about some of the likely Conservative gains based on the exit poll. Rita?
If this exit poll is correct, we are looking at the best result for the Conservatives since Margaret Thatcher in 1987. What I have on the screen here are likely Conservative gains based on that exit poll, and they include Workington, which came to be emblematic in this campaign of the Tories' strategy. The Tories were going for north of England, leave voting, traditionally Labour seats that came to be symbolised by Workington. Well, according to the exit poll, that has succeeded and they have gained Workington. Bishop Auckland too, a top Conservative target. And then a list of seats that make up part of the so-called Red Wall. That is a bank of seats stretching from the north, from the northern Welsh coast right across the north of England to the coast and down into the Midlands too. And they include seats like Dudley North, Halifax, Wakefield, Bolton North East and Don Valley. And according to the exit poll, they are all Conservative gains from the Labour Party. And one more on the screen here, Bridgend in South Wales, another top Tory target. It looks as if they've been successful there tonight too, if the exit poll is correct. I just want to show you a little bit of detail if we go into Dudley North. Now, just to explain, what you're seeing here is the result last time round in 2017, because we're still waiting for tonight's result. But we can show you what we think is going to happen, what we forecast is going to happen based on the exit poll, and that is, as I said, a Conservative gain from Labour. With this, the vote share, the Conservatives picking up 58% of the vote or thereabouts, and Labour on 37%. And this is really interesting. Again, based on the exit poll data, Conservatives up 12 points and Labour down 10. And one more thing I want to show you. We will expect a swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 11 points if that exit poll is correct. And the other seats that I showed you just a moment ago are all suggesting swings of 9 or 10% based on that exit poll.
Rita, thank you very much. We'll be back with Rita, of course, throughout the night to look at whether those expected gains are realised, and indeed to look at the state of individual results where we may see some really intriguing and dramatic patterns emerging. Talking about dramatic patterns, let's talk about what's happening on the financial markets and indeed what's happening to the pound sterling, given that we've now revealed the result of the exit poll. And Faisal Islam is with me, our economics editor, along with our Europe editor, Katya Adler. And Faisal, let's talk about, first of all, what the pound's doing.
Yeah, a bit tentative during the day as various rumours were coming out and people were looking at queues and things like that. But let's have a look at this chart showing what happened immediately when you announced that exit poll result. Up and away, sterling up to just under 1.35. It was trading at under 1.32 bang on 10 o'clock. It was as low as 1.305. So up 5 cents on its low today, up 3 cents since the exit poll, a couple of percent, the same level against the dollar as it was about a year and a half ago. And what is that's reflecting is it's a strange old chart in terms of exactly what seemed to be kind of stable and good. A smaller majority may have left Boris Johnson at the behest of various factions within his party. That was the feeling. A clear majority gives him, if this is correct, we should say, gives the Prime Minister room for manoeuvre to get things through the Commons and stop some of the problems that we've seen in Parliament.
OK, well, that's intriguing, isn't it? Because in the past, you and I have been discussing the volatility of not just the markets, but especially the pound sterling, around the uncertainty around Brexit and the fact that lots of people in the markets actually didn't like the concept in the first place. Are we now saying that the confidence that's been reflected in the level of the pound shows that they've basically accepted now that Brexit will happen and that the uncertainty around that for them has been dissipated or not?
I think the difference is that the most disruptive form of no deal was taken off the table by the Prime Minister getting some sort of deal. So that is why the currency markets seem to be showing cheer to this result at the moment. We may see some more volatility as the results come through, but I think it's a reflection not just on the result, but on the room for manoeuvre it gives the Prime Minister.
Which brings me to you, Katya, to talk about, the fact that the Brexit process now, according to Priti Patel, is full steam ahead. And she was very clear earlier, we're going to move very quickly, possibly a Queen's speech and withdrawal bill coming forward before Christmas, possibly. She certainly didn't deny that. So what will be the view now in Brussels and at the heart of the EU about what this result translates into in terms of the Brexit process?
Well, there's a really interesting atmosphere, Hugh, tonight, because actually you have all the leaders of the EU together because they're at an EU summit right now. And as the poll results came out, the leaders were supposed to be discussing Libya, but I've been told everybody was on their phone trying to have a look at what the results are. And why is that? It's because of what you talked about. It's about uncertainty. It's been damaging for this country. It's been damaging for the whole of the EU and has affected the economies, particularly of our closest trading partners in the European Union. So I got a text message almost straight away from a politician in a country traditionally pretty close to the UK saying this means saying bye-bye to our British friends. Other text messages saying we welcome the result. To point this out, this has nothing to do with politics. Everybody knows this is just an exit poll at the moment. It could change. But if this result is confirmed, this is what the EU wants to see. It's not about Labour, it's not about Conservative. It's about having a clear path forward and ending the uncertainty and a hope in EU circles, as Faisal was explaining about the markets as well, that if this is a big win for Boris Johnson, this could mean that he can ignore the more extreme Brexiters in his party and perhaps have a closer relationship with the EU after Brexit. So those are the initial thoughts tonight. But I have to disappoint you. Any thought that uncertainty might disappear if these poll results are confirmed, forget it. This is Brexit stage 1.
Yes.
If we leave the European Union in January, we go into Brexit stage 2, trade negotiations, and we'll be told the clock is ticking once again.
Clock is ticking once again, and they are still very sceptical, to put it politely, about the timetable that Boris Johnson has put on those future trade negotiations.
Absolutely. Boris Johnson says he is confident that he can get this deal done, actually in what will turn out to be less than 11 months, so by December 2020, because you would have to have the trade deal discussed, agreed and ratified here in the UK and by the EU. And if it's a more ambitious agreement, that means not just by the EU in Brussels, it means all the parliaments and some regional parliaments as well. The EU is very sceptical about that. But if Boris Johnson insists on getting some bare bones free trade agreement, the EU thinks that's to its advantage. They say, you want it done quickly, you have to do it on our terms.
A quick one, Laura.
The thing is, though, if he has a very solid majority, he could wear changing his mind and breaking the promise of getting it done in a year. So if the political map looks that safe for him, well, he'll have the freedom not to do whatever he wants, but much more freedom than we've seen for any Prime Minister for a long time.
Well, we've no sight of Mr Johnson yet. Of course, his count will be happening in Uxbridge. And the BBC's Andrew Marr is in Uxbridge, keeping an eye on things for us. And Andrew, this could be one very big night for Boris Johnson.
It certainly could. We've talked a lot about the Labour Party already tonight. Let's talk about the Tories, because if it's true, and it is only an exit poll, if it's true that the red wall has fallen, then that changes the nature of the Conservative Party in Parliament quite dramatically. Lots and lots and lots of new Tory MPs whose constituents depend on public services, like high public spending. That's going to change the nature of the Tories in Parliament. It's going to give Boris Johnson, of course, as Laura was saying, a lot more freedom of manoeuvre. If he wants to extend the transition period, he'll be able to do so. In all of those trade-offs, endless trade-offs next year about the exit deal, then he'll be able to give more than he was intending to. It probably means, frankly, a slightly softer Brexit than many of the hard Brexiteers hoped for. Nigel Farage is going to be feeling cross, the ERG are going to be feeling cross, but Boris Johnson is going to be freed so that he can show us what the real Boris Johnson politically is. That's really important.
Just on the bigger picture, Andrew, with the historic viewpoint, and given that you've been commentating on these things for so many years, this would involve the biggest Tory majority being achieved by Boris Johnson, dismissed as a joke by many of his colleagues until relatively recently, the biggest one since Margaret Thatcher in '87, and the worst Labour performance at least since '83, well, actually worse than '83, and going back to the days after the Second World War. So there are very big records being broken in that sense.
There absolutely are, Hugh. December 2019 is going to be remembered as a historic turning point in British politics. We are going to leave the EU on Boris Johnson's terms. We are going to see the Conservatives built in even more solidly as the governing party. Labour threw everything they could at this with a radical manifesto, and it's crashed, frankly. All the enthusiasm of younger voters, all the froth and bubble and excitement on social media has got them precisely nowhere. That's very important. One final thing we haven't talked about. Look at the SNP number. Again, it's just an exit poll. They're forecast to get 55 seats in Scotland, a near total there. That means that there is going to be a major confrontation over Scottish independence between the freshly invigorated Boris Johnson on the one hand and the freshly invigorated Nicola Sturgeon on the other. And you may recall, of course, that the former leader of the Conservatives in Scotland, Ruth Davidson, had promised that if the SNP get more than 50 seats in Scotland, she will swim naked in Loch Ness on Hogmanay. Something to look forward to, I'm sure.
Well, Andrew, indeed, and we'll talk to you a bit later on. Thanks very much, Andrew Marr there in Uxbridge. Well, then, we are still, of course, waiting for our first glimpse of Jeremy Corbyn, and his seat, of course, is in Islington in North London, and my colleague Nick Robinson is there. Nick, your thoughts on what's expected, and indeed your thoughts on the exit poll itself?
Well, no sign of Mr Corbyn, I should say, here in Islington. And in a sense, Hugh, it's quite revealing that his aides didn't want to tell us where he'd be watching this result. 2 years ago, I was outside his house here in Islington, not a word from the Corbyn camp. And you can imagine why, because they are now having to think what they do. In other words, how quickly does Mr. Corbyn quit? Because quit he will have to do now. Because what the exit poll tells us is that one battle has been won, the battle over Brexit. Boris Johnson will be able to take, whether you like or loathe the idea, Britain out of the EU. Another battle has been won, that is the battle over who controls British politics. He will do, and the Tories will. But there is a new battle beginning already. It's the battle over the future of the left, a battle over the future leadership of the Labour Party. And it began already on the programme, didn't it, with John McDonnell claiming really this was nothing to do with the sort of policies they had, perish the thought, or indeed the leadership of the Labour Party. It was because people were weary with Brexit. They simply, in that slogan, wanted to get it done. That is not what many people in the Labour Party tell me. They say day in, day out, Jeremy Corbyn was the problem. Yes, the Brexit confusion was a problem, but Mr. Corbyn, what he stood for, what he believed in, what his track record and history were the problem. And that argument now about what led to this result, was it Brexit, was it Corbyn, was it policies on the left, that will rage, and it may even rage in this hall, because as well as Jeremy Corbyn, the other candidate in Islington is Emily Thornberry, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, of course, who will be one of the candidates to lead the Labour Party. And she may use her speech in a few hours' time to spell out just how bad she thinks this really is for our party.
Nick, that is fascinating. We'll be back there, of course, straight away. If there's any sign of Mr. Corbyn, or indeed, as you say, of Emily Thornberry, we'll be there. Thanks very much to the BBC's Nick Robinson there in Islington. We're already getting some reaction on social media from Labour MPs or Labour candidates in this election. Jess Phillips in Birmingham. This is Jess Phillips saying, "There are very few words," she says, "for how heartbroken I am for the community I represent who have been through enough." So this is a sense for you of the deep regret and the sadness that is being felt by some Labour people. Let's have a look at this. Richard Bergen, who's the Shadow Justice Secretary. Disappointing exit poll, he says. Let's see if it is accurate. And if, as it seems, this was a Brexit election, that's the John McDonnell line earlier, then the next one won't be, given Johnson's Thatcherite agenda. So he's looking ahead to the next election. And Johnson must continue to be fought with radical alternatives, not triangulation, that challenges the Tories head on. I suppose, Laura, we'd say that that's Richard Bergen saying that he thinks the Corbyn approach has been broadly right, that they've been put off track by Brexit. That's the theme that he's still addressing.
That's clearly the line for Corbyn loyalists. Yeah. We heard it straight from John McDonnell, his close ally for many decades. We've heard it from Richard Bergen, who's the Shadow Justice Secretary, is absolutely part of the Corbyn tribe. But for a lot of people in the Labour Party, we've already been touching on this, and it is early in the night. That is just not what we heard back from candidates who've been on the doorstep. And even tonight, I've got candidates who are messaging me saying the problems were much deeper than Brexit. Corbyn and Corbynism were much bigger and deeper problems on the doorstep. And there's a tweet from another Labour MP, Siobhan McDonough, who was somebody from the right of the Labour Party, but she's written on Twitter, "This is one man's fault, his campaign, his manifesto, his leadership." But just to turn to the Tories, though, because of course it's early, I've just had a message from a Conservative in Yorkshire, West Yorkshire, where of course the Tories were looking to try to scoop up a lot of those seats that had been Leave constituencies, but where people have voted Labour for time immemorial. And someone's telling me in Wakefield, Hemsworth, queues were out of the door, and they really feel in good position there to be taking those kinds of seats, which if we're getting to anything like these numbers for the Conservatives, they're going to have made really big inroads, grabbing Labour territory, using Brexit as part of the reason, but not the only part of the story.
Laura, we'll be back. I'm told that we might get a result from Blythe Valley in maybe 7 or 8 minutes' time, so we'll be there for that. So not long to wait for our first result, indeed. I'm giving a very warm welcome to our viewers around the world, because I know that many have joined on PBS in North America, and indeed we have viewers worldwide. So thank you very much for watching this BBC special on the general election here. The first December election in the UK since 1923, and the exit poll we have no results in yet. The exit poll suggesting that the Conservatives under Boris Johnson are on course to be in power with a majority, a very solid majority, maybe of 80 plus seats. This is the exit poll that we are projecting on Broadcasting House, and there are the figures for you. The projection at the moment of Boris Johnson on 368 and the Labour Party on a very low score, according to the poll, of 191. If we look to the right of Broadcasting House there, where you see the little dots of lights, that is our piazza. That is where Sophie Rayworth is surveying the landscape on a big map of the UK. So let's join Sophie now.
Yes, this is the UK, but not as you know. We have made every constituency exactly the same size. So 1 hexagon for 1 MP. This is laid out in the colours of the 2017 general election, but it gives you a really good idea of the balance of power. Take London, for example. On a normal electoral map, it looks really quite small, but with its 73 MPs, most of them Labour, it distorts our map completely. I'm walking around the edges of London here. This is Croydon South, almost in the English Channel. Now, the smallest constituency in the UK is this one. It is Jeremy Corbyn's Islington North. It's less than 3 square miles. Right up here in the northwest of Scotland is the UK's largest constituency. On a normal map, it looks huge, a big swathe of yellow. This is Ross Skye and Loch Arbour, but here Ian Blackford's seat exactly the same size as everywhere else. Now, what our map does show you very clearly is the red wall. If I take you down to northeast Wales, for example, right here, this is the seat, this is Wrexham. Now, Wrexham has been Labour since 1935. It is a marginal seat and they voted to leave the EU. Will it turn blue for the first time tonight? I'll walk you along the red wall. This is through northwest England. 75 seats here, almost all of them Labour. Into Yorkshire, this is Wakefield, another Labour marginal in Labour hands since 1932. Again, they voted to leave the EU, as did Great Grimsby. That's been Labour since 1945. How much will this wall crumble tonight? Well, over here is Ben Page from Ipsos Mori, who carried out this exit poll. Your initial reaction, are you surprised?
I'm surprised at the scale of the majority, but the exit poll is designed to do precisely this, measure the seat share, not the vote share. Most of the polls that we've had in the campaign have been about the percentage share of the vote, but our system delivers surprises like this when we come to the seat share. So it's very unlikely that the exit poll is wrong enough to mean that the Conservatives have not got a large majority.
So looking at this red wall, do you expect it really to crumble this evening?
Well, if the poll is correct, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, we will see dozens of Labour seats going to the Conservatives. And, you may even see places like Bolsover. It's got about a 5,000 majority. But the scale of this victory looks as though even seats like that, Ashfield, obviously Workington, switching to the Conservatives.
And quickly come down here, because another area we'll be keeping a close eye on, Wales, a Labour stronghold until now, and the Midlands as well.
Absolutely, and in Wales the Conservatives look on the basis of this poll to be making gains, and in the Midlands. I mean, this is a recasting in some ways of British politics around the Brexit vote.
Okay.
And that's what this election has been about.
Ben, we're going to be talking to you a lot throughout the evening. Thank you for now. We've also got a lot of voters who've joined us this evening for their responses. One Labour, one Conservative. You voted Labour. Surprised?
Not really. No, I was disappointed, but not surprised.
And obviously this is an exit poll, but based on that, it would be a Conservative win. Were you expecting that?
I was expecting it. I'm overwhelmingly happy. It means, as a British Jew, my community is no longer on the front line. We can get Brexit done, and we can put forward good, strong Conservative policies.
Well, I tell you what we have to get done now, because this map is laid out, as I said, in the 2017 colours. So we have to now pull it all up, and as the results come in, we're going to start relaying it.
Good luck, Sophie. We'll be back with you later. At least it stopped raining, which is something, because it's been very wet all day. But they've got the map into good shape, so well done to them. We'll be back with Sophie in a short while, and thanks to Ben Page as well. Blythe Valley, how are they doing with the count? Naga, what are they doing there?
Hey, Hugh. So what's the time? 22:43. The record was 44 minutes set in Sunderland in 2015. I'm in the counting hall here. One of the bits of jeopardy about whether this count would have made it, would have been able to break the record, was the high turnout, which you've been talking about. We've had some records broken already. 28 boxes came in 14 minutes. So that was a record in itself. We've seen all the people here counting furiously. 22:44 is the time now, so it hasn't broken the record, but it is going to be very, very close. And Blythe Valley, with the help of Bill Crawford, who masterminded first results in Newcastle and Sunderland previously, he has been poached here to get the system going, and he was the one who was trying to target that record. So they still may be first. It is 22:44, so the record isn't broken, unless we're just told in the next 2 minutes or something. The trick here was using new software. They used a computer program which was designed to keep a running tally. So as soon as the last vote went in, that's when the result would be declared. It's not happened yet, but they're working hard to make sure that they're at least the first tonight in 2019.
Naga, call us straight away when it happens. Thank you very much, Naga Manchetti there in Blythe Valley. And by the way, one place that won't be declaring early is St Ives, which is an interesting Conservative Lib Dem battle in the southwest, because there are very high winds on the Isle of Scilly, meaning that the votes from Breyer and Sampson are delayed getting in, and that involves the Royal Air Force, the good old Royal Air Force, giving help there to the counting people in St Ives. So that will not be up for some time, I think it's fair to say. One of the things, of course, we need to look at now, given the kind of dramatic pattern suggested in the exit poll, is we're going to look at that Labour share of the vote in some of the areas where they've traditionally been very strong. So Rita is standing by to tell us a little more about the early declarations we're looking at and what might happen there to the Labour vote. Rita?
Here are a list of 4 traditionally early declarers, all in the northeast of England. Houghton and Sunderland South was the first last time round. Let's see if Blythe Valley pips them to the post this time round. Now, according to the exit poll, these are all Labour holds. These are traditionally safe Labour seats, and we're not expecting them to change hands. But the devil is always in the detail. And let's look at some of the way in which we think the vote will be changing tonight. Now, what you see here is the result last time round. We don't, of course, yet have the result tonight. This is what we're expecting, a likely Labour hold with a vote share of around 42%. But let me show you what we think has happened in terms of a change in the share of the vote. And look at Labour's vote. They're plummeting by 17 points. And with the Conservatives and the Brexit Party picking up a fair number of those votes. And I'll just show you that in terms of swing. That is a swing from Labour to Conservative of 11%. Now, that's really interesting because this is in a very strongly Leave voting seat. Houghton voted 62% to Leave in 2016. Now, hold that in your heads. Let's go back to the list of early declarers. Newcastle Central is a different seat, a different sort of seat. It voted Remain in 2016. This was the result last time round, and we are forecasting that this is a likely Labour hold this evening, with Labour still getting half of the vote. But look at its share of the vote, down by 15%. Again, the Conservatives and the Brexit Party picking up where Labour have lost. And take a look at the swing, 11% from Labour to Conservative. So we will be looking at the actual result to see if the exit poll matches the actual result. But what's so interesting is that in a Remain seat and in a Leave seat, according to the exit poll, we are seeing this sort of swing from Labour to Conservative, which will call into real question, won't it, Jeremy Corbyn's very carefully calibrated position of neutrality on Brexit.
Rita, many thanks. Back with Rita in a short while. We are hoping for a declaration within minutes, actually. So we're keeping a sharp eye on the northeast of England, especially on Blythe Valley and, of course, Sunderland and Newcastle as well. While you're watching us, you can get more detail on the exit poll, by the way, on your mobile devices, because BBC News has a seat-by-seat forecast. All you do is select a constituency to see what the data suggests using the website or indeed the BBC News app. There is a huge amount of data on there, and it's a very useful thing for you to be able to do, just to put in your seat or any seat you're interested in, and you'll see what the exit poll data is. So have a look at that if you get a chance, because it's a treasure trove of information. With me is Amol Rajan, our media editor, because Amol, as we've discussed several times during the campaign, lots of the campaigning has been online. Lots of the dispute and the debate, and actually lots of the unpleasantness, if I'm putting it like that, has been online. And that's, of course, spilling over into the reactions reactions tonight. We're also looking for reactions, of course, in tomorrow's press, and you know all about the press in your previous role. So just tell us a little bit about what we can expect.
Well, there is, Hugh, there is an absolute war going on online, as you can imagine, some of it highly unpleasant. A lot of that online conversation, which I'll be bringing you over the course of the night, is really, as Nick Robinson was pointing out, about the battle for the future of Labour if there is this heavy defeat. But for the first media hit of the night, let's look at the more traditional media, the front pages, because these nights pose a huge challenge for newspaper front pages, especially if there's a hung parliament, as there was in 2010 and 2017. And you usually find that front pages get ever more firm and decisive over various editions through the course of the night. No such problem tonight. Let's look at the Daily Mail's front page. Tonight is a huge blessing for the editor of the Daily Mail, because he can make a big call early on, and they're very, very positive. The Mail has supported Boris pretty strongly throughout the campaign. They're going with Rejoice. Boris set for thumping win. Less happiness on the Labour-supporting Daily Mirror. Let's have a look at that in a moment. Nightmare before Christmas. Again, it's a clear call, putting Boris on the front page. And we've also got front pages from The Guardian, which is slightly softer, but a straight story saying exit poll predicts a huge majority for Johnson. And let's finally just look at the Metro, and I'll bring some others later. Massive Boris win, says poll. So this is an unconventional night in terms of newspaper front pages, going by the last few elections. Yeah. I remember having to massively hedge those first editions. These first editions are calling it because they think the exit poll is pretty decisive.
Yes, because even within any margin of error, it is still suggesting a hefty majority for Boris Johnson.
Put it this way, if that exit poll is badly wrong, those newspaper front pages will be collector's items.
Yeah. Amol, thanks very much. We'll talk to you a little later on as well about what's going on social media. Christine Jardine is joining us now, and in Edinburgh. Christine, thanks very much for joining us. Tell us what's going on there.
Not at all. The count's going on at the moment, and we are waiting to see the actual results from the first seats in Scotland. Everybody's looking closely at the exit poll to see if we can read a bit more into it. See if, the thing is that they have been in the past quite good at predicting the general national picture, but not the local ones. They can't read marginal seats, things like that. So we're just looking a bit more closely into it to see what we can actually see.
Because it's important to underline, Christine, isn't it, that in Scotland, where there are so many marginal seats, as you said, there are certain circumstances in which the exit poll actually may not reflect what's going on in Scotland, which is currently suggesting not a great night for the Lib Dems and a very strong night for the SNP. What is your personal experience there of campaigning, and what were you expecting going into this count this evening?
Well, the poll doesn't reflect what we've been seeing on the ground in Scotland. And you have to remember it's only 2 or 3 months since we had a by-election in Shetland. But the SNP threw everything at it. They spent more on that by-election than they did on the entire Remain campaign. The First Minister was up there 2, possibly 3 times, and yet they didn't win. The Liberal Democrats held that seat. It was a Holyrood, Scottish Parliament by-election. So tonight's result feels a bit, tonight's prediction seems a bit of a surprise, because the coverage in Scotland in terms of the exit poll is maybe not as wide as it is in the rest of England, so the rest of the UK. So we're really just kind of waiting to see, because it's not a reflection of not just ourselves, but what the other parties are saying they've been seeing on the ground. And there are a lot of marginal seats. So we have to factor that in, that the marginal seats, they probably won't all go the same way. So it's possible to say really at this point.
Christine, thanks very much. When we get results, we'll talk to you again later on. Thanks very much indeed. Christine Jardine there for us, for the Lib Dems, giving us some of the sense of the campaign as far as they're concerned in Scotland. What about the sense of the campaign for the Brexit Party? Nigel Farage is with Andrew.
Thanks, Hugh. Just before I get to that, I've just seen a leaked copy of Labour's briefing to the Shadow Cabinet on how to handle this, and it says to blame the defeat overwhelmingly on one issue, Brexit. Yeah. And that, of course, is what we heard from John McDonnell earlier in the programme. Nigel Farage, the leader of the Brexit Party, another general election, another failure to win a single seat.
Yeah, but we've used our influence, and that's the important thing. I mean, look, we're a new party, we've got no councillors, we've got no base.
You're a finished party. You're over as a party.
Well, I tell you what, if we get Brexit, given that it was in the weeds back in February of this year, and we set this thing up, we put it back on track, if we get there, we've done a good job. I was determined in this election we would use our influence to stop a second referendum, and that overwhelmingly was behind the decision to stand down in 317 seats. And Jo Swinson herself has said that effectively that poleaxed her campaign. And then taking the fight to Labour was important, because what you're going to see tonight are dozens of seats that the Conservatives are either going to win or come very close, where they wouldn't have got close to it if we weren't there taking thousands of votes. Now, if you ask me, would I like to have won a few seats? Yes, of course.
No, I worked that out.
Of course, but it's very difficult.
The position you find yourself now is that it's full steam ahead to a Brexit deal that you don't want.
Yes, but I would prefer that to a second referendum and all the agony.
But you've also said it's not really Brexit. You told me in the leader's interview that when it comes before the European Parliament, you would vote against it.
If the current treaty on the table, with the political declaration, passes unamended, I can't bring myself to support it. Look, I've spent my political career trying to get Brexit, all right? We're going to get Brexit. Are we going to get the right one? Maybe not.
So it's a deal that you don't support. You haven't got a single seat, and your party has no purpose now.
But I killed the Liberal Democrats and I've hurt the Labour Party.
But that wasn't your purpose.
The purpose, my purpose, was to try to get the right kind of Brexit. If we get half a loaf out of it, well, that's what we've achieved.
Is it time for you now to step down from politics?
Let's see where we are in 6 months. If we're back in crisis in 6 months, I'll have to put my hat back in the ring, won't I? I did it this year, I think fairly effectively. Let's see.
It's a bit like Groundhog Day for you then.
Do you know, I'm much happier seeing the exit poll where it is than seeing a hung parliament.
There must be a certain sadness, though, in you. Many people have credited you with Brexit. They say if it hadn't been for you, Mr Cameron would never have put that referendum promise in the 2015 manifesto. And here we have an election result which would seem to make sure that Brexit, in some shape, is going to happen. And on this night, you're written out of the script.
Well, you can do what you like. I can tell you that if we'd stood in every seat in the country, it would have been a hung parliament. That would have been a disaster.
We'll never know that, of course.
Well, I think the Liberal Democrats would have won an awful lot of seats. And as I say, when you see the scores on the doors coming in the Midlands and the North, you will see lots of seats the Conservatives are going to win because we've taken a Labour vote that would never vote Conservative.
But there is no future for the Brexit Party now, given this result, is there? All the initiative.
No, it'll become the Reform Party. It'll campaign for reform. One of the reforms, of course, being not having a first-past-the-post system and giving people real choice.
With a Tory majority of 89, if the exit poll is right, good luck with reforming the electoral system.
I know, it's going to be very difficult.
Foreseeable future. And will you even be a part of this? I mean, I understand you're off to America now to be Donald Trump's warm-up man.
Don't believe everything you read in the newspapers.
But I was told by one of your senior aides in the Brexit Party.
They're often wrong too.
Well, they're very close to you.
I've got no plans to leave the country.
You're not going to be whipping up the audience as Mr Trump comes on the stage?
If I'm asked to help, I may.
Oh, so you are, in other words.
If I'm asked to help, I may.
I would suggest that what follows from that is that as you travel around America as Mr Trump's warm-up man, this so-called Reform Party ain't going to happen.
Oh, if I spend a couple of weeks there, there's always time for the Reform Party.
The election's 10 months long in
I'm
America.
a campaigner for reform, OK? I wanted Brexit to happen. The only reason we're going to get any form of Brexit is because we had a referendum. Left to Westminster, none of this would ever
I understand that. But the way you positioned yourself in the end throughout this campaign is instead of being a victory night for you, you're a footnote.
Well, I tell you what, I think we've used our influence hugely. Now, do I want to see some Brexit Party MPs to really hold the Prime Minister to account? If that doesn't happen, I'm relying on the ERG. Am I comfortable and confident with the decisions that I made and the effect on this election? Yes, I am.
How did you vote today?
I couldn't bring myself to vote Conservative, so I spoiled a paper.
You spoiled your ballot.
But hey, what does it matter? You know, look at tonight, dramatic election result, 2/3 of seats never ever change in this country. So how I voted, as with millions of others, under this system is pretty irrelevant.
Have you written your Donald Trump stump speech?
Not yet.
OK, we shall wait with bated breath to see
Thank
it.
you.
Nigel Farage, thank you. Hugh, back to you.
Andrew, thanks very much. Thanks to Nigel as well for coming in and plenty for us to think about there. Let's have a look at what's going on in Blythe Valley, the seat in the northeast of England where we were expecting a result, well, we thought maybe 10 minutes ago, because they were really promising a very quick result for us there. But Naga was telling us that they'd had one or two little wrinkles in the process. But there we can see that they seem to be lining up the candidates. Blythe Valley, by the way, and that's Blythe Valley, isn't it? Yes, it is. And we'll be looking at that because that's where we've had Labour in power in Blythe Valley, if you like, in terms of the parliamentary constituency since 1950. Exactly the kind of seat, Laura, which would be an astonishing turnaround if it went from Labour to Conservative.
It would be an astonishing turnaround by any historical comparison, but it does seem like it's likely to be the kind of turnaround that we're going to see tonight. Labour sources have been saying to me in the last few minutes they expect to either lose or come very, very close to losing that seat there in Blythe Valley, but also right around the southeast, Bishop Auckland, Sedgefield. Tony Blair's seat, of course, is very much in danger. So this will be a very, very early real taste of the kinds of moves that we might see. But if the exit polls numbers are to be as dramatic and as favourable for the Conservatives as they suggest, they have to be taking seats like this, which, a couple of years ago, if you'd said that Boris Johnson, that kind of Conservative, could win seats in former mining communities in Northumberland, you'd have been told that you had to have your head read.
Yeah. Well, that could be in prospect, and there we see they're just looking at the figures there. And while they're doing that in Blythe Valley, let me go straight to Glasgow and bring in Humza Yousaf from the Scottish National Party. Humza, thanks very much for waiting patiently to talk to us. We've seen on the exit poll at least the suggestion that you're going to make significant gains this evening. Is that your understanding?
Well, first and foremost, the most obvious caveat, this is an exit poll, not a result. It points to a good night for the SNP, but what's difficult to predict in Scotland, Hugh, is that we have so many marginals right up and down the country. Some seats won by literally 2 votes, other seats by tens of votes, some by 100 or a couple of hundred. So we have a lot of local factors at play. I think we're just telling everybody to keep it calm. Let's see the results as they come in. But what it clearly points to is a very good night for the SNP in Scotland, and frankly, very disheartening result of a Conservative majority right across the UK, which points to a Labour Party not cutting through and being clear in their message in England.
I'm just emphasising to viewers, Humza, just a short while ago, that because lots of the Scottish seats in this election are marginal, it's important to maybe put a few more health warnings around the exit poll. Can I ask you, from your own understanding, and talking to your own colleagues across Scotland, were you expecting to make up to 20 gains, or do you think that is possibly ambitious?
I would put that in the category that, I think that perhaps is ambitious. I would say that we've had a good night from the colleagues that I've been talking to. I've been largely focused on the West Coast and in Glasgow, but I've been talking to colleagues across the country. Certainly it looks like our vote has turned out in good numbers. Whatever the exit poll is suggesting, what I can say with confidence is that I'm pretty sure the SNP is going to win the election here in Scotland. And of course, we could not have been clearer on the messages that we were promoting and standing on in this election, namely to, of course, stop Brexit, lock Boris Johnson out of number 10, and for Scotland to have its own say over its own future at a time of her choosing.
Well, here's a blunt question for you, because, of course, as you say, lots of your campaign has been about getting a strong SNP voice at Westminster. And even if you do end up with 55 MPs, which would be an amazingly strong result in Scotland, you'll be up against a Conservative government with a very solid majority. So the suggestion might be that even with those numbers, you're pretty powerless.
Well, look, we have said, and the First Minister has emphasised, it's not for any Westminster government, Boris Johnson or anybody else, to dictate when Scotland has a referendum. That is for the Scottish people and, of course, the Scottish Parliament. And the Scottish Parliament has voted to have that referendum. So it would be not for Boris Johnson or for any Democrat at all to deny Scotland the voice, particularly if the SNP win the election, as I think we absolutely will in Scotland, which only reinforces the mandate we already had.
So it's open to you. Are you saying to viewers tonight that it's open to you to hold a referendum regardless of the approval or not of the British government at Westminster?
Well, look, in 2014, we had the gold standard of an independence referendum. That involved two governments that had diametrically opposing views coming together, having an agreement that secured a legal referendum that was fought, I would say, in very good spirits without a drop of blood being spilt, which I'm really proud of. That should be the gold standard that we aim for the referendum in 2020, and the SNP and Scotland absolutely have that mandate if we win this Westminster election. In fact, we had that mandate already. This simply strengthens that mandate.
Hamza Yousaf, good of you to join us, and thanks very much. We'll see how the exit poll pans out and how the results come in themselves. Thanks very much again for joining us there. And we'll be keeping a very close eye, of course, on what's going on. We were talking about Labour's red wall, so to speak. This is the kind of network of traditional Labour seats which, as Laura was saying just now, on basis of the exit poll, are looking very vulnerable. Places that you would never imagine a Conservative taking these seats. And they include places like Wakefield, and they include places like Halifax. If we go to Wakefield, Sean Leigh is there, my colleague. Sean, what's the picture there? What do you think of what's the lie of the land there as you see it now?
Well, at the very least, Hugh, if the bricks aren't going to be smashed in this part of the Labour wall tonight, which stretches from constituencies like Colne Valley to the west of me, through Wakefield, where I'm standing now, out to Hemsworth and to Pontefract, beyond to the east, at the very least, there's an awful lot of repointing is going to have to be done by whoever succeeds Jeremy Corbyn as Labour leader. What makes this seat particularly interesting, Wakefield, is that Labour held on in 2017 with a much reduced majority compared to the majorities it used to rack up in the Brown-Blair days. Nonetheless, 2,000 votes. But there is what you might call a double Islington effect. On the one hand, has Jeremy Corbyn been a damaging factor, his leadership and his approach to Labour support here? And what about Mary Creagh? She's the local Labour MP. She used to be leader of Jeremy Corbyn's council. Now, I don't think they hold it against her that she's from London. She's from down south. But she is a Remainer, and an unashamed Remainer, in a constituency that voted more than 60% to leave. Now, I think she would have hoped that a bit of kind of stubbornness wouldn't have gone amiss in a place like constituency. They respect her for her view and would support her despite opposing staying in the European Union. The question is, how well have the Brexit Party done tonight? There wasn't a UKIP candidate here 2 years ago, so we haven't got a comparison. The candidate here tells me that he's had a good night, that there's been a strong turnout, well, we knew that from the other parties, but that he thinks and hopes that he's taken more votes off Labour than off the Tories. It's just possible he hasn't, and that could allow Mary Creagh to sneak back in. But I think she will be the most nervous of the three Labour candidates here tonight. I'm told by another candidate in another constituency, Hemsworth, that's been Labour since 1910, that probably Labour have held that tonight, but they've held it despite a very strong performance by the Conservatives. John Trickett, Jeremy Corbyn's shallow cabinet colleague, can expect to get back to Westminster, but with a much reduced majority. All eyes, though, will be on Wakefield. We hope it will be the first declaration of the three here tonight. They're counting hard already behind me, and then we'll know whether that Brexit effect has really been writ large, because if it has, then I'm afraid Mary Creagh will be toast.
Sean, interesting. We'll be back there later. We'll see what happens. Let's have a look at Blythe Valley, which is going on as we speak. Lots of chatting going on in Blythe Valley, and I'm told that one of the issues there is that the result is close. This is a result, therefore, where the Conservatives are hoping to take Blythe Valley, which has been in Labour hands since 1950. But apparently the result there is very close, and that explains the delay in the declaration, which we were expecting possibly 15-20 minutes ago. So we're keeping a sharp eye on Blythe Valley. Talking about the Labour Red Wall, which Sean was telling us about there in Wakefield, let's go over to Halifax and join Coletta Smith, our correspondent there. What are you gathering there, Coletta, from the party workers, and what are Labour telling you?
Well, there's two different votes happening here, two different counts from two different constituencies. There's the rural Calder Valley constituency. That was the one we thought we would be watching tonight. It's currently Conservative, only 600 votes in it in the last election, and it was really heavily targeted by Labour. But that exit poll today suddenly means the attention swings to the other side of the room, where they're counting the Halifax town vote. Now, with that particular constituency, it's Labour held at the moment, has been since 1987, And in the last election, there was a 5,000 majority for Holly Lynch, the current sitting MP. But the exit poll tonight suggests that that seat is going to swing to the Conservatives, that Labour won't hold on to that seat. So certainly a big shock for everybody in this area, but perhaps not when you look at the Brexit vote, because this whole area is 55% voting to leave the EU, voting for Brexit. So it does seem to be that that's weighed very, very heavily in this election and has really impacted, as you say, a big Labour stronghold, Hugh, for many decades, and one that's potentially about to change tonight. This is a slow vote. The young people walking in with the ballot boxes here are wandering in West Yorkshire rather than running in as they are in the North East. So we're going to be here for some time. But certainly Holly Lynch this evening will be sitting uncomfortably waiting and watching with the results, whereas Craig Whittaker, who is the Conservative MP for Calder Valley, who could have been in a vulnerable position, will perhaps be breathing a sigh of relief looking at tonight's exit poll.
Coletta, thanks very much. And that's the latest there in Halifax, so we'll see what's borne out. Some reactions also coming in from other Labour figures, including Caroline Flint, the outgoing MP for Don Valley, who's standing again. We're going to hear the Corbynistas, says Caroline Flint, blame it on Brexit, and the Labour Uber Remainers blaming Corbyn. Both are to blame, she says, for what looks like a terrible night for Labour. Both have taken for granted Labour's heartlands. Sorry we couldn't offer you a Labour Party you could trust. That is a very damning tweet there from Caroline Flint. And just other reaction as well from a former Conservative MP, this time Anna Soubry, standing as an independent in Broxtowe. Just to remind everyone, this election was called by the Labour Party and the Lib Dems, fuelled by tribalism and Kool-Aid, she says, when a People's Vote UK was within our grasp. So another tweet that is full of regret there from Anna Soubry. I understand that in Blythe Valley, where we've been waiting patiently for a result, they may be in the business of looking at a recount. I can't confirm that, but they may be looking at a recount in Blythe Valley. It is that close. Naga, can you tell us more about that?
I can hear you. I've lost clean feed. Hello, yes. You know, I started this coverage about just over an hour ago saying who doesn't like excitement when it comes to a general election. And we are here at Blythe Valley, because this was expected to bring the count in, the first to declare, around 44 minutes. That was the target. You'll remember that was set in Sunderland in 2015. Now, the seat here was considered a safe Labour seat. There has been a delay. What's the time now? 11 minutes past 11. So a good 25 minutes after we were expecting to declare or have a declaration. The reason being is the vote is very, very close, and we're not quite sure yet. We are being told there may be a recount happening. That hasn't been confirmed at all. To give you a little bit of background, the initial thought as to why this count was being delayed was because there was a very low number of postal votes. There was a high number of people turning up at the polling stations, and Bill Crawford, the man in charge of this, that masterminded the victories, the first declarations at Newcastle and Sunderland in previous years, he has said to me he couldn't fit any more counters into this counting hall. It is rammed packed. They allowed for these extra votes coming through at the polling stations, so that delayed it. We were expecting to know in just the few more minutes. Extra bodies have been put in this hall, but the surprise now, the story is changing, is that this so-called safe Labour seat may not be. We haven't got the result yet. We are waiting to see if a recount will happen, but we do know that it's very close.
Naga, thanks very much once again for the update. Naga Manchetti there in Blythe Valley. Andrew, over to you once again. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Hugh. I've got Mark Francois here defending Raleigh and Wickford, a Tory majority of 23,500, so I don't think your seat's in much doubt. So let's look at the wider picture. If there's a recount in a place like Blythe, it will take almost a 10% swing for the Tories to pick it up. You're picking up a lot of blue-collar votes in this election. You better not let them down.
Well, we have no intention of letting them down.
Really?
No, we don't. We said we would get Brexit done. We've now got a majority to do that, Andrew. We can get that bill through. Because it's such a decisive result and the Salisbury Convention, the Lords won't oppose it. We're leaving the European Union on the 31st of January. That is absolutely crystal clear as a result of this general election outcome.
But these are people often on low wages, insecure jobs, often dependent on welfare, life pretty grim in some circumstances, certainly not great. Is the Tory party really going to do anything for their standard of living, for their well-being? Because they're voting for you tonight.
Yes, and you will see that roll out. There'll be a Queen's speech before long, which I believe, and then you'll have a budget, which I haven't got all the details, but I understand.
You got any of the details?
Well, I'm not the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
I know that. Well, not yet, anyway.
I'm confident, well, that's very kind of you, we'll be addressing some of those issues in
but
the
you
budget.
get my point, that what we seem to be seeing tonight in Blyth and from the exit poll is that families, people who have been lifelong Labour voters in Labour areas are now voting for your party. And I'm just wondering, does your party really have the policies to make the lives of these blue-collar voters better?
Yes, we do.
Because it wasn't in your manifesto.
Andrew, they put their trust in the Prime Minister and in us. And of course, well, hang on, we must be worthy of that trust.
That's my point.
Yeah, well, exactly. So look at what has happened tonight. There's talk of the Red Wall. In 1989, Russia's Berlin Wall came down. In 2019, Labour's Red Wall came down.
But Labour's Red Wall is analogous to the Berlin Wall of a totalitarian state?
Well, that was a very left-wing state.
Is this result making you, I mean, are you slightly gone...
No, not at all. The Labour Party presented...
Hallucinating?
No, in this election, the Labour Party presented a Marxist option and the British people have resoundingly defeated it.
I guess what I'm trying to say to you is that these are people who have not voted Conservative before, perhaps for generations. They don't need to vote Conservative again. And it's not clear from your manifesto or even the demeanour of your leader or whatever that he really knows how to make these people's lives better.
Well, look, the psephologists will do lots of surveys afterwards about why people voted the way they did. I think there were two overriding reasons. One was to get Brexit done.
And we accept that.
Good. And the second one was that Jeremy Corbyn was toxic. I mean, I canvassed in Thurrock because, and hang on, our war roll in Rayleigh as we go and support Thurrock. I canvassed in a very working class ward in Thurrock 5 weeks ago in the rain and the wet, and in 2 hours I didn't find one single Labour voter.
OK. You're a staunch Brexiteer, one of, I think, call them the Spartans. But Mr. Johnson, according to this exit poll, will have a majority of 89. He doesn't have to listen to you, people like you anymore.
Well, we've got what we want. We're leaving the European Union.
Yeah, but you still don't know in which way we will leave, in the sense that technically we leave probably at the end of January now. That's almost certain. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
But then we go into negotiations of our future relationship. And there's going to be a lot of trade-offs there. You want to keep friction-free trade, you'll have to give some continued alignment with Brussels. That's not what you want to do. But Mr. Johnson can do that now. He doesn't need your support.
No. Remember, the political... Andrew, you have a reputation for reading all documents faithfully, so you will know that the political declaration, which is where the tram lines that will govern this future negotiation, of part of Boris's deal, were changed so the desired end state is a comprehensive free trade agreement between ourselves and the EU. That's something Eurosceptics have wanted for donkey's years.
But my point is that the issue that's unresolved is that the more comprehensive that deal, the more Brussels demand that we stay in broad alignment with EU rules and regulations.
Well, they can demand what they want. The British people have emphatically rejected that tonight in a gigantic vote. We've had a people's vote. It's called a general election. They voted to leave,
The British people have said nothing tonight about the shape of the future partnership. And this is something that will continue to cause friction.
Andrew,
do you accept it's still possible, by this time next year, we could leave on no deal?
I believe, on the basis... Go back a stage. Everyone said the EU would never reopen the withdrawal agreement, and everyone and his wife said Boris, hang on, would never be able to get a deal. They did, and he did it in 3 months. So on that basis, I have complete faith in him to get a deal within a year. You know, and the Federalists...
But if he doesn't, can we still face the prospect of leaving on no deal?
I believe we're going to leave with a comprehensive free trade agreement because that's what the political declaration says. You know, and the People's Front of Judea within the European Commission may think differently, but they're not going to win.
I know we have to let you get away to your count. Mark Francois, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hugh?
Andrew, thanks very much, and thanks to Mark as well. Blythe Valley, what are they doing? Is there a recount or not? Let's have a look. Well, they're all bunched up there, and, well, as you can see, they're queuing up, waiting for some activity. It could be that we're within a few minutes of our first result of the night. This is in Northumberland. This is a Labour seat since 1950. Ronnie Campbell, a former miner, standing down, and Susan Dungworth is a local councillor standing for Labour. Ian Levy is an NHS worker who contested this seat 2 years ago and lost to Ronnie Campbell, but he's standing tonight for the Conservatives, and it is neck and neck, we are told, between the Conservatives and Labour in Blythe Valley, which is a sentence I never thought I would utter on an election night programme, Laura, to be honest, but this is the kind of measure of the night that we're looking at.
Absolutely right. If these kinds of seats do go from red to blue, it is something that would have just been impossible to contemplate a short while ago. And you have to wonder also, what is the difference here that the Tories have been able to do this in 2019 in a way that they weren't able to do this in 2017? Because there have been a lot of similarities about the campaign. It will be, ease off the tightness of public spending a little bit and then leave the European Union, give the government a majority to we take us out of the European Union, to take us out of the European Union after the referendum. And, you know, in the same way, Theresa May tried this strategy. The campaign was disastrous. She got into all sorts of other policy areas that went so wrong. But I think...
Let's have a look. I think we may be in a position to get a declaration.
We have had a provisional result for the Blythe Valley constituency, but we've had a request to do a bundle recount. So we will now be carrying that out in the hall here this evening. We will do it as quickly as we can, and thank you very much indeed.
So it's not a full recount, vote by vote. It's important to say that, so it's not going to take ages. It's a bundle recount, as the returning officer said. And I have two guests with me who know all about counts. The former Labour MP, Kate Hoey, and the former Conservative MP and Cabinet Minister, Justine Greening. Thank you both for joining us. So we're waiting for Blythe Valley to come in. And I suppose as a former Labour MP, Kate, I'll start with you and say, for Labour to be in a position where it's considering even a Conservative win in Blythe Valley, what does that tell us?
Well, it tells us what I'm afraid some of us have been saying for some time, that Labour has lost touch with its working class, decent supporters in areas of the country who voted by a huge majority to leave. And I think the difference between 2017 and now, as just been mentioned, is actually because then both parties were committed to leaving and honouring the referendum. That changed with Labour, and once that changed, there's all the other issues too, which I'm sure we'll discuss over the evening in terms of Jeremy Corbyn's position, but Brexit has really changed things up there. And the Brexit Party has taken votes from Labour too. So, you know, it's a very, very damaging night for Labour. A huge, if I have to keep saying if, because until I actually see some of these results, it's very difficult to really believe them. Although I do feel that what is happening in our Labour heartlands is going to change and have to have that huge debate within the Labour Party. Otherwise, we're finished.
Let's talk about the Conservatives, Justine, because you said memorably a few weeks ago that your fears that the Conservative Party was becoming the Brexit Party, and that's clearly something you didn't like. What are your thoughts, therefore, on the fact that Boris Johnson is looking at a majority of possibly 80 seats, which is, you know, almost in the realms of Margaret Thatcher back in the 80s, at least in the late 80s. Are you prepared to say that your reading of it was wrong?
I think at the end of the day, my view is always that we needed to break the deadlock. I was probably one of the first MPs in Parliament who said it would take a public vote to do that. We've now had that public vote. I think the deadlock on Brexit is finally broken. But the reality is this election was very much about domestic issues. And I think that's why the Conservatives have done so well, because Boris Johnson very much talked about the kind of Conservative agenda that lots of people find appealing. He talked about opportunity, he talked about social mobility. I was gratified to see him lift lines from some of my speeches on opportunity in education, but they are ones that actually resonate with people, saying that talent is spread evenly, but opportunity isn't. And I think Kate is right, though, that he was up against probably one of the worst Labour leaders that we have seen in a very long time, and thus he probably couldn't have had a better opponent in many respects.
Jeremy Corbyn might have been bright, shiny and new in 2017, but by 2019, I think people really had got the measure of him. And you're also seeing that come through tonight. But above all, I think people just want to get on to a domestic agenda that is actually going to change lives on the ground. And now Boris Johnson has the chance to do both that, but also deliver on Brexit.
Yeah, I think there'll be viewers watching thinking, hang on a second, we've just heard John McDonnell and we've just heard others say this has been a Brexit election. This is Boris Johnson's main theme was let's get it done. It wasn't about, yes, of course, there was discussion about some domestic issues, but are you really trying to say that this wasn't a Brexit election at the end of the day?
I think if you look at the issues that people were saying cut through to them, Brexit was actually quite low down. We didn't have big debates in this election about Brexit itself. It was more about a domestic agenda. And when you go back to my view is that I grew up in a town that strongly voted Leave Rotherham. I represented an area that strongly voted Remain. Yeah. The issues that bind those communities together are lack of opportunity in Britain in the 21st century. And that was the agenda that I felt Boris Johnson talked about much more compellingly. And that is why I believe he got the result tonight. And I also think it's why many of those constituencies voted Leave in the first place, because they are fed up of being left behind in a country that feels like it's moving forward, but without them getting the benefit of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a Brexit election, but I think the interesting thing now will be, if this is right, this poll, let's remember we're going to have a lot of Conservative members of Parliament who are going to be representing seats where they are going to be facing all the issues that that we get in my inner city area, you know, benefit problems, austerity problems, and it could very well change the way the Conservative Party operates. But it wouldn't have happened without people feeling betrayed.
I'm just going to pause there for a second, Kate. Sorry.
Yeah,
Can I just go to Newcastle and have a look at what's going on there? Newcastle upon Tyne Central, because we may be in a position to get a result. Let's just listen to what they're saying. Are they just gathering? They certainly are. They seem to be gathering, don't they? Yes.
I'm ready to declare the result for Newcastle upon Tyne Central. I, Pat Ritchie, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central constituency is as follows. Syed Ali Avey, also known as Ali Avey, 2,709. Mark Frederick Glenn Griffin, Brexit Party, 2,542. Chinyelo Susan Unwura, also known as Chi Unwura, 21,568. Emily Victoria Payne, the Conservative candidate, 9,290. Tamar Jem Pittman, also known as Tay Pittman, 1,365. And that Chi Unwura has been duly elected to serve as member for said constituency.
So there's our first result of this general election of 2019. It came at 26 minutes past 11 at night, and Chi Unwura holding on to Newcastle upon Tyne Central. Let's listen to what she has to say.
By thanking the returning officer for her excellent work, and also the police who have maintained our safety and security, and the amazing teams of Newcastle employees here and also in all the polling stations across Newcastle who have done such fantastic work to get us here. And I believe I am the first MP to be declared. Is that right? So for the moment, the entire British Parliament is Labour.
Chi Unwura there giving her response to the win there in Newcastle upon Tyne Central. Let's go to Sunderland.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, Green Party, 1,125. Paul Edgeworth, Liberal Democrat, 2,319. Richard Elvin, UKIP, 897. Christopher John Charles Howarth, the Conservative Party, 13,095. Richard Maeve Phillipson, Labour Party, 16,210. Kevin Lawrence Yule, Brexit Party, 6,165. And that Bridget Maeve Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So there we have the Sunderland result going in, and a win for Labour, but on a much reduced majority for Bridget Phillipson, who's been the MP there since 2010. And it is in line with the exit poll. She will be thanking the returning officer and everyone who's been involved in the count, of course. But it'll be interesting to see whether she says something about the actual course of Labour's national campaign. The Newcastle numbers I'd like to look at in more detail. The declaration we got, first of all, 4 minutes ago. This was Chion Wura holding this seat for Labour on 21,568 votes, a majority of 12,278 on a turnout of 65%. We'll come back to those figures. Let's go to Blythe Valley.
I'd like to make the declaration of the result of poll for the Blythe Valley constituency. I, Kelly Angus, Acting Returning Officer for the Blythe Valley constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Chapman, Liberal Democrats, 2,151. Susan Elizabeth Dungworth, Labour and Cooperative Party, 16,728. Dawn Finesse, the Green Party, 1,146. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,000. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,440. Mark Pert, Brexit Party, 3,394. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 94. The election turnout.
This is one of the big moments of the night. There's no question about it at all. This is the Conservative Party taking the former mining constituency of Blythe Valley from Labour. And this is Ian Levy for the Conservatives on a majority of 712, so not a big majority, on a turnout of 63%. But that is a very significant pointer to what's likely to happen according to the exit poll as we go through the night. This is Labour losing one of its traditional heartland seats. It's been in Labour hands since 1950. It's on the Northumberland coast and, as I say, held for many years by Ronnie Campbell, who was himself a great Leave campaigner, but succeeded by Susan Dungworth, a local councillor, and now this man, Ian Levy, has won. Let's listen to what he has to say after this remarkable victory.
Yeah, thank you. Could I say thank you to Blythe Valley? This is a huge responsibility that I've took on this evening, but it is a massive, massive honour. I would like to thank the returning officer and her staff. They've done a fabulous job. I would like to thank the police and security services for doing a fabulous job this evening. My agent, Richard Wearmouth, who has been marvellous throughout the campaign. I would like to thank my team, who've worked really hard, and also a special thank you to Jack Gebhard, Veronica, and to Connor, who has worked really hard for me. Fabulous. Most of all, I would like to thank the people of Blythe Valley, because if the people of Blythe Valley hadn't voted, I wouldn't be here tonight. Finally, I would like to thank my wife, Maureen, my children, Andrew and Alice, and I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done, and we are going to build a strong economy for the UK. We're going to do that together. Thank you, Blythe Valley.
There's the message from Ian Levy and the supporters there for the Conservatives. He's an NHS worker, by the way. He did contest the seat 2 years ago, and now he's won it. He's won this traditional Labour seat, and it's gone into Conservative hands for the first time. This is Blythe Valley in Northumberland. A quick word from Laura with me.
Just fascinating to see. He could hardly believe it, and also his voice cracking with this sort of emotion, aware actually of this. You know, this is a symbolic moment in this night. We're very early doors. A lot could change, but the fact that the Conservatives have taken a seat like that is something really remarkable. Also fascinating, he personally mentioned Boris Johnson. We saw time and again Boris Johnson went to the northeast of England. He may well, in that seat, have been what he always was billed to be, that Heineken Conservative politician who could reach parts of the country that other Conservatives couldn't reach. Long way to go, though. A
long way to go, but as we say, the Boris name, the Boris Johnson name coming up time and time again. Let's go back to Uxbridge, where that count is taking place, which is Mr Johnson's own constituency. Andrew Marr, what do you make of the Blythe Valley result and what it tells us about the likely course of this evening?
Well, Blythe Valley is one of those places I know just a little bit. I trained there as a journalist. And the thought of Blythe Valley going Tory, well, unfortunately, I have to talk to you, Hugh, or my jaw would be on the floor. It is extraordinary. But politics never stops, never slows down. And what I'm hearing from sources close to Boris Johnson is that we are now going to see a ferocious acceleration of the legislation to, quote, get Brexit done. We're going to see perhaps the Commons being asked to sit on the Saturday before Christmas, and then the House of Lords expected to sit between Christmas and New Year, so no holidays for the gentlemen of the Lords or the ladies of the Lords, and then a ferocious plan of change in January. I think a fairly major cabinet reshuffle coming later in January, probably the Queen's speech and the budget coming just after we leave the EU on the 31st. So an absolutely extraordinary torrent of change coming as a result of this equally extraordinary night. Though, of course, as Laura says, it's early yet, and we don't know what's going to happen in seats up and down the country.
No sign of the man himself yet, Andrew. What are they saying about timings in Uxbridge?
I'm afraid it's going to be late. I think it'll be nearer 4 o'clock or 4:30. I've just been jostled alongside here by Lord Buckethead and all sorts of strange candidates wanting to take on Boris Johnson here. There was a lot of talk earlier on this evening about Boris Johnson potentially losing his seats as the Liberal Democrat vote in Uxbridge collapsed into the Labour vote. We don't know yet, but the Tories are fairly confident, obviously, of holding it. We'll hear later on. We're standing in a kind of grand polytunnel for elite athletes. This is where Usain Bolt, Linford Christie and many others trained, but we don't look like we're going to see many photo finishes here tonight.
Andrew, we'll be back
metaphor,
later.
Sorry.
You're forgiven. Thank you very much. Andrew Marr there for us in Uxbridge. And at this moment, I think we should just remind ourselves we've had 3 results in. There are 647 to go. So, yes, Laura's right. It's early. It's very early in the stage of the race. But we've had one dramatic result in, certainly from Blythe Valley, but 2 interesting results in from Sunderland and Newcastle. How do they fit into the exit poll prediction? Are they in line? Well, the man who can tell us that is the man who's got his fingers all over the Brexit poll, and that is Professor Sir John Curtice. It's our first chat of the night, John. A very warm welcome to you. I know you've been very hard at work with your team there. Tell us a little about the results we've had so far, certainly Blythe Valley, and whether they fit into your exit poll pattern.
Yeah, the exit poll forecast that the Conservatives would narrowly win Blythe Valley, with a 15-point drop in the Labour vote, and we had a 15-point drop in the Labour vote, and the Tories narrowly won Blythe Valley. Equally, the 17-18-point drop in the Labour vote in Houghton and Sunderland South was also anticipated by the exit poll. Labour did a little bit better in Newcastle Central, but of course it's a rather more Remain seat. And one of the things we expect to find tonight, do not be surprised, if particularly when we get further south and we get into much more pro-Remain constituencies, that we do not see spectacular advances by the Conservatives. But in the north of England, in Leave areas, in working class seats, the Labour Party does seem to be in serious trouble. So I think I have to say so far, absolutely right, it's early, but if these results are at all typical of what happens later tonight, and there's some other intelligence kicking around suggesting quite a lot of the rest of the Labour red wall is going to fall to the Conservatives. If that intelligence is right, then it looks as though the broad picture, at least, of the exit poll may well be right. At that point, however, let me just enter one crucial caveat about the exit poll. Lots of excitement north of the border about the fact that we said the SNP might get 55 seats. Well, Christine Jardine, the Liberal Democrat candidate for Edinburgh West, quite rightly pointed out, and even Humza Yousaf, I think, was not necessarily claiming the 55 seats we're going for. Just have to remember, inevitably, we don't have that many sampling points in Scotland. It happened to be the case that the SNP were doing very well in our sampling points, but there are lots of marginal seats in Scotland. So, as in 2017, when we again gave a health warning, the SNP figure for Scotland is the bit about the exit poll about which, frankly, we are least confident. And if it ended up still with SNP gains, but maybe rather less than that, we, to be honest, would not necessarily be surprised.
Well, that's interesting, John, isn't it? And we were talking to Humza Yousaf of the SNP earlier, and when I put it to him that maybe 20 gains was ambitious, he kind of said, yes, it may well be ambitious, and indeed, that ties in with what you're saying.
Sure, but equally, he was certainly expecting the SNP to make significant gains, and I think that's the message to take away from this. Basically, we can give you no more than a rough overall picture of Scotland. Looks as though SNP vote up, and the other unionist parties, therefore, potentially at risk. And that is about as far as I think anybody should take the exit poll so far as Scotland is concerned so far.
The health warning is duly noted, John. Thank you very much. And we'll be back with you later on. So John Curtice there. That's a very good point for us to go to Glasgow and join my colleague Kirsty Walk, who's there. Kirsty, what is your reading of things there tonight? Not just the strength of the SNP, but, you know, let's look at some of the other parties as well. We talked to the Lib Dems earlier. What's your sense of it?
My sense of it is very much that SNP is being very cautious. I mean, you know, practically all seats in Scotland are marginals. You know, and on the basis of 55, it would wipe out practically all but 2 Tories, 1 Liberal Democrat and 1 Labour. Now, I think possibly that is extremely ambitious figure for the exit poll, and we'll just have to wait and see. But one indication will come quite soon, because Rutherglen in Lanarkshire will declare round about 1:30, 2 o'clock. Now, at the moment, it's got a 268 Labour majority. If that goes to a majority of something like 5,000 for the SNP, that will indicate that that exit poll isn't that far off. I mean, what the SNP really had to do was raise the game there. They had 35 seats. They had to get in probably to the early 40s so that Nicola Sturgeon could make her case for Indy Ref 2. Anything more than that, and of course, her case is much strengthened. But we don't know that yet. We will get a sense of that when Rutherglen comes. I mean, here in Glasgow, you know, there's a great deal of excitement in this great big barn. You know, we're going to have these 7 constituencies that are going to return, and marginals among them. We've also got some drama tonight because the police have taken away ballot papers and evidence bags because there has been allegations of impersonation in Paisley. So we get a sense that that result might come much later. But there's all to play for. I mean, Scotland, as ever, is one of the most exciting places in the election. If it is the case that Nicola Sturgeon is into the 50s and she will then press for a Section 30, it will be hard, I think, for Boris Johnson to do anything other than delay. But can he rule out forever? not with Scottish parliamentary elections coming up in 2021, which would then mean that would be the main part of her campaign. Interestingly, though, Nicola Sturgeon was getting a bit of flack for pressing the IndyRef2 button during this. It was Stop Brexit was meant to be the main message. There was a worry about her campaign. Did it actually hit the target enough? But if the exit poll is anywhere near right, she did hit the target.
Kirsty, good to talk to you. We'll be back with you later on. And as you say, Scotland always providing exciting news on election nights like this. Our thanks to Kirsty Walk. Thinking about influence in Parliament, and if we think about the previous Parliament, the DUP, of course, in Northern Ireland, wielded enormous influence given their parliamentary agreement with the Conservatives. Clearly, if the Tories have a majority of 80 plus, well, then the DUP will, by definition, not have that kind of influence, one would have thought. Let's talk to Sammy Wilson of the DUP, who's standing in East Antrim. Sammy, thanks very much for joining us. What's your thoughts so far on the way this is panning out?
Well, I think that if the exit polls are correct, then of course the government is going to have a much bigger majority, a workable majority, and that's, I suppose, in one way that's good for the country. It presents certain challenges for us, especially given the fact that the agreement for getting out of the EU is so disadvantageous to Northern Ireland in terms of the impact on our economy and the longer-term constitutional impact. However, you know, we have another year of negotiations for the future trading relationship. It's going to be full of pitfalls, challenges, and things which the government is going to find very difficult to sell to many of its.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, but lost Sammy Wilson there of the DUP. Hang on a second, Sammy, are you still with me? Because we just lost you for a second, but I can see you're back again now, so apologies. You carry on with the point you're making, thanks.
Yeah, so, you know, over the next year, the government has to negotiate its future relationship with the EU. There are going to be many challenges in that, many things which I think its own supporters are going to find it difficult to swallow, and that will give us opportunities to have some influence during those debates and during those discussions. And at the end of the day, if the whole package can't be agreed, then of course the parts which affect Northern Ireland will fall as well. The other thing, of course, I would say is that with a big majority, the government may well be in a position where it can wield much more muscle in negotiations with the EU, and if it can do that and finish up with no quotas, no tariffs, no level playing field as far as regulations are concerned, then of course that means that many of the difficulties which the current deal presents for Northern Ireland would be removed.
There'll be people listening to you, Sammy, thinking, well, hang on a second, your reservations about the withdrawal agreement have been laid out very clearly. You were in a position of great influence to try to change that. You are no longer going to be in the position to change it in this new Parliament. So how on earth are you going to affect the negotiations as they proceed?
Well, the negotiations, of course, that have to go from now on, between now and next December, may well create great challenges for the government itself. For example, if the EU insists on payment for access to the continued payment for access to the EU market, if they insist on a level playing field, in other words, we have to mimic EU regulations, if they insist on access to fishing grounds, then I think the government's going to have difficulty with its own members, and you could be back into the situation where Theresa May found herself, where many of its own members say, we're not supporting that kind of deal, and of course that then gives us some leverage.
Just a quick thought on timing, Sammy. When do you expect some results there in Belfast?
Well, we're expecting the first one's probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock, on to 4 o'clock in the morning.
We'll be back then, but thanks very much for talking to us. Sammy Wilson there of the DUP. Laura, it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Just trying to put to Sammy there, you know, the notion of being in a parliament where there is a very solid majority. It's something that we've not been used to.
Not for a long time, because if you go back to 2010, certainly the coalition put together a solid majority of a coalition, but that was subject to all sorts of bartering behind closed doors between the Lib Dems and the Conservatives. And then since then, 2015, David Cameron had a majority, but it was tiny. Yeah. And even back then, he had the DUP and the Brexiteers in his own party at his shoulder the whole time. And there was lots of informal deals here and there with the DUP at that point. if these numbers bear out, if they even remotely bear out and Boris Johnson has a solid majority, we're living in a totally different political landscape where broadly, of course, broadly, if a government wants to get something done, if a Prime Minister wants to follow a particular path, they can, more or less, at least go in that vague direction. That doesn't mean, of course, that there won't still be opposition in his own party. It doesn't mean that the leader of the opposition, one assumes a different leader of the opposition will still have a role and there'll still be push and pull in Parliament. But that's a completely different kind of politics to what we've been living in for the last 9 years. Totally different.
Indeed, and different implications as well for how power is wielded in Downing Street. So with that in mind, let's join Jeremy once again.
Hugh, here we are in Downing Street, our virtual Downing Street, and what we've done is we've got these tiles, and each tile has a constituency name on, and we're using them to pave the path to number 10. Now, the all-important line here shows you 326 MPs. That's the number you need in the House of Commons for an overall majority. That's the number we think under the exit poll that Boris Johnson has easily got tonight. Let's show you how he's paved that path. Let me just bring on these Conservative seats. Now, I'll explain to you why they are in fainter blue. It's because they're not results at the moment, they're just projections. Where we've got results, we've placed them at the back. So if you were to look all the way back to the other end of Downing Street, you would see Blythe Valley in blue back there. After that, we place them in terms of how tight the exit poll suggests the results will be. So what's fascinating is going up to the 326 line and beyond it and seeing which seats we have here, because these are the ones, some of them too close to call, being placed here. They may not turn out to be blue. You see Chelsea there, just across the line. You see also Hastings, which was Amber Rudd's constituency, very tight with the Theresa May election in 2017, now going for the Conservatives. Stoke Central would be going from Labour. Next to that, you see Bolsover, famous, already mentioned here, Dennis Skinner, beast of Bolsover, would be out of Parliament under the exit poll. So let's just move forwards a bit. And as we move forwards down this line, we see constituencies which the exit poll has as very tight results indeed. Stroud going blue from Labour. Keighley, John Grogan would be out of the House of Commons for Labour. Stockton South would be a tight gain from Labour. Warwick and Leamington, Matt Weston was the MP, again, a tight gain. Batley and Spen was a Labour seat. Derby North was a Labour seat. So these are all, the exit poll has them as gains. Carshalton's interesting. London, Lib Dem, going blue. And on we go, and here we get to ones. Portsmouth South was red, going blue. Warrington South, the same. West Bromwich East, you can see there, was the seat of Tom Watson, former deputy leader of the Labour Party, stood down. Even so, you'd never expect that to go blue. And then very, very tight indeed. We have Wimbledon, Reading East, St Ives, Walsall South, again. These are not seats. These seats, Walsall South, Burnley, Louise Cooper was the Labour MP there. You would not expect them to be going blue. So I stress, that's the exit poll telling us that. And right at the end, it's so tight, we may see them in the other line. And goodness knows, Labour need them in the other line. Just have a look. If we go further down the street here, I can bring on these Labour exit poll seats, and let's have a look here. So you'll see, there we are, in faint red, because they're still projections, you'll see what are effectively the new Labour marginals. So these are the ones where we think Labour have just squeaked it. Lee had a 10,000 majority. Cardiff North, that would be a good win for them. Chesterfield was Tony Benn's seat back in the day. Enfield Southgate, the MP Bambos, Cheryl Ambos, we reckon he's back in. We can't be sure yet. Bury North, again a tight win. Gedling, Vernon Coker would be back in under the exit poll. But how can Redcar, which we saw there at the end of the line, how can that have been a close result for Labour from the Conservatives? So 191 Labour, says the exit poll, and the Conservatives on 368. And you'll see, as the night goes on, Hugh, we will fill in these seats, we'll make them dark blue, dark red, and we'll see exactly what happens at the end of the line, because those are effectively the new marginals, and they'll all be different.
Jeremy, that's fascinating, and we'll be back as that path progresses, clearly. That's Jeremy Vine there for us once again. Lots of things to talk about in the studio, and I'm fascinated to listen to what people have to say who served for a long time in the previous Parliament, and indeed those who are trying to get into the new Parliament. Let's join Andrew again.
Thanks, Hugh. I'm joined by Nicholas Soames, former Conservative MP, Tory grandee, Jonathan Bartley. We'll make you a green grandee for that, because it's got alliteration to it anyway. Nicholas Soames, have we not witnessed tonight a watershed It's the end of your kind of Tory party, a Tory party that was pro the EU, was more southern than northern, was quite posh. We've now got a Tory party that is much more northern, more blue collar, and is effectively the Brexit party. It's over for your kind of Tory party.
Well, I hope it isn't, because I don't think the Prime Minister is solely a Brexit Prime Minister. I think he's a proper one-nation Tory. But it's quite clear that he persuaded in a lot of seats in the North and in the Midlands, I think, and elsewhere, that the Labour Party was not the Labour Party. The Corbyn Labour Party is not the Labour Party they knew, that they once knew and were happy with, and that they were failing, frankly, to in any way link up with their cultural sense of identity in this country. And I think it is an extraordinary change.
But you said that under Mr Johnson, the Conservative Party was beginning to look like a Brexit sect. Sects don't win majorities of 80 plus.
No.
So I mean, it's just a different party.
I think it is going to be a different party, because look at the complexion of the seats that it's going to represent. And I thought that astonishing result from the Blythe Valley, the Conservative member saying, I'm on the way south to see Boris, to which he got a great cheer, and I'm going to tell him what we need.
But my point is, this is a passing of the guard from a Tory party, if not dominated, hugely influenced by people like yourself, to an entirely different Conservative party where people like you will no longer call the shots.
Well, look, political parties always change. They change the whole time, and this is a big change.
But this is a watershed.
It is a political watershed, and it will be a different party, but it's no bad thing for being that. This could build a new Conservative majority across Britain for another generation. I mean, it's difficult to see.
Based on a policy that you have opposed on Brexit.
Well, look,
again, I mean, from his own tactical self-interest, Boris Johnson was right to get rid of people like you.
No, he was. I had a fundamental disagreement with the Prime Minister.
Because it allowed him to rebadge the party as the Brexit party, in essence, and look what he's done.
He very generously handed the whip back to me before I left.
No, I'm sure peerage is on his way.
No, he did. But the point is that he was perfectly entitled to exert his authority. I was fundamentally against the policy of no deal, because I believed it would harm the national interest of my country. And I think it was a point of principle. But, you know, he has proved, this election, extraordinary result, has proved that what this time of Toryism is extremely popular, really on a one-nation basis.
OK. Let me come to Jonathan Bartley. Your manifesto slogan was, if not now, when? To which the answer is, it's not now and probably never.
I mean, this, no doubt, if this is correct, this is a very bad night for the climate. It's a very bad night, I think, for progressive politics. We have to learn the lessons, and we need to be working together. We tried to put together, Unite to Remain alliance. We reached out to Labour to work together. We never wanted this general election. We were the one party saying we didn't want it, and we warned what could potentially happen in this scenario. There's no way of spinning this. This is very bad news.
But it's also remarkable because we all know that green issues have been way up the agenda compared to previous years. We've seen the cover of Time magazine with Greta Thunberg on it. And yet, even in that, you couldn't make any kind of breakthrough, it seems.
Well, I mean, it's down to the voting system. We're going to have...
That doesn't help, I understand.
It looks like we're going to have a big majority on, less than 50% of the vote for the Conservatives. What are they coming in? About 42%. And they're going to have, a mandate really to drive through whatever they want. And that's, bad for democracy. We need to, I think we've learned from this election, we need electoral reform. We need it desperately.
Right. And can I suggest with the Tory majority of 80 plus, you're not going to get it. And
looks that way.
It does question if there is a role, other than as a spoiler, for a separate Green Party. Let's just take Blythe Valley there. The Tories won by 712 votes, but 1,146 people voted Green. Well, if they had voted Labour, the Tories wouldn't have won.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can't hand our votes over to another party. We know that in 2017, a third of our votes came from the Conservatives from 2015. But that wouldn't necessarily have made a difference to the result. And we also know that Labour could have stepped aside in 30-odd seats. Well, I mean, we have to look at the results, but certainly going into this election 2 days ago, if they'd stepped aside in 30-odd seats, they might have allowed 30 Conservatives to be beaten. The point is, we need to be working together. The point is, we need electoral reform. And this is a broken system, which means that we can't have that collaboration and can't get that progressive voice to translate into seats in the House of Commons.
All of that may be true. But what it means is, since it doesn't seem it's going to change very quickly, these election days just become Groundhog Day for you.
Well, yeah, and as long as Labour don't embrace electoral reform, they're just going to line up the next Conservative government. We've said this repeatedly. We've reached out repeatedly. This is Labour's loss. You know, bottom line,
Okay.
it was Labour's to lose, and they lost it.
All right, we shall leave it there. I thank you both for being with us. Back to Hugh.
Andrew, many thanks. Thanks to the guests as well. Have a look at this reaction from Ian Murray, a senior Labour politician in Scotland, because this is damning as well. Every door I knocked on, and my team and I spoke to 11,000 people, mentioned Corbyn. Not Brexit, but Corbyn. I've been saying this for years. The outcome is that we've let the country down and we must change course and fast. And Kate Hoey is a former Labour MP, is with me. Are you surprised by the strength of that?
No, not really, because Ian actually, I think he resigned at some stage over Jeremy's leadership and some other issues. And he's probably right that in Scotland Brexit wasn't the issue. But, you know, there's no doubt about it. Labour is going to have to look very, very hard at what has gone wrong, and it is not going to be something that's going to be fixed overnight. I would say that there are some really good Labour MPs there who have worked incredibly hard and who have been voted for leaving. Yeah. And I just hope they're not going to be all swept away, because it is important that there are people within the Labour movement who are being able to tell Labour people out there that actually everyone was not taking this ridiculous position. And he has suffered from that position of trying to face both ways. It hasn't worked. And you know,
which John McDonnell admitted earlier on. You know,
yeah, but it's a bit late, you know. He's the one, actually. I mean, I have to be honest, and I'll be honest. I blame John McDonnell for a lot of this, actually more than Jeremy. Of course, Jeremy has not been popular on the doorstep, and that you can't take that away. But in terms of the Brexit policy, it was John McDonnell who has moved the party and has kind of made Jeremy be completely outvoted within his own area because of the fact that there are so many Remain Labour MPs, and all those Labour MPs who spent a year trying to disrupt, delay and do all those things, they are responsible as much as Jeremy.
Well, we'll talk to some of them as the night goes on. Point to you, Justine, at this stage as well, because I know you've both got to go soon. Is there a discrepancy there? Is there a contradiction? Nicola Soames saying this brand of conservatism that Boris Johnson is now, this populist conservatism. And then he said, you know, within a kind of overall context of one nation Toryism. But we're looking at a campaign which has resulted possibly in a very, very strong SNP vote in Scotland, which will raise inevitably more questions about the validity of calls for a second independence referendum. So is it really one nation Toryism, or is it actually a form of English Toryism, which has actually won out here?
Well, I think there'll be some very different results across the country. Obviously, in London, it's a very different picture for the Conservatives, a much tougher political battleground. So it's probably too early in the evening, to be honest, to say it's one thing or the other. What I do know is I think what people are voting for in this election is resolution on Brexit, just to move forward on that somehow. I think now Boris Johnson has the chance to avoid having to fudge it. He can now get on with an agenda. He said he wants to have us out by the 31st of January. He wants a deal done by the end of December. He can now do that. There will not be a parliament holding him up or any factions that he will have to pander to. So he now has that chance to deliver on the Brexit that he sold the British people. But I think the other point clearly for me is this issue of inequality of opportunity, communities being left behind, is coming through very strongly. And I'm not surprised that many Labour communities are now giving up on Labour, because frankly, I grew up in one of them, and you don't see enough change. And I think people are just tired of being told it's going to get better in 2 or 3 years' time, and it never does. And they are saying, if that means voting for a very different party to see if they can do a better job, then that's exactly what they'll do.
I think many Labour all former voters will have gone in literally holding their nose and saying we're going to give the Conservatives a chance, and they're going to have to now prove that they actually do. But one final thing I would like to say is, you know, I think also this result, if it turns out to be such a big majority, sends a signal to the European Union. And the European Union is going to have to, now they're not going to be able to sit back and think, oh, well, if we just hold on a little longer and if we're a bit nastier, maybe they'll change their mind. Maybe there'll be a second referendum. This is Brexit delivered. I want to see some changes to the withdrawal agreement too. And that can happen, the things to do with Northern Ireland, very much that could happen now. So I'm feeling actually quite positive tonight, believe it or not.
Says a former Labour MP. Well, there you go.
So, yes.
OK, well, it's good to have you both with us. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll have a word with Laura in a second. What I'd like to do now at 3 minutes past midnight is just remind you of what the exit poll is telling us. We've had just 3 results in, but this was the exit poll that we revealed 2 hours ago, showing that Boris Johnson is probably on course for a very solid majority, possibly over 80 seats. Labour doing poorly and scoring 191 seats, according to the poll, making heavy losses. The SNP on a surge, it suggests, in Scotland. We'll watch that closely. And the Lib Dems relatively poorly on 13 seats, and Plaid Cymru on 3, having lost 1 in Wales, if the poll is right. And then there you have the picture. But as I stress, it's the exit poll. It is pointing very firmly in one direction, and that's the state of play at 4 minutes past midnight in London at the BBC Election Centre. You are watching Election 2019. We'll cross the newsroom here at News Broadcasting House, and we'll have the news headlines with Tina Dahealy.
Thanks, Hugh. Hello. The Conservatives are on course to win a significant majority in the general election. That's according to an exit poll for the BBC, ITV and Sky News. If accurate, it would see an increase for the Tories at around 50 seats on their tally in 2017 and would be their biggest majority since 1987. The poll suggests Labour would lose some 70 seats, its worst performance in more than 30 years. The party has already lost one of its heartland seats, Blythe Valley, to the Conservatives. Jessica Parker has more.
After the first December election in nearly a century, it's time.
Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority when all the votes are counted after this election of December 2019. The Conservatives on 368 seats and Labour way down on 191. Now, on those figures, we are looking at a Conservative majority of 86.
As people take it in, it's worth remembering this is a forecast, not the final result, but it projects a big victory for Boris Johnson.
As we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas, introduce the legislation and get that moving.
Grim faces for Labour as the party waits to see what the reality is. The first big upset, losing the long-held Labour seat of Blythe Valley.
And I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
Their Brexit policy, Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, has been under scrutiny in this campaign. That scrutiny will now intensify.
Is it not time for you and Jeremy Corbyn to stand down and make way for another generation?
Well, we'll see the results in the morning and then decisions will be made, I'm sure, then. Let's see the results.
But if it is like this, it's over for you and Mr Corbyn.
Well, we'll make the appropriate decisions.
For the SNP, the projected result is near akin to their 2015 triumph. For the Liberal Democrats, who helped call this election, does disappointment lie ahead?
So we're really just kind of waiting to see, because it's not a reflection of not just ourselves, but what the other parties are saying they've been seeing on the ground. And there are a lot of marginal seats. So we have to factor that in, that the marginal seats, they probably won't all go the same way. So it's impossible to say really at this point.
The campaign is over. The finish line is in sight. But there's still a way to go tonight. though for some, it's definitely a sprint, not a marathon. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
This is, of course, a rare election held in the run-up to Christmas, and there have been plenty of seasonal outfits on display. Conservative candidate Ben Bradley wasn't going to let the election get in the way of his Christmas celebrations, turning up to his count in a jumper that read "Just Chilling." He said he was simply honouring Friday's Christmas Jumper Day. And while you're watching us, you can get more detail on the exit poll on your mobile. BBC News has a seat-by-seat forecast. Just select a constituency to see what the data suggests using our website or the BBC News app. That's it. Now back to Hugh and election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. There are 5 results now in. We have 645 to go, but the exit poll and now the BBC prediction is that Boris Johnson's Conservatives are heading for a very handsome majority for them of possibly 80 plus seats. They're certainly looking to gain 50 seats on their performance in 2017. Have a look at this result from Sunderland Central, which has come in. Let's look at the figures, because they tell us a story about Labour's performance. Now, Labour have held on to this seat in Sunderland, which of course is traditional Labour territory. Julie Elliott, who's been the MP there since 2010, former union organiser. She's still the MP on 18,336 seats. Tom De Silva for the Conservatives is on 15,372. So that's a majority of 2,964 on a turnout of 60%. What I want you to look at in this seat, which of course houses Nissan's car factory in the UK, which of course has been a lot of political debate about in terms of its future because of the Brexit question. Look at the percentage share for Labour's vote, which is 42, and the Tories on 35. And now look at what's happened to Labour's vote. And there you see it. It's a very big blow to Labour, losing 13 percentage points in Sunderland Central. The Tories up just 2 percentage points. It's not a very big boost for them. The Brexit Party, though, up 12 points. And we can now begin to understand where the Brexit Party is taking votes from in places like Sunderland Central. It's the theme that Nigel Farage was telling us about earlier in the evening. And if you look at the swing is a very hefty 7.7% from Labour to the Conservatives. So in Sunderland Central, despite the fact that Labour is holding on, it is a tale of Labour decline. It's a tale of Labour's weakening and of the Conservatives strengthening relatively, but it's really Labour suffering. That tells us the story that we've been looking at, Laura, for the last few hours.
It's certainly been the pattern so far, and the pattern that the exit poll suggests. And if we see that again and again and again, well, then Boris Johnson is on course to a very solid majority. And with that, what he will do as quickly as he possibly can is take us out of the European Union at the end of January. That is the promise that he made again and again and again, relentlessly, day after day after day. But I think beyond that, there is not going to be a rush in number 10 to start kind of smashing down the walls and doing all sorts of radical things immediately. As I understand it, they would bring the Brexit bill back to Parliament next Friday just for what's called its first reading, basically to just say, right, we're going to get on with this, do very little else in the end of December and January, have a smallish reshuffle, but after we leave the European Union, the plan would be, with a majority like this, to set the stage for a major reshuffle and potentially at that point a big reboot of what the UK under Boris Johnson leadership outside the EU would look like. Doesn't mean everything about Brexit would be resolved. We've talked about that so much in the last few weeks, but we would be out of the European Union. And in a sense, that might actually be the start of the proper first phase of the kind of Prime Minister that Boris Johnson might become. Don't forget, he's only been in there for a few months. A year ago, he was on the back benches. I mean, this is a political, a real political thriller, if you're as nerdy about all of this as we are.
We are nerdy. We're proud of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No question about that.
I'll talk to Katya, who's with me, and Dr. Catherine Haddon from the Institute for Government in a second. Thanks for joining us. It's good to have you with us again, and Katya returning to us, and to talk a little bit about the context of this result as far as the Brexit process is concerned. But you won't blame me for wanting to pay some attention to Wales as well, because it's an interesting political landscape in Wales where the Conservatives were certainly hoping to make quite a few gains. and in areas where Labour has traditionally been pretty strong. Lots of these Welsh seats have a lot of rich Labour heritage. So I'm going to go across to the results centre and join Rita once again, who's got a few suggestions for us about likely Conservative gains in Wales. Rita?
A few forecasts here of seats that will change hands from Labour to Conservative if the exit poll is correct. And you're talking about being nerdy, Hugh. Well, just think of this, that Labour has come first in terms of seats and votes in Wales in the past 26 elections. That's since the First World War. That might still be the case, but still we think that these seats are likely Conservative gains. They include Wrexham, which has been Labour since 1935, apart from one brief period, but the Labour majority there was less than 2,000 in the last election, and we're forecasting that the Conservatives are going to gain that seat from Labour. Allen and Deeside, now that was number 73 on the Conservatives' target list, so quite some way down. We think that the Conservatives might have been successful there. The incumbent, Mark Tammy, is a Labour whip. Looks like he may well be on his way out if that forecast is correct. Delyn, similarly, quite some way down the Conservatives' target list, number 66. If we just go into Delyn and have a little look at what we think is happening to the vote. This was the result last time round in 2017. We are forecasting that this is a Conservative gain from Labour. And just to show you where Delyn is, there it is there, nestling away on the north coast in Wales. They're part of that so-called red wall of seats that have been Labour seats for so long. Well, we're forecasting this time round that it's a Conservative gain. And just to show you what we think is happening to the vote share here, Labour down 12 points, Conservatives up 8 points, and the Brexit Party getting 6 points. Remember, Brexit Party, of course, didn't exist last time round, so that's their share of the vote. We are forecasting tonight. Another couple of seats here, Vale of Clwyd. The Conservatives won this in 2015. Labour took it in 2017. We are forecasting that the Conservatives will get it again tonight. And Bridgend, we mentioned that a little bit earlier in the evening. Well, a candidate has told the BBC that it is neck and neck there with a potential recount. So another one to watch.
Rita, thanks very much, and that is fascinating. And Bridgend, which happens to be my birthplace, is in fact solid Labour territory normally, though if you go back to the 80s, it was represented by a Conservative MP, Peter Hubbard-Miles, who held it, I think, for one term. And if you look at some of those other seats, including Delyn in North Wales, you know, they have had some Conservative representation in the past. Keith Raffan represented Delyn for the Conservatives back in the 80s. So it's not all solid Labour patterns, but for the most part, when you look at these areas, including Wrexham, by the way, which has been Labour since 1935, you know, that would be a bit of an earthquake if the Tories took somewhere like Wrexham. So with that in mind, let's go to Cardiff, to the National Counting Centre, and my colleague Sian Lloyd is there. And Sian, what are you picking up from the parties there about the likely patterns in Wales overnight?
Well, Hugh, as you say, of course, Wales, Labour has been the dominant party here really since 1922, and Wales very much making up part of Labour's red wall. Wales voted, of course, overall to leave the European Union, and it is in those leave seats that have been marginals like Wrexham, like the Vale of Clwyd, like Clwyd South, like Delyn, like Allen and Deeside, which Rita was picking out there, that we have been thinking could potentially change hands. Now, those seats have been forecast in the past to change from red to blue, but they have not, in fact, done so. However, we are hearing this evening that changes could be afoot, and we have heard from the Vale of Clwyd that the Conservatives are feeling confident there. You mentioned your birthplace of Bridgend. I grew up in Wrexham. There has never been a Conservative MP in Wrexham. If there is a Conservative elected this evening, it certainly will be a first, and it could be a first female Conservative MP in Wales as well. Also, Bridgend was mentioned. That, as you were saying, it's been Labour since 1987 with Madeleine Moon there, and I can tell you that Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales, he was actually out on the doorstep in Bridgend on Wednesday, the final day of campaigning, so perhaps giving an indication that Welsh Labour did feel that it was going to be tight there. I can bring you a little bit of reaction from the Welsh Conservatives. They are calling the exit poll as encouraging. They're saying that people on the doorstep have been telling them that they were turning to the Conservatives from Labour because they didn't like Jeremy Corbyn. Another piece of news I can bring you as well is that Labour are feeling worried in Gower. Now, they took Gower from the Conservatives in 2017, and we're hearing there that they are concerned that it will be returning to the Conservatives this evening. So it could be an interesting evening in Wales, certainly plenty for us to keep our eyes on.
Sian, thanks very much. Good to talk to you again. We'll talk to you a bit later. And mentioning Gower there, again, a seat where, you know, for decades it's been in Labour hands. It includes the town of Gowerton, but actually all of the Gower Peninsula. It's quite a rural area in many parts, but quite affluent in parts as well. But it's been Labour, Labour, Labour until fairly recently when it was taken by the Conservatives back to Labour in 2017, and now it looks like it's neck and neck again. So the story in Wales is fascinating. Questions there from Sian about Labour people saying that it's all about Jeremy Corbyn. So on that theme, I want to join Andrew once again.
Thank you, Hugh. We're going to go to Stoke-on-Trent Central in the West Midlands. The candidate there for the Labour Party is Gareth Snell. He's defending a majority of almost 4,000. He joins us from the constituency. Mr. Snell, how is it looking for you tonight?
Oh, it's disastrous. I mean, the exit poll is a catastrophe for the Labour Party. Obviously, I suspect my seat will be part of the list of seats that fall to the Conservatives this evening. And, you know, this is one of the worst results the Labour Party could ever have imagined. And, you know, it is all well and good saying that, you know, we've made some gains here and we've managed to keep the Lib Dems at bay there. The fact is, in Stoke-on-Trent, we're going to have another 5 years of Tory government, probably with 3 Conservative MPs, and the damage and the untold horrors they will unleash in Stoke-on-Trent, I believe, lays firmly at the door of those running the National Party's campaign and the decisions that they have made about where to target and the sort of Brexit response they should have made.
Just to be clear, Mr. Snell, although the votes have not yet been fully counted in your constituency, you think you've lost?
Yes.
Well, John McDonnell...
Yes, I do.
And you're in your constituency voted Leave in the referendum. It's a Leave constituency. John McDonnell in the studio told me just over an hour ago that the reason Labour seemed to be doing so badly was all down to Brexit. Do you agree with that?
It's a lovely and toxic combination of the fact that the message in Stoke-on-Trent that's been heard by the voters is that Labour Party tried to stop Brexit, and, you know, it would be remiss of me not to mention that Jeremy Corbyn has come up on the doorsteps. Some people really like him, some people really dislike him, and that has been a turn-off. But John is right to say that it's Brexit. You know, the Labour Party had a choice when Theresa May presented her deal. We could either have stopped the Tories or we could stop Brexit. And unfortunately, some of the siren voices in the shadow cabinet who have big Liberal Democrats votes in their London seats decided that stopping Brexit and therefore lining themselves up for future leadership bids was much more important than respecting the votes in marginal constituencies across the Midlands and the North West and the North East. And they've sacrificed us for whatever political ambitions they want to do next.
Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell have been the dominant figures in your party for several years now, and they've spearheaded this election campaign. Is it time for them to go?
Yes.
And what direction would you like to see the Labour Party go now? Would you like to see it continue with Corbynism, but without Mr. Corbyn, or move to its more traditional social democratic roots?
Look, I've never hidden the fact that I am a part of the social democratic wing of the Labour Party, but I don't think it's helpful to define the future of the Labour Party by one or two individuals. The Labour Party had a very good manifesto offering for some areas around nationalisation of industries, around how we would remedy WASPy women, what we would do for education and hospitals and NHS. But I think we need to think about how has our Brexit position whitewashed over all the other good things we were offering to the people in those small Midland towns like Stoke-on-Trent that voted to leave the European Union. And unfortunately, we misjudged that, and as a result of that, we are now going to have 5 years of Conservative government, and we are going to be in a position where at the next general election, forming a majority Labour government is still going to be very, very far away. And my fear and my concern isn't for me and jobs of my colleagues, although that is sad to see many of them leaving, is that I'm not sure what state Stoke-on-Trent will be after another 10 years
I understand
of the Conservative government.
you've said that, but let me bring you back, because I'm not quite clear what you're saying. Are you saying that it's your Remain colleagues in the Labour Party, the Keir Starmers and so on, that moved Labour to a much more Remain position? Are they the reason why you're losing tonight?
It's collective failure of those at the top. Not everybody. People like Andrew Gwynn and Angela Rayner, I know, fought very hard to make sure that the voices of those outside of London were heard. But ultimately, we had a choice. The Labour Party had a choice. They could stop the Tories or they could stop Brexit. And we decided to stop Brexit because we prioritised not losing seats to the Liberal Democrats on the back of European election results in London, rather than the long-term decline of a Labour vote in places like Stoke-on-Trent. And unfortunately, the decision has led to the Labour Party now being out of government for another 5 years.
All right, Mr Snell, thank you very much for joining us from Stoke-on-Trent Central.
Thank you.
And your accounts. So there we have it, Hugh. Even the Labour candidate, before the votes are counted, saying he's lost in Stoke-on-Trent Central.
And we're just thinking about party leaders there that are under pressure, because surely Jo Swinson will be another one, which is why I want to go to Martha Carney, our colleague in Bishopbriggs, in Dunbartonshire East, which is the constituency that Jo Swinson is standing in. And the exit poll not suggesting such good news for the Lib Dems, Martha, I think it's fair to say. What are you picking up there?
Absolutely, and if you look at what the exit poll is predicting for Scotland as a whole, could that mean that the SNP win the Lib Dem leader's seat? You'll remember that she did lose to the SNP back in 2015, and I've just been talking to a Conservative down the floor behind me who's been looking at the early results, and his view is that this whole contest here is on a knife edge, although she might scrape through in the end. An SNP councillor told me that they were quietly confident. Lib Dems aren't having any of it. They say that actually what they've picked up on the ground means they are confident she'll still continue to hold the seat. But as you've been discussing in your programme, there's going to be a big inquest. Whatever happens here in East Dunbartonshire, there's going to be a big inquest about how the Liberal Democrats did nationally and their strategy. I've been talking to one senior figure who says it would be very disappointing if they get fewer than 12 seats, or under 20 seats rather, and then also to a senior figure in the party who's very critical of the party's strategy on revoking Article 50, so that's stopping Brexit without a referendum. He said that that was disastrous and a historical misjudgment, so lots of questions for Jo Swinson.
Just a thought on timings, Martha. Sorry if I missed it. I mean, what are they suggesting there for a count in Bishopbriggs?
We're expecting a count not for a little while yet, around 3 a.m. It was 20 to 3 in 2017, so we'll let you know as soon as we hear anything.
Martha, thanks very much again. Martha Carney there for us, keeping an eye on Dunbartonshire East at the count there in Bishopbriggs. Now, with me, Katya Adler and Dr. Catherine Haddon, and Laura, of course, who's with me all night. Just some thoughts, Laura, on just what we heard previously. Gareth Snell there. I think that's possibly the first person who's... we know that he's not a Corbyn supporter, but he had some very strident things to say there about leadership.
Yes, I mean, we've just seen the first Labour candidate who conceded live on air that he thinks in Stoke, that part of the country, there's been Labour, where the Tories have been pushing so hard. He's just said publicly that he believes that Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell have to go. Yes, Brexit was part of a problem. Of course, he was trying to hold on to a seat in a Leave area, but very clearly he, as we've seen others online, is now saying publicly that time is up and that Labour must change direction. And that will bring us to, there's going to be so much discussion of this in the next few days, if these numbers are anything like right, that where was the mistake here? There are lots of Labour MPs, remember, who previously they tried to get rid of Jeremy Corbyn, but the membership were so enthused by his programme after 2017, because they lost but went forward a little bit. The decision of the leadership was not to think, well, what did they do too wrong? Should they move to the centre? It was to go further to the left. And if you take Brexit out of the equation for a second, it might seem impossible, but it is relevant. There will be many Labour people maybe watching this tonight, or people in the party who say this result, if it's like this, surely must prove that moving to the left may be a comfort zone for lots of people in the party, but it's not what can win the country. But there's going to be a battle royal over this in the next 24 hours or so, no question.
Yeah. You mentioned Brexit, which is unavoidable, and I just want to put this point to Katya and to Catherine. We talked just a short while ago about the likely speed of the timetable, now that Boris Johnson's likely to end up with a majority where he can do what he likes, basically. What can you say, again, about the kind of timetable in the next couple of months? How rapid is that going to be, so that we can ask Katya about the kind of response from...
So my expectation is that they will bring the bill, the Brexit bill, back to Parliament before Christmas, but the arguments and all the stages and possible tries to tweak it, they'll all happen in January, so that we can leave on Boris Johnson's schedule at the end of January.
We're just going to Swindon. Let's see what's happening there.
I, Susie Kemp, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows: Bentley, Andrew Headley John, commonly known as Andy Bentley, Green Party, 1,710. Critchlow, Katie, Liberal Democrats to stop Brexit, 4,408. Linegar, Catherine Sarah, commonly known as Kate Linegar, Labour Party, 16,413. Tomlinson, Justin Paul, the Conservative Party candidate, 32,584. The turnout was 67.15%. And I do hereby declare that Justin Paul Tomlinson is duly elected.
Well, a thumping majority there for the Conservatives in Swindon North. And by the way, if you go back to the Blair years, this was in Labour hands. But now it's a big majority of 16,171 on a turnout of 67%. He's been an MP there since 2010 and Work and Pensions Minister since April. Kate Linegar on 16,413. The Lib Dems and the Greens way behind. Let's look at the share of the vote. Because the Tories are taking 59% of the vote in Swindon North, which has been seen in the past, as I say, as a key Labour Conservative test. 30% to Labour, 8% to the Lib Dems and 3% to the Greens. What's happened to the share of the vote? Well, there you have it. A 6% increase to the Tories and a 9 percentage point drop to Labour. And Swindon North is just the kind of seat where if there was a big Labour surge, you would expect them to be doing well. But look at the swing. The swing is of more than 7% from Labour to the Conservatives. So, again, a very strong pointer for us. And this is the first result we've had out of the north east of England. This is now down south. This is in classic sort of territory, Labour Conservative territory in the southeast of England, Swindon North. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in Swindon South as well, where there is a much more marginal contest going on. But there you have it. And Laura, I think that result again underlines what's happened under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership for Labour in an area like like this.
Yeah, no question about it. And again, this is going to play into the debate that's already raging online, and it's going to be huge for the Labour Party in the next days, weeks and months ahead, was the move further to the left ever going to see Jeremy Corbyn into power? Now, there's no question there'll be many people watching tonight. We've met many of them around the country. He built up a very strong and devoted fan base, if you like. For some people, he was the person who was capable of really changing the country for the better. But there were always profound doubts in the party about whether or not it was realistic they could build a coalition big enough to win the country. And that kind of result in the Swindon seats, you have to win Swindon seats if you've got a hope of building a majority and taking power in any kind of convincing way. And they're going the wrong way. Also, just worth noting, one of the candidates there, the Labour candidate there, was one of those on the list who had been criticised and had to apologise for being found out to have shared anti-Semitic material. That, too, for voters, as we've been going around the country, Labour's handling of anti-Semitism, although Jeremy Corbyn always says he did everything he could, that has been a factor. We've heard from voters that people care about that beyond the Jewish community.
So there we have the Conservatives holding on to Swindon North and Justin Tomlinson re-elected. Just before we had that result, we were chatting a bit about the Brexit process from now on, now that we are looking at a Conservative majority in this new Parliament. And Katya, when we hear people talk about speeding up the process, is that something that you recognise that the EU, the heart of the EU and the Commission, think is a good thing? Are they receptive to that or not?
Well, when you're looking at the ratification of the Brexit deal, so the one that was agreed with Boris Johnson, the EU is going to say tomorrow at its summit that it would like it ratified as speedily as possible by the new Parliament here. Why? Because we've had 3 years of uncertainty that's been corrosive in the UK and across the EU and has been really harmful for businesses and has tarnished also EU leaders' reputation for not being able to speed things up and get on with Brexit and see where it's going. However, what EU leaders will also say tomorrow, I'm told, is that they want to underline this ambition for a broad, comprehensive trade deal with the UK after Brexit. They don't believe that can be done in Boris Johnson's timetable. He says he would like to get this trade deal done with the EU by December of next year. What the EU is prepared to say to him is, you want it quick and dirty? Fine, but it'll have to be under our rules. And that would mean the UK signing up to all sorts of EU regulations. Where would be the take-back control in all of that? What EU leaders don't know, and I've had a couple of worried texts actually since we last spoke, the assumption is if there is a big majority for Boris Johnson, this could allow him flexibility to actually have a softer Brexit or actually let trade deal negotiations go beyond December next year. But maybe not. We don't actually know what Brexit Boris Johnson wants. Perhaps he could be more nationalist, the kind of more nationalist Brexit than we've sort of been led to expect so far. So EU leaders tonight are sort of nervous as they look ahead, really.
That's a fascinating scenario, isn't it? Just trying to work out what this majority will do for Boris Johnson and his approach to Brexit and what agenda really he wants to push and maybe see what he can get out of the European Union more than he has done already. And Catherine, from your point of view, what's your expectation? The way that government will now work under Boris Johnson with a very, very solid working majority. What's going to happen to that Brexit process?
I think it's going to be fascinating to watch because they're going from a position... When Boris Johnson came in, he wanted to do everything in a hurry. You know, he was rapidly trying to go through the same stages, renegotiating the deal, pushing it through Parliament that Theresa May spent 3 years doing. The next month, he's probably going to continue in that vein. So, you know, very keen to get everything done and dusted. But then, with this kind of majority, he's got 5 years and he's got a cushion in his party. So he can afford to do a lot more, he can afford to do it a lot slower and get the sort of ambitious future relationship that perhaps he, his party, the country want. But how he goes into that, I don't know. It's going to come down also to the temperament. We haven't seen what kind of Prime Minister he is. And as Laura pointed out, you know, Prime Ministers, they grow into the role. So it's going to be really fascinating to watch him over the next few months.
Well, indeed it is, given that people in the past have commented on his temperament and all the rest of it. Now he's boosted by this majority, this likely big majority, and that surely will make him a far more confident political leader than he's been hitherto.
You would think so. And also it depends what he does with his party, his cabinet. He's been sort of talking about one nation Toryism quite a lot. does he, whether it's in February or sooner, does he come out and change his cabinet, change his government quite significantly? New prime ministers often like to sort of bring on, a cadre of MPs from lower in the ranks, bring on their own MPs and create a sort of power base that way. So we'll be watching to see who he brings on in the party, whether he brings anyone back, and what kind of shape of party, what signals he sends out.
But in short, you're telling viewers that you're expecting 2 months of pretty hyperactivity.
At least for the next month, just to get through the deal. And remember, because as long as that deal is not ratified, no deal technically on the table, I mean, with this kind of majority, you would expect that process to be a lot quicker. But we'll very quickly move on to talking about the future relationship, and that's going to be the big issue. Again, he's going to have to make a sort of slight adjustment, going from saying we're definitely out in December 2020 to then perhaps giving himself more room. But he will have the cushion to be able to do that if he wants to.
And a quick last word, Katja, how likely is that extension if he wants it on the future deal?
Well, the EU would like to extend, and the Brexit divorce deal, if you like, allows for a further 2-year extension for those sort of trade negotiations, while the UK remains legally out of the EU, but in practical terms will still be paying into the EU budget, will still be a part of the single market. Something to point out as well for Boris Johnson, because we talk about hyperactivity, and he said, concurrently he wants now to do a deal not just with the EU, but with various other countries. It is highly unlikely, excuse me, Hugh, that any other country will want to sign on the dotted line of a trade deal with the UK until they know what the relationship will be with the EU. So all of that will be hanging.
Fascinating. Thank you both. Good to talk to you again. Thanks very much, Katja and Catherine there. So we're talking about the battleground. We've only had 7 results so far, although we are now saying that, our BBC prediction, it's no longer the exit poll in that sense, it's a prediction, is that we're heading for a Conservative majority, possibly of 80 seats, but we'll see as the results come in. We still have 643 results to come, so there may be some adjustments to be made along the way. Let's be very clear about that. But in the battleground itself, what does that look like? Let's join Jeremy again.
Hugh, we've lined up the seats that Labour were defending. So this is the Labour battleground I'm going to show you now. And what we've done is we put the one that was won most closely last time right at the very top. So you can see there, Kensington, just 20 votes in it. And down we go. And gradually the majorities increase. And the question is how far deep into this battleground the Conservatives have gone. You've got here just 32 seats on the wall. I can show you another 32. I'll do that in just a moment. But obviously, going into this election, all of these seats were red for Labour. Let's see what the exit poll is suggesting will happen. So far, very few actual results. Where it's coloured in faint, that's the exit poll, which suggests that Kensington in London will be held by Labour. But after that, you see this flush of bad results for Labour. So Dudley North going Conservative, very small majorities here. Newcastle under Lyme was Paul Farrelly, Crewe Nantwich was Laura Smith, Canterbury, Barrow and Furness was John Woodcock, and so all of those seats the exit poll has going blue. But of course, these are the slimmest majorities here. As we go down, the majorities get bigger, but still they turn blue. Ashfield, Stroud, Bishop Auckland, been Labour for a long time, Peterborough, Colne Valley, all going blue. Where it's yellow, it's an SNP gain. So far, on this board, you can see that Labour is not really defending any of its seats very successfully outside London. Because here we have Battersea as well, just on the last column, which we have under the exit poll staying red. So in London, they're defending them better. But you can see the Conservatives doing an awful lot of damage just on this first board. Let's progress it. Let's move it on. Let's see some seats with bigger majorities here. So we've ordered them, as I say, by how close they were last time. And we still have so much Conservative damage being done to these seats in the election. Stoke-on-Trent North going blue. We have there Dewsbury, Paula Sherriff out of the House of Commons, Vale of Clwyd, Reading East, Matt Rodder, all of those going to the Conservatives. And then the first successful Labour defence outside London. Under the exit poll, we have as Gower, Antonia Antoniazzi staying in the House of Commons. Darlington, Weaver Vale, Rother Valley, Cardiff North, different story, all of them going blue. Really surprising to see some of these names going blue from red. Gedling, well, here we have some Labour defences. So at this point, Labour start to defend more successfully. The majorities are getting bigger. They hold, the exit poll suggests Leeds Northwest, not a result yet. Bury North, they would hold under the exit poll. And then they lose Bassett Law and Workington as well with that 4,000 majority. Everyone talked about Workington, man, we have that seat going blue. So then again, London effect possibly, Croydon Central, but still so much Conservative damage to the Labour seats here. So much of an invasion into Labour territory. Delyn, Bridgend, Halifax, Holly Lynch was the MP. Don Valley, we've already heard from Caroline Flint tonight. Bolsover, Dennis Skinner's seat, all blue here. Clwyd South, Allen and Deeside. Bury South, then a successful defence, but still the Conservative invasion doesn't stop. So then we go to, let's just have a look here, seats 65 to 96. At what point do the Conservatives stop taking seats off Labour? Let's have a look here. Let's have a look at the names. Stoke-on-Trent Central, we'd already heard from Stoke, going blue under the exit poll. Wirral West. Then West Bromwich West, Wolverhampton North East, Hyndburn all going blue, and still they come. Let's just go over here. Well, we had Sedgefield, Tony Blair's old seat, going blue. Phil Wilson was the MP. How can that be going Conservative? So down this board, Bradford South, Batley and Spen going Conservative. Successful defence in Coventry South, according to the exit poll. And we get to the first result here. Blythe Valley, what was it? Majority 8,000. Conservatives take it. Now that, I think, is seat 91. If you order them by how marginal they were last time, Blythe Valley is seat 91. I'm tempted to see if we can just move the camera a little bit further and see, yeah, you see down, if you go further into the hundreds, you see Labour starting to make more successful defences. And it may be Walsall South is the biggest majority the Conservatives overturn on the Labour side. What's happening here? What's going on? Well, I'll show you something fascinating. If I ask the Battlegrounds just to show me seats that voted Leave by a big margin, so 55% Leave or more, then you see, as far as I can tell, they've all gone blue. So I'm going back through them and I'm removing the seats that didn't have the big Brexit majority. And you can see, can't you? They're all going blue. So yes, those who said this is the Brexit election, that is maybe not the only factor, but the biggest factor, Hugh.
Jeremy, thanks very much. And we're going to just keep a very close eye, of course, on some of the seats that Jeremy was mentioning there, which will be key symbols of Labour's decline, if that is what happens in many of those seats, and ask, you know, whether it is, as many people are saying, simply a question of the Brexit factor. Have a look at this result from Sunderland West, which has come in. This is the 8th result we've had. There are 642 to go. It's 1:45 in the morning. Sharon Hodgson holding on for Labour at 15,941, and Valerie Allen for the Conservatives, businesswoman from Cheshire, 12,218. The turnout there slightly less than we've seen elsewhere, of 57%, a majority of 3,723. Sharon Hodgson has been the MP since 2005 and has been part of Jeremy Corbyn's shadow team. Now, the point here is share again. 42% to Labour, 33% to the Tories. Let's see what's happened to that Labour vote. And if you look at the change there, it's a huge drop in Labour's share of 18 percentage points, and the Tories up just by 4%, and the Brexit Party, again, this is a factor we've seen in these northeastern seats, Brexit Party up 14% from a standing start, obviously, because they didn't exist last time round, and you can see where those votes have gone. If we look at the swing, well, broadly speaking, the swing then is 11% from Labour to the Conservatives. And that's the kind of story that we're looking at. And that's the story that Jeremy Corbyn is having to look at as well. And his count will be in Islington. That's his seat. Been his seat since the early 80s. And Nick Robinson is there for us. Nick, just some thoughts, first of all, on what the Labour story is so far. And are Jeremy Corbyn's team in touch at all with you about what's going on?
They're in touch, but they're refusing to confirm what Mr Corbyn will say when he comes here. Because, of course, Hugh, everybody will wait to see what the Labour leader says about why he thinks he lost. Was it him? Was it Brexit? Was it something else? And also what he's intending to do as leader. Now, the expectation even before a single vote was counted was that if the result was as bad as many people in the Labour Party thought it would be, that Mr Corbyn might not last the day, he certainly wouldn't last the week, and that John McDonnell would take over as interim Labour leader. Remember, the deputy leader, Tom Watson, is not involved anymore. He stood down. He's not running in an election tonight. But they are refusing to confirm, Jeremy Corbyn's team, that he will make that clear today. John Landsman, his close ally, not just for weeks or months, but for decades, the man who set up and runs the Momentum campaign that's so vital for him, has said that he thinks that Jeremy Corbyn will not outstay his welcome, but he might not have to make a decision until the new year. Well, I doubt very much he will be able to get away with that. I think he will be driven out of office if he's not dragged away from it by his wife, who will not wish him to go through the humiliation of facing another Prime Minister's questions and dragging this on for week after week. But crucial also, Hugh, is what he says, because while the official line coming from the people that you're hearing from in the studio, the official line from Team Corbyn is this is all about Brexit, more and more Labour MPs and candidates who may be about to lose their seats and say, no, 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 it is about Mr Corbyn. Just one example on my phone coming through on Twitter, Phil Wilson, the MP, up until the election for Sedgefield, Tony Blair's old seat, who, according to the Tories, is likely to lose that seat tonight, says for the UK Labour leadership to blame Brexit for the result is mendacious nonsense, he says. Jeremy Corbyn's leadership was a bigger problem. To say otherwise is delusional, and believe you me, for every one person doing that in public, there are dozens, if not hundreds, doing it in private. The battle over why Labour lost will be the beginning of the battle over who succeeds Jeremy Corbyn as the next Labour leader.
And interesting, Nick, that while you've been talking to us there and giving us that analysis, Barry Gardiner, of course, the Shadow Trade Secretary, has been working closely with Jeremy Corbyn, was asked if the party needed a new leader and said this: these are things that will be discussed by the leadership of the party in the next few days. So I think that's probably quite a powerful sign from Barry Gardiner that he expects the conversation to be quite robust about Mr Corbyn's future.
Yeah, the truth is Jeremy Corbyn's leadership is over. It is not at issue whether he's gone. It's only an issue exactly when he's gone. I don't think he'll concede today. It's not Mr Corbyn's style. He likes to consult. He'll talk to his allies. He, remember, wanted above all to control the Labour Party, and he wanted to make sure that his departure and the moment of his departure ensures that someone like him, someone who believes in what he believes in, can hold on, and the tussle will then take place between the real critics of the Corbyn leadership, the Emily Thornberrys, for example, the Keir Starmers, maybe more outside figures like Jess Phillips, for example, or Lisa Nandy, them and the figures who are clearly successor to Jeremy Corbyn, who come up in politics because of him, people like Rebecca Long Bailey, for example. But the argument has to be about why they lost first, defining that. And what was so important about that Swindon result that came in, a dramatic swing against Labour, not in the North East, couldn't be blamed by being on the wrong side of the Leave argument per se, in which who was gaining in Swindon North? The Liberal Democrats and the Greens were significantly gaining. So the simplistic view that this was all about, as it were, white working class men in the north of England who feel Labour have let them down on the issue of Brexit, that ain't going to wash.
Nick, good to talk to you again. Thanks very much. Nick Robinson there for us in Islington. Just a quick note, as some more results are coming in. First result from the northwest, from Cheshire, which is Halton, and it's a Labour hold. And by the way, the swing from Labour to the Conservatives is of 5.1% there, slightly less than we've seen elsewhere. So quite an interesting thing for us to be noting. Can we see the figures for Halton? Let's have a quick look. And just to confirm these for you, Derek Twigg for Labour, who's been there since 1997. He's been a very experienced MP, being re-elected on a majority of 18,975, the turnout of 64%. And if we look again at Labour's share of the vote, 63%, which means they've taken a hit there, and they're down by 9 percentage points on last time. So, as I was saying, the swing is 5.1%, which is less than we've seen elsewhere. So just a quick update for you on the result. That's our first result of the evening in from the northwest of England, from Cheshire, and that's a Labour hold in Halton. Just to say that Heidi Allen is with me, the former MP for South Cambridgeshire, and Aaron Banks, the founder of Leave EU. Good to have you both with us. Thank you very much. We'll be chatting in just a second, and of course I'll put some points to Laura as well. But let's join Andrew once again.
We're going to go to Swindon South. It's a seat held by the Conservatives with a majority of just under 2,500. It's held by the Justice Secretary, Robert Buckland. He joins us now from the count. Robert Buckland, have you held on to your seat? It's a Remain seat, not big majority. Are you still going to be the MP?
Well, Andrew, they are opening the ballot boxes now for South Swindon, so I'm not going to count my chickens, but the North Swindon result has been a sensational swing to the Conservatives tonight. My colleague Justin Tomlinson getting a majority of over 16,000. Each seat has its own characteristics, and I'm not going to judge my result on the basis of that, but it looks like an encouraging start for us here in South Swindon.
We'll leave you leader to count chickens. Let's come back to you. It looks like you're going to win by a substantial majority. Do you have any idea what to do with it?
Well, I think we have. I think we've set out very clearly what we want to achieve, and it's not just getting Brexit done, it's also dealing with the bold domestic agenda on levelling up schools funding, dealing with the NHS, and also the law and order and justice agenda, which I've started to help shape as Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary, and we are going to get on with this agenda in the months ahead. Plenty for a new Conservative government to do.
But the manifesto was pretty thin gruel, and you're getting a lot of blue-collar votes. That's why you're winning seats in the north, traditionally Labour seats. Do you really have any idea how to make their lives better?
Well, I think we've set out very clearly what a one-nation moderate Conservative government will do, and it's to improve public services and guarantee a strong economy. And I believe that breaking the impasse of Brexit will unleash more investment and more growth into our British economy and allow us to pay for those quality public services. You know, Andrew, we're listening to people right across this country, wherever they're from, and we want to make sure that no part of our country or no community is left behind. There have been communities that have felt that. Right. That was no doubt part of the Brexit result.
And now they're voting for you.
We need to understand that and answer it.
And now they're voting for you, which means that they are now your responsibility. And you say that you want to improve public services, but after the austerity of the past decade, a lot of that austerity is baked into your public spending. You're not reversing any of that. It's baked in. It will continue. You'll increase public spending, but from a very low base. That's not going to help the left behinds.
Well, I think that what we are offering is a costed and realistic programme. It's not pie-in-the-sky promises that were made by the Labour opposition, and people didn't fall for that. What they're looking for is a realistic programme for increased investment, but in a way that doesn't jeopardise our international economic credibility, doesn't mean that interest rates and the cost of borrowing starts rising, doesn't mean that the British Treasury have to go in hock to the international community. We want to make sure that our country has sustainable growth as an independent sovereign state in a way that is properly shared right across the length and breadth of the United Kingdom. That's what we're going to do, and I believe that tonight we're on the cusp of something historic.
Right, well, you've got a big majority, so there's a lot of things you'll be able to do. In your manifesto, there's some vague words about looking at how our democracy operates. You're the Justice Secretary. What does that mean?
Well, reading it carefully and fully, Andrew, you will see that we've committed to a commission that will look at aspects of our constitution and understand the pressures and the strains that have been placed upon it as a result of these 3.5 tumultuous years. I think that's the right thing to do. It's a calm and considered response to a genuine constitutional question. We're not going to rush to a back of a fag packet solution, but we are going to seek to rebalance in a way that I think is consistent with Conservative values, but also good for the long-term health of our British constitution.
No, I get it. Instead of having a policy, you have a commission. It's a time-honoured British way of doing things. Thank you, Mr. Buckland. We'll see
Andrew,
what happens
it's a sensible
at your
way
account.
forward.
Very well. Thank you. Let's come to my guests here in the studio. Joined by Danny Finkelstein, who takes the Conservative whip in the House of Lords, and by Yisha Hazarika, who used to work for the Labour Party. So why is Labour doing so badly? Is it Brexit or is it Mr Corbyn?
It's Jeremy Corbyn, 100%. Candidates all across the country have said that he has come up on the doorstep. His handling of Brexit is a factor, but it's not just that. It's the anti-Semitism, it's the culture of bullying and pushing anybody out of the party who doesn't share that view. And tonight's defeat is not just historic, it's harrowing, not just for the MPs who will lose their jobs, but those people who really need a Labour government and will not be able to withstand what is possibly coming down the track. And I've heard, you know, the excuses and people like John McDonnell saying, oh, it was all Brexit. That is not the truth. There are deep problems with the Corbyn project. But you know what? If the Labour Party doesn't understand the scale of this defeat, we will have learnt absolutely nothing. Corbyn controlled the party, the infrastructure, the message, the strategy, the manifesto. Corbynism has been tested to destruction tonight, and this project has failed, not just for us in the Labour Party, but for the country.
I just wanted an answer, not a speech.
Sorry.
But I know
I'm very upset about it.
I can see that. But here's the issue. You've never been a Corbynista, I understand that. A lot of the Corbynistas are going to say, hey, actually, our policies were rather popular. People liked our manifesto. They wanted to nationalise certain industries. They wanted a better deal for the lower paid and so on. Let's not junk Corbynism. Mr Corbyn, yeah, maybe he was a bit, long in the tooth. He had these associations with Hamas and Hezbollah and the IRA. Just get someone of a new generation, a younger generation, same broad approach, but a younger person without all that baggage. What would you say to that?
I'd say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Look, there were aspects of this manifesto that I liked. I'm more of the sort of soft left. And of course there were lots of good things, but there was almost too much. The voters felt it was incredible in the literal sense of the word. Because of course it's good. It had so much stuff in there, but the voters aren't stupid. I mean, I think if you had just had 10 of these very good policies, plus a different leader, we should have won this election. We've had 9 years of austerity. We've got a charlatan as a Prime Minister. I didn't sense a huge amount of love for Boris Johnson out there, but they were not willing to go with Jeremy Corbyn, and that is the whole cold, hard
It might not
truth.
be love, but there's enough to give him one of the biggest majorities in recent times.
Which is a failure on our part.
Exit poll is right. Danny Finkelstein, this isn't just a Conservative victory on quite a large scale if our exit poll continues to be borne out. It's a changing of the guard in the Conservative Party. This is a very different Conservative Party now from the one that you joined and worked with. This is a more blue-collar, more northern, less bourgeois, less southern, less metropolitan Tory
it's
party.
a more everything, because they're going to win a majority of about 80. So that means, of course, that there are new seats that they haven't had before. But it also means they're keeping seats that they held at the last election.
They could still lose some seats in the South.
So definitely with the assistance of Jeremy Corbyn, by the way, and definitely because they were ruthless about targeting the Brexit vote, they've won a very big victory. But it isn't a victory for one part of the Conservative message.
Of course it is. It's a victory
because in the end,
the Brexit wing of the Conservative
if it was just
Party.
the Brexit Party, it would have scored how the Brexit Party scored. It scored a massive Conservative victory. The important lesson going forward is that you have to have both of those people in to win a large both of those kinds of people in to win a large Conservative victory of the kind they haven't won since 1987. And the challenge going forward will be, look, Conservative Remainers stayed on board because they weren't going to accept a sub-Marxist government, and therefore there was never really a challenge from the Labour Party, and the Conservative Party was able to repel it. The challenge is going to be how to win those people next time.
Well, and that's the question that I've been asking for most of the night so far and still struggling to get an answer. You're now going to represent places like Blyth.
Of course.
Places that have had a hard deal, that have been through austerity, that are in a post-industrial state. They're your people now.
Yes, that doesn't move the Conservative Party away from a centrist like me. It moves it towards it.
Let me ask the question.
Yes.
The question is, do you really know how to help these people?
Well, I hope the Conservative Party does. It's certainly a challenge.
A bit late for hoping.
No, it's one of my critiques of the Conservative Party has always been that it has been very keen on the tax cut message and has not accepted the idea that for most many people in the country that isn't a priority, particularly after a long period of having to curb public spending.
The truth is you don't have an agenda that will make a major difference to the lives of the people who voted for you.
You say that, but people obviously disagree with you. They've read the manifesto, they've fought in the election, and they disagree.
Don't read manifestos. What are you on?
I said they've seen what the Conservative Party has to offer. That's a fair reply, but they've seen what the Conservative Party has to offer. And it's a bit of a stretching a point. But they've seen what the Conservative Party has to offer.
You didn't have much in the manifesto in terms of a vision,
Right.
and it was more just a slogan. It was a very successful slogan.
Broadly speaking, the key thing about this is it was not a victory for one part of the message, because otherwise the victory wouldn't be so large. And it won't be large again if the Conservative Party only concentrates on part of its message.
We better leave it there and let the argument go on. Back to you, Hugh.
Andrew, thanks very much. Lively conversation. South Shields still in Labour hands, by the way. And an interesting note from John Curtis at the Results Centre saying that there have been a few declarations so far where the swing from Labour to Conservative has been a little less than we were expecting. So we should not clearly assume that the Tory majority will be exactly 86 or in the 80s, even if on the evidence so far it seems clearly that there will be, he says, a substantial Tory majority. So just a bit of a health warning there from John. Let's have a look at the BBC prediction at this stage of the night. It is 2 minutes past 1 in the morning on our election coverage, and the prediction is still at this point that the Tories will end up on around 368 seats, Labour on 191, the SNP on 55, the Lib Dems on 13, Plaid Cymru on 3, Brexit Party with no seats, the Green Party on 1 and the others 19. So that's the broad picture, and you are watching Election 2019. So let's cross the newsroom and head towards the balcony there, where we can join my colleague Tina Dahealy with the news headlines.
Thanks, Hugh. Hello. Early results appear to back up the exit poll prediction that the Conservatives are on course for a substantial majority, their biggest since 1987. Labour's expected to lose around 70 seats, its worst performance in more than 3 decades. In the first shock result of the night, the Tories gained Blythe Valley from Labour. Jessica Parker reports.
After the first December election in nearly a century, it's time.
Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority when all the votes are counted after this election of December 2019.
As people take it in, it's worth remembering this is a forecast, not the final result, but it projects a big victory for Boris Johnson.
As we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas, introduce the legislation and get that moving.
Anxious faces for Labour as the party waits to see what the reality is. But the first big upset, the Tories taking the long-held Labour seat of Blythe Valley.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
Labour's Brexit policy, Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, has been under scrutiny in this campaign. That will only intensify.
Is it not time for you and Jeremy Corbyn to stand down and make way for another generation?
Well, we'll see the results in the morning and then decisions will be made, I'm sure, then. Let's see the results.
But if it is like this, it's over for you and Mr Corbyn.
Well, we'll make the appropriate decisions.
For the SNP, a projected surge, but not so for the Liberal Democrats, who'll hope the exit poll isn't right.
It's not a reflection of not just ourselves, but what the other parties are saying they've been seeing on the ground. And there are a lot of marginal seats. So we have to factor that in, that the marginal seats, they probably won't all go the same way. So it's impossible to say really at this point.
The campaign is over. The finish line is in sight. But there's still a way to go tonight. Though for some, it's definitely a sprint, not a marathon. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
In Scotland, the exit poll suggests a surge for the Scottish National Party. If correct, Nicola Sturgeon's party could claim 55 out of Scotland's 59 seats. That would be an increase of 20 on its performance in 2017. Scotland voted to remain in the EU by a significant margin, and the SNP are supporters of a second referendum. The first results are expected shortly. The exit poll suggests the Conservatives will make significant gains in Wales, with one expert predicting a possible wipeout of Labour in the northeast around Wrexham. That would mean Labour having the bulk of its MPs in the South Wales valleys. Plaid Cymru may lose one seat. The declaration is expected later in Boris Johnson's Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency. The Prime Minister has yet to arrive at the count. While they're waiting, his rival candidates, Lord Buckethead and Count Binface, have been providing the entertainment for those gathering to hear the result. And while you're watching us, you can get more information from BBC News Online, and there's more from me throughout the night. For now, it's back to Hugh.
Welcome back to election 2019, and we are talking about the pattern of voting and what it tells us in terms of the possible reasons that people voted, why they did in some parts of the country. A debate going on about whether it was a Brexit election or whether it was an election to reject Jeremy Corbyn, as some people are saying, including Labour people. There's a result in from Nuneaton. Now, this is the first result from the West Midlands, a key battleground area. This is where Labour had to really do well if it was to make some significant gains this evening. But look at this. Marcus Jones, the MP there since 2010, re-elected for Nuneaton on 27,390 votes, a turnout of 64%, a majority of over 13,000. I want to look at the share if I can, because the share of the vote is high. 61% share of the vote for the Tories in Nuneaton and 32% to Labour, almost half the share. And that tells you the story. The Conservatives storming ahead by 9 percentage points in this part of the West Midlands, and Labour taking a hit of 10 percentage points. What is the swing? Well, it's a very, very strong swing of 9.4% from Labour to the Conservatives. So that is Nuneaton. That's in Warwickshire. That's the first result we've had in. We've had 12 results in so far. There are 638 to go. It's 8 minutes past 1 in the morning, and waiting patiently to talk to us, we have Heidi Allen, who left the Tories and joined the Lib Dems, and we have Aaron Banks, the founder of Leave EU. Thank you for waiting to talk to us very patiently. Aaron, for you first of all, are you celebrating this Conservative victory?
I think it's a brilliant victory. I think Boris has done a fabulous thing, and I think it's on the scale of Mrs Thatcher type victory, which probably means 2 terms.
What does it mean for the Brexit process?
Well, I think Brexit process will, I think the first part of the deal will will go through Parliament. Then I think he comes back with a strong majority to then negotiate the free trade deal. And I think we'll get the kind of Brexit that we were looking to get.
Is that, I mean, do you buy the possibility that that can be tied up by the end of 2020?
I do now, yeah. It's a strong majority. I think it's interesting that it's really united the right now. The Brexit party's, is over. I think Nigel did a great thing when he stood down the 300 seats. That
right.
probably was the point.
I was going to ask you about that.
I think that was the point when it happened, because
right.
he, I think in his heart, knew that by doing that it would destroy the Brexit party. And he's clearly taken votes from the Labour Party up north.
Because there was a lot of debate about precisely what that effect would be, and whether taking votes away from the Conservatives would allow Labour actually to survive.
If you look at the Nuneaton result, where there wasn't Brexit party, it was a straight swap. Up north, he's taken Labour votes.
You questioned the strategy at some points. So what would you say to Mr Farage? He was here earlier. What would you say to him now about the strategy that he adopted?
Well, I think it's always been about pressure. I mean, what we've tried to do is return the Conservative Party to its core roots, which I think we've done. With due respect to Heidi.
Heidi will have something to say about that, I think. Yes, yes.
Let's say the 40 or so strong Remainers in Parliament, 30 are gone.
Purged.
Purged.
That's the word I think they like to use.
Well, yeah, fair enough. We set out to make the Conservative Party conservative again, and I think it's job done. But well done to Boris.
Job done, Heidi. Do you think that's right?
I'd say one final thing. I think that Boris and Nigel naturally clashed because they appealed to the same sort of working class voters.
Right.
So they were clearly, in the same kind of space. And I think that you know, that was key.
If you're a Brexiteer, Heidi, which I know you're not, but if you are, it is job done, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I was just listening to Aaron there. If we can for one moment put the general election aside in our minds, what have we become? The right is united. The left has had Jeremy Corbyn. This is not good for our country, these extremes of politics. Yes, the Tory party is a completely different party now from that which I joined. I tell you what, if it was as it is now, I never would have joined in the first place. But regardless of the result tonight, we are in, I believe, a very bad place for democracy in this country. Millions of votes out there will be ignored. They will have no value whatsoever. And we have a hard right government in control and an official opposition that just has failed to do its job. And that is not a good place to be.
Well, let's just pause a second, Aaron. Give me a second, because we've got a result coming in Workington, which we can talk about as well. Sean Dilley is there for us. Sean, what's going on?
Well, everybody's gathering around the tables now to find out exactly how Workington Man has voted in the final event. Now, the Conservative think tank Onwards identified that typical voter that Boris Johnson needed to win over to break that Labour belt up here in the north. And it is looking very much as if the Conservative Party have won here. We're going to find out in a minute, but put it this way. Labour Party looking rather sombre. The Conservative Party just a few feet away from me have been eating pizza, laughing and rather jovial. So we're expecting that result very shortly now.
Sean, thanks very much for the update, and we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks a lot. And let's go to Darlington as well and talk to Kasia Madeira, who's there. Kasia, could you tell us what your reading of things is in Darlington?
Well, when it comes to the Labour Party, it's looking a little bit sombre. Let me just put this into context for you, because Darlington has been a Labour safe seat for 27 years. Just think back to the days of the former Labour Health Secretary Alan Milburn with his over 10,000 vote majority. Now, when the shadow Brexit minister Jenny Chapman came in 2010, that majority did drop to just over 3,000. But for the past three elections, she has maintained that majority. And given that Darlington voted in the EU referendum to leave by 56%, it's no surprise that the Conservatives have been targeting this constituency. And they've been targeting it so strongly that at the beginning of the week, Boris Johnson turned up here by private jet, which actually raised a few eyebrows because he was coming from Doncaster, which is only an hour away by train. Now, when it comes to the mood here, when you sort of look and speak to the Conservative campaigners, they're feeling confident. But actually, if you looked at the local election results, across Tees Valley, there seems to be a political realignment is going on. A Conservative was elected as the Tees Valley mayor, and for the first time in 28 years, Labour lost the Darlington local authority. They lost 9 seats. So the Conservative Party became the largest party in that local authority. They were just 4 seats away from a majority. So really, really fascinating to see how that's changing. The Conservative Party candidate is not in any way he's very demure about the whole thing. He said that he's not complacent. Peter Gibson was saying that when it comes to any potential votes turning from red to blue, well, it's certainly votes that he describes as being on loan, and it is very much up to the Conservatives to prove that they deserve those votes. So really, really interesting, and it will be interesting to see, because Peter Gibson, had voted Remain when it came to the EU referendum, so it will be interesting to see if that's reflected. But actually, if you're looking and talking to the huddles of different political parties, the Conservatives are feeling quite confident. And likewise, when you speak to the Labour campaigners, they feel that a stronger message on Brexit would have been helpful when they were out campaigning. But we're expecting a result very, very shortly. The piles of votes are piling up, so we're expecting it hopefully within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Kasia, thanks very much, and we'll be back in Darlington. As you say, it's a key test. Look at the images there from East Kilbride. This will be our first result in Scotland if it comes up in the next few minutes. This is Rutherglen and Hamilton West in South Lanarkshire, and this is where Labour were elected, Gerard Killen, back in 2017. But for the SNP, we have Margaret Ferrier contesting. She was the MP between 2015 and 2017, a former Scotland spokesperson for the SNP. We've just seen some SNP party workers there cheering and looking rather happy. They're clearly waiting for the result to come in. But it looks as if this could be a good result for the Scottish National Party, again potentially from Labour. So we'll see what happens. It's the number 2 target seat for the SNP in Scotland. This is a seat in the southeast of Glasgow. Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister, has made many campaign visits to Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Laura's with me. And Laura, really, this will be a test of elements of the exit poll to see how strong that SNP performance is.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, our exit poll, while it gives a decisive national picture, we have less data on what happened in Scotland just because of the nature of how the poll was carried out. So lots of caution in terms of what's going on in Scotland. But this has been very, very high on the target list. Rutherglen, just outside the southwest of Glasgow. Nicola Sturgeon's been there all the time and trying to overturn a really narrow majority. You know, it was only 18,800 or so last time between on the SNP and Labour just ahead. Yeah. So if the SNP surging back is to be real, this is where it has to start.
Indeed, because if it doesn't happen here, well, then you're going to have to ask some very serious questions about the projections for the SNP in Scotland. But judging by the faces and the cheers we saw earlier on, the word clearly was out that they think they've done rather well.
It certainly looks like it, but of course, like this night, isn't it? It's like we start off with a jigsaw and we think we know what the shape of it is going to be, and then piece by piece, as each result comes through, we're able to put it together. But just as we wait for that result, if the SNP has strengthened their grip on Scotland to this kind of extent, if they're above 50 seats or so, meanwhile England, so much of England seems to be turning blue, that poses a very serious question and really raises the tensions over the union again. And throughout this campaign, Nicola Sturgeon has been absolutely overt that she's determined to try to get another referendum as soon as she possibly can. Also, the Tories on the other side, which has helped them getting unionist votes in Scotland, have been completely clear they wouldn't allow her to do that. Now, those two sides cannot hold tense like that forever. And of course, you know, it may well be that the results of tonight are going to set up a very, very tense situation between the politics of Scotland and the politics of England, and a Conservative Prime Minister who is in office because of a solid majority that he's got from England and maybe from parts of Wales. Because remember, last time round, although the Tories had a terrible night, they actually ended up with 13 MPs from Scotland. Yeah. Scotland saved Theresa May. Yeah. Boris Johnson looks to be winning significantly here, but without Scotland. And that may well have very big consequences for his time in government.
Looking at the pictures there from East Kilbride, Laura, and given that we're both veterans of this spotting at counts, do you reckon they're within a few minutes of it or not?
Looks to me like it might be a few minutes more. They're still right. Haven't seen the huddle of it. Doesn't look like the candidates have been called to the stage yet, which is normally the sort of telltale sign. But maybe lots of raising of eyebrows down by the Labour activists there at the front of the crowd.
Well, I know that Mike Russell of the Scottish National Party has joined Andrew here in the studio, along with Nicky Morgan, the former Conservative Cabinet Minister. So I'm just wondering, as we wait for this, we may have to interrupt rudely, Andrew, obviously.
Of course.
But why don't we just join you, because East Kilbride is about to come up, and I'm sure Mike will have something to say about that.
Indeed, Mike Russell, let me come to you first. We don't know how well the SNP have done, but you've done very well.
Well, I expect so.
Tonight. That's the way it's looking. But it looks like there's going to be a substantial Conservative majority in Westminster. You want a second Scottish referendum. Mr Johnson said you're not going to get one. What happens?
Well, the people of Scotland will have said that they want one. The Tory campaign was entirely about refusing that. If they have lost a substantial number of seats, and I believe they have lost a substantial number of seats, then that message has been rejected. If Boris Johnson is a Democrat, he has to recognise that. We have to move on to what we did with the Edinburgh Agreement in 2012, which was a disagreement between the two governments, but we agreed that that could only be resolved democratically. That is the issue here.
But whether or not Scotland has a second referendum is a matter for Westminster. It's a reserved power.
A matter for both parliaments.
So
they both have to vote for it.
Yes, but
we have voted for it.
But you cannot have a legal referendum unless Westminster agrees. That is the law.
Both parliaments have to vote.
So if Westminster says certainly for 2020 you're not having one, we'll look at it again after the Holyrood, the Scottish elections in 2021, What do you do?
Well, we say that there is a majority for one in Scotland. We fought this election very, very clearly on the issue of Scotland's right to choose, and the choice was very clear. It was a Brexit Britain or it was Scotland independent Europe, and the people of Scotland would decide that. That's what has to happen.
OK, let's interrupt and go back to Hugh, because we're about to get a declaration, but not from Scotland, I think.
We are going to Workington. I think they are gathering the candidates as we speak. Let's have a look. Let's go from East Kilbride to Workington and see what's going on there.
I, Andrew Seekings, being the acting returning officer for the Workington constituency, do hereby declare that the total number of votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Coburn, Nicky, Independent, 842. Heyman, Sue, Labour Party, 16,312. Hughes, Neil, Liberal Democrat, 1,525. Ivinson, Roy Allen, 87. Jenkinson, Mark, the Conservative Party, 20,000. Yeah! 20,488. Perry Jill, Green Party, 596. Walker David, Brexit Party, 1,749. Therefore, Mark Ian Jenkinson is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Workington constituency.
That's a very significant result from Workington in Cumbria. This seat has been held by Labour since 1918, except for a small Conservative patch in 1970s. So it's a very, very strong Labour area in the past. It covers a bit of the Lake District. It's a former steel town on the Cumbrian coast. But the significance here is not just the fact that Conservatives have gained this seat. It is the fact that Sue Heyman is a key member of Jeremy Corbyn's team. She's the Shadow Environment Secretary. She's been the MP here since 2015. And Mark Jenkinson, the gentleman who's speaking now, who's the new Conservative MP for Workington, is a deputy leader of Allerdale Council. And we are being told that East Kilbride is now about ready to declare. A test here of the SNP and Labour. Is this the Rutherglen and West, Hamilton West? Yes.
In the Rutherglen and Hamilton West constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Margaret Ferrier, Scottish National Party, 23,775. Jed Killen, Labour and Cooperative Party, 18,545. Janice Elizabeth Mackay, UKIP, 629. Mark McGeever, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,791. Lynn Nayland, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 8,054. And I declare that Margaret Ferrier is elected to Senate.
Well, that's quite a win for the Scottish National Party in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Margaret Ferrier, former MP here, now being re-elected on 23,775 votes, with Labour's Ged Killen on 18,500. He's been the MP since 2017. Conservatives in third place on some 8,000 votes. 66% turnout, majority of over 5,000. So look at the share, 44% to the SNP, 34% to Labour. And then we look at the change and you see the boost to the SNP support of 7 percentage points. Labour down 3, the Tories down 5. So that plus 7 is interesting. If we look at the swing, 5.1% swing from Labour to the SNP, that, I'm being told, is not quite as big as the exit poll was suggesting, though let's not beat about the bush. It's clearly a very resounding victory for the SNP in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Let's bring in our Scotland editor, Sarah Smith, who's in Edinburgh. A response then, Sarah, to that first result and what you think is likely to happen to that SNP performance as the night goes on.
The SNP will be much cheered by this because they've been finding it difficult to believe, the exit poll, that they really could win 55 seats, and they've all been telling us to take it with a pinch of salt. But they are confident their vote is going to go up, and that's going to have some really serious consequences if that is repeated across the country, and particularly once we start to see the seats where it's an SNP Tory toss-up. If the SNP vote's going up, the Conservative vote's going down, and the Conservatives aren't able to hold on to very many seats in this country. Because that will tell us two things. That when the SNP said to the Scottish voters, support us if you want another referendum on Scottish independence, that Scots turned out and voted in favour of that proposition, but also that Scotland and the rest of the UK are moving in totally different directions. That whilst England is increasing its vote for the Conservatives, it's going down in Scotland where people are turning to the SNP. It was a real risk for the Nationalists to go into this election saying it's about independence, because that can galvanise the Unionists to get behind the Conservatives. If that hasn't happened, it's going to look like there's a really resolute mandate for the SNP to say we want another referendum on independence. We know what Boris Johnson's response is going to be to that. He has made it very clear. He will say absolutely not. So that puts us on a constitutional collision course. And the SNP's argument throughout this campaign has been, look, however Scotland votes, it doesn't get the government it voted for in Westminster. That shows the Westminster system is broken. Well, these results might demonstrate that they were right about that to many Scottish voters. And if Boris Johnson does persist in refusing another referendum, he really runs the risk of driving more people in Scotland towards the independence cause, because there's even Labour figures here tonight saying it's undemocratic to refuse another referendum if the SNP do get 50 or more seats tonight.
Just to bear with us, Sarah, because John Curtis is telling us that that they were expecting the SNP to pick up this seat quite easily with a 13-point increase. I'm talking about Rutherglen, obviously. A 13-point increase and a 14% drop in the Labour share. In the event, says John, the SNP vote is up by 7 percentage points, Labour by 3, an indication that the exit poll may well have exaggerated the size of the SNP advance. And that really is reflecting what you were saying earlier about the SNP's, well, slight nervousness, I suppose, about where they'll end up at the end of the evening, though clearly in a very strong position.
Yeah, they don't think they're going to get 55 out of the 59 seats in Scotland. And where it will really matter is in the 13 seats that are held by the Conservatives, in all of which the SNP are second. And usually there's not a very big margin between them either. This is why the exit poll is so difficult for Scotland. The majorities here are tiny. But if we do see a lot of those Conservative seats falling to the SNP, which is what we thought at the start of the campaign, but I mean right up until this afternoon there were Tories who were fairly confident that they were going to keep 10 seats in Scotland. If they can't do that, if they are losing out to the SNP, that's what's going to make it really obvious that Scotland just votes very differently from the rest of the UK and allow the SNP to make the argument that Scotland therefore doesn't belong in the UK.
Sarah, good to talk to you. We'll be back later. Thanks very much. Sarah Smith, our Scotland editor. A result in from Darlington, which is worth noting, certainly. This is a Conservative gain. Jenny Chapman, who's been the Labour MP since 2010, has lost the seat, and Peter Gibson for the Conservatives is in as the MP for Darlington. The turnout 66%, a majority of over 3,000. It has been in Tory hands before. Sir Michael Fallon, the former Defence Secretary, was actually the MP here for the Tories in the 80s and into the early 90s, but it's then been Labour since 1992. Well, it's now Conservative again, 48% of the vote to them and 40% to Labour. The Tories up by 5% and Labour down by 10%. The swing this time from Labour to Tory is 7.5%. So the Darlington result from County Durham, again, a Conservative gain from Labour. That is the story of the night. Quick word, Laura?
It's just interesting, that story of our night so far has been in the northeast of England. Now, throughout the campaign, when we've been around the country, clearly the Tories' Brexit message had been picking up, finding a lot of favour in the northeast of England. What we have no idea yet is whether or not that will be repeated in other places where seats matter so much, where the Tories needed to do well, whether that's in those Midlands marginals or seats like Newcastle-under-Lyme, Ashfield, round kind of Nottinghamshire. So the northeast certainly seems to have gone for Boris Johnson's offer of cracking on, leaving the EU, and also talking about easing off the spending squeeze a little bit. Yeah. That doesn't mean at this stage that other vital parts of the country are going to go for that approach too.
Thoughts on that? Heidi and Aaron, you've been chatting earlier, but I'm just going to pick up now that we've had a few more results in. Your perspective on the Conservative performance, given your experience of Conservative politics in the past. I'm just wondering where you think places like Darlington fit into this picture. What are they telling you about the way that the Conservative Party's reached into these areas?
What it's telling me is more what's worrying me, and people have alluded to this already on the programme tonight. This is a Brexit election now. What about next time? What about those people? If the Tories were really interested in areas like Darlington, they would have dealt with the 5-week wait on universal credit. They don't understand the impact of austerity. They don't understand how people on modest incomes live. And I worry that the people in those constituencies are going to bitterly regret their vote, particularly if we have a hard Brexit or a no-deal Brexit. Their world, the manufacturing up there will fall apart. Looking at the SNP result in the seat just before, let's just say goodbye to the United Kingdom.
So, Heidi, they clearly understood them so badly. They've had a complete landslide.
But it's a vote. It isn't living with the reality of a Conservative government, and that's still to come.
The fact is, Remainers in Parliament spent 3.5 years trying to defeat the Democratic vote, and this is a direct reaction to trying to overturn a Democratic vote. And you can say what you like, but the people have spoken. It's that 17.4 million have come out, voted in huge numbers, massive turnout, and, you know, you've lost.
But my fear isn't about the Brexit or the Remain dynamic. My worry is what it's going to feel like for those people under a Conservative government who have no care for the impact of poverty on those people's lives. That's what's worried me. Yes, the Conservatives have done brilliantly.
Well, they obviously took it into account when they voted.
But they haven't experienced it yet, and that's the point. And that's my worry.
Your point is that you think there'll be a backlash?
Well, unless the Tory party shifts remarkably and becomes this one nation dream that apparently people like me thought had disappeared. You know, talk of putting up school funding, marvellous. Some of us have been talking about that for years. Dealing with poverty, having a message for people in constituencies like that who are really struggling. Where was the Tory party when they needed them? And now they're voting for Ambrosia.
These are the sort of people that used to vote for Mrs Thatcher and disliked your kind of politics. Now they've returned to the Conservative Party in huge numbers and delivered a massive majority.
Who's to say this is not a vote? I mean, some people have suggested, Aaron, that this is a vote actually to reject Jeremy Corbyn more than actually.
Well, I think there is an element of that. I mean, the anti-Semitism, the nationalisation of whole industries, Trotskyite economic policies, it's obviously pretty helpful.
So it's not all about Brexit, is it?
No, I agree. But I'm just saying, I think you have to say that Parliament, people like Heidi have spent 3.5 years trying to overturn a democratic vote, and I think the people don't like that. Yeah.
Just worth saying on that point, Ken Livingstone, of course, who's been tangled up in all of the claims about Labour's handling of anti-Semitism, has said it looks like the end for Jeremy. I'm sure he'll have to resign tomorrow. But Ken Livingstone, who of course had to fight allegations that he had expressed anti-Semitic views, said the Jewish vote wasn't very helpful. Now, I can just imagine rather a lot of eyebrows shooting up around inside the Labour Party, that Ken Livingstone being the person to say that tonight. But then here, even one of his oldest allies is basically saying that Jeremy Corbyn is going to have to resign. But it was interesting. I just wonder if we can pick Heidi up. What is to say, though, that Boris Johnson might not be able to be a different kind of Conservative Party? He has, by your own admission, changed the Conservative Party a lot in the last few months, kicking people out, making it not somewhere that you would feel comfortable, having been a Conservative before, but do you think there's any chance that he will become that bootstraps kind of Tory?
Well, we'll wait and see, won't we? And don't get me wrong, nothing would please me more than there being changes to the welfare system, for example, that would support people in some of the poorer constituencies around the country. I would love for them to be absolutely proven wrong. But you take people as you find them, his track record so far, the fact that he was not interested in listening about issues on universal credit. I've got no evidence on which to suggest that he will change his position, but I'd be delighted if he does, absolutely, because it's about what the people need, not the political party.
Well, I think he's done a rattling good job and he's winning.
Well, certainly the signs are that he's won a decent majority. There's no question about that. Jarrow, that's a Labour hold, but by the way, a Labour to Conservative swing of 11.3%. So just underlining the fact that, you know, that the swing to the Tories from Labour in these seats. Jarrow and Tyne and Wear is just underlining the pattern for us. And talking of swing, why don't we join Jeremy, who can give us a graphic illustration of what's going on with the swingometer.
Well, it's that moment, isn't it? Because we've got just about enough results now to have a look at the BBC swingometer and to see what's happening. And it is very, very dramatic. Let's just remind you here that the swingometer simply shows you one party in relation to another. If they stay exactly as they were last time, then the arrow is vertical like that. But if you imagine a head-to-head race between two parties, swing shows you where the votes are going. And here we have the Labour Conservative swingometer, and we're going to look at the swing, the actual swing in the 20 seats whose results we've had so far. And as I say, it's dramatic because it's right up here above 7%. Now, you'll see the dots on the swingometer. Each dot is a seat, and the dots are placed at the position that relates to the swing needed for the seat to change hands. So if that were to be the average uniform swing across the country, if it happened in every single seat, all of these red dots from here would be coloured blue as the Conservatives push into Labour territory. That's a very, very big swing by the Conservatives. Let's just see what the share of the vote is doing. Now, here you will see that Labour's share has dropped dramatically. In fact, the big story really here is that Labour's vote has simply fallen through the floor, down 11% on last time. By contrast, despite the dramatic nature of this result and how well the Conservatives are doing in certain constituencies, actually their vote is only 3% up so far as we can tell, on their vote under Theresa May 2 years ago. Similarly, Lib Dems up about the same amount with virtually nothing to show for it. So the Conservatives' vote has raised a little on average, but they're helped hugely by this precipitate decline in the Labour vote under Jeremy Corbyn. Now, you remember I said swing, on average, from the 20 seats we've seen so far, was above 7%. Let's just see the results on the board. Let me just ask the swingometer to pick out the constituencies which we've heard from. And, of course, not very many so far. I should say most of them are outside the range of the swingometer. But what you can see here are Darlington and Workington. So the swing needed was much less than the Conservatives actually got. They've virtually broken our swingometer here with this swing. We haven't seen anything like this, by the way, since 1997 with Tony Blair's landslide against John Major, where the swing was 10%. And before that, you've got to go back to 1945. So this is historically a very big swing to see in a general election. If you look right up, just to see if we can focus just above that, the yellow dot is the SNP in Rutherglen, but the blue dot I'm just pointing at, just near the 10, the blue dot is Blythe Valley, where that 8,000 majority was overturned. And by contrast, here we have Nuneaton, a result we had in. Now, Nuneaton, you know, is now in a situation with a majority over 10,000, where actually it's a very safe seat. 2 elections ago, Nuneaton was one of our most closely fought marginals on our list. So the picture is changing, but that, as you know, Hugh, that is a very big swing to be seeing in a UK general election.
It's remarkable, Jeremy, isn't it? And I'm just wondering, you know, given previous elections you've looked at as well, is this the kind of swing that you think will deliver I suppose, broadly, this solid majority that John Curtis and the exit poll were talking about earlier?
Oh, well, I think it has to. I mean, of course, we've only had 20 seats, and this is the average of those 20. and we will see the swing will change a bit and settle down. But over time, we'll see it's bound to be above 5%. It looks likely to be above 6%. That would deliver that majority. And yes, we were mentioning Tony Blair with 10%. We don't see this very often. The only other time I can remember the arrow recently went almost breaking the swingometer was actually the SNP's vote in the 2015 general election, where it almost went off the scale, and there was a massive swing to them there. But it's very dramatic, and if that is sustained through the night, of course it will be a thumping majority.
Jeremy, see you later. Thank you very much. Jeremy Vine there for us once again, and nice to see the swingometer in action. Lindsay Hoyle, who is the Speaker of the House of Commons, just elected a few weeks ago. He's been returned in Chorley. He's formerly a Labour MP, of course, but standing as Mr. Speaker this time and safely re-elected. Let's look at the state of the parties before we join Andrew and his guests once again. And the state of the parties are this. 12 to Labour, they're down 4. The Tories are 8, they're up 3. And the SNP on 1, who are, and they've just gained 1 seat. So we've just had one, that was Rutherglen, that we saw just a short while ago. Nothing as yet for the Lib Dems, the DUP and Plaid Cymru. So Labour on 4 losses right now, the Tories on 3 gains. 22 declared, 628 to go, Andrew. So there's still plenty to talk about.
We have a wee while yet, I think.
Yes.
Pound is still doing strongly on the international exchanges. It's almost 135 against the dollar and over 120 against the euro. And Nicky Morgan for the Conservatives, Mike Russell for the SNP are still with me. Nicky Morgan, if Mr Johnson gets anything like the kind of majority that we're looking at, does that mean that he's master of all these surveys in the Tory party now?
Well, as you say, it's a question of if at the moment. We haven't had very many results.
Yeah, but we can see the way it's going. He's heading for a majority. A decent
one. A good working majority. Yes, of course, it makes the Prime Minister able to be in command of the legislative agenda. It doesn't mean that there's complete plain sailing, because any Chief Whip knows that you have to work with your MPs in order to get legislation through. But of course, and also strengthens the hand, I think, internationally as well, because people are able to see that actually the Prime Minister is able to get his legislation through in a way we haven't seen for the last few years, which is why we've had this election.
But when it comes to the negotiations, after we, I assume, leave now at the end of January, formally, but of course we're into a transition period and nothing changes, to quote a former Conservative Prime Minister, the negotiations then are future relationship. Now, does this strengthen his hand that he can go, if he's so minded, for a hard Brexit, or does it mean he can ignore the hardliners, more hardline on Brexit, and go for a softer Brexit and still get it through?
Well, I think the Prime Minister wants the best possible trading agreement he can get with the EU.
But there's a price for that, though. I mean, the closer the arrangement... I mean, this hasn't really been discussed very much in the campaign. Since it's over, we can look at it a lot more now. The more friction-free he wants our relationship to be with the EU, the more the EU will say, fine, but you need to stay largely aligned with our rules. What does he do?
Well, that is going to be one of the big negotiating points. I expect it to be different for different sectors of the economy. There'll be, obviously, all the departments will be having their input into that. I mean, the Prime Minister is very clear that he realises that one of the big things, obviously, about the country the last 3.5 years are the divisions. We know, obviously, differences of views in the Conservative Party. I don't think he's going to want to say, I'm going to go this way and ignore this group of people, or that way and ignore that group of MPs. He does realise the need, and he's talked about this, to try to build bridges.
I understand. I'm just trying to work out which way he will go, given that he's got this substantial majority. Let me come back to Mike Russell. It would seem, I mean, the two main clear winners tonight are the Conservatives in England and the Scottish National Party north of the border, which would suggest to me we're heading for a constitutional standoff.
We've been in a constitutional crisis for the last 2 to 3 years. I've been, as you know, the person negotiating for the Scottish Government with the UK Government. This difficulty, the gulf has widened completely. But the point you make about what happens next is crucial to that too, because within the discussion of the level playing field and what would take place, the EU has been very clear. It does not want what it regards as unfair competition on its border. But there's also no agreement about how Scotland's devolved interests are represented by the UK government. There are key areas of this agreement. You could put them into a variety of industrial sectors. You can put them into fishing, you can put them into agriculture, but there are other sectors too, in which those are fully devolved areas. And there's no hierarchy of governments in devolution. There's only a hierarchy of parliaments.
So there's certainly not going to be
lots of difficulties.
There's not going to be a friction-free arrangement between London and Edinburgh.
There's not going to be a friction-free arrangement between London and Brussels, nor London and Edinburgh. Indeed, Boris Johnson will be Mr. Friction, I have to say, in all this.
Okay, we've got another declaration coming out. Let me go back to Hugh.
Well, now then, I think we are looking at a result from the Vale of Clwyd in Denbighshire. This is in North East Wales. And that result coming in.
Being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Vale of Clwyd constituency held on Thursday, the 12th of December 2019. Hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election was as follows. Dane Peter Christopher, Brexit Party. Ian Meal, Pedwar Cant, Saith Deg Saith, 1,477. Davis James Michael, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, Ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 17,000, Daigant a Saith Deg, 17,270. Rwan Christopher Shaw, Welsh Labour, Clafier Cymru, 15,000, Pedwar Cant a Pedwar Deg Tri, 15,443. Scott Gavin Christopher, Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiad, Rithro Cymru, 1,000, Pedwar Cant a Saith Deg 1,471. Swingler Glen, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,000 Cant a 52, 1,552. Ac with een datgan drwy hun fod.
So the returning officer declaring in Welsh and in English in the Vale of Clwyd in North East Wales is a Conservative gain. Let's look at these figures just to underline what's going on. An area of Wales that the Conservatives have very big hopes of making gains, and this is indeed a gain. Chris Ruane, a long-standing Labour MP, has been defeated, and James Davis, Dr James Davis, a local GP, has taken this seat for the Conservatives and a majority of 1,827 on a turnout of 66%. So he's taking 46% of the vote to 41% for Labour, and that means that Labour has dipped from 2017 by 9 percentage points and the Tories up by 2 percentage points, which was enough when you look at the incursion of the Brexit Party as well into that Labour vote. It's enough to give that seat to the Conservatives on a 5.5% swing from Labour to the Tories. A quick word, Laura?
Well, that seat is somewhere that the Conservatives will be seeing the pattern outside the northeast of England that they were hoping to see right across the country. We have heard also in the last couple of minutes, it sounds like the Tories have also taken back Peterborough. Again, a traditional sort of bellwether seat, the kind of place that parties wanting to get solid majorities have to win. It sounds like in Peterborough too, they have taken that back from the Labour Party.
Let's talk to the Labour Party chair, who is Ian Lavery, who's in Wansbeck. Ian, thanks very much for waiting to talk to us. What are your thoughts on how Labour's doing tonight?
Well, I think you'll understand what my thoughts will be. I'm desperately disappointed. I am surprised in some ways, but unsurprised in others. I think what we're seeing in the Labour heartlands is people very aggrieved at the fact that the party basically has taken a stance on Brexit the way they have. 17.4 million people voting for Brexit and basically being ignored is not a good recipe, and I think democracy prevails. Ignored democracy, and to be quite honest, the consequences will come back and bite you up the backside. That's what I think we're seeing up till now, although there's only been, I think, listen to the programme, I think there's only been 20 or 30 seats that have been announced up to now.
I'm just noting, Ian, that you've been re-elected, but your majority has been cut substantially to about 800 votes. There's been a big debate tonight, and you've just touched on it again, about whether this is about people feeling aggrieved about Brexit, or whether this is about, as some of your Labour colleagues are suggesting, a failure of the Labour leadership to put a message forward that will attract enough votes and command respect. Now, what is your view on that argument?
My view is simple, Hugh, and that is that you cannot ignore democracy. You can try and push it away if you wish, but the people in the north, the people who I associate myself with on a daily basis, are very much aggrieved. They're very angry at the fact that we're still not out of the EU after 3.5 years. And the thing is that they do blame the failure of the negotiations of the Tory party, but they think and they've seen that and believe that the Labour Party is a Remain party. The fact of the matter is that they're not going to tolerate that. They believe, and they believed in 2016, when they had their vote in the EU referendum, they believe that they should have been listened to, and they think that the Labour Party have totally reneged on the result of that. That's what this is about. This is a Brexit election. This is a rerun of 2016.
When your colleagues, some of them, are calling for Mr Corbyn to step down almost immediately, what would you say to them?
Well, what I would say is to everyone, let's just wait and see what the results actually are by 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Let us see what the situation is. But can I say, Hugh, in 2017, the Labour Party leader was Jeremy Corbyn. We had a radical manifesto. 2019, the Labour Party had a radical manifesto, and Jeremy Corbyn was a leader of the Labour Party as well. The big difference is in 2019 we promised a second referendum, and people are suggesting, quite rightly, why should there be a second referendum when they had a referendum in 2016? And I think that's the issue. It's not Jeremy Corbyn, it's Brexit and ignoring democracy.
Well, it's the policy. You've just described the policy there, Ian, that the party was putting forward, which was a second referendum, having negotiated a new deal. That was Mr Corbyn's position. So clearly, you're very critical of the strategy that he adopted.
It's, by the way, Hugh, I am critical of it, and I think people are very much aware that I've been explaining to colleagues of mine for more than 18 months, possibly 2 years, that we shouldn't have went down that path. But we are a democratic party, and it's not Jeremy Corbyn's decision. This is a decision that was agreed by conference in 2019. We had an almighty debate in conference on the EU, on different issues, and we came away from that conference. There was 13,000 people at the conference, lots of delegates discussed this, and we formulate our policy within the party. We're democratic, and Jeremy Corbyn accepted the decision that was made at the conference, and that's the decision we took into the election.
Ian, thanks very much for talking to us, and it's good of you to join us. It's 5 to 2 in the morning. Thank you so much to the Labour Party chair there, Ian Lavery, in Wansbeck, narrowly held on to his seat there. His majority was greatly reduced, but other Labour colleagues haven't done as well. We've had a result in from Putney. This is in southwest London. Let's see it.
I, Jane Cooper, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Putney constituency, held on Thursday the 12th of December 2019, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Fleur Anderson, Labour Party, 22,780. Thank you. Fergal Joseph Mackenzie, Green Party, 1,133. Will Sweet, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,006. Sue Wixley, Liberal Democrats. Don't know if anybody heard that. Sue Wixley, Liberal Democrats, 8,548. The total number of ballot papers rejected as follows. Want of official mark, nil. Voting for more candidates than voter was entitled to, 21.
So there's the result in from Putney. Justine Greening, who's standing down as the MP who was with us earlier, she's the Conservative former MP, former Education Secretary. Well, her successor, Will Sweet, the Conservative, has been defeated and Labour has gained Putney. So this is a rare success story for Labour this evening, and this, of course, will open up the whole debate about Remain and Leave areas, because Putney, of course, in an area which was strongly Remain back in 2016. 45% to Labour, 36% to the Tories. Labour up by 4% in Putney and the Conservatives down by 8%. The Lib Dems as well up by 5%. That reflecting again the result there in 2016 probably. The swing, well, let's have a look at it. It's a swing from Conservative to Labour. We haven't seen that, have we, much? It's 6.4%. I also want to tell you about Angus, because that result is in. And this is again for the SNP from the Conservatives. Look at this. Dave Dugan taking 21,000 votes. Kirstine Hare taking 17,000 for the Conservatives. A majority of 3,795. And a turnout of 68%, 49% of the vote to the SNP, 40% to the Tories. The SNP up 11 percentage points. The Tories down 5. And a 7.7% swing to the SNP from the Conservatives. Laura?
Well, just with both of those results, a reminder that, this is not going to be all plain sailing for the Conservatives, both in terms of London. The Conservatives might have a very tricky night in London, and some of those Remain tending seats in the South East, they may well lose in quite a few places. And also, depending on how much the SNP tighten their grip, the Scottish Conservatives may be really, really cut back from that 13 they managed to achieve in 2017. And in both of those ways, Boris Johnson may well end up with a thumping majority, but he might be taking over a very divided map, with Scotland almost all yellow for the SNP, London and perhaps some of our other big cities, inner Birmingham, inner Manchester, inner Liverpool, very, very, very much still coloured red. Governing with a real patchwork like that may well not be straightforward.
Not straightforward at all. Laura, thanks. Why don't we look at some of the other results that have come in and some of the significant ones. Rita can bring us right up to date.
I've got a couple of really interesting seats to show you here, Hugh. Peterborough in Cambridgeshire. This is a Conservative gain from the Labour Party. Now, as you can see, the history of the seat down there, it's changed hands a few times in the last 20 years. But tonight, Paul Bristow has taken this seat from Labour's Lisa Forbes. Lisa Forbes had this seat with a tiny majority of just over 600 votes. Well, Paul Bristow now becomes the seat's fourth MP in 3 years. This is how he did it, with a vote share of 47% as compared to Labour's 41%. And I just want to show you how that's changed from last time round. Really interesting. The Conservative share of the vote has gone unchanged, but it's Labour's drop by 7 percentage points that has allowed the Conservatives to take this seat. One other seat that I want to show you that has also changed hands tonight, and that's Wrexham in North Wales. This had been Labour for decades, Labour since 1935. Well, it's tonight gone Conservative, and Sarah Atherton is the first female Conservative MP in Wales ever. She's done it with 45% share of the vote as compared to Labour's 39%. And again, I want to show you the way in which vote share has changed since 2017. And it's the same story as in Peterborough. The Conservatives up a little bit, but they've been given the seat by the drop in the Labour vote share. Labour down by 10%. And that's allowed Sarah Atherton, as I said, to become the first female Conservative MP in Wales.
Well, I never thought in all this time that I'd see Wrexham, of all places, turning Conservative, but that tells you what this night is about, that the Conservatives, certainly in parts of Wales and across the UK, apart from Scotland, that is, are looking at gaining some areas which have been solidly Labour for decades and decades. We have a result in from Northern Ireland, which I'd like to go to in a second. But before that, look at this response from Diane Abbott to Labour's performance. And Diane Abbott, who's of course a close associate of Mr Corbyn, saying, "This is clearly a bad night for Labour, which requires careful analysis. But it could be much worse than a bad night for all those who rely on our public services and the NHS, which means that we still need a leadership that fights for the many, not the few." That is Diane Abbott's response. We have a result in from North Down. Now, this is a very interesting seat in Northern Ireland. This was where Lady Sylvia Herman was the MP from 2001. The independent unionist. Well, this has been taken by the Alliance Party of Northern Ireland. A very significant and rare gain for the Alliance Party. Stephen Farry on 18,358 and Alex Easton of the DUP being beaten into second place on 15,000. 45% share of the vote to the APNI, the Alliance Party of Northern Ireland, 38 to the DUP. And look at the percentage boost there for the Alliance Party, up 36% in the seat that was held by Lady Sylvia Herman for such a long time, and the DUP not moving, the Ulster Unionists up 12%. Let's have a look at the result from Lee, which has also come in. This is a Conservative gain from Labour. This is in Greater Manchester. Look at these figures. James Grundy for the Tories taking the seat on over 21,000 votes on a turnout of 61%, a majority of 1,965. Labour Party on 41%. Joe Platt, the MP there since 2017, and a shadow cabinet office minister with responsibility for cyber security. That was Joe Platt's job. Well, out of a job, because this is now in Conservative hands. 9 percentage points up for the Tories, and Labour being hammered down by 15 percentage points in Lee. This is a 12% swing, by the way, in Greater Manchester from Labour to the Tories. Laura?
I think looking at a seat like that, going from red to blue, that's astonishing.
And Andy Burnham's old seat.
A lot of our viewers would be familiar with Andy Burnham, of course, was a prominent Labour minister, cabinet minister, and now the mayor of Greater Manchester. If seats like Lee are going, that is astonishing. But nearby Wigan, Lisa Nandy, a prominent Labour MP, has held on. I know that in that part of the world, there were lots of Labour people who were worried about how they would hold Leave voting areas, where there's been a prominent Labour MP fighting hard. Actually, she's held on there. But that result from Lee, that's quite something.
It
is astonishing to see.
It's a 12% plus swing from Conservative Labour. So how is that changing the political landscape? How is that changing the electoral map? Sophie is outside Broadcasting House. Let's join her now.
It is a little bit wet out here in the piazza, but I guess that's what you get when you have your first December election in almost a century. But this is our map of hexagons, and you get a much better idea. One hexagon is one MP. We've reduced every constituency to exactly the same size. So by the end of tonight, you will get a much better idea of where the power now lies. But already you can see that red wall being breached. Some of the seats already. This is Workington, a very strong Labour seat which has now gone blue. And over here, one of the first tonight, Blythe Valley, which has never been blue before. Darlington down here, this northeast corner of England, which has always been such a Labour stronghold. Ben Page from Ipsos Mori, you have spoken to people for months and months and months. the wall is being breached, isn't it?
It is, and it's being breached around Brexit, as well as, I think, to be honest, attitudes to Jeremy Corbyn. But yes, we are going to see more Conservative wins in this absolute Labour heartland, and that this all is starting to become a recasting of British politics. And that's what the exit poll is predicting. That's what seems to be happening.
OK, Ben Page, thank you very much. We've got down here as well, if I travel a little bit further down England, three Labour voters who all changed their minds and voted Conservative this time. Why?
For me, I couldn't in all conscience vote for Labour while they have Jeremy Corbyn as the leader. I feel that he is really dangerous for this country. So begrudgingly, I voted Conservative for the first time, as did my father, who is in his 70s and has never voted anything but Labour.
What was it like for you voting Conservative for the first time?
Surreal. I think that it wasn't an easy decision for me, but my conscience wouldn't let me do anything else.
And what about you? Was it about Brexit? Was it about Jeremy Corbyn?
It was about both, but I think my fundamental thing about Jeremy Corbyn is if you know that your party is not behind you, and actually there's sentiment that's saying the country is not behind you, at what point do you put aside your ego and step up and do what's best for the country? And for me, the fact he didn't do that said a lot about him as a leader, and I can't support somebody who's willing to put their own ego before what's best for the country.
Was it a difficult decision for you?
To be honest, I think the decision was clear. Like, we needed to get on with Brexit. We needed to make decisions in this country, further indecision, further referendums, and just dithering on the policy. It made it actually quite a simple decision for me. We needed to make a change in this country, and we needed to get on with it.
So it was more about Brexit for you than it was about the leader of the Labour Party?
I mean, he's definitely a problem. I voted on policies. I'm not I'm not a particular fan of Boris, but on this, the key policy of the day, he does not have a position. How does one expect to lead a country when you cannot, lead your own position on that?
And do you think, this is for you a one-off vote, do you think? Will you go back to Labour or could you be voting Conservative for many years to come?
I think once they get rid of Jeremy Corbyn, I will probably go back to voting Labour. I still believe in many of their policies, but for me, I just can't do it while he's in power.
OK, well, thank you all very much for joining us out here in the rain.
Sophie, I'm just thinking, there you are with the brollies and braving the wet. I'm looking at the turnout figure, just based on the seats we got so far, and it's 64.6%, just based on the results in 60 seats in, 590 to go. It's just slightly down. It may end up a bit higher than that. But, I'm just, you're there chatting to some voters, and I'm just thinking, the rain, the weather hasn't really affected the turnout. It's a great reflection on people's keenness to vote, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. And if you saw some of the pictures, the footage of the queues at many of the voting stations today, the extraordinary queues, and the rain didn't put people off. It has been a terrible day, raining all over the country. Rain here, it's expected to stop quite shortly, though, I'm very pleased to say.
Yeah, right.
I'm very optimistic.
Sophie, thanks to your guests as well. Laura?
But it's an interesting thing there. I think when we've been going around the last 6 weeks, people weren't necessarily enthused by this election. In fact, we heard a lot of the time people were cross about the choice that they were being put before them. But there was certainly an awareness with person after voter after voter after voter we met that this was a really important election. It genuinely was a junction for the country. Either we're coming out of the European Union at speed, or going towards another second referendum with two completely different visions of how to run the country. One interesting point just on top of turnout, it's very clear, and Labour sources are indicating this too, but it's clear from our numbers that Labour are being far more hit in Leave areas. Yeah. They're down in Remain areas too by 5 points, it's suggesting so far, and down 12 in Leave area, but that contrast is there. Yeah. But they're falling back in both, but important to note the contrast is there already in the numbers.
OK, Laura, thanks very much. We had the result in from Putney earlier, didn't we, which was a good result for Labour, but in Wandsworth, they're also counting there in Battersea and in Tooting, and Clive is there for us. Clive Myrie, what's the feeling there, Clive?
Yeah, hi there, Hugh. Actually, they've finished counting here, obviously, with the Putney vote. Everyone has left, and we had that victory for the Labour candidate, Fleur Anderson, taking that seat from the Conservative, who was, of course, Justine Greening, who's not standing. We've still got, as you say, Tooting, and we've got Battersea as well, and I suspect that the Labour candidates here and the activists here are feeling pretty pleased, not just with Putney, but also they believe that they can hang on to that Labour marginal of Battersea and Tooting, which is a very safe Labour seat indeed, something like 13,000 for the incumbent there. So while there's been this talk throughout the evening of this red wall crumbling in the Midlands and in the north, there is this red wall here in the south as well. It rings London. Something like 48, 49 of the 70 seats here in the capital are Labour seats. And there's a sense that because the vast majority of them are Remain seats, then perhaps Labour will do very well. You may be able to hear people shouting and cheering there. That is, again, reception for the Labour candidate who won here in Putney. But that sense that the Labour wall around London has survived because it's protecting Remain seats, very much the case here. And I suspect this will probably be the only bright spot for Labour in what has been a pretty dismal night. I should tell you that the winner of the Putney seat, Fleur Anderson, she said that this was a bright light in a dark night, her victory. She said that she made it clear on the doorstep that Brexit would be damaging and that all she wanted was for the UK to remain in the European Union. She said Labour must stop efforts to block, must continue their efforts to stop and block Boris Johnson's hard Brexit. So Labour's success here very much based on the fact that these constituencies, the three of them, are Remain constituencies. And I suspect that's going to be the story of the night.
Clive, many thanks once again. Clive Murray there for us in Wandsworth, where they're counting there for Battersea and Tooting as well. Clwyd South, that's another seat in North East Wales. That has been gained by the Conservatives from Labour. And that's another very notable result, not just in Welsh terms, but just in the overall trajectory, if you like, of the Conservative performance overnight. Simon Baines for the Tories taking Clwyd South with over 16,000 votes, and Susan Ellen-Jones for Labour just behind on a majority of 1,239 votes, 67% turnout, 45% to 41%. And that really is an end to the current parliamentary career of Susan Ellen-Jones, who's been the MP since 2010. Simon Baines, who contested this seat last time, is a local musician who runs a charity, but he's now the new MP for Clwyd South, and the swing 7.5% from Labour to the Tories, again in this part of North East Wales. So there's a pattern emerging there of Labour seats falling to the Tories in that area. So let's have some more response to some of these results. We saw some good news in Putney for Labour, but we've seen lots of bad news, including in North East Wales for Jeremy Corbyn. What's Alistair Campbell's view of this? He's with Andrew.
Well, why don't we find out, Hugh?
Why don't we find out?
Oh, he's here. Who would have thought it? Just like magic. I want to put to you these momentum Corbynista talking points that we've heard right from John McDonnell sitting in that seat several hours ago, that this terrible result for Labour, which is clearly what it looks like it's going to be, is all down to Brexit. And I suggest to you the reason that there's the line they're taking is that they can then argue we can continue with Corbynism. That was actually popular. Not with Mr Corbyn, but we'll have Corbynism without Mr Corbyn because it's Brexit that was so bad tonight. What will stop them from winning that argument?
I don't think they'll win the argument. I mean, they've got control of the structures of the party, and that's clearly going to help them in terms of securing some sort of legacy for their politics. But I think when you look at just how bad these results are, this is not just a defeat for Jeremy Corbyn. This is a defeat for the politics that he represents. And I think there's three places you can look at. I think anti-Semitism, which wasn't handled properly, played a really big part in this, and the Chief Rabbi's intervention in the campaign was a big moment. I think the sense of saying to people that they can have everything that they want, pretty much in terms of the public services and an economy that works for everybody, and only a few rich people will have to pay for it. And then also I think, yes, Brexit is a problem, has been a problem for the Labour Party, But when you go to some of these places in the north, and if Ian Laver is right, how come his majority got shredded when he's been up there fighting to deliver Brexit? What people in the north have been saying is that Jeremy Corbyn and his politics does not represent them as working class people in the north of England. And I think that this delusion that they just have to sort of, keep on with this Corbynism, and eventually the British public will see it for what it is and they'll flock to support it. It's never going to happen. And Jeremy Corbyn, I think the country decided a long time ago they weren't going to put Jeremy Corbyn in.
All right, but as you began by saying, the Corbynistas are in charge of the party. Mm-hmm. And they're calling the shots, and they have a clear narrative to explain what has happened. Who's going to stop them from the Social Democrat wing of the Labour Party?
Well, look, tonight the results are coming through. It's clearly going to be a really bad result for Labour. And the public, in the end, you've got to root your politics where the public are. And the public are giving the clearest possible message.
That may be true, but it wasn't my question.
No, but,
who's going to stop them? Because we're now getting people coming out from the Social Democratic wing of the Labour Party, as I would call it, which you represent. And it's more than Blairism. You include Mr Brown and so on in the past as well. And they're all saying, can we now admit that Mr Corbyn and Momentum have been terrible for our party? Your wife has said that tonight as well. But what are they going to do about it? Who is going to stand up and say no? It's not just Mr Corbyn, it's what he stood for, as you're saying. Where does that fight back come from? Because at the moment you would have to say the forces of Corbynism are still in control.
They may be still in control, but listen, out of this has to come a proper analysis of what's gone wrong, a proper honest debate, and fundamental truths have to be faced. Otherwise the Labour Party faces oblivion. And then something else possibly has to emerge. I don't know. But I think that, the stuff that they're saying tonight, it's delusional. And I understand the pain that they're going to feel at the moment. But what happened with 2017 and the relatively successful result in 2017, it's camouflaged, I think, this reality that it's as if their politics, if you go around saying to people, we don't want your votes, we don't want your help, bugger off, you're just a Tory, don't be surprised if they go and vote for the Tories. So the way that they conduct the politics, and yes, there's lots in Labour's manifesto that's popular.
Is your party heading for a civil war?
Well, I hope not, because it's so obvious what has to happen.
Not to a lot of Labour members?
No, maybe not, but let me tell you something
briefly,
else. Well, there's Mr Landsman over there, right? You're going to talk to him in a minute. And they're delusional if they think the public are going to support their politics. And let me just have this one fact.
Quickly.
One fact. If Boris Johnson runs the full term, it will have been 50 years since any Labour leader other than Tony Blair won a general election. Can they let that sink into their heads and possibly start to reroute their politics back where people live their lives?
Well, I wish John Landsman was going to sit here. We could continue.
Well, he's got a lot to answer for.
All right, but he's actually over there with Hugh. So, Alistair Campbell, I thank you. And we'll go back to Hugh.
Well, don't move, guys, and don't move, Alistair, because I'm going to ask John, who's been chair of Momentum since 2015. John, let's have a response to the pretty damning readout that Alistair's just given us of why Labour's in this position.
Well, Alistair wants to root our politics where the people are, but that isn't what he did over Brexit, is it? He wanted Labour to have a more pro-Remain policy than we've actually had under Jeremy Corbyn. And I think the result of that would have been worse tonight if we'd have had it that way.
You think so?
Well, I do, because you look at what happened. OK, we haven't had that many results from Remain areas, but if you look at if places like Putney are anything to go by, we are doing well there in Remain areas. We are doing badly in Leave areas. I think this was primarily about Brexit. I think it's true that Jeremy's brand, if you like, was damaged by Brexit primarily. Right. Because, unfortunately, it was such a difficult path to travel. I think he took the right route through it. It's easy to criticise it when we're doing badly, but actually he took a route which I think probably has maximised the support in Leave areas. I know that it's bad, but it was always going to be bad. Right. And so, you know, I just disagree with him.
I mean, we had John McDonnell, Alistair, we had John McDonnell on just at the start talking to Andrew, saying that, you know, basically admitting that the Brexit strategy, you know, was a bit of an impossible one to carry off, really, partly because he felt under pressure from all sides. And your view on the Brexit strategy has been very clear. And John says that's partly responsible for why Labour's where it's at.
Listen, I accept Brexit's been a difficulty for all of the parties. But what's happened is that you've had a sense of a leader who hasn't led on it, who's been dragged to a position that he's clearly uncomfortable with. And if it's all about Brexit, and I think it's fascinating that John, having said that the election wasn't about Brexit, now suddenly it is all about Brexit. In Scotland, where somebody has actually shown leadership, that's what the country was crying out for on Brexit, not sort of trying to balance it as some sort of tactical inconvenience and not talking about it during the campaign. And Johnson got away with his slogan, "Get Brexit done," because you didn't take part of his strategy either.
Is that fair?
Well, look, I think we did try and change the agenda from Brexit to other things.
That's my point.
We did a lot of testing our messaging. You know, I say we, Momentum, which obviously I'm involved in. And, you know, actually, the messages on the NHS and public services did work. They didn't work enough. And so we did, you know, I think ultimately it's clear that we failed to change the agenda sufficiently.
My point is that unless you defeated them on the argument about Brexit, that he's not going to get Brexit done, then you weren't going to get heard on these other things. And that's what's happened. So on both planks of his strategy, I'm afraid, I think you have let him win.
Well, is that right?
No, I don't think it's right. I mean, another issue about rooting our politics in where people are, you know, is if we want to change things, we have to change public attitudes. And that means making arguments about, you know, I think, for radical new policies. By the way, these aren't extreme policies. They're actually traditional social democratic policies, you know, public ownership of the things that we were proposing to take into, of the industries we're proposing to take into public ownership, are commonly in the public sector in many other European countries. It's not that radical. We were not proposing to increase public expenditure or the share of the economy in public ownership, you know, beyond anything like to the extent that it was in the 70s.
John, there's Jeremy Corbyn. They're arriving at the Count in Islington. This is just happening now. And while we're looking at him, because clearly he'll have taken in the extent of the defeat that the exit poll, now the projection is putting forward. He's waving as he's coming in. These are live images from the Count in Islington. And as we look at these images, John, I'm bound to ask you the direct question. You know, are you calling on him to stand down?
I think Jeremy will make his own decisions. I'm sure he's thinking about these things, and he will make his own decisions as is right.
What would you expect?
I do not think we have to rush into this. We need a period of reflection. I think we were far too quick to rush into leadership elections in 2010 and 2015. We needed more reflection. Actually, the interregnums didn't help us, you know, on either of those occasions. I think we can. If Jeremy chooses to go, as he may, then I think we should have a leadership election in the spring, and you know, he may well wish to stay on. We haven't got a deputy leader anymore, so he may well
want to
choose
face
to stay
Prime
on
Minister's questions against Boris Johnson.
You know, actually,
after this
Boris
kind of
Johnson
result?
was scared to face him in this election campaign, scared to debate the arguments. But Jeremy Corbyn, I'm sure, would be perfectly willing to face him when they bring their withdrawal bill next week.
So, John, it's clear you think that Jeremy Corbyn should hang on for a while the party sort of works out what to do. But I'm intrigued as to whether or not you think that the party will have to move on from the kinds of policies you were putting forward. I mean, you're saying in your view they were not radical, and I just noted that you said that we have to change public attitudes. Isn't it actually that the party has to change its attitude towards the public? I mean, isn't that actually exactly the problem that Alistair Campbell was putting to you before?
I think we do listen to the public, and I think the public are actually enthusiastic about many of our policies. I think Alistair actually accepted some of that. We presented a very, lengthy, bold manifesto, which was really a programme for more than a government. It was a programme for 10 years plus. Maybe we should have had a shorter manifesto. We didn't have much time to sell, some of the newer policies in that. But I think that programme is right because the state of the economy, because the state of our public services, because of the threat of climate change is so dramatic that it requires drastic solutions, and we will still need them at the next election.
I'm pausing you a second, John, sorry, and I will bring Alan Duncan in as well in a second. Alan, you've been very patient. But because we're on these images in Islington, Nick Robinson is there. Nick, what's the sense of what's going on there, Nick? What are you sensing there, and just in terms of the mood music around the Labour leader?
Well, extraordinarily sombre, Hugh. The Labour leader has arrived here at a leisure centre in his constituency, just a few hundred yards away from where he lives. He knows this place incredibly well. He must have dreamt of arriving here to cheering crowds, to the expectation that he might become Prime Minister. But instead he comes here knowing that his days in control of the Labour Party are coming to an end. Will they end tonight? Probably not, but they will end in the next few days, whatever allies like John Landsman say. The Corbyn era in the Labour Party is over. The argument that you've been having in the studio is really whether his people, the people he brought into the Labour Party, the people who control the Labour Party at the moment, can they cling on to control even as Mr Corbyn waves goodbye to the leadership of the Labour Party? That is the argument taking place. And as I look down now here on Jeremy Corbyn, who is standing just below me, I'm on the gallery, the balcony, just above him. He's talking to people he's worked with and been with for not just years, but decades. And that's why the hugs are coming here. You can see as he looks at them, he grips them by the arm, he hugs them as if to say, it is all now coming to an end. Not, of course, here in Islington North. He'll have a huge majority here. It's a very safe Labour seat. But the Corbyn project, the belief that his brand of socialism could take the Labour Party into government, that project is over, at least for him.
When we look at these images, and Sir Alan Duncan is with me, the former Foreign Office Minister and the former Conservative MP. I'm just thinking, Alan, when you look at this campaign, which has led, we now think, to this result, which is a big majority for Boris Johnson, someone you've been critical of in the past, what are your thoughts on how it's got to this point?
Well, I think my first comment is that I've decided that John is my new best friend, because I think that he has done
very happy about that.
playing such an enormous role in making the Labour Party unelectable. And I think he's pretty well destroyed it for many, many years. I don't think this has just been about Brexit. I mean, I think that actually Jeremy Corbyn was never a credible future Prime Minister. And of course, on Brexit, he didn't really have a clear view, so he demolished himself on that as well. I think for us, we're obviously going to have reversals in Scotland, and I think there is some pressure in London. For instance, Mike Freer in Finchley, I very much hope he holds his seat, but there may be some pressure there. But there's a very interesting phenomenon here, which I think could redefine British politics, which is that something has happened on the back of Brexit, which I, for one, I think is something I've been wanting to see for many years, is that we have gained appeal in working class areas in the Midlands and the North, which for far too long the Labour Party have taken for granted. And so the challenge for us now is to make sure that we can bank that, if you like, in a sort of Disraelian way, for future years and future elections. And that means that we have to have competence in government and clarity of policy to say that people who have voted Conservative are not just going to say, thank you, I've done it because we got Brexit, but will say thank you in the future because Conservatives have delivered on broader policies in those areas. And that is a massive challenge, I think, for a Boris Johnson government.
Okay, let's go straight back to Islington and Nick Robinson.
Hugh, what is striking, look at these images, is that I was with the Labour leader just a couple of days ago in Carlisle, and still there was the remnants of what you saw 2 years ago in 2017, cheering crowds, the chants of, oh, Jeremy Corbyn, now quite different. Silence here. Jeremy Corbyn is looking up at me now, as it happens, actually, on the gallery. He's talking with people he's known for many years, but there's none of the exuberance, none of the excitement, none of the chanting. This is the Corbyn of 10, 20, 30 years ago. A modest, low-key constituency member of Parliament, loved by the people who work with him here in Islington North. But gone is the aura of leadership. Gone is the sense that this is an alternative Prime Minister. Gone is the idea that this is a man who carries the vision that can carry Labour into the office. What he knows, what they know, what those people watching know, is he looks set to do worse than Michael Foot in 1983. It is a shocking fall from the heights that he was at just a couple of years ago.
Nick, many thanks. And as we look at these images from Islington, we'll get another sense of the Labour reaction, because Andrew's talking to one of the Labour candidates as well.
Indeed, thanks, Hugh. We're going to Leeds now. We're going to speak to the Labour Shadow Justice Secretary, Richard Bergen. Welcome to the programme. It looks like you're going down to a pretty. Looks like you're going down to a pretty bad defeat. What's caused it?
Well, it does look like a bad defeat, and we need to analyse objectively where we lost the votes, in which part of the country, and which parties we lost them to. And I'm very concerned about what people in my constituency and across the country are going to face with 5 years of a Thatcherite Prime Minister in the shape of Boris Johnson. In terms of what's gone wrong, we need to analyse it objectively, but it seems to me that the primary reason is that because this became a Brexit election, it became an election which the Brexit issue overshadowed traditional party loyalties.
Was it all down to Brexit and nothing to do with Jeremy Corbyn?
Well, in the 2017 general election, we had a very similar manifesto, the same leader, and we gained 3 million votes. Fast forward 2 years later, and we haven't done very well at all, and it's a very worrying result indeed. So the things
actually, you had a much more radical manifesto this time. There was a lot more spending, a lot more tax rises, and a lot more borrowing. In 2017, you were not saying you would take 10% of every company employing more than 250 people. It was a more radical manifesto. Has that not played any part in the results tonight?
In terms of when I was going around my own constituency and other constituencies around the country, people weren't complaining about our policies of taking rail, mail and water into public ownership. They weren't complaining about the policy of a £10 an hour minimum wage or stopping privatisation of the NHS. They were raising the issue of Brexit, and it does appear that people wanted to get Brexit done. So I think that seems to me to be the main thing that's changed. Similar manifesto, same leader in the last 2 general elections.
So let me just get this right. Tonight you've lost Lee. It's been Labour since 1922. You've lost Wrexham. It's been Labour since 1935. You lost Blythe Valley. It's been Labour since 1950. You lost Darlington, Labour since 1992. You've lost Stoke Central, Labour since 1935. We haven't got the result, but your candidate admitted he's lost. And you're saying that's got all down to Brexit and nothing to do with Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell and the kind of policies they've espoused?
Of course. The Murdoch press, the Sun newspaper, and also the Daily Mail have done a very good job of making people think that Jeremy Corbyn, a decent man, is some kind of threat to national security, some kind of terrorist even, or racist when he's
Is that the best you can do? It's the fault of the media. It's the fault of the media. It's the fault of Brexit. It's not the fault of the people in control of your party. Is that it?
If the right-wing newspapers, if it didn't work when they do that, they wouldn't bother wasting their time or expertise on money on that. But I think the primary reason was this was a Brexit election. But we need to analyse objectively and soberly.
You've said that.
For example, between 1997 and 2010, we lost 5 million votes when Labour supported policies of cuts and policies of war. We had to analyse why we lost those votes to get them back. In the same way, after tonight, we need to analyse objectively where we lost those votes, how we lost those votes, and how to get them back. But facing 5 years...
But let me ask you this, because...
But facing 5...
I mean, you're not really telling me anything at the moment. Let me ask you this. Do you think in 5 years' time, the Labour Party should fight the election with broadly the same manifesto, same policy stance that it's had in this election?
This election was a Brexit election.
That's
the next
it.
election won't be. This election was a Brexit election. The next election won't be a Brexit election. And I think after 5 years of Thatcherite government, there is no future for the Labour Party in supporting some kind of triangulation or some kind of watered-down version of austerity.
You stick with Corbynism.
I think our policies were very popular.
Okay.
People weren't complaining to me about our policies in this election.
Do you stick with Mr Corbyn?
Well, Jeremy will issue a statement in due course and make a decision in due course.
What's your
I think
view?
it's too early to be speculating.
If he calls and asks for your advice, what's your advice?
He will make his mind up. I think it's... and he can speak for himself on this matter.
No, I wasn't
I'm
asking
not
for
into
him. I was asking for your
premature speculation.
view. But I clearly I'm not going to get it, but that's fine. It's late at night, and you've got your count to go back
my
to.
view...
Yeah?
My view...
You're going to answer the question?
My view is that Jeremy Corbyn is a far more decent, progressive and effective person than many of his cheap and tawdry critics in the press and in the Conservative Party.
That's fine, but it doesn't answer my question. We'll leave it there. I'm sure we'll get to return to it in the days ahead. Let's go back to Hugh. Thank you.
Andrew, many thanks once again. And lots of results coming in, some very interesting gains and losses. And Rita has been looking at some of the latest ones for us. If we cross our newsroom and go to our results centre, Rita can take us through the results that she's picked out there.
Yes, the results coming in thick and fast now, Hugh, and we've got a selection here. A couple of holds. Ian Duncan-Smith, former Conservative leader, of course, has hung on in Chingford and Woodford, there on the Essex borders. He's had his majority cut in half. His majority is now around 1,200, but he's hung on there. Canterbury, you don't quite see it on the board yet, but we are hearing that that is a Labour hold for Rosie Duffield. But a couple of seats that have changed hands. Stockton South is a Labour loss and a Conservative gain, and Blackpool South, same story there. The Labour Party has lost this to the Conservatives. As you can see, this was a Labour seat for the past 2 decades. The Conservatives have tonight picked up half of the vote share, and the new MP is Scott Benton for the Conservatives. Let's just take a little look at what's happened to the share of the vote, and a familiar story now by this time of the night. The Labour share of the vote down by 12 points, the Conservatives up by 7, and the Brexit Party putting in a decent performance here on 6 points. Now, I just want to show you a pattern that is now emerging about the difference in which, in the way in which Leave Britain and Remain Britain has been voting when it comes to the performance of the Conservatives and Labour. So we have talked about, when we talk about strong Leave seats, we mean seats where 60% or more of the electorate voted for Leave, and similarly in Remain seats. Now, if you compare the Labour performance here, Labour are performing much less well in the strongly Leave seats, down by 12 percentage points, down in the Remain seats as well, but down by less. By contrast, the Conservatives are performing better in the strongly Leave seats, up by 5 percentage points. They're down by 3 points in the Remain seats, but not by as much as Labour. And that is why we are seeing this strong, by and large, strong Conservative performance across the board here, with Labour down in both sets of seats.
Rita, many thanks. And some interesting trends there. Another result that Jeremy Corbyn will be relieved about, because in Canterbury, in Kent, it's a Labour hold, and Rosie Duffield has been re-elected there. Elected by a bit of a surprise, really, back in 2017. Lots of students, of course, voting in Canterbury itself. Anna Firth in second place, a local barrister. But a Labour hold there on a turnout of 75%. Now, we haven't seen turnouts like that in many places. A majority of 1,800 for Labour on 48% of the vote. 3% ahead there for Labour, and in a while maybe John can talk a bit about, John Landsman, who's here, can talk a bit about the different patterns of voting in some of these areas. Canterbury, of course, being an area which voted 45% Leave to 54% Remain. So that's part of the thinking. The swing here is 1.4% from Conservative to Labour. What I'd like to do at this point, before I bring my guest back in again, is take stock in Northern Ireland, because there are some very significant contests taking place there. And Emma Vardy is there for us. We're looking at quite a few of the seats there, Emma, including Belfast North, where, of course, Nigel Dodds, the DUP leader at Westminster, is standing. What's the latest intelligence you're getting there?
Well, Hugh, it seems like we could be close to a very dramatic result here in Belfast. The North Belfast constituency has been one of the headline battles, a bitter and savage battle of this campaign between the DUP and Sinn Féin. And we have senior sources of both parties telling the BBC that Sinn Féin's John Finucane may have unseated the DUP's leader in Westminster, Nigel Dodds. Now, if that proves to be correct, that will be a huge blow for the DUP. Nigel Dodds is a veteran politician who's been the MP for North Belfast for 18 years. He's been very prominent for the DUP throughout the Brexit negotiations in Westminster. What happened in this general election was unprecedented, a pact between nationalist parties stepping aside for each other in certain seats in order to maximise nationalist or pro-Remain votes. And if Sinn Féin have won North Belfast, well, it means that the DUP's Nigel Dodds will have fallen victim to one of those pacts, because in his constituency, well, the SDLP, the other nationalist party here in Northern Ireland, and the Green Party stepped aside to give Sinn Féin a clear run at it. Now, as I say, it's been a very, very close contest, been getting really bitter between the two sides on the streets. Not completely confirmed yet, but multiple sources now saying that John Finucane for Sinn Féin may well have unseated Nigel Dodds. Now, just a bit about John Finucane. The name Finucane is pretty famous here in Northern Ireland, synonymous with the era of the Troubles. John Finucane's father was a solicitor who was murdered by loyalist paramilitaries during the Troubles. John Finucane, he is a solicitor himself, the Lord Mayor of Belfast, and really Sinn Féin threw everything at this battle to try to unseat the DUP's Nigel Dodds. If that has happened, well, this has the makings of a pretty bad night for the DUP.
That's intriguing, and Emma, we'll be back with you as soon as we get any news of that. That's in Belfast North. Let's go to Richmond in southwest London, and Geeta Gurumurthy is there for us. And that's an interesting context for us, of course, just in terms of the Lib Dems and the Conservatives. Geeta, what's going on?
Well, yes, Zac Goldsmith is defending a very, very tiny majority. He won by only 45 votes. We are expecting that result within the next 10 to 15 minutes, possibly half an hour. And the word is that Zac Goldsmith is going to be unseated. The Liberal Democrats are expecting to win. Both sides expecting something in the order of between 6,000 to 8,000 votes. A big, big win for the Liberal Democrats. And Richmond is a massive Remain seat. All sides have said that the biggest issue on the doorstep was Brexit. And even though many people in this pretty affluent part of London will have been worried about Jeremy Corbyn and worried that a Lib Dem vote was going to put him in power, I think perhaps possibly the polls giving the Tories a reasonable lead in the last few weeks have allowed people to have the confidence to say we will still back the Lib Dems. The seat has always switched between the Tories and the Lib Dems, but of course Zac Goldsmith has represented it since 2010 almost consistently, apart from when he stood down over the Heathrow Airport issue, and then he lost by a very small majority again there to the Lib Dems. But tonight it looks as though Zac Goldsmith, a big ally of course of Boris Johnson, is going to be unseated, and that's despite a lot of Conservative effort going into this seat, including Carrie Simons coming down here several times to campaign on behalf of Zac Goldsmith, who is of course, we know, a friend of the Prime Minister.
Geeta, many thanks again. Geeta Gurumurthy there for us in Richmond. Alan, would that be a surprise if Zac Goldsmith is defeated by that margin?
By that margin, yes. I mean, I think obviously it was going to be a very vulnerable seat, and he was a very well-known Brexit figure in a very strongly Remain seat. So we've got the London factor there. But meanwhile, we've also got the result in Wolverhampton North East, which is a Conservative gain. And I think that reinforces the pattern we're seeing this evening, which will determine this victory and its scale, I think, which is us doing very well in Labour-held seats in the Midlands and the North. And that is the main determinant, I think, of what will be the national picture at the end of tonight.
When people talk about accelerating the Brexit process now, with a Prime Minister who's going to have a very decent working majority, what do you think the implications of that are? And is it going to be possible to accelerate it to the extent that things can be tied up in terms of a future agreement with the EU by the end of 2020? Are you one of those people who thinks that that's remotely practicable?
Well, I think that the big thing we're seeing is that we are escaping from the deadlock of the last few months, which has caused a degree of paralysis in government, almost making us ungovernable. And I think we will now be able to govern. And to have a comfortable majority, let's say what it is, 50, 60, we don't know, is plenty to be able to have a functioning government and do it well. So I am absolutely convinced, and let's face it, he got the withdrawal agreement and it was voted positively on once and then delayed because they wouldn't do a timetable thing. It was supported, then thwarted, if you like. But he will be able to get that important, really massive, significant stage through before Christmas, I think. And I think that is going to change the whole dynamics of our national politics. First of all, Boris is the dominant political figure, and he actually has been since he was elected leader in July. He filled the space in August, he's dominated the campaign, he is the biggest personality on the pitch. He's going to have a solid government, and he's going to be able now to get us out of the total obsession with Brexit, to be able to govern across the whole waterfront of domestic and foreign policy, which, let's face it, has been absent for the last few months because of Brexit.
But Alan Duncan, you were one of the very many Conservatives who was absolutely scathing about Boris Johnson, both just before he went into number 10 and then once he was there. Why do you think you got it so wrong?
I think that I was a loyalist. I support Prime Ministers. So I supported Prime Minister Theresa May when she was trying to get the deal through. And as I said to Boris, absolutely directly, and he knows this, once he became leader and then Prime Minister, I support him. And I think that this has been a massive vindication of him as a personality. The scale of this majority, I think, gives him massive personal authority, which he has now earned and proved, and we've got to turn that now into competent government. And that is actually a bigger challenge. Perhaps we're not focusing enough on now what you do in government, because we've got to satisfy those who have supported us, not just on the issue of Brexit, but I think on broader domestic policy in some of these tough Labour areas of the North and the Midlands, as well as re-establishing our authority on the world stage beyond just the United States. Now, I think we can do that with the majority that it looks as though we're getting
But do you think he's up to it now? Because, I mean, you were his colleague at the Foreign Office, but you've been quite clear in public that you had real doubts about whether or not he is the kind of person almost who ought to be Prime Minister, who could take on that kind of task you've just outlined.
I think actually, since he got there, he has become almost a different person. I mean, I think that when you're striving to get somewhere and you're stuck in the horrors of Brexit division, it's very, very difficult. But he can now be his own man. And there have been a lot of comments in the media over what are his real politics in terms of him being a social liberal or not. Now, I actually think that he is. I mean, he is a social liberal. OK, he's been very hard and strong on the issue of Brexit, but actually it's that certainty which I think can be said to have won him this election. But now I think he can govern with authority, and I think that, you know, we have to govern as one party and not have any longer factions within the parliamentary party which think that they can hold the leader to ransom. They can't now hold him to ransom. He is his own man, he's got the numbers, and he can lead.
Let's take a pause there, because what I want to do is to get a quick reminder from Jeremy of where we are in terms of the battleground, and then we'll get some more reaction to what the results are across the country.
Hugh, yes, looking at the Conservative targets. So we've got different battleground boards, but this is the one where all the action is tonight, isn't it? Because it's the seats the Conservatives had their eyes on from the start of this election. We've coloured them in as they were coloured at the last general election, 2017, and you can see the smallest majorities start here, and obviously the party that held them in 2017 is the colour of the name. So, what's been happening? Well, you'll see immediately that the board gets washed in blue. Now, where the blue is faint, it's a projection still. Where it's solid, as in Canterbury or Peterborough, then it's a result. So, yes, we're projecting that Labour hold Kensington, but then the Conservatives take a whole slew of seats, and Ashfield and Stroud and Bishop Auckland and so on, and Peterborough and Cold Valley, they're all projected to go. Lincoln, Portsmouth, South. But this board is only seats 1 to 32. So this is just at the very start of what the Conservatives would have been hoping for in this election night. Bear in mind, they actually only needed 8 seats, in addition to the ones Theresa May won, to get a majority. Let's see how far down the board they've gone. So I bring on the next board now, and this is seats 33 to 64. And again, you see a lot of blue. So they've taken Wrexham, and they've taken Vale of Clwyd. And you can see also the faint blue showing projections. Yes, Labour back in Gower, but losing Blackpool South and losing Darlington. And you see lots and lots of blue coming down this board. A few more seats staying red here. We've got Enfield Southgate, Gedling, Bury North, London affecting Enfield, of course. But the Conservatives reaching deep into Labour territory, no more so than here in Workington, with a majority in thousands, and they took that just about, what, an hour and a half ago? So let's go further. Let's have a look now at seats 65 on. You wouldn't expect normally to be having rich pickings in this area of the battle board, but that's exactly what the Conservatives have got. So Birmingham, Northfield, we project. Faint blue means they've taken it, we think. We'll find out later. Bridgend, Halifax, Holly Lynch in Halifax out. Don Valley was Caroline Flint's seat. Bolsover, Dennis Skinner's, all of those. Bath, interestingly, we project. You see the Lib Dem flash, staying orange for the Lib Dems. Bury South then, staying red. Here it gets harder to win these seats, and we have a look down, see what else. Wolverhampton, North East, Emma Reynolds' seat. That goes blue under our... Oh, there's a result there. Innis Mon, again, a result we've had. So we're looking down here, and we're seeing the Conservatives even as far down as seat 96, taking them in our projection. Seat 96 being Sedgefield. Lancaster and Fleetwood, by the way, we have as the Conservatives not taking. That's a 6,500 majority. Normally, they wouldn't have a prayer there. So let's go further. I tell you what, let's look for Lee. Lee is the most startling result so far. Where is it on our board? Well, we go down here and we're on seats 97, 98, 99, 100. So Burnley goes Conservative. That's over 100th target there. Bradford South and so on. They're reaching deep, aren't they? Here, the Conservatives into Labour territory. Hartlepool staying red. Wirral South staying red, getting a bit easier for Labour to hold on here. Blythe Valley, the first result we had in, there it is, going blue. And we look further, we still can't find Lee, where that huge result was earlier. So we have to go to one more board. This just shows you the extent of the Conservatives' reach into Labour's areas here. And it's seat 132 is Lee. Isn't that amazing? Seat 132 they've gained on their target list. And from that point on, Labour start to hold the seats you would expect them to. The majorities are in the thousands. They're above, on that board, above 10,000 in some of those seats. Let's have a look, if we can, just finally here, at the Conservative defence. Is there any crumb of comfort here for Labour? These are Conservative seats that were under attack by Labour. You would expect them in this election to hold nearly all of them, where Labour was in second place last time. As we look down, yeah, one ray of light for Labour. There we are, the gain of Putney. But at the moment, nothing else to write home about. So, Hugh, it's a very dramatic picture on that battle board, isn't it?
It certainly is, Jeremy. And, you know, when you start to think about seats like Bishop Auckland, you really do realise what's going on here. And that's what I'd like to do now, is just have a look at that result. I'm just picking on this one. I mean, there are so many out there which are illustrating what's going on. But Bishop Auckland has been Labour since 1935. I first met the MP for Bishop Auckland, who was Derek Foster at the time, who was Labour's chief whip. This seat goes back to the 30s. I think Hugh Dalton, the Labour Chancellor, was representing Bishop Auckland. Well, look, it's gone Conservative. This is in County Durham. The new MP is Dehenna Davidson, taking the seat on over 24,000 votes. This is not some small win. This is not some whisker majority. Look at that. A majority of 7,962, 36% to Labour. What's happened to Labour's vote? Let's see. Down by 12%, the Tories up by 7%. Brexit Party as well taking votes, probably from Labour as well, in order for that result to work out. And the swing in Bishop Auckland, of all places, from Labour to the Conservatives is 9.5%. And I'm bound to turn to John Landsman at this point and say, John, you know, when you see Bishop Auckland going Conservative, what's going through your mind?
Well, it's, of course, extremely depressing to see places which were devastated by Thatcher now voting Conservative. That is, of course, devastating. But what you're seeing, I think, is not as simple as Alan was saying. It's not, or at least maybe we need to do more analysis. It's not North and Midlands, you know, in one way and the South a different way. It's because, you know, there are a number of seats that we've seen recently in Liverpool where there have been swings from the Conservatives to Labour. You know, or in other cases, you know, very low swings to the Conservatives. In Remain seats, and those are, I suspect, Remain seats. There are Remain seats in the south as well, Canterbury, Battersea, Putney, where we're seeing swings to Labour.
OK, John. I'm going to pause you there for a second, sorry, because I know the Chancellor's waiting to speak to Andrew, so let's join Andrew now.
Thanks, Hugh. We are. We're going to Worcestershire in the West Midlands, the constituency of Bromsgrove, which has just returned the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sajid Javid. Of course, the West Midlands has been fertile territory for the Conservatives tonight. They're picking up a lot of seats there. Chancellor, did you expect to do this well across the country, across England?
Well, Andrew, can I just say I haven't officially been returned yet, unless you know something that I don't. I'm still waiting for my result, but I am optimistic.
Well, I tell you, you're quite right. But I think from what we've seen so far, it's not in huge doubts.
Unless they've just done it without me.
But what I was trying to find out was, did you expect this result to be picking up so many of these Labour seats?
Look, of course, we don't have the final result yet. It's still a projection, but it is, of course, incredibly encouraging this evening. And, you know, I didn't know what to expect going into this. We went in there fighting for every single vote. And I think our approach, clearly, it looks like it's paid off. Our message has got through. People have rejected utterly the division that was offered by Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell, Diane Abbott and the others. And they want unity. They want this country to move forward. Of course, they want Brexit done. It looks like that is one of the messages from the result, and that's great that we can move forward in that way. But they want so much more else. They wanted a government that listens to them, and hopefully, if this is confirmed, then it is a Conservative majority government. That is exactly what they are going to get.
Well, you did fight this election on getting Brexit done. But of course, you haven't got Brexit done. And even if you pass a withdrawal agreement, you then go into some rather difficult and detailed negotiations on what our future partnership will be with the European Union. And we don't really know the shape of what you're going for.
Well, what we do know, of course, is that we have an exit deal. We had that before, but we couldn't get it through. They paralysed.
No, I know all that. I'm asking about the future.
Election.
And tell us the shape of this future partnership deal that you're going to get.
Well, the first thing is to get the exit deal through, and we will start that process in Parliament. Again, if the results tonight are confirmed, I have to caveat it that way.
No, I understand that.
We
but
will
let's
start
take that
process.
that's going to happen.
And once we've got that
what
through,
then
and
happens?
If we get that deal through Parliament, which we will with a majority, then, of course, we move to the next phase, which is to get the excellent trade deal that we've negotiated the principles of, that we've set out, and we will get that through Parliament, and we will do that next year. And now, if the majority is the kind of majority that is suggested tonight, I'm incredibly confident that we will get that through Parliament, and we will be having the smoothest of all exits from the EU, where we will still be, have that friendly relationship with our European friends, but we can move forward with Brexit. But also, we have the bandwidth to focus on so much else: the NHS and hospitals.
Okay,
and policing,
the election's over. I don't want to litigate all that again. We've had 5 weeks of that. A lot of blue-collar workers, a lot of working-class Labour voters voted for your party tonight. Are you preparing a budget that's going to reward them, that will give these people something worth their vote?
Well, I stood up on a stage a few months back at our party conference and said that we are the party of the working class.
Yeah, but what are you going to do for them?
What we are. And I think the message that is come, well, look at our manifesto, and I think people have been looking at this and they've reflected on that, and that's why I think we're seeing the night that we have. So, for example, we've said in the first budget that I'll have in February, we're going to be cutting taxes for working people, the national insurance cut. We've announced further increases in the national living wage. We'll have it. And clearly this has been an important part of our message. I think that it's got through. But people also naturally, in casting their vote, have compared what we've said to the nonsense that was spewed out by the Labour Party and the numbers that just did not add up. And the Labour Party, sadly, they took people for fools,
we've had
and
enough
the people
about the
have
Labour
given them
Party.
their verdict.
Are you staying as Chancellor? As Mr Johnson confirmed, you'll stay as Chancellor?
Not yet. Let's see what the results are tonight, and then I hope that in a few hours tomorrow morning we will see Boris Johnson back as Prime Minister, and then one of the first things he'll do is set out his government.
Very well. Okay, we'll let you get back to your account and see the result. Back to you, Hugh.
Very interesting, Andrew. Thanks very much. Well, some remarkable results coming through. Why don't we just catch up very quickly with Rita, who can take us through some of the really notable results that have been flowing through in the last half hour or so.
More evidence here of red seats turning blue and of the Conservatives taking real chunks out of the Labour heartland, traditional Labour heartland. Seats like Redcar, which was a Tory target 143, Burnley, which was Tory target 104, West Bromwich West, Wolverhampton North East and Haywood and Middleton, all going Conservative from Labour. And I also want to point out Ynys Môn, which the Conservatives have taken off Labour. Now that's also really interesting because Plaid Cymru was targeting that seat very heavily, and the Greens and the Liberal Democrats had stood aside for Plaid, but that had made no difference. The Conservatives have got that too. But I just want to show you some detail on Redcar. This was Mo Mowlam's old seat, you remember, in the 1990s. Well, now Jacob Young, 26 years old, he's become the Conservative MP for Redcar. And I want to show you what's happened to Labour's share of the vote here. Look at that, down by 18 points. And the Conservatives up 13. Brexit Party also getting 7% of the vote there. And this is interesting because our analysis is suggesting that Labour's vote is falling by twice as much in the most working class areas compared to the least working class areas. So something really very decisive going on there. And I just want to show you quickly the exit poll compared to the results so far. And as you can see, the exit poll was really pretty accurate. Labour's vote share down by 9% in the results so far. We were forecasting earlier 10%. Conservatives 2 to 3%. Lib Dems on 3%. So as you can see, the exit poll, the forecast that we had earlier in the evening, pretty accurate given the results that we've got.
Rita, thanks very much. We'll go to the news in a second, but just as we were looking at Rita taking us through some of those results, Laura and I were just basically jaw-dropping, weren't we?
Well, if you look at just the parts of the country where these have gone red to blue, red to blue, red to blue, red to blue, there are parts of the country where, for decades, you just would have thought somebody was telling you complete nonsense if you'd suggested that they could ever go away from the Labour Party. Because it's not just about the kind of immediate policy here, there and everywhere. It's also about culture. These are parts of the country that are absolutely drenched in red. People's heritage, people's heartlands, to use that terrible political phrase. And we've seen time and again so far tonight, them just flipping over to the other side. And for a whole variety of reasons. Brexit, part of it. Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, part of it. We know that. Anti-Semitism, part of it. We know that. But I think the Labour Party is going to be starting tonight on a very serious battle for its soul and for trying to find a way where they might be able to move those kinds of seats back in order to get to a position where they may well be able to get back to government. Because remember, this is the 4th general election defeat in a row for the Labour Party. This is not just about, oh, well, it didn't quite work out with the Corbyn project as people had hoped. This is about successive defeats and perhaps never really looking deeply enough at how the country was changing, and they perhaps weren't responding to that.
Laura, let's have a look at some of the new projections that we have, because we've been adjusting the projections. The BBC forecast has slightly changed based on the results we've got coming in. So the latest figures are there for you. We are now forecasting the Conservatives on 357, which is less than the 368 we were saying earlier. Labour on 201, which is up from the 191 suggested earlier. The SNP on 55, that has stayed at the original exit poll level. The forecast for the Lib Dems is 13, that would be +1. For Plaid Cymru, 4. Which would be +1, and for the Greens it'll be 1, and the Brexit Party on nothing, and the others on 19. So that's the projection we have on the wall of Broadcasting House at 3 o'clock in the morning on this election night, and you're watching Election 2019. Let's take a look now at the news headlines. We cross the newsroom at Broadcasting House and join my colleague Tina Dahealy.
Thanks, Hugh. Hello. With more than 200 results declared, the Conservatives seem on course for a substantial majority, heading for their biggest win since 1987. Labour's looking at its worst performance in more than 30 years. Results show them being hit hard in areas that voted leave in the referendum, but holding up in London. Jessica Parker has more.
As people take it in, it's worth remembering this is a forecast, not the final result. But it projects a big victory for Boris Johnson.
As we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas, introduce the legislation and get that moving.
They're delighted. The Tories have made inroads into Labour heartlands that voted leave, including unseating a shadow cabinet member in Cumbria.
Tonight, Workington constituency has elected its first Conservative Member of Parliament since 1979. The people of Workington, Cockermouth, Silloth, Maryport, Aspertria and all the villages in between have a message that they want me to take to Westminster. They want me to get Brexit done.
Labour's Brexit policy has been under scrutiny in this campaign, with claims it could alienate Leave voters.
Basically being ignored is not a good recipe, and I think democracy prevails. Ignore democracy, and to be quite honest, the consequences will come back and bite you up the backside.
A gain for Labour in London, though, taking Putney off the Tories, but questions now loom over his leadership.
I'm not going to sit here and scalp Jeremy Corbyn on the television for anyone, because that's all the headline will be. And actually what I want to say is that the Labour Party tonight, we have failed to meet the test of the public, and in doing that we fail the people who we aim to serve, and that is heartbreaking.
For the Lib Dems, the surge they hoped for isn't looking likely, and no joy for the Brexit Party in one of their main target areas. And while there's still a way to go tonight, the campaign is over. The finish line in sight. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
The SNP are doing well in Scotland, where the exit poll predicts them gaining 20 seats. That would be a tally of 55 seats out of 59. The SNP's first gain of the night was taking the Glasgow seat of Rutherglen and Hamilton West from Labour. They've also gained Angus from the Conservatives. In Northern Ireland, the Democratic Unionist Party is having a bad night. In the last few minutes, Deputy Leader Nigel Dodds has lost his North Belfast seat to Sinn Féin's John Finucane, and the DUP could also lose South Belfast to the nationalist SDLP. The Conservatives are making significant gains in Wales. They've taken 3 seats in the North East Wrexham, the Vale of Clwyd and Clwyd South, all from Labour. Plaid Cymru have held on to Arfon and is running neck and neck with the Liberal Democrats in Ceredigion. The declaration is expected later in Boris Johnson's Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency. While they are waiting, his rival candidates Lord Buckethead and Count Binface have been providing entertainment for those gathering to hear the result. And while you're watching us, you can get more information from BBC News online. Our live page has all the latest results as they come in and real-time analysis from the experts. Follow it all live on our website and the BBC News app. Now it's back to election 2019.
Well, basically, we have 227 seats declared and 422 to go. So we are in a position now, because of Sir John Curtis's detailed work on the results that have come in, to adjust the original figures we gave you, the original projections, and they are suggesting a slightly smaller Conservative majority than the one we were suggesting at the start of the evening. But I'm going to let Jeremy Vine tell us all about it.
Hugh, yes, we've taken the Conservative numbers down a little bit, but let's have a look. Still a thumping win for Boris Johnson. Here we are inside the House of Commons. Remember, we said 326 MPs needed for an overall majority, because that's just a shade over half the House of 650 MPs. And let's see what we think is going to be the situation by the end of the night. So we have the Conservatives now, we're projecting on 357 seats. So they were 318 before this election, going up to 357. Now we see Labour. We think Labour will get beyond 200. Under our projection, they'll get over 200, 201. Still not as many as Michael Foot got in their disastrous 1983 election, because he was on 209. SNP now, a brilliant night for the SNP in Scotland. We project them on 55. Lib Dems, no progress to write home about, really, 13. Plaid Cymru, we project still on 4 by the end of the evening, and the Greens still on 1, and then the others, 19, mainly Northern Ireland. So a majority projected that's a little bit down from what we suggested at the start of the night, but still very useful for Boris Johnson, a majority of 64. Hugh.
Well, Jeremy, that's certainly food for thought. And Laura and I were just looking at these revised figures and just thinking that, yes, of course, we were talking about a potential majority of 86 for the Tories at the start of the evening. That's now looking more like in the 60s. Mm-hmm. But it's still, let's be very honest about it, it's still eminently workable as a majority, and it's something that you can really do some serious things with.
Absolutely, and it's at the top range of where the Tories' sort of private range was. So conversations I've had in the last couple of days, it's been said to me they were sort of looking at anywhere between 20 and 60, hugely nervous about not getting to the lines, but 60 was sort of at the top range of the numbers that they had been looking at. And it would be, if you get to that kind of number, just a different way of doing politics than what we've had in the last sort of 9 years or so. I mean, we had the coalition, which was relatively stable, but it was two parties trying to mash together the kinds of things that they wanted to do, and they had to kind of stitch things up in between themselves, and they certainly did, but it was a period of stability. But since 2015, even with David Cameron's majority of 15, that was still he had to do deals all the time with the Brexiteers in his party, with the DUP. Then, of course, we know Theresa May, how much she had the sword hanging over her head every single waking hour that she was Prime Minister, of the powerful Brexiteer group, and also powerful former Remainers in her party. There's powerful Remainers in her cabinet who made life very difficult for her towards the end of her time in office. And if Boris Johnson gets back to Downing Street tomorrow with these kinds of numbers, that's just a completely different kind of politics, which will make his supporters feel, hurrah, how marvellous, how excited. But on the other hand, it would make a lot of people think, my goodness, what's he going to do with it? And perhaps feel quite worried about that.
Let's go to Esher, where there's a declaration taking place. No, we're not going to go to Esher, we're going to go to Richmond instead, yes?
Fullness, the Mayor of the London Borough of Richmond upon Thames, to come to the stage to make the announcement.
I, Councillor Nancy Baldwin, being the returning officer for the Richmond Park constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate is as follows. Goldsmith, Frank Zacharias, commonly known as Zach Goldsmith, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,793. Keane, Sandra Gay, Labour Party, 3,407. Olney, Sarah Jane, Liberal Democrats, 34,559. Olney, Sarah Jane, Liberal Democrats, 34,559. Shaw, Caroline Teresa, Independent, 247. Usher, John Richard, Independent, 61. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 173. The reasons for rejection were...
Well, as the returning officer goes through some of the logistics there, that is a remarkable result when you look at the size of the vote that the Lib Dems have garnered there in Richmond Park. Zac Goldsmith, the MP since 2017 and was the MP between 2010 and 2016, who attends Cabinet as Minister for the Environment, an ex-London mayoral candidate. Well, he's been very heavily defeated, really, there, when you think of the balance of the votes here. Lib Dem's Sarah Olney, who is the former MP, the MP from between 2016 and 17, well, she's been re-elected in Richmond Park for the Lib Dems on what will be for them a fantastically encouraging result. Now, look at the share of the vote, for you to see how strongly the Lib Dems have performed in this part of southwest London, a very affluent part of southwest London. 53% of the vote to the Lib Dems, 41% to the Tories, which means that the Lib Dems have put on 8 percentage points since 2017, and the Tories are down 4, and Labour are down 4. So a very interesting, just a balance of the votes. So when you look at the swing from the Conservatives to the Lib Dems of 6%. So one of the wealthiest constituencies in the UK, without a doubt, and this rematch has resulted in a big game for the Lib Dems.
Also interesting, look at the turnout there, 79%.
Yeah.
Now that's somewhere where the Lib Dems and the Tories have been fighting very, very hard. There were sort of jokes about whole forests of leaflets being delivered by the Lib Dems, detailing their green policies to put them up against Zac Goldsmith, who's famous for being an environmentalist, but using, you know, a whole forest of trees in order to sustain all the leaflets. It's been very, very hard fought by the Lib Dems there. They'll be absolutely overjoyed with that result, but what does seem to be a tricky night for them, certainly no breakthrough, potentially going backwards. And if you think Jo Swinson herself, the party leader, may be in trouble, we think we'll get her declaration quite soon. Not so long ago, she started this campaign saying that she was genuinely a candidate to be Prime Minister. Yeah. So that will make them feel better, but they're not looking at a rosy night. Indeed.
Which brings us to the overall picture and the fact that I'd mentioned that we'd updated the forecast based on the results coming in. So let's go straight back to John Curtis. And John, just explain to us what the adjustments are.
Well, we started at the beginning of the night, Hugh saying 368 seats. We're now saying 357. To be honest, we know that the margin of error for an exit poll like this for the
Let's go to Islington for the Jeremy Corbyn result.
I, Lindsay Roberts-Egan, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Islington North constituency, held on Thursday, the 12th of December 2019, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Nicholas Charles Ellsworth de Elves, known as Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 236. James Clark, Conservative and Unionist Party, 5,483. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, Labour Party, 34,603. Joseph Haim David, Brexit Party, 742. Caroline Russell, Green Party, 4,326. Nicholas Richard Wakeling, known as Nick Wakeling, Liberal Democrats, 8,415. The total number of ballots rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than a voter is entitled, 37.
So there we have the result from Islington North, and a thumping win there for Jeremy Corbyn, 34,603, a majority of 26,000, a turnout of 72%. And we'll just stay with these images because I'm sure that Mr Corbyn will have something to say. He'll thank all the returning officers and the police and all the others who've helped the count. But we are, of course, waiting to see what he says about the result, about Labour's performance under his leadership at this general election. So let's join Mr Corbyn now.
Thank you. Could I start by saying a huge thank you to the returning officer and all the staff and the police that have ensured a fair and democratic election has taken place today. And also to congratulate and thank my fellow candidates for their participation in this election. And also a very heartfelt thanks to the people of Islington North for electing me again for the 10th time to represent Islington North in Parliament. I'm very, very proud to do so, and I've learned so much from the people of Islington North, and it's my pride and my pleasure to continue to be their representative in Parliament. I also want to thank Ruth Hayes, our agent for this election, and all of the wonderful friends, comrades and supporters in Islington North Labour Party for the huge effort they put in this election campaign, and they put in all the time to carry a message of hope and justice all over our constituency, and through me, I hope, to a wider world. The pressure on those surrounding politicians is often very, very high indeed. The media intrusion on people's lives is very high indeed. And the attacks that take place against family and loved ones of politicians continue, and they're disgraceful, and frankly, they are disgusting. I want to take this opportunity to thank my family, my close friends, and those that have been close by and been very supportive during this and every other election campaign. I want to thank my 3 sons for the huge support they give me, and thank my wife, Lara Alvarez, for all that she puts up with because of the way in which the media behave towards me, towards her, and indeed towards my party during this election campaign. And this is obviously a very disappointing night for the Labour Party with the result that we've got. But I want to say this. In the election campaign, we put forward a manifesto of hope, a manifesto of unity, and a manifesto that would help to right the wrongs and the injustices and inequalities that exist in this country. For those who need housing, those who need an effective health service that will deliver for them, and those children that need a school that is properly funded and they're not being taught in oversized classes. And a manifesto that gave hope in dealing with the environmental crisis the world faces by investing for the future through a green industrial revolution. All of those policies were extremely popular during the election campaign and remain policies that have huge popular support all across this country. However, Brexit has so polarised and divided debate in this country. It has overridden so much of a normal political debate. And I recognise that has contributed to the results that the Labour Party has received this evening all across this country. The issues of social justice and the issues of needs of people will not go away just because Brexit is dealt with in the way in which Boris Johnson presumably plans to deal with it at the moment. All those issues will come back centre stage in the debate. And the fundamental Labour message about justice and equality within our society is going to be one that is there for all time, because it's the very core of what my party believes in and what I will always advocate on behalf of my constituency and on behalf of my party. I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result and on the policies that the party will take going forward. And I will lead the party during that period to ensure that discussion takes place and we move on into the future. Because I'm very proud of the trust that our 500,000 members put in me to lead this party. And I'm very proud of the way that we fought this election campaign. We did not descend into the gutter. We did not undertake personal abuse. We undertook the task of getting a message of hope and justice to every part of this country. And I'm very grateful to the Labour Party in Islington North for being very tolerant of the fact that I didn't spend as much time in this election campaign in Islington as obviously I would want to do, because I've been travelling around the whole country to ensure that Labour message is put there. But I want to say this: I will remain the MP for Islington North, and I'm proud to represent the people of Islington North, and I'm proud in Parliament and outside that we will forever continue the cause for socialism, for social justice, and for a society based on the needs of all rather than the greed of a few. That is what makes our party what it is, and I'm very proud of the achievements of our party in the development of its manifesto and its ideas. And I tell you what, those ideas and those principles are eternal, and they will be there for all time. I thank the people of Islington North once again for putting their faith and trust in me. I will work, as I always have, to represent and defend the people of my constituency, because they're very special and I owe them so much, and they have all taught me so much. Thank you very much.
The scene's live at 3:30 in the morning in Islington. Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, acknowledging that it is a very disappointing night for his party, announcing that he won't be leading Labour into any future general election, but then saying that he would stay on for the time being to lead the party in what he called a process of reflection, a reflection on the result and how to lead the party forward. So we won't see Jeremy Corbyn, according to that version of events, resigning anytime soon. But that's something that we can discuss with our guests in the studio, and indeed with Hilary Benn, the senior Labour figure who joins us now from Leeds. Mr Benn, a very good morning to you. Thanks for waiting to talk to us. I'm hoping...
Good morning, Hugh.
Thank you. I'm hoping that you heard the party leader speaking there. Can I have your response, first of all, to Labour's performance tonight?
I'm terribly sorry, Hugh. I am losing you as you're putting your questions and then you're coming back again. But if I may respond, I thought that was a very dignified speech from Jeremy, and he has announced that he won't be leading us into a future general election. Look, let's not beat about the bush. This is a very bad night for the Labour Party. It's a result that will come as a great disappointment to all of the thousands of members and supporters who have campaigned so hard, the people for whom our message of hope and change for the better was so attractive. But we didn't win, we lost, and we again have to reflect on that defeat. But I'm sure we will return at some point in the future, because Boris Johnson's going to have a very difficult time as Prime Minister, I can tell you that.
I'm hoping you can hear me, Hilary, at this point. And I'm just going to ask you, basically, is he right to want to stay on, Mr Corbyn, to oversee this process of reflection and to map out a way forward? Or would you think that this kind of result would demand his immediate resignation, or at least within the next few days?
Look, I think that is a decision for Jeremy to make. I mean, he's fought a really good and hard campaign. No one could have asked any more of Jeremy in the effort that he has put in to the campaign. And the night is still young. I think we should give Jeremy the time and space to reflect further on precisely what is the timing of a transition. But clearly a transition to new leadership is coming, because that's what Jeremy himself has just said. And I think it's actually very important for the party to reflect on and discuss why we were not able to win people's trust and confidence. There are a number of factors. In this election, Brexit was clearly one. I had too many conversations, and other Labour candidates will say the same, with people who opened the door and said, I've always been a Labour voter, but I'm afraid I'm not going to be voting Labour this time. And in order to move forward and decide what form the new leadership is going to take, we've got to understand why we've suffered such a bad defeat here tonight. And I hope that process will be able to start soon.
Just noting, and lots of viewers will be interested to know that Tony Blair's old seat in Sedgefield, where he had majorities of well over 20,000, has fallen to the Conservatives this evening. So when you look at a seat like Sedgefield in County Durham, and when you look at that loss, what is that down to, Mr Benn? Is that down to principally anger about the failure to deliver Brexit? Or is it people who are disillusioned with what Labour's offer on Brexit and other things were?
Well, I think Brexit is clearly part of the reason, but there were also a lot of people who have voted Labour before who did not feel able to vote Labour this time, and they expressed their concerns about the leadership. I mean, we might as well tell the truth about what we found on some doorsteps and on others, and we see some of the results in the south, in London, the taking of Putney, Rosie holding on in Canterbury, which is a really, really good result. I think it was those two things. And then thirdly, were people absolutely confident that we could deliver all of the things that we had promised? But I think the fundamental message that we were trying to get across in this election...
Mr Benn, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we've got a result in from Doncaster, and I'm very sorry to interrupt. Let's go to Doncaster.
As follows. Mark Lindsay Alcock, Liberal Democrat, 1,907. Nicholas Anthony Fletcher, known as Nick Fletcher, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,609. Caroline Louise Flint, Labour Party, 15,979. Christopher Paul Holmes, known as Chris Holmes, Yorkshire Party, Speaking Up for Yorkshire, 823. Kathleen Needham, known as Kate Needham, Green Party, 872. Paul Allen Whitehurst, Brexit Party, 6,247. There were 82 rejected votes, and I therefore declare that Nick Fletcher is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Don Valley constituency.
So there we have a defeat for Caroline Flint, the Labour MP in the past since 1997, a former Shadow Energy Secretary, a great critic of Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, who did actually support Boris Johnson's Brexit deal, and Nick Fletcher there from Doncaster, now the MP for Don Valley. And there's never been a Conservative MP for this seat. It's been Labour since 1922. This is the kind of scale of change that we are seeing tonight in some of these very big Labour seats, as they were, now turning towards the Conservatives. And of course, there will be a huge debate, it's already started, about the factors behind these Labour performances, these huge Labour losses. Don Valley there, 43% of the Tories, 35% to Labour, a turnout of 60%. You know, this is not a small majority, it's 3,500 plus. And we see that the Labour vote there dropping by 18 percentage points. Brexit Party vote, look at that, that's interesting, up 14. The Tories barely moving, even though they gained the seat. Their percentage share actually just went up by 1%. So the Brexit Party clearly had a big effect there too. A 9.6% swing in Don Valley and Caroline Flint no longer the MP there. There is a Conservative MP for the first time ever representing this seat in South Yorkshire, which is another result that we should reflect on. But at the moment, why don't we get some reaction to what's been going on from the Foreign Secretary, and he's talking to Andrew.
He is indeed, and he's still held his seat. Let's go to Surrey, to the leafy suburbs of Esher and Walton. We're joined by the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab. Dominic Raab, you had a majority of over 23,000 2 years ago. It's now under 3,000 on a night of huge Tory victory. Why did so many people desert you?
Well, if you look at the vote share, it's 49%. My vote was 31,000, upwards of 31,000. It was just shy of 4,000 less than I secured last time. The story here was the collapse of the Labour vote and obviously some tactical voting. But look, I'm proud that in a very difficult campaign to be returned, and we've got a chance now to move the country forward if the results go our way following the exit poll this evening, and I think break the uncertainty and the logjam that we've had and move the country forward. And that's what people in this constituency voted for. It felt a little bit like a referendum because of the way the tactical voting went. But at the end of the day, we secured half of the vote share, and that gives us a very strong mandate, both locally but also with the results which appear to be going our way this evening, to not just deliver Brexit but also the positive agenda that the Prime Minister has set out.
But your majority was slashed, dramatically slashed, and it used to be that seats like Esher, where these were the seats on which Tory majorities were built. You counted the votes and then you just weighed them, there were so many. Now you look more, your seat is more the past of the Tory party. The new Tory party is gaining majorities in the north, not in the home counties. You're losing seats in the London area. So maybe your kind of seat is no longer the future for the Tory party.
No, the key, and if we're successful as we hope tonight, it will be to forge an alliance between aspirational working middle classes. Now, Brexit was a difficult issue for us in Esher and Walton, with a majority that voted to remain, but nonetheless 50% of the vote share want us to move forward, and effectively it became a bit of a rerun of that. And again, if you look at the number of votes that I secured, over 31,000, it's less than 4,000 difference between what I secured last time. What really happened was that Labour, I can't remember the exact numbers, but they were in second place last time, and they just absolutely plummeted. So it was a unique election, but actually the key is to hold, as we've done, the seats in the south and make gains where we can, but also to make sure that we can speak to some of those aspirational working class constituencies that have heard what we've got to say north of the M25.
The Tories clearly doing very well in England and pretty well in Wales too, but the victors in Scotland are the SNP. They're sweeping the board, and they fought the election on the basis of a second referendum on Scottish independence. Are you going to give them that?
Well, look, all those questions will be for the Prime Minister, but we were told that the Scottish referendum was a once-in-a-generation referendum. That's what we all said about Brexit as well, which is why I don't think people voted in this election for those parties that wanted to defy the will of the British people. So I think the key thing now is to unite the country, bring the country together with a positive agenda, and that's what the Prime Minister is going to do.
How can you unite the country when England and Scotland are going in completely separate directions?
Well, I'm not sure that's true. We'll see what the vote tally is in Scotland and for the rest of the United Kingdom afterwards. But I think I was reading a poll today which showed that there's still a significant majority that don't want independence. And I think the challenge we've got to, and it's a challenge we'll rise to bring the country together, all corners of the United Kingdom, with a positive agenda on global Britain and our place in the world, but also on the investment in the NHS and policing and levelling up opportunity across the country, which is the passion that really brought alive Boris Johnson's premiership so far.
All right, Dominic Raab, thank you. We'll leave you to enjoy your victory there in Esher. I'm joined now by two experienced political strategists, Tim Montgomery, Social Affairs Advisor to 10 Downing Street. Tom Baldwin, People's Vote campaigner, former advisor to Ed Miliband in 2015. So no People's Vote, no Remain. It's finished.
Well, I mean, I think what you're going to see over the next few weeks and months is Boris Johnson going to have to try to keep...
We're going straight to Uxbridge, where the Prime Minister's seat is, and let's join the returning officer.
Is as follows. Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, Independent, 69. Hughes David Stephen, commonly known as Lord Buckethead, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 125. Burke Norma, Independent, 22. Courtney Jeffrey Dennis, UK Independence Party, 283. Humphreys Joanne Ilone, Liberal Democrats to Stop Brexit, 3,026. Johnson Alexander Boris de Pfeffel, commonly known as Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,000. 25,351. Keir Mark Allen, Green Party, 1,090. Milani Ali Reza, Labour Party, 18,141. Smith Robert Jr., commonly known as Bobby Elmo Smith, 8. Tobin William John, 5. Utting Alfie John, Independent, 44. Jorgenstein Yace, commonly known as Yace Interplanetary Time Lord Jorgenstein, 23. The number of rejected ballot papers was 93, and I hereby declare that the said Boris Johnson is duly
Boris
elected.
Johnson, Prime Minister, re-elected in Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much. And listen, I don't want to tempt fate, because clearly lots of results are still coming in, and we're still only dealing with projections. But at this stage, it does look as though this One Nation Conservative government has been given a powerful new mandate to get Brexit done. And not just to get Brexit done, but to unite this country and to take it forward and to focus on the priorities of the British people and, above all, on the NHS. And yes, we will recruit 50,000 more nurses and 6,000 more GPs, and we will build 40 new hospitals. And I'm proud to say that one of those across the country, and one of those hospitals will be right here in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. And I'm grateful once again to the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip for returning me to serve you. It is an absolute privilege to do this job and to work for you. And I thank once again the police, the council, everybody who's worked so hard all night to count for us, the returning officers. I thank my fellow candidates in all their glory, Lord Buckethead, and others, Elmo and others. Forgive me if I don't identify them all. But above all, I want to thank the people of this country for turning out to vote in a December election that we didn't want to call, but which I think has turned out to be a historic election that gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country. And that is what we will now do, and if we are lucky enough to be returned, as the exit polls seem to suggest, then that work will begin tomorrow. Thank you all very much. Or rather, I should say not tomorrow, today. Today. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Prime Minister there, re-elected, and this is the count for Joe Swinson's seat. This is in East Dunbartonshire. Let's join the announcement.
East Dunbartonshire County constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Amy Callaghan, Scottish National Party, SNP, 19,672. Rosie Dixon, Independent, 221. Pam Gozal, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 7,455. David Murdo-MacLeod, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 208. Liam McKechnie, Scottish Family Party, 197. Callum McNally, Scottish Labour Party, 4,839. Carolyn Scrimger, Scottish Green Party, 916. Joe Swinson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 19,523. And I declare that Amy Callaghan is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the East Dunbartonshire County constituency.
Well, by a majority of 149, the party leader of the Lib Dems, Jo Swinson, has lost her seat in Dunbartonshire East to the Scottish National Party. Amy Callaghan just beating her by 149 on a turnout, look at that, of 80%. So a very hotly contested race there in Dunbartonshire East, and the share of the vote tells its own story, 37.1 to 36.8. The SNP putting on 7 percentage points since last time, the Lib Dems down 4%, the Tories down 1%, Labour down 5%. And the swing itself, 5.3% from the Lib Dems to the SNP. A massive blow to the Liberal Democrats in this election to lose their leader, and actually quite a newly elected leader after a very tough campaign for them. She's been criticised in lots of parts of the party and indeed in among the commentariat about the way that the election has gone, not least because of that hardline policy, as lots of people saw it, of revoking Article 50. Well, Jo Swinson has lost her seat. Now, Martha Carney is at the count for us at Bishopbriggs. Martha, what do you make of that?
Well, as you say, this really is an astonishing result for the SNP to be able to win a seat against a national party leader, Jo Swinson, leader of the Liberal Democrats, a seat she has, in fairness, lost in the past. And it shows you what a mixed blessing it can be to be a national leader, because you get the profile, but can you spend the time nursing your own constituency? And that was the main focus of the SNP attack on her. They called her the pop-up MP because they felt that she wasn't here long enough. But this really is an extremely difficult night for Jo Swinson. When she arrived at the count, reporters asked her, was she going to resign? She brushed that off and carried on straight through. But given what's been happening to her party nationally, to lose her own seat on top of this, it really must be a devastating result for her.
Just, we'll probably get, I would have thought, a response by Jo Swinson in just a second, Martha, after the SNP winner, Amy Callaghan, has said a few words. But just a sense from you there of, you've been talking to party workers before this result was announced. Did they think that they just about got there? Did Jo Swinson's team think that they just about got the result they wanted? Well, this, I'm just thinking about their mood before this result was announced.
Well, you'll know from having been to election counts yourself, we look at people's faces, don't we? We talk to as many people as possible. And early on, the Liberal Democrats were saying, no, they did feel fairly confident. But then you just looked at the faces of the people counting the votes, and you could tell they knew it was going to be very, very close. The piles of votes were next to each other, were all very close. And everybody I talked to from the SNP locally was very buoyant. The local MSP, member of the Scottish Parliament, was saying that she was thrilled that Amy Callaghan had done so well. And remember, and you can hear in the background, she's a very young candidate. She's just 27. She hasn't stood in this seat before. She's somebody who's suffered from cancer and talked about that a lot in the campaign, made the NHS a lot. And here is Jo Swinson herself.
Emergency services and all of my fellow candidates, and congratulate Amy wholeheartedly. It is an amazing job. I'm sure you will love doing it, and I wish you well. And what you said about young women and smashing boundaries, I wholeheartedly agree. I would also like to thank my agents, Liberal Democrat campaigners and activists who have made this campaign special with the additional challenge of doing it as leader of the Liberal Democrats too. I particularly would like to thank my mum, my sister Nicola, my husband Duncan, and our two darling boys, Andrew and Gabriel. And I would like to thank the people of East Dunbartonshire for putting your faith in me for 12.5 years to represent this wonderful place. I have enjoyed serving our communities. I've enjoyed having the opportunity to make a difference, whether it's here on local issues, whether it's supporting people working on the national minimum wage by introducing penalties for rogue employers, whether it's women in our economy by introducing gender pay gap reporting. Tonight, we have seen that it is likely that Boris Johnson is on course to get a majority. And it is clearly a good night for the SNP. Some will be celebrating the wave of nationalism that is sweeping on both sides of the border. And I do congratulate all those who are newly elected. These are very significant results for the future of our country, and I will be making further remarks later today. But let me say now, for millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope. I still believe that we as a country can be warm and generous, inclusive and open, and that by working together with our nearest neighbours, we can achieve so much more. Liberal Democrats will continue to stand up for these values that guide our Liberal movement: openness, fairness, inclusivity. We will stand up for hope.
Jo Swinson, the defeated leader of the Lib Dems in Dunbartonshire East, losing her seat to the Scottish National Party. And Laura, this is really a very big piece of the political landscape again that's changing.
It certainly is. I mean, for Jo Swinson, obviously this is a huge personal defeat, not just that her party failed to break through in the way that she proudly boasted at the beginning of this campaign, but also for her, obviously, personally, to do it and lose her own seat must be extremely bitter. But it was interesting there that she repeated a lot of the messages actually she put out in this campaign, you know, giving a lengthy speech basically saying, I still believe in all the things that I said. But it just makes me think that this election is not just about the seat numbers. It seems to me where this is potentially a real changing of the guard in Westminster. Those people who we become familiar with seeing on our screens, whether that's Jo Swinson or Jeremy Corbyn. He says he doesn't want to go yet, but he's absolutely admitted that he's on his way to the exit door, and some people will try to push him out of it, probably from early tomorrow morning, really. Also, Nigel Dodds, the Westminster DUP leader going, and countless other prominent Labour MPs who've been part of the landscape for a long time. And this is, in that way, in terms of the personalities, really shaping up to be a very transformative election. Whatever side of the arguments you're on, we're going to be looking at a very different House of Commons and a very different set of characters.
Well, having seen that defeat for Jo Swinson, it's not all dreadful news for the Lib Dems, because they have gained St Albans. Just seen the result there. The Lib Dems' Daisy Cooper has actually gained that from the Conservatives. Anne Main in second place, a majority of 6,000 plus on a turnout of 78%. So just noting that very briefly, because you know, that is a good Lib Dem gain in a part of the country that, of course, was strongly Remain. 62% Remain to 37% Leave. So a swing there of 11% from Conservative to Lib Dem. Lots of things happening, and we have lots of guests waiting patiently to speak. Rachel Sylvester and Paul Mason are with me. I'm going to say very quick, I would just want a quick thought at this point, and we'll come back and talk. So where are we, Rachel? Where do you think, what is your sense of this size of Tory majority, and were you expecting it?
No, I wasn't. It was bigger than the polls were suggesting, and I think now we're going to see Boris Johnson liberated, if you like. He's got the chance to do what he wants, to shape the country and the party in his image as he wants, and that's a big responsibility. There's no one else to blame if it goes wrong.
Do you suggest that he's going to change tack? Is he going to be a different kind of leader now to what he was a few months ago?
Well, he doesn't need to rely on the ERG, the Eurosceptic European Research Group anymore, but we'll see whether he wants to rely on them, and we'll see what shape his Brexit will be when it's his own Brexit. He doesn't need to have any coalition partners, he doesn't need the DUP. This is him, it's on his head.
There was a bit of a ding-dong earlier, Paul, between Alistair Campbell and John Landsman about whether this had been a Brexit issue or whether this had been a Corbyn issue. What's your sense?
Well, for me, on the doorstep of, I think, 18 constituencies where I campaigned, it was, to the extent that it was negative, Coventry today, very pro-Corbyn. But to the extent that it was negative, it was always negativity about Jeremy first and then Brexit. Right. Let's be honest about that. I'm proud of Jeremy for standing up to the vilification he's received, for dragging us onto a green climate agenda, and for fighting a hard Brexit. To us, this is an attack on the working class, devastated in places like Lee, where I come from, by Thatcherism, now to be devastated by a xenophobic, racist, deregulationist campaign. We were right to resist it, but we've paid the price for doing so.
So, in somewhere like Lee, which you know very well, I'm just, by the way, the car is the Prime Minister's car going back to Downing Street from Uxbridge. That's just speeding through North London. The point is, Paul, in somewhere like Lee, you say that it's the working class, it's working people who have suffered in the past from the kind of policies that you've been very critical of. Why would they therefore vote for something which you say should be obvious to them?
My guess is, when we look at that result, is that the workforce of Lee voted Labour. The ex-workforce of Lee, ex-miners, ex-cotton spinners, have voted for Brexit. There is a cultural disaffinity towards Labour, its leader, its values among those people, and we need to try and win them back. But we are not going to win them back. When somebody comes up to you on the high street and says, let's deport all Romanian migrants at 4 a.m. and their children, we're not going to win them back by giving in to that.
What happens next, given that Mr Corbyn has said that he wants to stay on while there is a debate about the future of the party, and that he wants to lead a period of reflection? Can he credibly do that?
I think he had the right position, but the strategy was wrong. The strategy for fighting the whole election has been badly executed. And I think that he can't really lead the period of reflection. And whether he wants to or not, there will be, both from the right of the party and I think also from the left, people who are prepared to say, look, I'd quite like to lead the period of reflection. Right. And I think that it's likely that if he hasn't stood down by the middle of next week, there will be leadership contest underway.
Interesting. And Rachel, just a thought from you on, now that we see the Prime Minister speeding back to Downing Street, where he's bought himself several years there with this majority that we're expecting, can we expect tomorrow? Can we expect a statement from the Prime Minister in Downing Street on the kind of tone that he wants to set? He talked about unifying the country, which we all acknowledge has been deeply divided. There's no reason to suggest it's not still deeply divided this morning. What does he need to do? Is he going to reach out in a way that maybe he hasn't reached out in the past?
I think the really interesting question is what he means now by one nation. Right. And that's a very different kind of one nation to the Tory party that somebody like Nick Soames means as one nation. He's now talking about those former Labour heartlands in the so-called Red Wall. Those are now what he means by one nation Conservative constituencies, and that means very different policies, much less, patrician, less perhaps liberal, less kind of metropolitan liberal, more tough on immigration and crime, and public spending. A lot of money needs to go into it. I think he's going to have to press ahead very quickly with trying to get his Brexit legislation through.
It'll be interesting to see how that works out, and indeed, the concept of one nation. If you're sitting in Scotland seeing the SNP piling up all these seats, you know, the concept of one nation, if it's a UK context, is clearly for them a nonsense.
And
so,
also
you know, what kind of one nation are we talking about?
We're seeing the Remain areas swinging to the Lib Dems, Scotland swinging to the SNP. This is still a deeply divided nation, and Boris Johnson so far hasn't shown really any signs of understanding that. He seems to be behaving like an English nationalist Prime Minister.
Let's go to Andrew Marr, who's in Uxbridge. And Andrew, we heard the Prime Minister. What did you make of what he had to say?
Well, very, very interesting. He arrived in a kind of human tornado with his girlfriend Carrie Symonds and their dog, made his speech and then left very quickly, taking no questions. But what was interesting from what he said was, first of all, the way he's rebranding his party. He doesn't talk about the Conservative Party, he talks about the One Nation Conservatives, and he went straight into talking about more money for the NHS, more money for nurses and doctors and so forth. And I think that begins to answer the question we've been asking all evening about what kind of Boris Johnson government are we likely to see, or what kind he would like us to see. So that was very interesting, first of all. I think Boris Johnson is now unfettered. Everybody's looking at him through their own lenses. A lot of his own MPs don't quite know what they're going to get. But the indications tonight are that he wants to tack a bit towards the centre and crossing fingers and guessing to a slightly softer kind of Brexit.
Andrew, thank you very much. Andrew Marr there for us with some latest thoughts in Uxbridge, where the Prime Minister was re-elected, and he's now on his way back to possibly, we think, Laura, Central Office, Conservative Central Office.
I think at some point, sooner rather than later, he would turn up at Tory HQ, no doubt, to be greeted glowingly by his staff there. But perhaps he's going to pop back to Downing Street on the way, but who knows. But I thought it was fascinating hearing that speech, how quickly, actually, he wanted to move on to say, yes, I do want to get Brexit done, as he's promised to do out this campaign, and then move on to the health service was the first thing that he mentioned. And as I understand it, I think that is what we can expect this new government to try to do, is to get through the Brexit legislation so they can leave on schedule at the end of January, which will, of course, more than 3.5 years on, be the conclusion only of the first part of Brexit, but an enormous junction for the country. And then after that, I think it's likely we'll see some kind of big domestic reset with a dramatic reshuffle and a big budget, sort of February, March time. But I think from him mentioning the NHS and all those other domestic promises he made during the campaign, however much they were picked over and criticised and maybe not quite what they said on paper, it's clear, I think, how you can see he is going to try to move this Conservative Party. And they've run that kind of campaign, haven't they? Promising to ease off the spending squeeze, which has been so real for people around the country. And essentially that was the challenge for the Conservatives, to try to win these kinds of seats, is could they get round the fact that they were perfectly well aware that there are millions of people around the country whose fabric of their lives has been changed, often for the worse, by the decisions of the last 9 years of Conservative governments. And that is what they've managed to do, against many people's odds.
Laura, thanks very much. What I'd like to do before we take a look at the news headlines is just join Rita once again for a quick look at the state of the parties. Let's just cross our newsroom and go to our results centre and join Rita.
Hugh, I've got a Scotland scoreboard up here for you for what is shaping up to be a very strong night for the SNP. There are over half of the seats in Scotland declared now. SNP have picked up 11 seats, and their gain has been at the Conservative and Labour losses. Let's just take a look at some of those seats. That seismic shock, of course, in Dunbartonshire East, with Jo Swinson, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, losing her seat to the SNP. But otherwise, the SNP have been picking up seats from both Labour and the Conservatives pretty much in equal measure. So the seats here with the blue flashes at the end, well, they were Conservative in 2017. They've now gone SNP. Over there, Glasgow North East and all of those down there with the red flashes, they were Labour. They've now gone SNP. Glasgow North East was Labour's last seat in Glasgow. It is no more. Midlothian and East Lothian both had tiny margins for Labour last time round. The SNP have now got them comfortably with margins of 5,000 or 6,000. Rutherglen too. East Lothian is interesting because the new SNP MP there is Kenny McCaskill. He was the former Justice Secretary in Holyrood, and he was the man who took the decision to release the Lockerbie bomber, Abdul Basit al-Megrahi, on compassionate grounds when he had cancer. So this is how it's looking at the moment, over halfway through. It is shaping up to be a strong night for the SNP. We're forecasting now SNP seats of around 53, so slightly down on their huge success in 2015 when they had 56 seats, but not far off.
Rita, many thanks. Rita, there with the latest on the successes of the SNP. Just to round up, we'll be talking to the First Minister in just a moment. Nicola Sturgeon will join us. But before that, I want to go to Camberley and talk to the Cabinet Minister, Senior Conservative Michael Gove. Mr Gove, good morning to you and congratulations on your win in Surrey Heath.
Thank you very much, Hugh.
I noticed that the Lib Dems actually had a bit of a surge going on, putting on 16%. Your majority is down by 6,500, but your majority is still over 18,000. Let's have a think about how this Conservative majority has come about. How would you sum it up?
I think that Boris Johnson was absolutely right when this election was called. We didn't want an election, but Parliament was broken. We needed to make sure that the referendum mandate in 2016 was honoured, and the Prime Minister put that at the heart of his campaign. But more than just promising to honour the referendum mandate, the Prime Minister also looked behind what happened in that 2016 vote, and he recognised that as a country we had divisions. In parts of the North and Midlands you had parts of our country which had been overlooked and undervalued, and in particular it was the case that we needed to make sure that we had appropriate investment in skills and in infrastructure to ensure that we could more equally spread economic growth and prosperity across this country. And that will be the mission of this Conservative government, not just to honour that Brexit mandate, to take us out of the European Union and into the world, but also to ensure that the divisions that the referendum result revealed rather than created, that those divisions in our society can be healed.
There is a very high expectation now, isn't there, that in many of those deprived areas, the former Labour seats where you have taken those seats tonight, there'll be a high expectation that you will put policies in place which will convince people that you do understand what the problems raised by austerity are and what they've been through over the last 10 years. Are you confident you can do that?
Yes, I think the Prime Minister's analysis from the moment that he took office was absolutely correct, that we do need to recognise that after some difficult decisions that had to be taken in order to get our economy back in balance, now is the time for investment in critical public services. Our National Health Service, of course, is absolutely at the top of the list, but we also need to level up spending on education to ensure that we spread opportunity evenly across this country. We know that talent is spread evenly, opportunity is not, and we also need to make sure that people are safe and secure, they have that sense of certainty for the future, and that means, of course, making sure that we invest in more police officers, and that we also make sure that our justice system effectively keeps the public safe by making sure that the worst criminals and terrorists are kept behind bars.
It's 5 minutes past 4, Michael. Thanks to you for joining us, and congratulations once again on retaining your seat. Thanks very much indeed, Michael Gove there in Camberley. I want to go straight to Glasgow and talk to the leader of the Scottish National Party and First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. First Minister, very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let's talk about the SNP's strong performance in this election. And was it something that you were expecting at the start of the evening?
I was expecting a good performance. I was expecting us to win the election and win it handsomely. But I think the results that we're seeing recorded this evening somewhat exceed the expectations that I had. So it's been an exceptional night for the SNP. And, you know, Scotland has sent a very clear message. We don't want a Boris Johnson Conservative government. We don't want to leave the European Union. And we want Scotland's future to be in Scotland's hands. That's the message of this election in Scotland tonight.
Just wondering about some of the messages in the campaign, and you were very clear about the fact that, in your view, Scotland needed a strong SNP voice at Westminster in order to, as you say, protect Scottish interests and the interests of the people of Scotland. However, it's not going to be a surprise if I say to you that on the basis of these figures, even if you have 50 plus MPs, if you're up against a Conservative Prime Minister with a majority of, let's say, 60 or 65, there's not a lot you can do.
Well, look, the result across the UK is grim. I don't want a Conservative majority government, but the fact that that is what is going to be the position after this election underlines the importance of Scotland having a choice of something different. And, you know, I don't pretend that every single person that voted SNP yesterday will necessarily support independence, but there has been a strong endorsement in this election of Scotland having a choice over our future, of not having to put up with a Conservative government that we didn't vote for and not having to accept life as a nation outside the European Union. So that independence referendum that was very much at the heart of the SNP's campaign, there is a renewed, refreshed, strengthened mandate for that. And just as I reluctantly accept, because it's a direction I regret, that Boris Johnson has a mandate now to take England out of the EU, he must accept that I have a mandate to offer Scotland the choice of an alternative future.
And he will say, of course, that he's been very clear about the fact that he doesn't think another referendum is good, and he will claim that he now has a mandate to stop that.
Well,
so what's your response to that?
Well, his party has lost seats in Scotland this evening. The Scottish Conservatives put the issue of opposition to an independence referendum at the centre of their campaign. In fact, more than that, there was no other aspect to the Scottish Conservative campaign. And they have lost this election and they have lost seats. So Boris Johnson's argument in this election in Scotland has been flatly and completely rejected. So there is no doubt there is a mandate. I have a mandate to offer people that choice. And then, of course, it's up to people in Scotland to decide what choice they make. But Boris Johnson has no right, firstly, to take Scotland out of the EU, and secondly, no right to block the Scottish people choosing their own future.
First Minister, good of you to join us. Thank you very much once again, Nicola Sturgeon.
Lovely to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew, over to you.
Well, from Glasgow, we go to Maidenhead and be joined by the former Prime Minister, Theresa May. Good morning, Mrs May.
Good morning, Andrew.
Just check, because I know we've had some sound problems. When you called a general election 2 years ago, you lost your majority. Boris Johnson has called an election and achieved a quite substantial majority. What has he done right that you did wrong?
Well, I'm very pleased at the majority that Boris has achieved, because this does the essential thing, which I think for many people led how they voted at this election, which is enabling us to have a parliament that is going to have, with a majority government, the ability to take decisions and, crucially, the ability to get the Brexit legislation through so we can get Brexit sorted, get it done and move the country on, and then focus on those many other priorities that people want us as a government to focus on a day-to-day basis.
But my question was, why did you lose your majority and why did he gain a substantial one?
Well, Andrew, I thought I'd sort of given you the answer in what I've just said, which is that actually at this election, I think people were faced with a very clear choice about whether or not they wanted to ensure that Brexit was delivered. And they knew that if a Conservative majority government got in, that we would deliver Brexit. Every Conservative candidate signed up to support the deal and to get that legislation through, that Brexit through by the 31st of January. That was a very clear choice for a lot of people. This election was about ensuring that we could get over this deadlock in Parliament and could actually get Brexit done and move on.
Is it realistic in your view that Mr Johnson can negotiate a comprehensive free trade deal with the EU in 11 months?
Yes, because actually an awful lot of work on that has already been done. It was done in the original set of negotiations. It's in the political declaration that sits alongside the withdrawal agreement that will form, obviously, the core of the withdrawal agreement bill that will be before Parliament. So a lot of work has already been done, and with the will on both sides to ensure that we can now deliver on that future relationship, the negotiation on the future relationship, yes, it is possible.
The Scottish National Party are the other big victors tonight. They have swept Scotland on a manifesto calling for a second Scottish referendum. How would you advise the Prime Minister to handle that?
Well, I think it's very simple. I would advise him to continue taking the position that he has done, which was the position that I took, which is that the Scottish National Party themselves said in 2014 that that referendum about Scottish independence was a once-in-a-generation, indeed a once-in-a-lifetime referendum, and therefore they should accept that result. And, of course, we all know that it is in Scotland's economic interest for them to be part of the United Kingdom.
But in that Scottish referendum in 2014, people like you also told the Scots that the surest way of staying inside the European Union was to remain in the United Kingdom. That didn't quite work out that way, and now they're voting for a party that wants a second referendum because there's a material change. England voted to leave the EU. Scotland did not vote to leave the EU. So why should you deny them a second referendum?
But independence for Scotland would not mean them staying in the European Union. It was made very clear at the time of the independence referendum that if Scotland became independent, they would not be a member of the European Union.
But let them vote. If that's the case, let them vote. Even if they know that, let them vote. I mean, Scotland and England are now deeply divided. You cannot have a constitutional standoff and simply say, no, you can't have another vote.
You know, as Prime Minister, I have spent quite a time in the House of Commons being questioned by the SNP, and they had one issue only, and it was about independence. Actually, if you look at what has happened in Scotland, where they are in government, their education system has deteriorated under the SNP in government. They have problems with their National Health Service. Actually, I think it's time the SNP focused on the day-to-day issues, on the job of governing in Scotland, and stop simply putting this single issue of independence forward.
OK, well, they still swept Scotland tonight, but we'll leave it there. Theresa May, thank you for joining us from Maidenhead and your constituencies there. Theresa May was returned with a reduced majority in Maidenhead. Let's come back to my patient guests who've been here. Let me come back to you, Tom Baldwin. Coming back on the Remain theme, the most Remain party in this election, the Liberal Democrats, are getting nowhere overall. Their leader has just lost a seat. There'll be no people's vote, which is what you've been campaigning for. And Mr. Johnson has a majority to take us out of the EU.
He's got a majority in Parliament. I don't believe he's got a majority in the country for his hard Brexit.
What does he have to do? People voted for a referendum in 2016 to leave. They've given a government that has campaigned explicitly on leave a huge majority. What else do you need?
Well, you need the permission of the British people, which he
do you think they've just done?
No. He wouldn't dare do that. He wouldn't put his deal to the British people and people's vote. Instead of that, he held a general election. He exploited a divided opposition. He ducked an interview with you, and he ducked an opportunity to win permission from the British people for his hard Brexit.
I mean, people will listen to you and think you're in cloud cuckoo land. You lose. But you still say, oh, he hasn't really got a mandate to do this.
Look, I think what we're going to see over the next few weeks and months is Boris Johnson trying to fulfil the many contradictory promises he's made for his Brexit policy. I think, if it comes under the scrutiny, maybe if he has the courage to sit down with you can ask him some questions for once.
Yeah, I'm not the story here. The story is that you lost. And you lost badly.
Yeah,
you keep on losing, and the people have voted again, and therefore it is, whether you like it or not, it's another issue. It's time to leave.
Look, no one's pretending that this is a good night for campaigners for a final say referendum. But the fact
there
remains...
won't be a referendum. There won't be a people's vote now. It's over.
Not now. I agree.
I mean, you've been ripping yourselves apart anyway. Didn't you get fired from it?
Yeah, I think one of the big questions you could ask about what happened in this general election campaign is why Roland Rudd decided to disable the most successful and biggest People's Vote campaign
because there isn't going to be one.
On the day the election was called.
Tim Montgomery, there's a lot of constituencies that have been traditionally Labour have now voted Conservative, some for the first time or for several generations. Are the Conservatives really equipped to deal with these constituencies? In other words, to give them hope, to make sure that they're not left behind anymore? Because I would suggest if you're not, there'll be a terrible reckoning.
Yep, and we must rise to the challenge, because this isn't just a British phenomenon. We saw the Australian Conservatives recently elected on the votes of traditionally Labour parts of Queensland. We've seen Pennsylvania in America trend towards the Republicans. The whole electoral geography of the world is changing in advanced nations.
But you're in Downing Street and you'll be advising. What will you be telling Mr Johnson he needs to do to fulfil these people have now put some faith in him? What does he need to do to fulfil that faith?
I think it's building on what the Tory manifesto explicitly said. It's when there is room for tax cuts, the tax cuts go to the low paid, like on national insurance, not on higher income thresholds. It means infrastructure investment.
In the North and the Midlands.
Absolutely. We have got a terrible weakness and division in infrastructure quality in the UK at the moment.
And do you think a Prime Minister from Eton and Oxford understands that?
I think his commitment has shown that. And the fact is that today, yesterday now, people who've never voted Conservative before voted Conservative. And I think that's a really...
They might never vote again unless you deliver.
But I think that's a really good thing for our politics. We've had a long time, particularly when Tony Blair was in charge, when all the competition was for the votes of middle-class Britons. Now there's a real competition possibility in UK politics for the votes of working-class people. Labour are only ever going to get back into power if they start reclaiming their northern heartlands. The Tories now will only retain power if they keep those northern heartlands. And that's a good kind of competition to have in our electoral politics that we haven't had before.
You once wrote in the Times, oh, I'm sorry, we're going to go for a declaration. Let's go straight back to Hugh.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, to Brighton Pavilion. Let's join the returning officer.
10,176. Imanpour Adam, Labour Party, 13,211. Lucas Caroline, Green Party, 33,151. Milton Richard, Brexit Party, 770. Squith Citizen, the official monster raving loony party, 301. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more than permitted number, 16. Unmarked or uncertain, 142. Brighton Pavilion constituency turnout was 73.56%. And I declare that Caroline Lucas is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Brighton
So Caroline Lucas, the MP here since 2010, the first Green MP, former co-leader of the Green Party, re-elected with a big majority. Let's see what she has to say.
Well, a huge thank you to all the candidates, to the returning officer, to the staff here this evening, and, of course, to my amazing team who worked on the Green Party campaign. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. In particular, my agent, Steve, campaign managers, Matt and Paul, and, of course, Kath Miller for everything. And a sincere and heartfelt thanks to the people of Brighton Pavilion, who have once again granted me the honour of representing them in Parliament. I feel incredibly proud that my majority has increased. I think it's around 57% now, because it demonstrates that Brighton Pavilion continues to believe in compassion and justice and a bigger future. But the pride that I feel is also tinged with huge sadness and, frankly, deep anger. Sadness that so many people who desperately need a progressive government on their side won't get the social justice that they need, the living wage, the good public services, and the security they need to build a future. And this election wasn't even necessary. It should not have had to happen. Parliament was on the brink of supporting a people's vote on Brexit, and 2 out of your 3 MPs proudly voted against it and warned about the dangers that it would bring. We warned that it would tear this country further apart, and that is what I fear will happen. The status quo in this country is intolerable. The inequality is yawning ever wider, and we are now on course for it to become wider still. And that brings me to the anger that I feel, anger that our political system is so badly broken, and is still letting down individuals and our country so badly. Our electoral system is rotten to the core. And as I've travelled around the country, I have met so many people who wanted to vote Green, but they could not dare to do so for fear of splitting the vote and letting other parties in. Now, there should have been many more Greens elected tonight if there was justice. I think it is also worth pointing out tonight that nationally, if you look at where the vote share is right now, those parties supporting a People's Vote campaign have got over 50% of the result. Let us not forget that tonight, my friends. But instead, we have this rotten first-past-the-post system that is locking out millions and ignoring their voices. And we're now paying
Caroline
the
Lucas
there,
making a forceful and rather angry statement there to the people at the Count in Brighton, that's Brighton Pavilion, about the nature of the electoral system as she sees it, and about the fact that lots of people will be unrepresented, those who need protection, she says, in the years ahead. That is her take on the result, and the result, of course, is that we are looking at a fairly solid Conservative majority at the end of this election. 500 results already in at 23 minutes past 4, 150 to go, including Stoke-on-Trent. That'll be with us in a short while. Let's have a look. Let's have a look to see what's going on there. And in Stoke-on-Trent Central, here's the result.
Officer, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Colclough, Adam William, the Green Party, 819. Gideon, Joanna Mary, commonly known as Jo, the Conservative Party candidate, 14,557. Mahmood Tariq, Brexit Party, 1,691. Pritchard Stephen James, Liberal Democrats, 1,116. Snell Gareth Craig, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,887. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
So there we have another Conservative gain, and this is in Stoke-on-Trent. This is Stoke-on-Trent Central. This is where Gareth Snell has been the MP. We spoke to him earlier. He was incredibly critical of the campaign and Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. Well, he's lost his seat, and Jo Gideon has become the new MP. She's a businesswoman, social entrepreneur. 45 to 43% Tory to Labour, and we have Labour taking an 8% hit, an 8 percentage point hit there in Stoke-on-Trent Central. This had the lowest turnout of any seat in 2015. It's 58% this time, so it won't be the lowest this time. 6.9% swing from Labour to Conservative. This is where Tristram Hunt was the Labour MP between 2010 and 2017. Before he left Parliament. This has been Labour since its creation in 1950. So yet another seat with a strong Labour heritage, a rich Labour background, which has turned tonight to the Conservatives. Laura?
Well, it's the kind of thing that we would have expected from the beginning of the exit poll coming out. But it just underlines again how much these places where Labour's roots seem to have withered away. Now, whether they've gone for good or whether they can be resuscitated and returned in the years to come is a completely separate question. But it shows that Boris Johnson's gamble of trying to win this election by turning red to blue is paying off. And just while we were watching that result there, other results coming in, the Tories taking back Crewe, the Tories taking Warrington South, but the Tories also taking back Kensington. Yeah. And if you like, you could sum up the extent of this Conservative victory by saying the Tories have won in Warrington and they've won in Blythe Valley. But they've also won in Kensington.
Look at Kensington. Look at the result there, because you mentioned that, Laura, and the Conservatives have gained, or regained, if you like, Kensington. Emma Dent-Coad, who won that back in 2017. This is the seat which includes Grenfell Tower. There's been a huge political controversy after that tragedy. Well, the Conservatives are back in charge of Kensington. This is the seat once represented by Michael Portillo and Sir Malcolm Rifkind and Alan Clark and other prominent Conservatives. Well, it's now gone back to the Tories, 38.3 to 38%, very close, a majority of 150. I mean, there's nothing in it, really, on a turnout of 68%. And if we look at the change in the share of the vote, we'll see that the Tories are down 4, Labour's down 4, and the Lib Dems up 9. Now, this is something we've seen again. Kensington, of course, being an area of very, very high Remain supporting voters. 68% to 31% in that referendum back in 2016. So a small swing from Labour to the Tories, but just enough for them to take it back.
Just enough for them to take it back, even though, and you mentioned Grenfell, one of the big moments right at the beginning of this campaign was very ill-judged remarks from Jacob Rees-Mogg, the prominent Conservative minister, the leader of the House of Commons. Whether he stays in that position or not, who knows, who caused widespread offence by talking about Grenfell Tower. And yet the Conservatives have hung on there, despite also a very strong challenge from the Lib Dems. They were pouring effort and energy into there because it was a former Conservative minister, Sam Gyimah, who was fighting that seat on behalf of them. And that talks really to a wider thing that we've seen tonight. In places where people were either defectors standing or independents standing, Anna Soubry, Dominic Grieve, or those Lib Dem defectors, not so far successful.
I'm going to go to Doncaster, where Caroline Flint is waiting patiently to talk to us. Caroline, good morning. Thanks very much for joining us. Well, tell us what went wrong for Labour from your perspective.
Well, I think there was two fronts I was fighting on. One front was the fact that so many of my voters could not and did not want to support Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. But the second front was the Labour Party's position on Brexit, that we'd moved to a position of being more like a Stop Brexit Remain party, which wasn't the promise we made in 2017 at the general election. And despite, on the doorsteps, people would say, we really like you, Caroline, we really respect what you've done, but those were the two challenges that came up time and time again.
When we heard Mr Corbyn earlier, Caroline, he was saying, look, I won't be leading the party into another election, but I do want to remain to oversee a period of reflection and to see how the party goes forward. What would your message to Mr Corbyn be?
Well, I would agree that the party has to have a period of reflection. I mean, I think the problem for the Labour Party is that, this is the fourth general election we've lost in a row. We didn't have a proper period of reflection after 2010, neither in 2015 or in 2017. So our party is very good at having reviews, but they end up being a bit of a whitewash, and then we get hurtled into a leadership contest. I think Jeremy Corbyn has to recognise it's not just about him per se. It's about the politics that he espouses, the nature of the political debate that he has encouraged. And to be quite frank, I haven't seen such sectarianism since I joined the Labour Party back in 1979 that erupted in the 80s. It is quite clear that the Corbyn project is not a project that is going to win us elections. And I'm afraid to say some of the people who've been most ardent in support of Jeremy have been more interested in running the Labour Party than winning an election. But on the other hand, Hugh, I'm afraid to say there are moderate MPs who have driven us into a dead end regarding Brexit, and they have put the pursuit of Remain at the expense of our working class heartlands. And I feel very annoyed, to say the least, about that.
What's your plan, Caroline, from now on in terms of Labour and in terms of politics? And are you prepared to share that with us?
Well, I think my next plan is to go and have a cup of tea, Hugh, actually. And if I'm giving good advice at this time in the morning about everyone taking a breath and having a proper reflection, I think I should take my own advice, don't you? But I've been in the Labour Party 40 years. I owe so much to it, but I also owe so much to the people of Don Valley, who have done nothing but treat me with kindness ever since I've been an MP. And they have been wonderful to me, and I hope in some small way I've honoured them by being their MP for 22 years.
Well, Caroline, commiserations on your defeat, and enjoy the cup of tea. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Caroline Flint there. And we'll have a word with Rachel and with Paul in just in a second. But what I'd like to do now is take a view outside. Let's go outside the building, because we have our map of the UK, and it's been basically changing colour and changing shape. We have our figures there on Broadcasting House, as you can see, and they're all projecting that majority for Boris Johnson. They tell their own story. But just down there to the right, where we have New Broadcasting House, Sophie is there with the changing political map of the UK.
My goodness, how it has changed. We can show you the shot tonight of what the map looked like when we came on air. That was with the colours of the 2017 general election. As the results came in, we took them all up, and now we have been relaying that map. But look at how dramatically different that map already is looking. One place that is pretty much unchanged at the moment is down here, London. It's huge on our map of hexagons, because the 73 MPs really distort our map, and many of them remaining red tonight. But it's very much looking like an island of red. I've got a couple of voters with me here. You're a Labour voter, a Labour London voter. You must be very disappointed tonight.
Absolutely. I think Labour has really misjudged the mood of Brexit around the country and what it actually means to people in their traditional heartlands. As you can see, they've really just only broken through in London, which was a safe bet in the first place.
And you're a Liberal Democrat voter.
I am.
And the Lib Dems have taken a big seat, Richmond Park, here in London, but they've lost their leader.
I think that the taking of Richmond Park is hugely important in signifying that the Lib Dems still have a significance in the forward-moving of politics. I think that overall it's been a dismal night for the Lib Dems, and I think we need to look for a new leader, as evidently shown.
What did Lib Dems do wrong?
I think when it came down to it, it was a failure of leadership. I think that it rests more with Jo Swinson than it does with our Brexit policy. I think that as a leader and in her personality, she didn't connect with voters enough.
OK, well, let's just take you across England and northeast Wales here, which has all those marginal seats which have just gone blue. And it is really striking just how much has changed. We were talking earlier about the red wall. Well, that has been breached. In fact, if you come up here into the northwest of England, there's literally a path now, a blue path from the west coast all the way over into the east coast, past Yorkshire. And I've got a voter from Yorkshire. You're from Halifax, a Conservative voter,
Indeed, yeah.
A delighted Conservative voter.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, it's been a fantastic night. I mean, obviously, the majority is far exceeding what I expected. It's especially fantastic to see so many sort of seats in the north, in Yorkshire, in the north east and elsewhere, flip from red to blue, because I think that fundamentally the Labour Party's taken the north for granted for far too long.
But that is the extraordinary thing watching this tonight, is the seats that some of them had huge majorities, Labour majorities, that have just gone.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it's largely down to the Brexit issue, because obviously the north, all three regions, Yorkshire, the north west and the north east, voted overwhelmingly to leave, but we've had so many Labour MPs that refused to respect that result, and I think that's ultimately the sort of democratic justice coming back to bite them, because those constituents, their fears haven't gone away, their desire to leave the EU hasn't gone away, but it hasn't been enacted either. So I think that's the evidence here of democratic justice in action.
Thank you very much. And just another big change as well. This is very much like it was in 2015 when we watched Scotland go yellow. Well, that is happening all over again. Obviously, Jo Swinson losing her seat, a big story there. I've got a voter here from Stirling with me now. Your reaction, you want independence, you voted SNP, your reaction to the results tonight?
Well, it's always a difficult night because Scotland votes one way, England votes another. And we can see with all this blue, that's not what we want. We want our independence, we want a left of centre government, and we want to be in the EU.
Are you going to get it with all that blue?
If voting means anything, it must.
OK, well, thank you very much. So, as you can see, this map really changing shape in front of our eyes, and that huge swathe, that red wall, is definitely being breached.
Well, indeed. Sophie, thanks very much. Thanks to your guests as well. There was a notable contribution earlier, wasn't there, from someone saying, look, you know, this is all about the Conservative Party trying to prove, and now proving, they say, that they are the party of the working class, given the inroads they've made to lots of these Labour areas. What would be the response, Paul, to that?
Well, look, there is the small-town working class, which I think Labour is clearly culturally disconnected from, but there is the big city working class and the Scottish working class, which has voted for progressive parties. I think that one of the most interesting things I'm observing as the results come through is that, yes, it's been a terrible night for left Labourism, but centrism has kind of evaporated. There is no Joe Swinson, there is no Sam Gyimah, there is no Anna Soubry. In fact, many of the people who left Labour think it's only, 8 months ago that politics was broken and the independent group was the answer. Yeah. It's gone.
Yeah, that's fizzled out, hasn't it, really? Thoughts, Rachel, on where, you know, at the end of this kind of section of the evening, where are we? It's 20 to 5 in the morning. We've had 540 results in, 110 to go, so we are well on the way now towards the finishing line, and we're looking at a majority for the Tories of around 60, which is less than we said earlier, but is still a pretty hefty majority. What do you expect to happen now in the next, let's say the next week? Let's just concentrate on a week, shall we? Will we get a Queen's Speech? Will we get the withdrawal bill being put through the Commons? I mean, what do you expect?
I think we'll get the withdrawal bill being put through, possibly a Queen's Speech too. I think probably the reshuffle will be delayed until after the Brexit stuff has been put through. But I think the interesting question is this a sort of permanent political earthquake? Right. Or are these voters in the so-called Red Wall lending their votes to the Conservative Party just to get Brexit done?
Is that your sense?
And once that's over, as focus groups I sat through, people were saying, we don't like those Conservatives, we still think they're Tories, but we want to get Brexit done. We think Boris Johnson's the man to do it, but once that's done, we'll go back to our traditional loyalties. And that's the interesting question.
It depends surely who Labour's new leader is.
Well, exactly. Can Boris Johnson persuade them that he really is for them? And also, can Labour move on, not just from Jeremy Corbyn, but from Corbynism? I think some of the messages that have been coming out from, including from Jeremy Corbyn, blaming only Brexit, I think there's a failure to recognise the scale of the problem the hard left and the Labour Party has revealed about itself.
If you were asked directly, Paul, who you think the next Labour leader will be, what would you say?
Well, I would say in response to that, I mean, for many months now, Corbynism has been less than the sum of its parts. It includes people like me who would describe myself as an open, pro-European, internationalist left, and it includes lots of people who are economic nationalists. We've had that fight, and it's that fight that has, I think, distracted us from the key things. Now, the person to take over needs to be a person of stature, because there's very little of this of the right wing of the party left. Gareth Snell, Ruth Smith, gone. The party needs to be held together, and I think that I will be looking, and in fact written an instant blog this morning saying, before I think about people, I want a person of stature to come forward. I want them to understand what went wrong, and then we go from there. The obvious runners and riders are Angela Rayner, Keir Starmer, possibly Emily Thornberry. Laura Pidcock would have been a potential runner and rider. She's gone. Rebecca Long-Bailey is someone, I think, favoured by the Corbyn setup. I'm not sure she's particularly favoured by the membership.
It's been great to have you both with us. Thank you very much. And Rachel and Paul, we'll see what happens right at the end of the results, but it's good to have your analysis. Thank you very much indeed. Right, where are we? We are looking at... We're looking at Kensington, where we saw that seat going back to the Conservatives, and Lucy Manning is there for us. So let's have a word with Lucy and ask Lucy how it panned out and what the response was there, Lucy.
Well, rather an interesting evening. This was England's most marginal seat with just 20 votes in it from the last election. It did seem for most of the evening that it was going to go Labour's way, and certainly the Labour camp were feeling confident. Emma Dent Coates thought she'd done enough to get this seat. But then an hour and a half ago, there was a recount, and it seemed that the Tories were ahead, and the Tories have taken this seat. And it's important because it seemed that Labour's vote was potentially holding up in London, but that hasn't happened in this seat. And I think you can look at this seat and say this is a big failure of the Remain alliance, because this was a massive Remain seat. 70% voted Remain in the referendum, yet the Tories, with candidate Felicity Buchan, who voted Leave, has won this seat. And some real recriminations at the end here. There was a high-profile, the Lib Dem defector, Sam Gyimah, who defected from the Tory party. He stood in this seat. And that Remain vote split between the Labour and the Lib Dems. And when the vote was announced here, a number of Labour activists were shouting and heckling at Sam Gyimah, shouting shame, shame at him because this seat has gone to the Tories. So I think a real failure of the Remain alliance here. The Tories taking this London seat by just 150 votes after that first recount. I mean, remember, it is the seat that Grenfell, unfortunately, that tragedy happened in, and the Tories were criticised at the time for not doing enough, but the Tories have taken the seat here. If it's not too late in the morning for a little entertainment throwback, Bucks Fizz had a candidate standing here, Jay Alton, who was standing for the Brexit Party. She was in Bucks Fizz, and certainly the voters here making their minds up and going for the Tories.
Lucy, thank you very much. Lucy Manning, our special correspondent there, and with a touch of Bucks Fizz in there as well. Let's go straight to Stockport, because we're now talking about the big northwest of England region, and Nina Warhurst is our political editor in the northwest. And just a sense from you, Nina, of what the Conservatives have achieved in the northwest tonight.
Yeah, it's really incredible, Hugh. I came to Stockport because this is where Hazel Grove is, this is where Cheadle is. Liberal Democrat seats that fell to the Conservatives in 2015, commuter belt, suburban, affluent, Remain voting, the kind of seats that the Liberal Democrats were hoping to win back during this election. That didn't happen. Privately, they were telling me before the votes came in that they thought the revoke message on the doorstep went down incredibly badly, that Joe Swinson didn't go down too well. But obviously the much bigger story in the northwest, in Greater Manchester and beyond, is that of the Conservative win in places like Lee near Wigan, a mining town that has been Labour for 100 years, in places like Haywood and Middleton in North Manchester. These are places that are unimaginably Conservative before this election. But they're obviously places where they voted Leave, and the message is clear from those seats that there's no regrets in terms of how they voted in 2016. Similar messages in Blackpool, in Burnley, in Warrington. It's a real shock across the northwest that these seats have turned blue, many of them for the first time in their history.
Just a thought at this point, Nina, about reasons, because we've had a bit of a debate in the studio, as you can imagine, certainly among Labour figures as well, about whether this was all about Brexit, anger about the failure to deliver it, or whether this was about a dislike of Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour leadership and what they were offering. What would you say?
I think I've said throughout this campaign, Hugh, that people haven't necessarily voted for who they like the most, it's for who they dislike the least. And I think Brexit has played a part, but I think equally in lots of Labour heartlands, as was predicted before polling day, there are just lots of working class Labour voters who just do not feel that they connect with Jeremy Corbyn. That's exactly what has happened in those seats.
Nina, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Once again, Nina Warhurst, our political editor in the Northwest, and Nina was in Stockport. So let's talk about some of those Conservative gains, and let's cross over the newsroom here at New Broadcasting House and go straight to our results centre, and Rita's there with some of the latest Conservative gains for us.
Yes, to expand really on what Nina was talking about there, some really staggering gains that we're seeing in some seats here, seats you'd never thought would go Conservative. Sedgefield, where Tony Blair once had a 25,000 majority, that's gone blue. Great Grimsby, which has been Labour since the war, that's gone blue. West Bromwich East, that was Tom Watson's old seat. That's now Conservative. Durham North West, where Laura Pidcock has lost her seat. She was a rising star in the Labour Party. Some thought she might take over from Tom Watson as Deputy Leader. Well, she's no longer in the Commons. Ashfield, Gloria De Piero was standing down for Labour there. Her former office manager defected to the Conservatives and has now won her seat. And in Derby North, Chris Williamson, who was expelled from the party for anti-Semitism, well, he's not just lost the seat, but he's actually lost his deposit, and that's also become Conservative, as have those two Stoke-on-Trent seats. Let's just go into Great Grimsby and have a look at what's happened to the vote. So the new Conservative MP for Great Grimsby is Leah Nietzsche. And let's just take a look at the change in the share of the vote from 2017. Labour plummeting 17 points, the Conservatives up 13, the Brexit Party taking 7% of the share, and that is the enormous swing from Labour to Conservative. 15 points in Great Grimsby. So those are some of the extraordinary results that we've seen for the Conservatives, and that is the scoreboard as it stands now, with 562 of the seats declared, so well on the way to getting most of the seats declared. And you can see the picture there, the Conservatives on with a very handsome 41 gains, the opposite for Labour losing 53, a strong night for the SNP, quite the opposite for the Lib Dems, and the DUP also making 2 losses.
Rita, many thanks. What I want to do now is to take a look at Bassetlaw in Nottinghamshire. This is just one example, OK? We can talk about Ashfield and other places, but just look at these figures. This is a Conservative gain. This is where John Mann, the Labour MP, was standing down, Keir Morrison standing for Labour, but it's been taken by the Conservative Brendan Clark-Smith, a majority of 14,000 in Bassetlaw. You know, this is on a turnout of 64%. The Tories taking more than half the votes cast. So look at this, 55% to 28% to Labour, 11% to the Brexit Party, 7% to the Lib Dems. And if we look at the change, we'll see that the Tories added 12 percentage points to their share. Labour down a huge 25% on John Mann's own vote last time. And the swing, gosh, look at that. That's the biggest swing in any English constituency so far. That is a gigantic swing of 18% from Labour to the Conservatives. And the reason that I'm picking on Bassetlaw is not just because of the record swing, but because with me in the studio is John Mann, the former Labour MP, who's been sent into the House of Lords, invited into the House of Lords as the government's anti-Semitisms are. Good to have you with us, John. And Gina Miller, who is, of course, the prominent anti-Brexit campaigner. It's good to have you both with us. Thank you very much. Bassetlaw, which, of course, John, you know like the back of your hand, now is represented by a Conservative with a 14,000 majority on the biggest swing in England. What happened there?
It's very simple, it's very predictable. The last 18 months, every single household, and I mean every household, said, we're not voting for Corbyn, or we don't want Corbyn, but we'll stick with Labour, one or other.
Right.
And in the last few days, I went into a few workplaces, and it was just unambiguous. Right. We don't want Corbyn, we're not having Corbyn, and they decided not to vote for the Brexit Party, but to vote for Boris Johnson. That's purely because of his message of get Brexit done.
So when you think of Boris Johnson and what he represents in terms of his background and all the rest of it, these are people in the past that you would never have imagined would actually be in a position to offer their support to a Conservative leader like him. But you're saying that the desire to get Brexit done took them over the line.
No, they've lent their support to the Conservative Party to get Brexit done.
Right.
And don't forget, I've been warning privately and publicly the Labour Party for a long time on this. The Parliamentary Labour Party was sick of me getting up and saying, you don't know what's going to hit you. Here's what's going to hit you. You know, my Labour areas, those that voted for me, 90% Brexit in the referendum, the strongest Labour areas. And they were voting 2-1 today for the Conservative Party. That's lending their votes on Brexit the Labour Party refused to listen to them. But don't underestimate the toxicity of Jeremy Corbyn and the cult around him. It is extraordinary. People made their minds up. They don't want Corbyn. They don't want Corbynism. And if Labour doesn't learn the lesson, the Labour Party might as well not exist.
So what will it take for those people to return to Labour?
First of all, Corbyn ought to go. He ought to be out now. He ought to have resigned already. It's going to require a leader who understands where people are coming from, understands the issues, and then starts talking to those people, rather than Bassett Law sums up the arrogance of the Corbyn project. They didn't let a local candidate stand. They then removed the candidate who was selected. They imposed their own Corbynite candidate. He got humiliated. Incredibly predictable. But that sums up the arrogance of these people, that they've taken working class voters in the north of England and the Midlands for granted. And that arrogance, if that doesn't go, then Labour's finished as a political force in this country, and it needs a leader who understands that.
Gina, can I turn to you, because you fought long and hard, you've been through the courts, you've taken a lot of abuse as a result of it in terms of your fight against the Brexit process and the right of Parliament.
No, it wasn't against the Brexit process.
Well,
it was about it was being pushed through in an illegal way. That's what I was fighting.
No, that's yes, I take the point, and fighting for the right of Parliament as well, to have a voice. So that's I'm not denying that. But the point is this. There's a different question, isn't there, now that Boris Johnson's looking as if he has, he's heading for this solid majority. Are you now going to say to viewers that the campaigns that you've been leading have resulted in what? I mean, is that campaign over?
I have to say, so the tactful voting campaign, I just want to confirm what John has just said, in that it was not just across a particular group of people or age group, but we were finding the anti-Corbyn. We were asking people to put a nose peg on their nose and tactically vote. They weren't having it. They were saying over and over again, we would like to. Tactical voting was being talked about in every conversation across social media, across media. But when it came to it, they just couldn't do it. And we were hearing that across the country, north, south, young, old, it was Corbyn first. We just do not want this man as our leader. So the fact is, I do think he should go, because we have no opposition that somebody feels they can vote for. And then, how does democracy work if we don't have a functioning democracy, opposition? And that's one thing. The second thing I'd say is that the other side were also tactically voting. And that's what we're seeing, actually, is that there was this presumption that only Remain voters were going to tactically vote. And we were picking up all the time that actually it was both sides. And I think what you're seeing is a lot of Leave voters have actually tactically voted this time. So it has worked, but it was on the other side. And I think now with this majority, we will see a Queen's speech, we will see the bill going through Parliament, and then the next thing we will see when we come back in January is how Boris will actually change his domestic policy to suit this one nation narrative that he's coming up with, because he now has to represent the whole of the country, north, south, old Labour seats, mining towns, but also Leave and Remainers. So I'd be really interested to see how he shifts that in January.
Okay.
Do you accept, though, Gina, and I know your court cases were about the process, but do you accept now that we are leaving the European Union, that your campaign, that is definitely, absolutely what's going to happen?
It will come back, it will get to the House of Lords, I think, before Christmas, and the bill will go through, and that will be then law. So on a domestic front, it will be law, then it will get ratified in January, and then the next hurdle, if you like, for the government or for Boris Johnson will be the 31st of January. Okay. And I can imagine that will be extended, because I can't see how he'll hit that deadline. But the actual bill will go through Parliament.
Let's just take a pause there for a second. What I'd like to do now is get a little more analysis of where we are with just 72 seats to go and the Tories getting ever closer to that 326 mark. Let's join Jeremy once again inside the House of Commons.
Well, just updating our forecast, Hugh, and we started the night with the exit poll. Obviously, we've got real results now, so we're bringing them in. The overall majority comes when you get to 306 MPs in the House of Commons. Let's see what we are predicting now. And we think we'll end the election night with 362 Conservative MPs. So a good, firm, solid, comfortable majority for Boris Johnson. But let's have a look by contrast at Labour. So we were just hearing from John Mann about Labour's travails there. We don't think they're going to get above 200 seats. We've got it on 199 under our projection at the moment. 199, historically awful result by the main opposition party. By contrast, the SNP doing brilliantly in this election. 52, down a little bit from our original exit poll forecast. Lib Dems on 13, and without their leader now, of course, Joe Swinson. Plaid Cymru staying on 4. Greens on 1. We saw Caroline Lucas back in the House of Commons, and the others on 19. And that means a majority for the Conservatives of 74. Which will give Boris Johnson, I think the word Andrew Marr used was unfettered, the ability to work unfettered as leader of the Conservative Party, which, of course, Theresa May did not have. Now, what about share of the vote? Let me just show you where we are at. If we look at the share of the vote in Great Britain, and we have the three parties contesting the election across the country, 45% Conservative is a historically high figure. It's a very impressive figure when you consider that even in 1979, when Mrs. Thatcher won her first election, she wasn't quite at 45%. In fact, you've got to go back to 1970 to see the Conservatives performing that well. 33% for Labour, but losing votes by the 1,000 in all the most critical areas. That's the problem with their performance tonight. And the Lib Dems bumping along. Got to say with the Lib Dems, 12%. If you had 12% of the MPs, you'd have about 70 MPs. Obviously, the system doesn't work very well for them, but they're on 12, not really moving since the last election. Green Party, by the way, about 3%. Brexit Party, about 2%. But that share is history-making for Boris Johnson. Hugh.
Jeremy, thanks very much again. The Tories now on 317. They're very close to that 326 mark where we will formally declare that they have won this election and well on their way to a majority, as Jeremy was saying there, of dozens of seats, which is a very different world for us to be in. Let's join Andrew again.
Thanks, Hugh. President Trump has tweeted that looks like Boris Johnson is going to win big in the UK. It's good that the White House has finally caught up with the BBC exit poll. Let's go to West Yorkshire, to Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, where Yvette Cooper has held on to a seat, but with a much reduced majority. Yvette Cooper, your majority has been slashed. Your party has lost the North. Did you lose it because of Brexit or because of Mr Corbyn?
I think there are a mix of things involved, and look, this is a really grim result for us, and it's particularly grim for all of the people who depended on having a strong Labour Party, who were relying on getting a Labour government, whether that is families who are going to food banks or patients waiting in the NHS. But I think that both were a factor. Obviously, Brexit was a key issue in the campaign, but I think also perceptions of the whole party and perceptions of the leadership were clearly a key issue as well.
And what do you mean by perceptions of the leadership?
Just that we obviously, on many doorsteps, we would get people talking both about Brexit but also about the party as a whole and about Jeremy and about their different views of the leadership, their different views of the party, and also just not in the end being prepared to put their crosses by enough Labour names across the country because they didn't think that we could be the kind of government that they wanted. And that is really bad. That is devastating for us.
Should your party continue with Corbynism but without Mr Corbyn, who's standing down, or does it need a fresh start with a different strain of the Labour Party?
Well, I think what we've got isn't working. We've really seen that this morning, and we've seen that right across the country. So clearly we have got to change. I think we have to spend a bit of time reflecting on all of the different things that have been so damaging for us. I also think that there is this really serious growing gap between cities and towns in the country, and Labour is increasingly becoming a party of the cities. That is partly about the Brexit debate, but actually it's more than the Brexit debate, and we're no longer being seen as a party that stands up for towns, even though actually many of our towns across the country have been harder hit by both austerity but also by changing economic patterns across the country that the Conservatives haven't dealt with. And yet we have failed to make that argument in any convincing way and failed to be credible for people living in towns across the country who voted strongly against us tonight or last night.
So what do you say to the message coming out from Mr Corbyn's office and those around him, and from Momentum, that this election, because of Brexit, was sui generis, that it was really Brexit that's produced this result? It wasn't Corbynism. There's no need to change that. We'll just get a younger Mr Corbyn or a female leader who's a Corbynista, and we carry on. We don't need to change the ideology, and the Brexit will not be the issue come the next election.
I think the scale of our losses tonight, this morning, really shows that we have to change as a party. It is just not working, and it is broader. But look, don't get me wrong, Brexit is clearly a significant part of this. There's no doubt about that. Maybe things might have been different if the parties had worked together from the beginning, straight after the referendum result. Maybe things might have been different if we had got some form of customs union compromise in the spring. But maybe it wouldn't. Maybe the divisions around Brexit are just so deep at the moment that it is going to require a mammoth effort to try and bring people together. But I do think very clearly from discussions that I've had, on many doorsteps around my constituency, around neighbouring constituencies as well, that this was not just about Brexit. We know it wasn't just about Brexit. It was about their perceptions of the party, their perceptions of the leadership, and their people's unwillingness, or not willing in enough numbers, to support us across the country.
There's going to be a Labour leadership contest. Do you fancy having a go?
I think that's not the discussion for now, because we have got to focus on the reasons why we have lost so many votes, rather than rushing into speculating about who should do what in the future. The scale of this is so significant. To be, your predictions are to have us below 200 seats in the House of Commons at a time when we know that people have huge doubts about the Prime Minister. I don't believe that this vote was a huge enthusiastic support for the Conservative Party. Instead, it was really a recognition of, it was just choice that they preferred the Conservative Party across the country.
Okay.
But that's partly because we in the Labour Party had let them down.
I need to interrupt you, Yvette Cooper. Thank you for joining us. I need to go back to Hugh. We've got a declaration coming up.
Thanks, Andrew. We're going to Hendon in North London. Let's see what's going on there.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Luciana Claire Berger, Liberal Democrats, 17,600. Michael Whitney Freer, commonly known as Mike Freer, the Conservative Party candidate, 24,162. Ross Semple Houston, Labour Party, 13,347. And I therefore declare that Michael Whitney Freer, commonly known as Mike Freer, is duly elected.
Finchley and Golders Green in North London, which is the seat that was once represented by Margaret Thatcher in Parliament. Well, the Conservative Mike Freer has taken the seat. And the interesting thing here is that Luciana Berger the former MP in Liverpool Wavertree, the Labour MP, moved to Finchley and Golders Green, 17,600 with Labour on 13,300. So a majority of 6,500 to the Conservatives and a turnout of 71%. And really, Laura, as we look at these figures, that was actually one of the big hopes, wasn't it, for those people who had left Labour in order to campaign really for Remain or against Brexit.
Yes, absolutely. And the Lib Dems fought that seat very, very hard. Turnout high again. We've seen that quite a theme in quite a few of these seats where you had a defector. But the Tories holding on to that puts them, you know, pretty much there, I think.
It is 6 minutes past 5 in the morning, and we are now in a position to say that this election of 2019 formally has been won by the Conservatives. They're now on 327 seats. It is 326 on the finishing line, so they will then proceed now to a bigger majority. But we can now say that based on the results that have come in, 598 seats in, 51 to go, the Conservatives are now on 328. They have passed the finishing line and they have formally won this election. And that, Laura, is a big moment.
It's a huge moment. It's a huge moment for Boris Johnson, of course, who a year ago was written off by many people. It's an enormous moment for the Conservative Party, having had a torrid and turbulent time when they saw their majority being whittled away. And then when he threw some people out of the party, they went backwards. But they had a couple of years of agony of having to rely on the Democratic Unionist Party from Northern Ireland. And then before that, you know, David Cameron with a very, very rocky time. I mean, it seemed like a big victory for him at the time of getting a majority of 15. But this means probably more than anything else in terms of the historical significance for it. Unless something very strange happens, we will be leaving the European Union next month. And that answers the biggest question of British politics for the last 3.5 years is, was what happened in 2016 actually going to happen or not? Because that is the question that has paralysed Parliament. The previous Parliament was not able to agree on how to leave, and therefore we did not agree. They didn't agree on whether we would leave. The public has answered that question tonight, and that is what this Prime Minister will do. And of course, the size of his majority beyond this will dictate how much freedom and how radical he may or may not be to do other things and to pursue other projects.
Well, the results are still coming in. Why don't we have a look at the Palace of Westminster, which is where all the activity will start within a few days' time. And we are projecting the result as it's happening on the Palace of Westminster, on the banks of the River Thames. And there we have it so far. The Conservatives on 330 actually has now just gone up to 331, with Labour on 197. So they're now way past that finishing mark of 326, and the numbers are going up. They're now on 332. So we're heading towards that majority that John Curtis was telling us about a short while ago. So the news, if you're just joining us here on election 2019, at 8 minutes past 5 in the morning, is that the Conservatives are now past the finishing post. They have won a majority in this campaign, and that is the formal result for us as they head towards, of course, a much bigger majority, a majority of at least 50, possibly 60 seats. We've been joined here in the studio by the former Director of Communications for David Cameron, Sir Craig Oliver. Craig, welcome to you.
Good morning.
Well, what do you make of this result and what has led to it? Tell us what you think it signifies in terms of the political landscape.
Well, it feels like the electoral map of Great Britain has been completely reshaped. It's an amazing victory for Boris Johnson. I think the big loser tonight, not just the Labour Party, unfortunately the Remain cause, I think, has taken a hell of a battering. And the main opposition, really, for Boris Johnson, is, as far as there is any, is Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland. That tension is going to be played out over the coming years and is going to be a real fascinating battle to watch.
Because talking to Nicola Sturgeon earlier, she was very clear about the fact that her mandate was stronger than ever and that she will be pressing the case very vigorously for a second referendum. We've already had the Prime Minister telling us that he's dead set against it. That is a clash that is waiting to happen.
It's a clash that will go on over the next couple of years. There are a number of options open to Nicola Sturgeon. One is just to create a massive grievance that continues over the years and she builds up. Another small possibility, I think, is that she may even try and call an illegal referendum in Scotland. That was an option that was open to Alex Salmond, and that's the main reason why David Cameron actually called the referendum. He was so nervous of that. But that tension is going to be absolutely huge.
When you look at the Conservative performance and when you look at the massive inroads into traditional Labour areas, which are Leave areas for the most part, what do you make of the strategy now? Because lots of people were saying about Boris Johnson, get Brexit done, it's an empty phrase and all the rest of it. It seems to have been a far more powerful clarion call than lots of people thought.
Well, David Cameron's strategy was to build a coalition between Shire Tories and Metropolitan Liberals. What Boris Johnson has managed to do is build a coalition between Shire Tories and traditional Labour voters, and that's an extraordinary achievement. The Get Brexit Done slogan, I think, probably was a masterstroke. None of the opposition campaigns came up with anything like it. People were sick and tired of Brexit. They were fed up with it, of all the shenanigans that had gone on, and I think that was a main contributing factor. Although I do think the Labour Party is going to have to look very deep at whether or not Corbynite socialism can actually work in any way for this country.
Knowing what you do of workings inside Downing Street, what do you expect will happen in the next week or so, let's say? Do you expect a Queen's speech within a week or something?
That is possible. I think that what you are going to see is, as with Boris Johnson's speech tonight, he's going to grab the ball and run like hell for the centre. I think he thinks that his future and the reality of remaining Prime Minister, for not just for this term, but for another term afterwards, is by presenting himself as a one-nation Conservative. Notice how, as Andrew Mell said, he branded himself as a one-nation Conservative. That is something that he is going to continually do. He's going to have to demonstrate that over the coming months. It's going to be interesting how he does that when he's got so many people who traditionally voted Labour on his side. What's he going to give them? How's he going to behave with them? But he's in pole position. He is an extraordinarily powerful figure at the moment. And what is interesting is, how does he use that power? Does he reject the ERG and actually move forward by saying, I am not going to put up with people like Jacob Rees-Mogg anymore? That will be fascinating. What signals does he send to that side of the party? I personally hope that he does send a very strong signal that they're out and now he can be a traditional one-nation Conservative. But he's going to require real strength of character.
Just one thought, one broader thought maybe, Craig, before I bring Jeremy Vine in, which is that, you know, Boris Johnson dismissed as a clown, as a fibber and all the rest of it until relatively recently, and some people still saying that that's exactly what he is. But now, the basis of this result and the kind of Tory majority that, you know, Margaret Thatcher was getting towards the end of her term in '87, I mean, it was a bigger majority for her then, but, you know, still dozens of seats. His political profile and authority and status has been completely transformed.
What happens with elections is, if you win, all the sins get washed away, certainly for a period of time. And he is now at pinnacle of his power, extraordinarily powerful figure. He can do enormous amounts of things in terms of legislation, picking his cabinet, choosing which direction he goes for the country. I would be advising him to really take hold of that and make use of that, and to show himself as a one-nation Conservative and to push aside the other people, perhaps the ERG in the party.
We shall see. Craig, thanks for now. Thanks very much. Yes, the path to Downing Street, the road to Downing Street. Jeremy, tell us all about it.
Well, they've gone past the 326, haven't they? So we can have a look at how they did it, the Conservatives. 326, the winning line. That gives you the overall majority, and your leader goes through the door of number 10 with confidence, as Boris Johnson will now do. Let us just pave the path here. So first of all, we show you all the constituencies that we have results in from, and we'll see where it goes to. We'll see where it crosses the line here. Let's just have a look. So 326, the line, and what do we got around here? We've got Banff and we've got Bolsover. How interesting that Dennis Skinner, the beast of Bolsover's seat, he leaves the Commons, and his seat was the one that got them over the line. Finchley, we just saw Bournemouth East, Lewis, Dudley North, another gain there. Let's just move on a bit here and just see where they go. Broadland, Plymouth Moorview, Worthing, Wantage. Wantage was formerly Ed Vaizey's seat, come back to the Conservative, safe seat that. So that's where they are at the moment, 335, still some more seats to come on. Let's have a look at Labour now, and boy, oh boy, they're a long way down the street, aren't they? We'll pave their tiles now. Each tile, a seat in the House of Commons. Each tile has the name of the constituency on it. These are the results we've got in so far. And let's just look at the number of Labour seats so far. It's 100, let's just make that out there, 199. And we'll go to the end of the line and just read them off if we can. Right, let's take a look. So we've got Dagenham coming in as Labour, but very tight there. Bradford South, Southampton Test, Wythenshawe. But some of these are marginals where the defence is now going to be very tight and they were safe before. As Craig Oliver was just saying here, the map is transformed. So Labour back there. Now we have a look at the end of the Conservative line, and this involves bringing in our projections. So let's just have a look. We'll bring in the extra Conservative seats now and lay them down. There we go. So we haven't got results in from these, but we're calling them as Conservative. We'll see what happens in the next few hours. Tiverton, Thirsk, Wantage for some reason down twice. Welwyn, Dorset West, Yeovil, the Conservative MP Marcus Fish staying in there. Buckingham was the Speaker's seat, of course. Chipping Barnet would be Theresa Villiers back in the Commons. You've got Colne Valley, that would be a gain from Labour. Batley and Spen, we can't be certain about it, but it looks like that is going to be a Conservative gain as well. And Carshalton as well would be the Conservatives taking from the Liberal Democrats. So that's how they did it, and Bolsover the seat that crossed the line and got them to 326.
Well, fancy that. And Jeremy, thanks very much for underlining the fact that Bolsover was that mark, because, of course, it now means that Dennis Skinner is no longer in the House of Commons. 87-year-old Dennis Skinner is no longer in the House of Commons. He would have been Father of the House, succeeding Kenneth Clarke. But the Father of the House will now become Peter Bottomley, the Conservative, who will be the new senior member, if you like, the most long-standing member of the House of Commons. Look at the Bolsover figures there, and as we see, Dennis Skinner just pushed into second place, a majority of over 5,000. Again, we're talking about one of these former mining areas in Derbyshire, and, you know, this has only had 2 MPs since its creation in 1950, and Dennis Skinner was elected back in 1970 when, you know, in that election where Edward Heath won against Harold Wilson. He's been there for decades. As I say, he's 87. He's not been well recently, but he's been defeated in this
And look at the scale of the change in the Labour vote there.
Yes.
Dropping by 16%, and the swing there, 11% Labour to Tory in that kind of part of the country. And as we've seen in that seat, and in quite a few of those other places, whether we're talking about Bassetlaw or whether we're talking much earlier in the night about somewhere like Blythe Valley, voters who'd been Labour forever said to us on the campaign they don't sort of get, they were hearing from Jeremy Corbyn again and again about industrial past, focus on manufacturing, all the kind of traditions of Labour, that they felt we're not like that anymore. We've changed, things have moved on, and this version of the Labour Party has not necessarily kept up. And one Labour candidate who actually tonight has ended up losing his seat said to me a couple of weeks ago they were desperately worried because what happened under New Labour changed his community around him, and then when Labour changed, well, the community wasn't very interested in the direction that Labour had taken anymore. So there's a sort of loosening of those bonds that's happened over a long period of time that's not just necessarily about Brexit. Who knows, though, how quickly or if ever they can be reformed with a different leadership.
OK. Let's look at the figures once again. Let's take a look outside at Broadcasting House and the latest figures as we have them, because we are looking at a total of 337 for the Tories in reality, but what we're looking there at is the BBC prediction. The prediction of 363 for the Tories at the end of this contest, 203 to the Labour Party and to Jeremy Corbyn. So some significant losses there for the Labour Party, as we've been mentioning. The Lib Dems will be on 12. The SNP, we think, around 49 at this point. We spoke to the First Minister earlier. A relatively poor performance there for the Lib Dems, and Jo Swinson's lost her seat. Plaid Cymru on 4, we think, is the projection. The Brexit Party not taking any, and the Greens on 1. We heard from Caroline Lucas earlier on. So that's where we are. You're watching Election 2019. And straight into our newsroom here at New Broadcasting House in central London, and the headlines with Tina Dahealy.
Thanks, Hugh. Good morning. With more than 600 results now declared, the Conservatives have passed the finish line. They have formally won the election and are set for a substantial majority, their biggest win since 1987. Labour, meanwhile, is looking at its worst performance in 3 decades. Leader Jeremy Corbyn said he wouldn't lead his party into any future general election. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has held his seat, but the Liberal Democrat leader, Jo Swinson, has lost hers. Jessica Parker has the latest.
The Prime Minister will likely have a smile for the cameras today. On course for a working majority, he called it an historic election.
That gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted Leave.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
Labour's Brexit policy has been under scrutiny in this campaign. His leadership too, as he acknowledged a disappointing result.
I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result.
I'm not going to sit here and scalp Jeremy Corbyn on the television for anyone, because that's all the headline will be. And actually what I want to say is that the Labour Party tonight, we have failed to meet the test of the public, and in doing that we fail the people who we aim to serve, and that is heartbreaking.
Again for Labour in London, though, winning Putney off the Tories. But a huge blow for the Lib Dems, their leader Jo Swinson narrowly losing her seat.
For millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
The road ahead for Boris Johnson now appears to be clear: to drive the agenda, steer the country towards its next destination. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Well, as we saw, the SNP took Jo Swinson's seat. Overall, they are expected to win around 50 seats out of 59 in Scotland. Nicola Sturgeon's party backed a second referendum on EU membership during their campaign. The SNP also ran on securing a new vote on Scottish independence from the UK. It's been a bad night for the Democratic Unionist Party in Northern Ireland. Deputy Leader Nigel Dodds lost his Belfast North seat to Sinn Féin's John Finucane. It also lost Belfast South to the nationalist SDLP. The Alliance Party has won a seat at Westminster, taking North Down, and the SDLP took the seat of Foyle from Sinn Féin. You might have seen earlier that Boris Johnson took his dog with him to the polling station. Here is Dylan being cuddled by Mr Johnson's partner Carrie Symonds just before the declaration in Uxbridge. Looks like he's dealing with all the attention pretty well. And while you're watching us, you can get more information from BBC News Online. Our live page has all the latest results as they come in and real-time analysis from the experts. You can follow it all online. That's it from me. Back to election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre, and we are declaring a victory for the Conservatives in this election campaign, in this contest. They've now passed the line at which they form a majority in the House of Commons. They're already on 338, but this is the projected final score. We'll see if it works out precisely, but we're projecting onto the walls of the Palace of Westminster that Boris Johnson will be on 363 seats at the end of the counting. Just 35 seats to come in, by the way, and Labour on 203. That is the projection. Scotland playing a very big part in the story of the night. So let's join Rita to see what the SNP gains are looking like.
Hugh, it's shaping up to be a very strong night for the SNP. Here are some more gains that have been declared fairly recently. Glasgow North East, we were reporting a little bit earlier. That was Labour's last seat in Glasgow. That's now fallen to the SNP. Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, Gordon Brown's old seat, that has now fallen to the SNP candidate Neil Hanvey. Although that's quite interesting because he had in fact been suspended over anti-Semitic comments that he'd made online, but his name was on the ballot paper as the SNP candidate. So there are questions now as to whether or not he will take the SNP whip in the Commons. We'll have to see what happens there. Coatbridge also going from Labour to the SNP. Renfrewshire East, that's gone from the Conservatives to the SNP, although in 2015 that was Jim Murphy's seat, Labour's Jim Murphy. Other Conservative seats in 2017, including Ayr, Aberdeen South and Gordon, they've all now gone SNP. So if we just take a quick look at the Scotland scoreboard, you'll see the SNP in a very strong position. They've put on 13 seats tonight and now on 46. The Conservatives have lost 7, Lib Dems no change, and the Labour Party having lost 6.
Rita, thanks very much. Well, given that we're looking there at the picture in Scotland, Andrew's with a guest who knows all about the Scottish picture. Andrew?
Indeed. The BBC is now projecting that the Tories will get between 45 and 46% of the vote. But given the Conservatives are doing badly in Scotland, that means the share of the vote in England will be higher than 45 or 46%. You have to go back to Ted Heath beating Harold Wilson in 1970 to get a share of the vote as high as 46%. Which brings us to Jim Murphy, the former leader of the Scottish Labour Party. Another disastrous night for the Scottish Labour Party is becoming the norm.
This is our 4th successive defeat across the UK. It's a terrible night in Scotland, and even though it's this early in the morning, I still feel as angry now as I did when I heard the exit poll at 10 p.m. This has been a campaign by Corbyn of Corbynism, which has led to the fact that we are now, what, half a century since Labour last won a majority other than Tony Blair. And it's based upon an outdated sense of what working class people want, respect and expect from the Labour Party. There's a sense in the Corbyn project which is all you've got to do is patronisingly give working class people promises of free things that someone else will pay for. Now, in the Labour Party we eulogise Bevan and many others, and his old slogan, his old saying about the language of priorities is the religion of socialism. And in the Labour Party manifesto, everything was a priority and someone else would pay for it. And the working class voters in these northern towns and cities knew in Northern England that you don't get these things for free. It wasn't credible.
You started the night with 7 Labour MPs in Scotland. Looks like you're down to 1 now. That's it. Is that Mr Corbyn's fault? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Scotland's divided into 2 camps. The people who voted yes in the referendum and the people who voted no. And the Labour
people who
Party
voted no now vote Tory.
Well, on the basis that there's 2 camps in Scotland and Labour Party's in neither.
So you've written yourself out of the script.
We have pretended to some people who voted yes that we were on their side, and we've sent confused signals to the majority who voted no that we wouldn't stand in the way of an independence referendum. And it's a remarkable achievement. There's no future for the Labour Party in Scotland or in England if we pretend to agree with nationalism. Our politics has got to be open. It's got to be about breaking down barriers, not building. It's got about saying immigration is a good thing for our economy, our culture, our public services.
I thought Labour was saying that. Can I just ask you...
No, it actually wasn't. It was pretending to agree with nationalism, sending mixed signals on Brexit
Let me ask
and
you
on
this,
independence.
though, because the real story of tonight is that the Conservatives have swept England outside London. They have, and
yes.
the SNP have swept Scotland.
That's right.
And they will be demanding a second referendum on Scottish independence. Boris Johnson will have a huge majority. It's a reserve power for Westminster. But what should he do? Should he deny a second referendum, or should he say, if that's what the Scots want and they voted for the party that wants it, we better give it to them?
Well, these elections, you can't call them within a few hours of polls closing. I don't know what Boris Johnson is going to do, but what I'm clear is...
I'm asking you, what would you advise him?
Well, I was in Scotland through most of the general election campaign, and it was remarkable because the SNP didn't seek a mandate for an independence
Well,
referendum.
they're saying they did. They're saying that they fought this on a second referendum.
I know you're from Paisley. I don't know if that's where you
It
vote.
doesn't make me a bad person. Just answer the question.
Well, that's open to debate. But the point is that in Scotland, the SNP didn't ask for a mandate for a second independence referendum.
They say they did.
But I'm there, Andrew. I saw it. The leaflets I got through
Well,
the door
I think they were
said,
there as well.
Yeah,
or they wouldn't be
no,
called the Scottish National Party, would
until
they?
a minute to 10, they said, vote for us to stop Brexit. At a minute past 10, they're saying it's a mandate for a second independence referendum.
So your advice to Boris Johnson is not to give in?
My advice to the Labour Party in Scotland, I can't give advice to Boris Johnson.
He's the Prime Minister, and you've been through this before. I'm asking you, what should Westminster do? Should it concede a second referendum or say, no, you had one, you didn't really get a mandate?
What I would argue, Andrew, and I'm not involved in frontline politics anymore, if the SNP want a second independence referendum, they should argue for that in the Scottish Parliament elections that are coming up, clearly, unambiguously. This election in Scotland wasn't about independence or a second independence referendum.
No position on this. It's
I'm
Labour
very
all
clear.
over.
Look, Andrew, that's
you're
not...
as bad as Mr Corbyn on Brexit. You can't give us a clear position.
I'm giving you a very clear position.
Should there be a second?
There should not be a second independence. Of course, my view and the Scottish Labour Party's view is there should not be a second independence referendum. Now, Mr Corbyn confused that by coming to Scotland and pretending and signalling that he might be for a second independence referendum. Looking at what's happening in our politics this evening, however, I look at what's happening in Northern Ireland and I look at what's happening in Scotland, and I happen to be of the view, I might be wrong, that we may see a united Ireland before we see a divided Britain.
All right, we shall see. Jim Murphy, thanks for being patient and waiting. Got to go back to Hugh for a declaration.
Andrew, many thanks. Let's go to Plymouth.
Elwood, James Overton, the Green Party, 1,557. Pollard, Luke, Labour and Cooperative Party, 25,461. Reid, Graham Richard, Liberal Democrat, 2,545. Smith, Rebecca Jane, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,704. Widdecombe, Anne Noreen, Brexit Party, 2,909. And the number of votes rejected was 141. I do hereby declare that Luke Pollard is duly elected.
So Labour holding on to Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, and Luke Pollard re-elected. He's the Shadow Environment Minister. Rebecca Smith for the Tories in second place, and Anne Widdecombe, the former Conservative MP and now Brexit Party MEP, way back in third place, and 48% to 39%. To Labour and the Tories, and this is a 2017 Labour gain from the Conservatives, who'd held it since 2010. So an interesting result for us. This is where Nigel Farage, by the way, had been campaigning as well for Anne Widdecombe, but Brexit Party there, even though up 5%, way behind. And the swing, what is the swing in Plymouth Sutton? It's 2.2% from Labour to the Tories. So Plymouth Sutton in, that's a Labour hold, a rare bit of good news for Labour tonight. Let's talk about the position in Sheffield, because one of the Sheffield seats, especially Sheffield Hallam, where Nick Clegg used to be the MP, that declared earlier. And Harry's there for us. Harry Grecian, good to see you, Harry. Tell us what happened.
Well, it was a dramatic end, really, to what has been a very significant day here. And I have to say that the result was a very good one for the Labour Party. They needed it, of course. Olivia Blake won this. And a very disappointing one for Laura Gordon from the Liberal Democrats. It was in the end about 802 votes that separated the two of them. And of course you're absolutely right in saying that this was the Nick Clegg constituency up to a couple of years ago, and then Jared O'Mara took over. He of course had his problems as well, and so the Liberal Democrats were really hoping that they would have an opportunity to reclaim the seat that they feel is theirs, but it was a determined campaign, and Olivia Blake has won this by over 800 votes and is absolutely delighted by that result.
Harry, many thanks. Harry Grecian there for us with the latest in Sheffield Hallam and that result, which is a Labour hold. And as Harry was saying a bit of good news there for Labour. Lord Faulkner is with us, Charlie Faulkner, former Labour Cabinet Minister, and Sir Craig Oliver's with us, and we've been joined as well by Sian Berry, who's co-leader of the Green Party. Thank you very much for joining us. Charlie, first of all, you were such a prominent figure in those Blair years. You're now looking at a position where Labour's done even worse than it did in 1983. So let's have your first thought on what lies behind this. Is it a leadership issue or is it a policy issue on Brexit principally?
I think it is essentially a leadership issue. This was a leadership that was in effect talking to a part of the Labour Party rather than talking to the wider community. Ultimately, if you are the main opposition party, you only make progress if you have an argument about what the future will look like that convinces the public. And what we had here was a situation where we not only lost in all the traditional Conservative Labour marginals, with a few exceptions, but we also lost our most heartland support in the Midlands and in the North East and the North West. And that was because, just as in Scotland in 2015, that heartland support said, you are offering us nothing and you don't connect with us anymore. Just as the Scottish Labour Party and those who had voted for Labour in Scotland in the years before 2015 decided to abandon us. And for us, the big question is, what do we do to start having a conversation again, both with the people in the marginals, the floating voter that could be one or could be the other, but also our heartland? And if we don't do it quickly, it'll be too late to put it together again. So Jeremy, who has very many characteristics that demand respect, has rightly said he's not going to lead us into another election. We need quickly to elect a leader. And in making that choice, we've got to have somebody who doesn't talk just to 1/8 of us, but talks to the nation.
He was very clear earlier, wasn't he? He was giving the very strong impression that he wanted to hang around a bit to oversee this process of reflection and to map the way forward. And in that very seat, Charlie, earlier, John Landsman was there saying, well, I hope he sticks around because he needs to help us to fashion a future for the party beyond the Corbyn leadership. Your message is rather different. You want him to go when? Tomorrow?
I want him to go in such time as it takes to have a reasonable leadership election. Right. And I would have in mind by March, April of next year. This is not a normal election for a whole myriad of reasons, but one of them is we are in the middle of the European exit process. We're definitely leaving the European Union now because of this election, but immediately afterwards we're going to be debating what is our relationship with Europe. Are we going to pivot towards the USA and leave a close alliance with Europe, or are we staying with Europe, not in the European Union, but treating the USA maybe more at arm's length than Boris would want? We have to be a party that is arguing about that with a leader who is speaking for our party on a permanent basis. We can't be staring at our navel between now and September of next year. We've got to have a leadership election and have it as soon as we reasonably can.
There's a brutal reality, isn't there, really? Whoever you elect, you're up against the Prime Minister who has done, in terms of his own party, exceptionally well in this election, who will have a majority of possibly 60 or more. So you may well have that debate in the Labour Party, but whatever Boris Johnson decides will be the relationship with the US or the EU will be what happens.
Yes, he certainly has the votes in the Commons to do whatever he likes about Brexit now. And the only way that you can prevent him is by an argument, a debate with the public, which says, actually, for example, we don't want that over a close relationship with the United States of America. Of course, they're a close ally, but we want to remain very close to Europe as well. And you only make progress in that if you've got somebody whom the public will listen to, who is persuasive in relation to that. As Paul Mason said in that seat where Sian is now sitting, you need somebody with gravitas who can command respect in what she or he says.
Who's that?
Could be Emily Thornberry, could be Keir Starmer. There are quite a lot of people in the Labour Party who have that stature. But we need now to make a choice after a reasonable election and have somebody who puts the contrary argument. Because The one thing that never came out in this election is what is the Conservatives' vision beyond the 31st of January? And it's for debate, and we need a champion for the people who have not had a champion in this last election to speak for them.
Sian, do you regret the fact that it's not been possible, it wasn't possible to form understandings with more candidates and more parties in more constituencies? You know, for you as Greens, where you're looking in areas where you have pockets of support, where people wanted an alternative, a realistic chance of winning. What went wrong there?
Well, we made an agreement over 60 seats. There's been some success there. Obviously, some are much tighter than others. But I think it would have been much better if we could have talked with the Labour Party as well. The two-party system is not delivering for the country. Labour stuck with it in this election, but I hope that we can work with them in the future, because it could have done something today, and who knows. I think the Greens have had a very good night in our own terms, in terms of our vote share going up. We're saving many more deposits. We've had some big swings in the seats where we've focused our efforts. This is good. It bodes well for future gains in council elections. We've got city mayor elections next year. But overall, the country is facing a pretty grave future. I think the Conservatives, they've now won their election with very little scrutiny. They've avoided scrutiny throughout this election. They've just shouted out, get Brexit done. Well, that's their job now. From 31st of January, we're not going to see Brexit done. That was a lie. We can say that as a fact now, and nobody can be telling us that they have to hear the other side or anything like that.
Saying it's not a lie. As Charlie was saying, we will be leaving.
We'll go into a transition period with an 11-month deadline to sort out an entire free trade agreement with the whole of the EU, never mind the rest of the world. Brexit is going to be really, really hard for this country, and those of us in opposition are still going to have work to do, and it would be good if we can work together.
During the campaign, I mean, we heard Caroline Lucas earlier, who made a very forceful statement after her victory there in Brighton, basically making the point that you're making, that the party system, or the electoral system, as she described it, was bust and wasn't delivering for people. When you look at the way that you've handled this campaign, understandably wanting to really get people to start talking about climate issues and the challenge of, you know, environmental change in people's everyday lives, not just as big policy issues, but, you know, asking people to confront choices in their daily lives.
And show the benefits of climate action. I'm really proud of how we've done that, actually. I mean, we put our manifesto out first with the big, bold Green New Deal, talking about reaching into every corner of the country and investing and creating jobs and sorting out the climate action and clean air and all those huge, big ideas that we want to talk about. And the other parties did respond and make extra promises. We have to hold the Conservatives, for example, to their fracking ban. That was rushed out as part of an election. Well, let's hold them to that. Let's work really hard to show that the people who felt ignored around the country really want investment, and that green investment is the way to go. It's the best investment you can make. It pays back, and it'll actually create a better country.
Just a point, Craig, before I join Jeremy once again, which is, given your understanding of how the Tory party works, who's the Labour leader they would most fear then? You know, who's the one that they would think would present more of a threat to them?
I think they would fear moving to the centre. If the Labour Party was to become a bit more social democratic, a bit more moved to the centre, somebody like Jess Phillips, I think, would probably frighten the life out of Boris Johnson a couple of times in Parliament. But whether or not the Labour membership, which is very left-wing, is prepared to go for someone like that, I doubt it.
What about somebody like Keir Starmer?
Well, Keir Starmer's somebody in the metropolitan elite is always talked about. He's always talked about in London. He's very articulate. He's very thoughtful. Well, I don't think he's got the charisma to reach out beyond London to the rest of the country. I think if Keir Starmer was leader of the Labour Party, Boris Johnson would be secretly smiling.
Well, I mean, I think we've got to have a leadership election and see how the two candidates I mentioned, Jess Phillips, is also a serious player in relation to all of this, and see how they do in a leadership election. The key thing that they've got to be able to do, it seems to me, is convince the public that they understand the issues and understand the public, because that's what went wrong this time, I think.
OK, well, Charlie's there saying that's what went wrong for Labour this time. Jeremy is going to underline for us the extent of Labour's troubles overnight.
Well, I wonder if we can get some history on this, Hugh, which we love to do, to have a look back at Labour and see if we can find an election where this kind of thing happened to the Labour Party. Now, we're in our virtual central lobby in the House of Commons. And let me just show you this result, the projection we've got here for 2019, which is that Labour under Jeremy Corbyn have won 203 seats in the House of Commons. And of course, people say it's historically terrible and it's bad and it's awful. But how bad is it if we make comparisons? Well, the first thing to say is that the Corbyn first election in 2017, 262, was an advance on the previous one, where Ed Miliband was leader, and the one before that with Gordon Brown. So Miliband got 232 in 2015, and Labour got 258 under Gordon Brown in 2010. So those two elections, actually, Corbyn in 2017 improved on both of them. But the thing that was different was Gordon Brown had the Scottish seats. They came in for him, Scottish MP, Scottish leader, his own seat in Kirkcaldy. And by that stage, we hadn't had that great SNP revival. Ed Miliband didn't have that. Let's try and search now for a figure as low as the one that Mr. Corbyn has done tonight. Let's have a look. So if we go back to Neil Kinnock, 1992, lost against John Major. Even then, 271. OK, he was banking all those Scottish seats, but still a long way ahead. 87, a thumping defeat for Labour under Neil Kinnock again. 229 seats then, so a very low figure, but still nowhere near as low as Mr. Corbyn has been tonight. Let's have a look at Michael Foot. Now here, Michael Foot in 1983 on 209 is pretty much the result we look like we're getting tonight from Jeremy Corbyn. This was regarded as an absolutely dreadful election. In a way, it ushered in Tony Blair years later. The manifesto was famously described as the longest suicide note in history. Well, they've done it again. This is the same kind of defeat. In fact, you have to go back to 1935 to find a worse one. This is Clement Attlee, who later had some great years after the war as Prime Minister. But at this point, they're off the back of a whole mash-up with Ramsay MacDonald, and everything was needing rebuilding, and the party was on its knees. He made some progress in this election, but we had to go back to 1935. And Attlee was a caretaker leader. He got 154 seats. That's how bad this is for Labour. When you look at this result, this will stand out for years and years and years. This 2019 result by Jeremy Corbyn, let's just bring it on here. All these years, this is a really, really, if we are, just bring on that last one there if we can. Okay, 2019, there it is, 203. If that's where they are, it's almost the worst in a century. It's pretty much the worst they've done since the very start of the party.
That's something to think about, Jeremy, certainly. Thank you very much, Jeremy Vine, there with the historical perspective. I'm just want to pause for a second just to give full credit to someone who's going to join us now for the third or fourth time during the night, and that is Sir John Curtice with his marvellous team there of analysts who've been working very hard, because John, of course, has a key role in fashioning the results of the exit poll accurately, and it was 368, the original estimate on the exit poll for the Conservatives. We're now looking at, John, I think 364.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, on behalf of the team, brilliantly played by you again. So well done. And tell us where you think it's now heading in terms of that Labour performance. They're on 202 at the moment.
Yeah, we think Labour might end up at about 203, and certainly that the Labour Party is not going to get past the 209 that they got in 1983. I have to say, however, it's the team next to me, sitting next to me here, that are really the champions. They've done a brilliant job in actually analysing and modelling this data. And of course, Ipsos Mori, who collected the data, and not least the interviewers who braved the December weather to collect the data, without which none of us will be able to do anything at all. Anyway, to come back to the Labour Party, Hugh, there is a striking contrast between Labour's defeat this time and the one in 1983 that perhaps might lead one to believe that this was a more serious defeat. Back in 1983, when, by the way, actually Labour got a lower share of the vote than they've got this time. But what enabled Labour in 1983 defend itself against what was no more than a 28% share of the vote was that it held on to its traditional areas of strength. It did relatively well in the north of England and the Midlands. It did relatively well in the more working class parts of the country. The striking thing about this election is the way in which it performed worse in the north of England, in the Midlands, in working class seats. Now, that's not just simply to do with Brexit, but it certainly is partly to do with Brexit. And it's a continuation of a pattern that was also evident in the 2017 election. There was a lot of speculation during this election campaign. Oh, surely the voters of Workington and Bishop Auckland and Wrexham could not possibly elect a Conservative MP. Not noticing that the reason why these seats were now marginal is that in 2017, these predominantly voting areas had already swung pretty dramatically to the Conservatives. And to that extent, at least, what's happened tonight should be seen as part two of a two-part story. The first part was achieved under Theresa May, substantial movement in these seats, but not quite enough to deliver victory. Boris Johnson today, however, has been able to turn that legacy into a valuable currency, into golden currency, that's enabled him to get this substantial overall majority. The Conservatives' best vote in terms of result in terms of seats since 1987, and I think its best performance in terms of votes since Margaret Thatcher's historic victory in 1979, an election which, of course, we often regard as signifying and giving the ability to lead to a major change in British public policy. Well, clearly, this election is also going to be in that same league.
So for those people wondering what the size of the majority will be, John, we were saying possibly 86 at the start of the night. We're now saying, what, 78?
78, yes. Remember, Hugh, that when you talk about the majority, if you just get one seat wrong in the forecast, that's going to change the majority by 2. So the metric we will give you is this. We forecast 368 Conservative seats. We've ended up with 364. So the actual error, it seems, assuming that things pan out as we now expect, on the Conservative performance is 4 seats, which is exactly the same as it was in 2017.
Well, John, I think you should be ashamed of yourself. 4 seats out. I mean, what is the world coming to?
Oh, I know, it's terrible, isn't it, Hugh? I mean, you know, all those poor people who have been able to go to bed at 11 o'clock last night, safe in the knowledge that they knew that Boris Johnson had won the election. I mean, I think probably we did the country a service, didn't we?
I think you deserve a knighthood, John, personally. I really do. Thanks to you and to your team. We'll talk to you a bit later, but thanks very much to John Curtis there, working his magic yet again on the exit poll and getting it bang on target. So we're looking at a majority of 78 for the Conservatives coming out of this election, which is remarkable. Laura will be leaving us relatively shortly.
Shortly, I will
relatively shortly, Laura. And I'm just wondering, just some concluding thoughts before you go back to Westminster, report on the day's events, and we'll be talking again at 10 o'clock tonight.
We will, and probably before then, maybe at about that, because there is something I think expected to happen in Westminster, which is the reason why I'm going to head off. So hopefully I'll talk to you from down there.
OK. And if you get a chance to talk to the Prime Minister later about what's been going on and the fact that he's now sitting on a pretty solid majority, what will you ask him about his priorities for the next few weeks? Let's just concentrate on that first.
So I think the next few weeks, without any doubt, the first thing that the Prime Minister is going to try to do is have a Queen's speech on Thursday, bring back the Brexit bill for its first reading, the first sort of technical bit of it. I think that's going to happen on Friday. At that point, I think, and this will be something to clarify with him immediately, that I think they'll probably let Westminster and the new MPs sort of actually have a bit of a breather. I think there's an acknowledgement in number 10, as there is right across politics, that this sort of body politic, if you like, is pretty exhausted, is fractious. People have been very angry and exhausted and sort of burnt out by everything that's happened. And I think that what they'll do is then take a bit of a pause, come back in January, push through the rest of the Brexit legislation as quickly as they can, which of course will have to go through the House of Lords. And see the Charlie Faulkner there nodding sagely. And then after that, I think there will be a big reset. At that point, I think February, maybe early March, a big reshuffle, a big budget. And I think it's at that point that Boris Johnson will really show us the sort of true colours of the Prime Minister that perhaps he always wanted to be. And if we just think briefly about his sort of trajectory, I mean, he's been known, famous around the country for more than a decade for being desperate to be the Prime Minister, even if people haven't been quite sure what he'd actually like to do with that job. We've all known that he wants to do it. And in the next few months, you can expect that that will be revealed to us all. But he's also somebody who divides as much as he delights. He's an extremely divisive and controversial figure. But he's also made a career of doing things that people have told him were impossible. He was told it would be impossible to turn London blue, and then he won the mayoralty twice. Then he was, of course, told, oh, you can't win the EU referendum. And then, as it's Brexit's main cheerleader, he did. Then he was told he was a busted flush and he couldn't be the Conservative leader because he'd messed up while he was Foreign Secretary and then quit and all of these things. And then yet, against those odds, he did. And then told you could never turn places like Bishop Auckland or Darlington or Warrington blue. And then look at what has happened tonight. So maybe he's a lucky general. Maybe he did actually have, or his team had a strategy that they believed in all along. They were nervous. They were seriously nervous in the last few days. But it has been a historic victory for a man who's wanted the job so long. Let's see what he does with it.
Let's see what he does with it. Laura, we'll talk later then.
We will.
Okay, maybe you'll pop up from somewhere not far from Westminster later on, but thanks very much for now. Let's join Andrew once again with some guests.
Thanks, Hugh. I'm joined by Laura Parker of Momentum, Alec Phillips, who's a Brexit Party MEP. Laura Parker, you said earlier tonight it's unquestionable that Labour's policies are popular. Your party's just as its worst election defeat since 1935. What's popular about that?
Well, I think this has mainly been an election about Brexit, so we could discuss whether
that's the talking point. Nobody's buying that. Nobody's buying that. Brexit may explain why you lost. It doesn't explain why you're 160 seats behind the Conservatives.
Well, I think it probably does explain. I think in the end, our policies, if you look at the public support for things like bringing the railways into public ownership, the IPPR work on people wanting fundamental change in the economy.
There's always been support for bringing the railways into public ownership, but it's never an election changer. It's never an issue that gets people to vote. I mean, you were warned that this kind of warmed over 70s socialism wasn't going to fly in 2019, but you carried on, and you've just got over 200 seats.
But this has undoubtedly been an election about Brexit.
But you told us throughout the campaign that it wasn't.
And that's...
Labour told us it was about the NHS.
Labour wanted...
It was about public services.
Yes, and Labour wanted it to be about those things, and for whatever reason that hasn't cut through. I mean, the party said quite rightly there's got to be a period of reflection. I agree with that. We have to take a long, hard think about what didn't work for us.
What didn't work was Jeremy Corbyn. Again, you were told by Labour Party people that Jeremy Corbyn was unelectable. But the Momentum cult wouldn't listen.
It is not a cult. It's a membership organisation. We've mobilised thousands
of
young
people. You've been thrashed. You took control of the Labour Party, and the Labour Party has been thrashed. It's been a disastrous experiment for you.
It's not an experiment. It's a very serious election result. And actually what's worst about it is what this means now for the people of the country.
Well, the people of the country have spoken. The question is, the real issue is, they didn't want you.
Well, I think they've spoken largely about Brexit, and let's hope that Boris Johnson will now deliver, although we still have the worrying prospect of a no deal, which is...
That's another matter. But
it's not another matter, because that's the election
it's another matter
for
what I'm questioning you about, which is about the Labour Party and Mr Corbyn. So are you sitting here tonight and say, we'll now just continue with Corbynism without Mr Corbyn? Is that your line?
Well, I believe that it was always about more than Jeremy Corbyn.
Sure.
I think this is a radical programme for change. I think we need radical change in the country.
OK. You're not a Tory fifth columnist, are you?
I'm certainly not.
Because any Tories watching this are going to say, woohoo, we're in for the decade now if they're going to run with that manifesto.
I'm definitely no length of period of reflection will turn me into that. Worry not.
And Alex Phillips, the Brexit Party, RIP, it's over, done, finished, irrelevant, gone.
It's been a very big victory for Leave. Let's just put it there.
Of which you're not a part.
No, I think, frankly, let's look at the situation. We actually said to the Conservatives, have a clean run. We're going to make sure you don't have a Remain alliance thwarting Brexit. And let's cast our minds back to March, shall we, where everyone thought Brexit was dead in a dustbin, over. There was the People's Vote marches. There was stagnation in the parliamentary system. There was Mrs May, her deal. And actually, when the Brexit Party formed 6 weeks before those European elections, which, of course, are far more favourable for entry as parties under proportional representation, We actually reset the agenda. And if you look at a lot of the Conservative Party manifesto, it's almost outright plagiarism of the Brexit Party. So, yes,
hold on a minute. Nigel Farage has told us several times in this campaign that the Johnson Brexit agreement isn't even Brexit.
And I agree with that. You agree with it? I'm deeply concerned, actually, now with a very strong majority in Parliament, which Boris Johnson are we going to get? Because from the beginning of his tenureship, he's been the Boris Johnson who says to the Remain side, I'm not going to leave, cliff edge, no deal, all of that. And he said a very different narrative to the ERG.
Politicians saying one thing to one group and to another.
No, of course.
That'll
so
never catch on.
No, but which Boris are we going to get now he's got a majority? Because he has the ability with bums on benches.
Because you won't be there to hold him to account.
I think but it matters electorally, you're absolutely right. And in many respects, the fascinating thing about the Nigel Farage movement, if you will, is the ability to push the Conservatives and push a parliamentary agenda without winning seats.
We have to leave it as the Nigel Farage movement hits the buffers. Thank you both very much for coming at this ungodly hour of the morning.
Indeed.
To you.
Andrew, thanks very much. Time is 6 o'clock and a very good morning to you. We've been on air for just about 8 hours, but we are fresh and fizzing with energy to bring you this morning's news, which is that Boris Johnson has won this general election for the Conservatives and is heading for a majority of 78. A very big majority indeed, and the biggest since Margaret Thatcher's majority in 1987, the third victory that she scored. So this is where we are right now. Let's take a look at the seat numbers on Broadcasting House in central London. And here we have the projected end result, which will be the Conservatives on 365 under Boris Johnson. That's a hefty gain for him from 2017. Labour on 203 with some significant losses from 2017. The SNP performing strongly in Scotland on 48. The Lib Dems on 11, a relatively poor performance by them and losing their leader, Jo Swinson. Plaid Cymru projected to end the night on 4. And there we have the pattern of scores for you on Broadcasting House. So a very good morning to you, and you're watching Election 2019. And here at New Broadcasting House in central London, we're going to have this morning's headlines, and we'll say a very good morning to Louise Minchin.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Very good morning to you. The Conservatives have won the general election with their biggest majority since 1987. Labour, meanwhile, has had its worst performance in 3 decades. Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn said he was disappointed and wouldn't lead his party into any future general election. It was a poor night, too, for the Liberal Democrats, whose leader, Jo Swinson, lost her seat. Jessica Parker's report contains flash photography.
He knows it. The Conservatives have won a working majority in an election Boris Johnson described as historic.
That gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted leave.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
His party on course for a major defeat. Jeremy Corbyn acknowledged a disappointing result.
I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result.
Glum faces here. Grimsby, Scunthorpe, Sedgefield, Stoke, Don Valley among Labour's losses.
There was 2 fronts I was fighting on. One front was the fact that so many of my voters could not and did not want to support Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. But the second front was the Labour Party's position on Brexit, that we'd moved to a position of being more like a Stop Brexit, Remain party.
And a huge blow for the Lib Dems, their leader Jo Swinson narrowly losing her seat.
For millions of people in our country, These results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
Arriving at Conservative headquarters, they might be in the party mood. Boris Johnson wanted to drive his agenda through. The door is now open. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Well, as we saw, the SNP took Jo Swinson's seat. They've won 48 out of 59 constituencies in Scotland, with all but one result declared. Nicola Sturgeon's party backed a second referendum on EU membership during their campaign. The SNP also ran on securing a new vote on Scottish independence from the UK, something which they will push for in the coming Parliament.
You know, I don't pretend that every single person that voted SNP yesterday will necessarily support independence, but there has been a strong endorsement in this election of Scotland having a choice over our future, of not having to put up with a Conservative government that we didn't vote for and not having to accept life as a nation outside the European Union. So that independence referendum that was very much at the heart of the SNP's campaign, there is a renewed, refreshed, strengthened mandate for that.
It's been a bad night for the Democratic Unionist Party in Northern Ireland. Deputy Leader Nigel Dodds lost his Belfast North seat to Sinn Féin's John Finucane. It also lost Belfast South to the nationalist SDLP. The Alliance Party has won a seat at Westminster, taking North down, and the SDLP took the seat of Foyle from Sinn Féin. All 40 seats in Wales have now been declared, and the Conservatives have made significant gains. They took 6 seats from Labour, including Bridgend in the south and 4 in the north-east: Wrexham, Dillon, the Vale of Clwyd and Clwyd South. Plaid Cymru held onto all 4 of their seats. The only good news for the Green Party came from Brighton. The party's sole sitting MP and its former leader, Caroline Lucas, comfortably held onto her Brighton Pavilion seat. She's held that position ever since becoming the country's first Green MP in the 2010 election. You might have seen a little bit earlier that Boris Johnson took his dog with him to the polling station. Here is Dylan being cuddled by Mr Johnson's partner, Carrie Symonds, just before the declaration in Uxbridge. And it looks like he is dealing with all the attention pretty well. There is, of course, lots more from BBC News online, also on your mobile, where you can look up the results in your constituency. Use our interactive map to search for any seat across the UK on our website or the BBC News app. We'll be back with Hugh in a few moments. First, though, let's catch up with the weather. Here's Matt Taylor. Morning.
Thanks, Louise. Well, it's a story of sunshine and showers across many parts of the country. Some of you wetter than others. We certainly start that way across eastern Scotland. Persistent rain here, and anywhere really from Northern Ireland through parts of North Wales, North West England, the Midlands towards the southeast. We've got rain at the moment. So there'll be rain on and off through the day. A few brighter spells developing between that. A little bit of sunshine either side, but a windy day across the south. And temperatures staying on the cool side, even with some sunshine in the north. And the strong winds will remain for all as we head into the weekend. That's the latest weather. Back to election 2019.
A very good morning. It's 7 minutes past 6, and we are in a position to tell you that the Conservatives have won this general election and won it handsomely for them, with a majority probably in the region of 78 or 80 seats. It's a remarkable victory for Boris Johnson and the Conservatives. This is where we are right now. There are 8 results still to come, but Boris Johnson and the Conservatives on 358 seats, way past the 326 finishing line, and then the Labour Party on 203, way behind. It's the worst result for the Labour Party. It goes way back beyond even Michael Foot's poor result back in 1983. So a dreadful result for them, by their own admission. So with me in the studio, I've been joined by Andrew Marr and by Vicky Young, our chief political correspondent, and we'll take stock on where we are right now. And Andrew, you were in Uxbridge earlier. You saw the Prime Minister there. Your sense of where we are, just broadly now today. Politics has changed. Everyone is saying that. Why don't you underline for us to what extent it's changed?
Well, this is a really big turning point for the country last night, I think.
We have a period again of a single dominant leader in Westminster. We haven't had that for a very, very long time, going back to the coalition before that. And we have, quite significantly, a very dominant leader in Scotland as well. Trouble ahead there. But Boris Johnson can now get us out of the EU on his deadline of the end of January, on his terms. He has a very, very difficult year and possibly more of negotiation for all the terms of trade. But nonetheless, we are leaving the EU. That's a big moment. And the Labour agenda of a return to tax and spend, more nationalisation and a kind of more generous, radical social programme, all of that is now for a parallel universe. It may never happen.
Lots of talk about what kind of Prime Minister Boris Johnson will now become. Do you expect this to change? Do you expect him to be distancing himself from some elements of the party that he was having to be nice to before?
Well, it's really interesting, this. I know lots of Conservative MPs and ministers who've been looking at him for a long time, trying to work out who is the real Boris Johnson. And there's a group of people who think that the real Boris Johnson is going to tack now to the centre, because he's got the majority he's always wanted, and his instincts will be, as in London, for healing and bringing people together. And you don't do that by privatising the NHS. You do that by more public spending and perhaps even by doing a slightly softer Brexit than many of his hardline ERG Brexiteers would hope for. Against that, there are those who say, no, he's become a tougher person. This is not a man who forgives easily, if I can put it that way. And there are the two Boris Johnsons jostling in number 10. It's going to become fairly clear quite soon, I think, as Laura was saying earlier, which one is going to emerge. But I thought even his short speech at the Declaration in Uxbridge, where he, in a sense, rebranded the Conservative Party, just as Tony Blair turned Labour into New Labour, he now talks not of the Conservative Party, but of the One Nation Conservative Party and this new government. And I think that's a very interesting indication of where he's going.
Well, these were the images earlier, Andrew, and you were there. This is when he arrived at the Count in Uxbridge, knowing already that he was going to be returned to power, but this time with a proper majority and something he can do something with. And I'll bring Vicky Young in as well at this point, before we join Rita for some of the big results of the night. We'll bring you up to date with all the big results of the night. But welcome, Vicky. It's good to have you with us. And I'm just wondering, from your point of view, we've discussed some of the Conservative issues there with Andrew and what kind of Prime Minister Boris Johnson becomes. What about Labour? And what about their search for a new leader? Jeremy Corbyn suggesting that he'd like to hang around for a bit to oversee this process of reflection and mapping a future for the party. Is that credible?
Well, there's lots in the party who will not want him to do that. I mean, when you look at some of these results, I think the one in Bassett Law is the one that stood out for lots of people. This is not just the Conservatives taking those seats, it's winning them by a mile. And that is the difference. And the question now is, does the Conservative Party change? It's now going to be representing areas of the country. In some cases, it's never represented. But also, what does that do to Labour? How do they reconnect? And what is to blame? We've heard all throughout the evening people in the Labour shadow cabinet saying it was all about Brexit. Of course, a lot of this was about Brexit. Places I went to in South Yorkshire, for example, they were voting for Boris, and they did say for Boris, not for the Conservatives, because they wanted Brexit done. Will they stick with the Conservatives or not? Who knows whether they will. But, you know, Labour has now going to have a fight over the soul of that party. Was it Mr Corbyn? So many candidates who said to me on the doorstep, it was coming up completely unprompted about Jeremy Corbyn and how people felt they just couldn't vote for him, people who'd voted Labour all their lives. So it was a mixture of those two. I think it allowed some Labour people to say, I'm going to vote for the Conservatives, I want to get Brexit done. There's no doubt that the agenda, though, wasn't chiming.
Agree with every word of that. If I could just say, I had a word with John McDonnell earlier on, whose count was also in Uxbridge, and I got the strong impression from him that later on today there will be a joint announcement by John McDonnell and Jeremy Corbyn. I think that they were both going to go, not necessarily immediately. They don't want a sense of panic and the party falling apart in the wake of this defeat, but I think they're going to go, and go quite quickly, and go together.
Interesting. Let's pause for a second, because if you're just joining us here at the BBC Election Centre, it is 6:13 in the morning. The Conservatives have won the general election with a hefty majority of 80 seats. That is our current calculation. Just 8 results to come in. And if you've not been watching overnight and you've had a nice kip, well, let me tell you, you've missed quite a few dramatic and earth-shattering results, really, if it comes to Labour territory, former traditional, rich, strong Labour territory switching into Conservative hands. That's been the story of the night, and Rita is with us to take us through some of those Conservative gains and to let us know, really, where some of the most spectacular changes happened. Rita?
Spectacular is the word, Hugh. And at this stage in the morning, actually, there are too many names to fit onto the touchscreen, but we've selected some of the most startling for you. Names like Sedgefield, Tony Blair's old seat, which he once held with a majority of 25,000. That is now Conservative. Great Grimsby, which has been Labour since the war. That is now Conservative. Bassett Law. Now, this has some of the most startling figures in it, so I want to go into some of the detail. So the new Conservative MP for Bassett Law is Brendan Clark-Smith. He took 55% of the share of the vote. But what's so extraordinary is this: Labour's vote absolutely plummeting through the floor. They lost 25% of share of the vote compared to 2017. And if I show you the swing from Labour to Conservative, look at that, an 18% swing. I think that is probably the biggest swing that we've seen during the night. Just go back to that list then. Lee also going Conservative. This was in elections past Andy Burnham's old seat. There's a swing there from Labour to Conservative of 13%, and Blythe Valley, a swing from Labour to Conservative of 10%. Going further south, Peterborough, that's gone Conservative as well. And in London, 2 seats that the Conservatives have narrowly won: Kensington from Labour and Carshalton from the Liberal Democrats. And what all these seats have in common is that apart from Kensington, they are all Brexit voting seats. And that tells you, Hugh, everything that you need to know.
Indeed it does, Rita. Thank you very much. And Rita, they're taking us through some of those spectacular gains. President Trump has been saying some things about this election result. Let's take a look at this. He's been very busy on Twitter, saying earlier on that this was a big win for Boris. And now he says this: congratulations to Boris Johnson on his great win, capital letters. Britain and the United States will now be free to strike a massive new trade deal after Brexit. And this deal has the potential to be far bigger and more lucrative than any deal that could be made with the EU. Celebrate Boris. Well, a characteristically understated bit of social media there from the President, but certainly offering his congratulations and saying that anything's possible. We have 8 results to go, 642 in. I want to go down to Cambrai in Cornwall. Martin Oates is there for us, our political editor in the southwest of England. Martin, we have a delay in one of them. Tell us about that.
We do, and in fact the St Ives result, this is the St Ives constituency count that's left here. It's traditionally always late, often in the afternoon. The idea this time was they get around that by, instead of bringing the ballot boxes from the Isles of Scilly here, to count in the islands. However, the ballot boxes still need to be shifted from the off islands to the principal island, St Mary's, and the weather has proved a big obstacle to that. I can hear the storms battering this leisure centre. Now, the idea was, the hope was, that they could actually get a Royal Naval aircraft from RAS Culdrose out into the Atlantic to the Scillies to move those boxes to St Mary's, but we've just been told that won't be possible. So it looks as if, despite the best plans, we will be back to a traditional late afternoon result here for St Ives.
What about the region itself, Martin? Just wondering what you can tell us about the contest there overnight, given the traditional Lib Dem Conservative battlegrounds there. What's happened there?
Well, I mean, St Ives really is the last hope for the Lib Dems. It is the most marginal seat as of the last election. The Lib Dems failed to take it by just 312 votes last time. The MP, long-standing Lib Dem MP who lost the seat in 2015, stood in subsequent elections. Now he's got, I think, a significant personal following, but if we look at what's happened across the rest of the region, other seats, traditional Lib Dem strongholds formerly like North Devon, North Cornwall, which were marginal seats coming into this election, we've seen the Tories there increase their majorities massively. So it's looking pretty grim, really, for the Lib Dems across the region. Very good for the Tories. The two Labour MPs in the region have held on to their seats, but otherwise it's very much a big night for the Tories here. And the Lib Dems will be hoping that St Ives will buck the trend. However, as I said, it's always the last seat to count, so they were hoping that in 2015 as well.
And just as a final point, Martin, can you shed some light on the debate we've been having in the studio as to the Corbyn effect, the Brexit effect? Can you separate those for us and tell us what people are saying there about those effects on the doorstep?
Well, I mean, some very interesting accounts, really, from both Labour and the Conservatives in this neck of the woods. There was an account here for George Eustace's seat, the Campbell and Redruth seat. I was told by both Labour and the Conservatives that the sort of topsy-turvy nature of this election was borne out here. So in the urban areas, the poorer areas, the big extremes of wealth and poverty here, areas which traditionally supported Labour, the Conservatives were getting a warm welcome, and in some of the much more affluent middle-class areas, on this occasion, but the Conservatives, would previously have counted on their support. Labour was getting the warm welcome. So I think it's very much a microcosm of the result in the country as a whole, and in the same way as nationally, it's very much in the Conservatives' favour.
Martin, good to talk to you again. Thank you very much. Martin Oates there for us in Cambrai. Vicky, a quick word on that.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Cornwall during the election and in the southwest as well, and what's happened there, which we've seen elsewhere as well, the Remain vote splitting. People I spoke to down there were unsure who to vote for in order to register an anti-Brexit vote, because Labour had actually done quite well before. And this is the problem for the Lib Dems. They were coming from such a low base. They did so badly in 2015 and 2017. In a lot of places, they were trying to come from third place, and it just hasn't proved possible in almost all of those places.
So, we're talking there about the south-west of England, and earlier on we were talking about the very different picture in Scotland, where the SNP have had a strong night and they've gained 13 seats. If we look at the state of the parties in Scotland, the SNP on 48, the Conservatives on 6, they've dropped 7 seats in Scotland. The Lib Dems on 4 and the Labour Party on 1, having lost 6. But of course, Jo Swinson lost her seat in East and Bartonshire. So that's the state of the parties in Scotland. Let's stay with that Scottish theme and join Andrew.
Thanks, Hugh. Let's go straight to Glasgow. Former leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Kezia Dugdale, is joining us. It's sort of back to the future for you, isn't it? You had one MP in 2015 and you're back to one MP tonight. It almost seems like there is no future for Scottish Labour.
Well, it certainly doesn't look very bright this morning. In 2017, we had 27% share of the vote in 7 seats. We added 6 onto that very dismal result from 2015. All of that progress has now gone backwards. It looks like we're on about 19% of the vote on just one MP. That one MP being Ian Murray, who stands out as being very pro-UK and very pro-EU, which is something that Labour wasn't able to offer most of the electorate in Scotland.
Where does it leave the Union tonight when we've had Scotland and England vote in such different ways? A party in Scotland sweeping the board that wants a second independence referendum, and a government now in London with a large majority that has said you're not going to get it.
Look, there's no doubting the fact that the SNP have had a sensational night tonight, far better than I think they expected. They were hoping for the low 40s and they're touching at nearly 50 seats tonight. What does that mean in terms of Scotland's constitutional future? Well, I think most Scots will wake up and see that the demand for a second independence referendum will never have been higher. But the likelihood of that second referendum happening is much reduced because Boris Johnson, comfortable majority that he has now, has no real reason to agree to a second independence referendum. And I think it's very interesting that the first words out of Nicola Sturgeon's mouth from the Glasgow Count was basically to say to Boris Johnson, I'll respect your mandate, and that means Brexit is now a done deal, if you'll respect mine and give me the second independence referendum. Boris Johnson's going to need to have a very quick answer to that.
Is it dangerous for the Union now to be in this position to, if the London, we know power resides with London when it comes to a referendum, that's the Westminster Parliament. But is it dangerous, given the SNP is so rampant, to deny them that second referendum? I mean, it could be that the arguments for independence now are actually tougher than they were in 2014.
I think that's probably right if you accept that the last independence referendum was lost on fundamental questions about the economy and the currency in particular. They still remain unresolved. And, you know, when people are living off of caffeine just now and are sleep deprived, and it can feel quite threatening.
Stop speaking about me.
in the cold light of day, I think the dominance of constitutional politics really suits both the SNP and the Conservatives. Nicola Sturgeon will advance her argument for a Section 30 order. Boris Johnson will say no to it, and each will be serving their own core vote, their own base, and on it goes.
OK. Kezia Duckdale, thank you for that. I know it's been a long night.
Thank you.
Hugh?
Well, it's been a long night, Andrew. Certainly been a long night, but you're still looking pretty fresh on it, to be fair.
It's the drugs, they've clicked in.
Given all the elections that you've covered in various capacities over the years, let's have your readout of where we are at the end of this night.
I think this election is incredibly significant because what we've witnessed is basically the passing of power from one establishment to another. The centre-left and centre-right, which have dominated this country for decades, John Major, Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, Michael Heseltine, and all the other politicians associated with them, it's over. They're gone now. Brexit is happening. And the Conservative Party that now has this majority is very different from the previous Conservative Party. It is less metropolitan, it's less southern, it's less bourgeois. It is now more working class, more northern, more provincial, more small towns and cities. And on the Labour side, so that's a new establishment coming in there. And you hear all sorts of different accents and non-traditional Conservative accents. Labour may have lost Mr Corbyn now, but Corbynism still thinks it has a grip on that party. That's a different establishment as well. So we move into a new power structure in this country. And as I look at elections, until tonight, there have been two transformative elections in modern times. One was 1945, the Attlee government. The other was 1979, the arrival of Margaret Thatcher. We can now add a third to it, which is the election of 2019.
It's been great to have you with us, Andrew. And we'll see you later on. Thank you very much. Andrew Neil has been with us throughout the night. Andrew, the other Andrew,
yes.
On the Scottish theme, and we were discussing there with Kezia Dugdale, what did that say to you?
Well, I think it's really, really interesting. I agree with Kezia Dugdale to the extent that the demand for an independence referendum, again, is now very, very high. But the problems are also new. Because if you think it through, by the time the SNP get to that second referendum, we will almost certainly have left the EU. Yeah. And so Scottish voters are being asked for what you might call the double out of the European market and out of the British market at the same time. And that's quite a big ask, particularly when you realise that getting back into the EU later on is very difficult for currency reasons, border reasons and reasons of the Scottish economy. So there's a lot of problems ahead for the SNP, even if I don't mention the politically difficult trial coming up of Alex Salmond early in the new year. So I think Nicola Sturgeon is in a slightly weaker position than she appears to be. But as I say, she is as dominant, at least as dominant, possibly more dominant in Scottish politics as Boris Johnson is south of the border. And she had a very, very clear strategy for what to do if there was a hung parliament and she was dealing with Jeremy Corbyn. She knew exactly what to ask Jeremy Corbyn and thought she'd get it. Boris Johnson, it's much, much harder. She doesn't really have a lot of leverage now. And he is determined to stop that referendum. So what does she do? Does she go for sort of illegal referendum or a referendum without the oversight of Westminster? Her own electorate, the SNP, are basically a pretty law-abiding, middle-of-the-road party. And I think she couldn't do that. I think it would be very, very hard for her. She said she won't do it, and I think she couldn't. So I don't quite see what her options are if Boris Johnson simply says no.
Fascinating. Andrew, we'll talk to you again in a while. Thank you very much. So, the map is changing, and the map has changed overnight. Let's join Sophie once again outside.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting for some of the results to come in, just a few black hexagons that need filling in. But the really extraordinary thing about this map and how it has changed is the difference between the south and the southeast of England. I'm walking around the capital now. This is the 73 London MPs, and really hasn't changed that much. Some seats like Kensington, which have gone to the Tories, Richmond Park, which have gone Lib Dem, but it is when you come up past Wales and into the northeast of Wales, for example, all these seats that I'm walking along right now have all gone blue. They were Labour strongholds last night. they turn, some of them for the very first time. And then the Labour red wall that we were talking about at the start of the night. Well, there is still a wall there. There is still a line straight across England, but it is much thinner than it was before. And we also now have a Conservative wall as well. I can literally walk across the whole of the northwest and the northeast of England, and all these seats that are coming down the coast, they have all gone blue. And Scotland as well, like it did in 2015, it has mostly gone yellow. A big night as well in Northern Ireland. I've got two voters with me here. This was two-tone, Sinn Féin, DUP, when we started the night. It is now very different picture. Sinn Féin, a very good evening for Sinn Féin, particularly in North Belfast.
They did. They managed to take out the head of the DUP in the House of Parliament in North Belfast. John Finucane took that seat. Bit of a crush for the DUP there. Across the board, they've held up. They've held all their seats. They've lost one in Derry.
Was it a Brexit vote?
Certainly was. It was Brexit pushed us all over the line.
And what about the DUP? You're a DUP voter.
A very poor night. 3 unionist seats now lost. It's a case of now unionists in the minority. So it's a poor night for unionism.
Okay. How much difference will it make to politics in Northern Ireland?
I think it'll be significant. There'll be a lot of heads and chins down this morning after what's taken place.
Okay. Thank you both very much for joining me. And let's go also to our SNP voter in Scotland, because this, as I said, was very like 2015. Almost all yellow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty impressive result for the SNP. It just shows exactly what Scotland wants, which is effectively to keep the Tories out.
But with all the blue down there?
I mean, but there's a lot of stuff that's devolved. I mean, personally, for me, the important things that the SNP can do for me, even with a Tory majority in government, is keep education, keep healthcare, keep everything as accessible as they've been doing under a Tory majority in the first place anyway. So I think that will be strengthened by this.
Okay, well, thank you very much for talking to us. So as you can see, a really good idea now with our map of hexagons. You can see now where the power balance really lies.
Indeed, Sophie. Thanks very much again. Sophie there with the guests on the piazza outside Broadcasting House. The time is 6:30. There are 7 results to come in this general election of 2019. There are 643 in. And if we look at our projection on the Palace of Westminster, these are the actual scores, the actual numbers of seats as things stand. We have Boris Johnson on 359. 326 was the winning line, but he's on 359. And Labour way back on 203. As I say, there are just 7 seats to come, and we are projecting a Conservative majority of 80 seats. 80 seats in this new House of Commons. You're watching Election 2019.
Hello, this is BBC News. The Conservatives have won the general election with their biggest majority since 1987. Labour, meanwhile, has had its worst performance in 3 decades. Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn said he wouldn't lead his party into any future general election. It was a poor night too for the Liberal Democrats, whose leader Jo Swinson lost her seat. Jessica Parker's report contains flash photography.
He knows it. The Conservatives have won a majority in an election Boris Johnson described as historic.
That gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted leave.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
His party on course for a major defeat. Jeremy Corbyn acknowledged a disappointing result.
I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result.
Glum faces here, Bolsover, Grimsby, Sedgefield, Darlington and Don Valley among Labour's losses.
There was two fronts I was fighting on. One front was the fact that so many of my voters could not and did not want to support Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. But the second front was the Labour Party's position on Brexit, that we'd moved to a position of being more like a Stop Brexit Remain party.
Have you lost your seat, Ms Swinson?
And a huge blow for the Lib Dems, their leader Jo Swinson narrowly losing her seat.
For millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
Arriving at Conservative headquarters, they might be in the party mood. Boris Johnson wanted to drive his agenda through. The door is now open. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Police and the military in New Zealand have airlifted 6 bodies from White Island in the Bay of Plenty, where a volcano erupted on Monday, killing 16 people. Rich Preston reports.
Recovery teams set off from nearby Whakatane Air Base in the small hours of Friday morning to search for those still left on the island. It was a high-risk operation, with scientists warning of a more than 50% chance of another eruption.
The environment that those staff encountered was unpredictable, challenging, and those staff showed absolute courage in order to ensure that those 6 people were returned to their loved ones.
In the end, 6 bodies were recovered and taken to the New Zealand naval ship, the HMS Wellington. Divers and aerial search teams were sent back to look for 2 more people who remain missing. Dozens of tourists were on the private island when the volcano erupted, sending a thick plume of smoke and ash into the air. As the operation to recover those remaining bodies took place, a blessing was held out at sea to remember the 16 who lost their lives. Rich Preston, BBC News.
In other news today, the US House Judiciary Committee has adjourned a marathon hearing in Washington without voting on 2 articles of impeachment against President Trump. The acrimonious meeting of the committee ran late into the night. Chairman Jerry Nadler said that members should search their consciences before the committee meets again on Friday. President Trump has reportedly approved a trade deal in principle with China. Under the agreement, the US would suspend tariffs on $160 billion of Chinese goods. In return, China promises to buy more agricultural products from the US. Lots more, of course, on the election on the BBC News Online, on your mobile as well, where you can look up the results in your constituency. Back now to election 2019.
Very good morning. It's 6:36 and welcome to the BBC Election Centre, where after a very long night of dramatic results, the political landscape has changed significantly and there is a Conservative government returning to power, but this time with a majority, we think, of 80 seats. There are just 5 results to come in and there have been big changes overnight. Big performance by the SNP in Scotland, where they've made some significant gains. But the biggest gains of all, of course, by the Conservatives, notably in lots of those areas held by Labour for so many years. Quite a few of them in Wales, certainly in North East Wales. So let's take a look at those now and see what's been going on overnight. And Rita is in our results centre, and Rita will tell us a little more about the state of the parties in Wales and what's happened.
All the results are now in from Wales, all 40 of the seats declared, and Labour has come top of the table, as it's done in the past 26 elections. Since the First World War, Labour has always got the highest number of seats and the highest vote share, and you'll see from this table that exactly the same thing has happened tonight. But within that big framework, there's been a lot of change, and let me show you some of those seats that have in fact changed hands. Let's try and get this back again. There we go. That's what I was after. Seats like Wrexham in North Wales. Now, that has been Labour for a long time, since 1935, except for one brief period. There was a majority, a Labour majority of just under 2,000. That's gone Conservative. Clwyd South. Now, Boris Johnson, interestingly, contested this seat in 1997. He lost by about 14,000 votes. Well, now this seat has gone Conservative, and the Conservatives have a majority of 1,200. Bridgend in South Wales, that's also gone Conservative. Ynys Môn, that's very interesting. Anglesey, that was a seat that Plaid Cymru had really fancied their chances in, but in fact, overnight, what happened was that the Conservatives took that too, and the Vale of Clwyd and Delyn too have both gone Conservative. So this is part of the picture of what has contributed to this big, sizable Conservative majority tonight. The Conservatives making real gains in what have been traditional Labour heartlands.
Rita, thank you very much for taking us through some of those remarkable results there in the Welsh political landscape. Let's go straight to Cardiff, and my colleague Sian Lloyd is there and has been keeping an eye on the events across Wales in the National Counting Centre. Good morning, Sian, bore da, and I'm just wondering, take us through, if you would, the changes as you see them. Rita gave us some examples there, but how do you measure these changes that have taken place overnight? What would you pick out for us?
Well, bore da, Hugh, and here in City Hall, as you can see, we are virtually the last people standing because, yes, all the counts have finished here and we have all the results. Well, as Rita was saying, those north-east seats are very symbolic. We were talking about them, weren't we, really just before midnight when we were discussing the exit poll. Now, some of those seats have been Conservative in the past, the Vale of Clwyd, and so Wrexham obviously does stand out because that has never had a Conservative MP. Rita also mentioned Ynys Môn, and it's probably worth pointing out that Ynys Môn really has been a three-way marginal for quite some time, and actually it was held by the Conservatives back in the 1980s, you'll remember, by Keith Best. So only now we have Alyn and Deeside. That is the only Labour seat in North Wales, whereas previously there had been that cluster. But again, it is a leave voting area there, and those seats were marginal, some of them on very tight margins. We spoke about Gower earlier as well, and Labour did manage to hold on to Gower, and they're absolutely delighted about that. Great disappointment here from Welsh Labour, and questions are being asked. Did they make their campaign distinctive enough from the UK campaign? Jeremy Corbyn was campaigning here, but the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, said that he also bore some of the responsibility. I spoke to Paul Davis, who's the leader of the Welsh Conservatives. They are absolutely delighted this evening. They put some of their success down to the Boris effect, they said, but also they were being told on the doorstep that people didn't really understand what Labour was saying about Brexit, that their message simply wasn't clear enough. They say their challenge now for the Conservatives is to hold on to those voters in future elections. And of course, the next election that we have here in Wales is in 2021, which is the Welsh Assembly elections. So will this result translate into more gains for the Conservatives then? Well, of course, we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, Sian, thanks very much, and good to talk to you. Sian Lloyd there for us in Cardiff with some thoughts on the changing picture in Wales overnight. It's just gone 20 to 7 in the morning. Why don't I have a quick word with Ben Wright, my colleague there, who's outside Conservative Party headquarters in London. And Ben, are we expecting some appearance by the Prime Minister or something happening shortly?
We are, Hugh. He's currently in there, which is the Tory Party HQ. He's been in there for about an hour or so. And he arrived here to cheers, of course, from Tory Party staffers. He addressed them in the room just over there to my left and told them that there had been a political earthquake, that the party had won a stonking majority. They chanted his name. He said that he would be governing as a one-nation Tory Prime Minister and stressed that while, of course, the priority was to get Brexit done, that they would now be addressing all the other issues that the people, new voters who've never voted Tory before, have demanded during the course of this election. He's still in there. He's watching the results come in, I'm being told, and he'll probably leave here in the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so, and go somewhere else.
OK, Ben, thanks very much. We'll catch up in a while. Ben Wright there for us at Conservative HQ. It's 6:43. If you're just joining us, there are just a few results to go, 5 results to go in this election, and we've got 645 in, so we're almost done in terms of results, and we are looking at a Conservative majority of 80. The Lib Dem leader, Jo Swinson, who lost a seat in East Dunbartonshire, as I understand it, Vicky, is no longer leader of the party either.
Yeah, that's right. She has resigned. It was inevitable. If you're not in the House of Commons, you can't be leader of the Liberal Democrats. Ed Davey, who she beat for the leadership contest, he and Sal Brinton, the president of the party, will be joint leaders while they have a leadership election. But of course, who's left standing at the moment? They are actually one down on their disastrous result last time round. So unless they win St Ives and Andrew George manages to win that, they will be going backwards because Cheltenham has come in as a Conservative hold, which was their other remaining hope. So incredibly disappointing night for the Liberal Democrats. You know, at the beginning of this, of course, they thought this was a one-off chance for them to break through because of Brexit, and it just hasn't happened for them.
Ironically, I think if we look at the percentage share of the vote, Vicky, their vote has actually gone up 4%. But it's the way the system works, isn't it?
Yeah, they have moved into second place. I mean, if there's any, I mean, when I say silver lining here, we're talking quite a small one here. Yes, but you know, they lost their deposits all over the country last time round. They had gone to third place in lots of places where they should have been challenging. That made it incredibly difficult for them. So they have moved into second place in lots of places. If you're looking into the long term. Yes. But, you know, who's going to lead them? There's, you know, it's a very small field.
Yes. I'd say 2 things to what Vicky's saying. First of all, I think we should acknowledge that Jo Swinson made a very, very graceful and rather brave resignation speech when it must have been an awful moment for her, but she was sort of sisterly and generous, and we should acknowledge that. But the second thing is it's not just the Lib Dems. That whole sort of centrist melt bit of politics has lost almost every plausible leader. You know, all the Labour centrist leaders have one way or another left. You know, Alan Johnson was on the telly earlier on being very strident, but he's left politics to write books. David Miliband's gone off to run a charity in New York. All those people who left the Labour Party to join small new parties have vanished. Where's Luciana Berger this morning? She failed there. Where's Chuka Amuna? All those people who were meant to be the centre of this great new rassemblement of sort of centrist, sensible, centre-left forces in British politics, they've all vanished. And I think that means there's going to be a really big reshaping, not just in the Labour Party, but to the centre and left of the Labour Party as well. I've no idea what's going to happen, but it's going to be fascinating.
It is going to be fascinating. The reshaping is something that Jeremy can talk to us about as well. Jeremy?
Yes, well, of course, it starts in the Commons, doesn't it? That's what this is all about, this reshaping. And it starts on the government benches here with what is still technically a projection, but we're pretty sure this is how it's going to end up. The Conservatives on 364 seats with just 5 more to declare. And, of course, they had to get across the winning line, 326, and they've done that and some. And if you look back at the last election, 2017, and at 2010, and even 2015, which was a majority, but only a small one of a dozen seats, we haven't seen a clear result like this since back to the early or mid-noughties. So this is a real difference from what we're used to in general elections in the UK, where we've had these indeterminate results for so long. For Labour, it's a terrible story. Let's just have a look at where we think they're going to end up. We do think that they will be above 200. So we think 203, still below the 209 that Michael Foot got in the disastrous 83 election. For the SNP, a fantastic night. Look at this, bouncing back in Scotland with 48. And then the Liberal Democrats actually in reverse. Plaid Cymru with 4 still, and the Greens, Caroline Lucas with 1, and the others, mainly Northern Ireland, 18. So, extraordinary. And it leaves us, we think, with a 78-seat majority for the Conservatives, with all but the last few to still be counted. So, a very clear result and a brilliant, brilliant night for Boris Johnson.
Jeremy, thanks very much. Jeremy there with the latest picture in the House of Commons, because we're almost at the end of this run of results, and this democratic process is almost complete for this general election of 2019, just a few results to go. What's the result then in terms of the financial markets? We were talking about the level of the pound sterling much earlier on with Faisal Islam at that point, but my colleague Simon Jack, our business editor, is in the City of London. And Simon, tell us what's going on there.
Thank you, Hugh. Yes, I'm here at the Barclays trading floor, where a few hardy souls have been here all night to keep their eye on political developments. Let me show you exactly what happened to the value of the pound against the dollar on the release of that exit poll. I can show you that graphic now, and you can see there is a very sharp jump indeed from $1.32 to $1.35. That might not sound much, but in financial exchange terms, foreign exchange terms, that is a very big move indeed. The financial bookies had already installed Boris as the favourite, but did not perhaps expect him to romp home in the style that he did. Ian Chew is a currency trader here, specialising in sterling, and has been here all night. Looking at that chart, a very significant move in the value of the pound. What is that telling us?
Yeah, good morning. It's telling us that the market has interpreted this as clarity, you know, for the political backdrop. Over the last few years, we've had a lot of uncertainty, and this actually takes some of that uncertainty away. You know, we've had a circa sort of 2.5% move on a trade-weighted basis, and making new highs from over the last sort of 3 years as sterling sort of breaks higher, and the market and the client investor base, you know, is more comfortable with the potential backdrop.
Okay, so it strips out a level of uncertainty. You've got a functioning government with a functioning majority, but you've then also got a government which is intent on delivering Brexit by the end of next year. Some people think that is difficult. Is this it for the move in the pound? Are they going to start focusing on that now?
Yeah, I don't think that this is it just yet. I think that is definitely where the focus is going to be, and the talk's going to be a lot about Brexit now, obviously, and the potential of the transition, as well as, you know, potential of a Scottish referendum. But I think that's a lot further down the line, sort of 2021. But yeah, there's going to be a shift in the focus to Brexit now. But I think there has been large underweights in UK assets, and
people have been shying away from the UK because of the political uncertainty.
Exactly right. And so clarity enables the investor client base. It gives them a bit more confidence, and so I think you could see a continuation of flows into sterling. And I think actually the lack of volatility that we've seen after the move, you know, the exit poll was, you know, pretty large, and you saw that move in sterling, as you alluded to, and that you know,
it's held on to those
exactly,
gains.
It hasn't given any gains back, and so that lack of volatility that, you know, we've seen a lot of volatile moves in sterling in recent years, and actually is holding on to those gains so far.
And the reason we care about the value of the pound, what does it tell us? It tells us about the level of confidence in the UK economy, how favourably international investors see the UK and their economic prospects.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and you know how attractive we are as an investable country. So it'll be interesting to see where other UK markets open up as well.
All right, Ian, thanks very much indeed. So you saw that big move there. A surprisingly large majority. As I say, the financial bookies had already backed Boris to win, but the margin of his victory has taken some by surprise. But financial markets being at that, we'll find something else to worry about, and I think the focus will now shift to what's the negotiating posture going to be? Can he get a deal done by 2020? They'll find something, you know, an entirely new thing to worry about, as financial markets always do.
Simon, many thanks once again. Simon Jack there with the latest for us in the City of London. We can see the strap there on the screen talking about Northern Ireland and the SDLP gaining Foyle and Belfast South. So let's take a look at the picture in Northern Ireland, which has again changed quite a bit overnight. And let's join Rita in our counting room again. And Rita, tell us what's happening to the state of the parties in Northern Ireland.
Well, this is the scoreboard as it stands. 17 of the 18 seats have been declared. And as you can see, there have been losses for the DUP and gains for the SDLP and the Alliance Party. And what this means is that it's possible by the end of this election that nationalist MPs will outnumber unionist MPs in Westminster for the first time. Let me show you some of the seats that have changed hands. So Belfast North. This is a gain for Sinn Féin. It's a seat that they'd been chasing for a long time. and they have taken this seat from Nigel Dodds. Nigel Dodds, the DUP's leader in Westminster, he's out. That's a Sinn Féin gain. North Down, now this is a surprise gain for the cross-party alliance party. They've taken this seat from what Lady Sylvia Herman was an independent MP. She was standing down, and this was a seat that had been targeted heavily by the DUP, but in fact it's the alliance party that's come through and won that. And the SDLP have taken 2 seats. They've taken Belfast South from the DUP and also Foyle from Sinn Féin. And these mean that there will now be a Remain voice from Northern Ireland in Westminster. The SDLP, a Remain supporting party, and this could mean a change in the complexion in the Commons of the sort of representation that you're getting from Northern Ireland. And it'll be interesting, really, given that Boris Johnson, with his Brexit strategy and the negotiations that he's going to have to do, he's going to face a different sort of pressure within the Commons, given these 2 SDLP gains.
That's interesting, Rita. Thank you very much. And Andrew, I suppose we should pick up and ask, what does that changing picture mean when we think of the fact that, you know, there's been no Stormont Assembly in action in Northern Ireland for over 3 years now, and that this balance has now changed quite significantly. Nigel Dodds losing his seat. What is this telling us?
Well, it's a moment. I don't know if you have tears to shed, but you might consider shedding them for the DUP. It's not just that they've lost 2 seats, which is not a very large number, nor even that the balance has tilted towards the nationalists in Northern Irish seats. It's, if you think about it, the DUP is now in a position where Boris Johnson's withdrawal agreement, whatever the Prime Minister says, does involve customs declarations on goods running from Northern Ireland to Great Britain and probably vice versa. That has infuriated parts of the DUP with the government here, but it's also made Northern Irish business very angry, part of it with the DUP. So that's weakened their position. Then, finally, they have lost their great leverage in terms of the numbers in the House of Commons, because the Tories no longer need to turn to them. They might even ask for their money back. The DUP are in a much, much weaker position, and I think the entire constitutional balance of power between Northern Ireland and Great Britain is changed. It's like a tooth which has suddenly become slightly wiggly. It's nothing dramatic, but it's a real moment.
Really, what could the DUP do, if anything, if they want to really try to get some changes to that withdrawal agreement? Sammy Wilson earlier was telling us, so, you know, there's room to negotiate, there's room to put pressure on, and ultimately it is the Conservative and Unionist Party, as they were saying earlier. But are you saying that their leverage has gone totally?
Not totally, but it's much, much less than it was. They now depend upon the Conservatives remembering that they are the Conservative and Unionist Party and really wanting to hold them in. Alternatively, they could do the one thing that seems almost unthinkable. They could start to talk to Dublin about the future.
And what would that mean?
That would mean all sorts of things. We are beginning to see, because of this withdrawal agreement, at least for the next 4 years, an Irish economy, which is a united Irish economy, more or less inside the EU rules, while the rest of us are outside. That is something entirely new. And people in Northern Ireland, like people everywhere else, are also pragmatic, and they look at business and prosperity, and they ask themselves where their best interests may lie. This is not very good for unionism as a political cause.
When we look at the SDLP and the Alliance Party making gains, again, that is to do with business principally in many areas, saying that, you know, who may well have backed unionists in the past, saying, you know, we don't like the uncertainty, we don't like the stance you've taken, we don't think it's been helpful. That's what they've been saying in interviews all along.
The forms, the bureaucracy, they don't like any of that. And of course, the SDLP and the Alliance Party are nationalist parties who will take their seats at Westminster, unlike Sinn Féin.
Exactly. Vicky, that's an interesting perspective, isn't it? And again, that'll be a different kind of texture to the new House of Commons, when we've been so used to turning to the DUP repeatedly in the past 2 years to see what they think, where they're going to jump, how are they going to support or not support the government. That's all gone.
And it actually really irritated the nationalists in Northern Ireland, because we were seeing it through the prism of the House of Commons, as we do so often, and of course that was the DUP dominating. But I think there's an issue too, that withdrawal agreement bill, if that is put through the House of Commons by a Conservative party, which is mainly representing England and Wales, then that is also putting pressure on the Union. You've got the SNP dominant in Scotland and presumably a second referendum being rejected by Boris Johnson against their will. And then you've got this bill and an agreement which is going to affect everybody in Northern Ireland, including businesses, that also being put through the House of Commons against the wishes of people in Northern Ireland. It's incredibly unpopular with everyone there.
So how you is the you in the UK any longer?
We shall see. And talking of which, of course, the picture in Scotland has changed. Let's have a quick look at the state of the parties in Scotland. If you're just joining us, it's nearly 7 o'clock in the morning, and the state of the parties in Scotland looking like this. The SNP, 13 gains on 48 seats. The Conservatives losing 7 seats in Scotland, unlike all the gains they made elsewhere. The Lib Dems on 4, they've lost their leader, Jo Swinson. Labour back to 1 seat in Scotland, they've lost 6. Lorna Gordon, our correspondent, is in Edinburgh. And Lorna, what would you pick out as the moments of the night there in Scotland?
Well, Jo Swinson losing her seat in East Dunbartonshire certainly has to be one of the moments of the night. I mean, this has been a very impressive result for the SNP. Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's First Minister and leader of the SNP, in fact, called it an exceptional result. She said this sends a message to Boris Johnson that Scotland doesn't want Boris Johnson, doesn't want to leave the EU, and wants Scotland's future in Scotland's hands. She says it's a strong endorsement for a renewed, refreshed and strengthened mandate to offer Scotland a choice of an alternative future. Of course, the challenge with that, as we've been hearing, is the fact that Boris Johnson has said that he doesn't want to give what's called a Section 30 order. He sees the Scottish referendum that was held in 2014 as a once-in-a-generation event. Nonetheless, Nicola Sturgeon has said that she will ask for permission to hold a second referendum before Christmas, so we expect her to make that formal request for a Section 30 order within the next few days, with a view to holding a referendum perhaps in the second half of next year. So Boris Johnson might have a clear mandate now, according to Nicola Sturgeon, to take England out of the EU, but she says he must accept that she has a mandate to give Scotland a chance for an alternative future.
Lorna, thank you very much again. Lorna Gordon there with some of the thoughts on the picture overnight in Scotland, the rapidly changing picture there in Scotland overnight. Look at this scene in central London. This is where we are expecting the Prime Minister to emerge. Look at that little motto there in the background, the People's Government, Andrew. What do you make of that?
We don't like the people's used in that way in this country. It's a bit French, or possibly even Russian. The people's is slightly odd.
Le peuple.
I know, exactly.
Yes. But then they were servants of the people, New Labour, weren't they?
Yes, but we have a parliamentary democracy and the people are represented by all sorts of other people.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, that's the theme, the People's Government.
Yes.
And this is where we're expecting the Prime Minister to appear, possibly in the next few minutes. We simply don't know, to be honest. But he'll make that first speech after the count. He made a few remarks at the count in Uxbridge. He talked about the one nation kind of conservatism that he wants to promote, and he wants to govern as a one nation conservative. Will he offer a more precise definition of that, not least because of the changing picture across the UK, not least in Scotland, where there's a very different picture to the rest of the UK. But it'll be interesting to see what the tone that he strikes, what he says about Brexit and the pace of change, and the kind of domestic priorities that he's going to chase. He did mention a few things earlier on in terms of more police officers and more hospitals, more GPs and nurses and all the rest of it. He'll probably underline those again. But this, Andrew, really is his opportunity at 7 o'clock in the morning, having just really won this very big majority in historical terms. This is his chance to strike a tone for the government that he will lead for the next few years. This is the scene just outside Downing Street, where I suspect that the cavalcade will make its way fairly shortly.
There it comes.
Here they come, out of Downing Street onto Whitehall, and past the Cenotaph and down to the Queen Elizabeth Conference Centre, just opposite Westminster Abbey. So on the way, what do you expect?
Well, I think the key word that you used there, Hugh, is tone. because he has won this huge majority, comparatively speaking, from lots of areas of the country which once voted Labour. There's a lot of very hurt and disappointed people, a lot of people worried about things like child poverty and the closure of Sure Start centres and libraries and so on and so on. Is he going to reach out and address those people as well as those who voted for him? Is he going to talk about more than that singular Brexit promise? Is he going to start to flesh out what being a one-nation Conservative means? Because it's a very kind of warm and cuddly phrase. Very often it doesn't mean very much. So we want to hear some detail for him.
But the fact we don't know, because the manifesto was so thin, it was all about Brexit, pretty much, wasn't it? And if you look at the manifesto, there was no detail in there.
He
had promised changes to social care, for example, that issue which has just been left unresolved for a number of years by all sorts of governments. Is he going to use this majority, this substantial majority, to push this kind of thing through, or not? How's he going to use the majority? What's he going to do with the power?
Is he going to be open and winning and encouraging people in, or is he going to be triumphalist and breastbeating and I did it and that's that? That's going to be really interesting.
We have 647 results in, and we just have 3 to go. I'm just wondering at this point, Vicky, you have some intelligence that one of those might take a while.
Well, we're hearing from the people down in Cornwall. So there's a constituency of St Ives, which includes the Isles of Scilly. They've had trouble because there's been a storm and they cannot get the ballot boxes even back onto the main island, St Mary's, to get it to the mainland. And there's talk this might be delayed not just till later today, but possibly till Monday.
Monday?
Which would be pretty astonishing.
Well, I've got a news for you. We're not sitting here till Monday.
Go on, you can do it.
Absolutely
you can do it.
Not. And I remember one count back in South Wales in Carmarthen back in, I think it was October 74. No, it was February 74, when the result basically didn't come until late on Friday afternoon. We thought that was a long wait. So St Ives actually will put that into the shade, won't it, really? That was a majority of 3, by the way, which was one of those exciting counts in...
Well, we haven't got to the point where it could end up being a recount.
Exactly.
There is no broadcaster in the country whose bladder could stand it.
No, I think that's probably right, although some would give it a go, I think. Yeah, some would give it a go, yeah. So this is the image. If you're just joining us here on BBC, BBC News and on BBC One, it's 7:05 in the morning, and Boris Johnson's Conservatives have won a very decisive victory in this general election, and they're heading for a majority of 80 seats. We're just expecting another 3 results in, but so far the Conservatives have gained 47 seats in this general election. Labour have lost a whopping 59 seats. The SNP have gained 13. The Lib Dems are down 1, what is for them a very poor performance, and they've lost their leader in this election. And the Alliance Party of Northern Ireland have gained a seat, and the picture in Northern Ireland we were describing earlier. This is the scene at the Queen Elizabeth Conference Centre. We are staying with this because we're expecting the Prime Minister to appear at any moment. But at any moment could, of course, mean 2 or 3 minutes or more. But we're expecting him to appear, and that'll be the first major statement by Boris Johnson following his re-election as Prime Minister. He made a few remarks at the count, as I say earlier, in Uxbridge, but this will be the considered statement which will set the tone for his premiership from now on as a Prime Minister who has a big majority in the House of Commons and who, as Andrew Marr was telling us earlier, is now a very powerful figure.
Hugh, could we just dwell a little bit more on that phrase, the people's government? Because if it means a government for all the people, then that's unexceptionable and warm and welcoming. But the problem with it is, if it's the people's government and you disagree with it about something, are you disagreeing with the people? Does that make you an enemy of the people? It's a phrase that it's loaded in different ways. Now, they haven't had very much time, I imagine, to sort this all out and get their phrase and so forth. But it rings slightly oddly in my ears.
Well, it rings as well because, of course, the will of the people has been one of the big phrases of the Brexit.
Will of the people. And if you're against the people, what does that make you?
Enemy of the people, exactly. I suppose, isn't that right?
There you go.
Yes,
there you go.
And a lot of this is about whether this election result, a huge win for Boris Johnson, the Conservatives, But is it a massive endorsement of him, or is it a huge vote for Brexit, or is it a rejection of Jeremy Corbyn and his policies? And I think that's part of the point here, is that it's a combination probably of all of those things. But it does mean that the people against Boris Johnson, the numbers against him, are still there. There will be people watching this today appalled, frankly, at what's happened. They cannot envisage him as their Prime Minister. They don't want him as their Prime Minister. But of course, the people who are against him splintered across a number of different parties, which has allowed him to win and win big.
Vicky, above all, is it not also a rejection of parliamentary paralysis and a lack of certainty? We're hearing from the money markets, but it's not just the money markets. A lot of people looked at British politics over the last few years and it goes endless arguments, and they just had enough.
They did, they hated it. And even those people who'd voted Remain, when I went around the country talking to some of them, that was what was striking, that a lot of them were saying, we've had it, actually. We do need to move on now. 3.5 years of this, we can't carry on. People running businesses, for example, just wanted a decisive result.
Absolutely.
And that seems to be what's happened.
I think, again, just some of the statistics and totting up the figures for parties who are either in favour of a second referendum or not, just to pick up the point about how divided people are. A majority, if you count up all of the parties that supported the principle of holding a referendum, well then over 50% of the votes were cast for those parties. So a majority, if you want to look at it that way, a majority who voted in this election voted for parties who back a form of second referendum. So that will be an argument, I suppose, that some people will put forward, but a very difficult context, isn't it, Andrew, when you're in the House of Commons with, where there's a government with a majority of 80.
Already, but the
this
Remain
is not
Alliance...
an argument we're going to hear now, I suspect, from Boris Johnson.
I suspect you're right.
But they couldn't work together in Parliament, that was the point. The Remain Alliance, so they called themselves.
Never could, you're quite right.
They couldn't agree, and actually the same thing has happened in this election. You saw Labour and the Liberal Democrats fighting it out in lots of seats across the country, or actually, if they had some kind of alliance, they would have been able to oppose the Conservatives.
Let's just pause for a second. Sorry, Vicky, let's just pause for a second. As soon as I do this, of course, the Prime Minister will turn up and then I'll be wrong. But anyway, it's now 7:10. What I'd like to do is ask Rita to take us through some of the seats, the big sort of name seats that have changed hands overnight, because if you're just joining us here at 7:10 in the morning, we can look at those. There's applause happening, so I'm just wondering whether he's on his way. Oh, this is Michael Gove. Well, fancy that.
Maybe he's seized.
Let's see what he has to say.
What's he going to say?
Friends, today we celebrate a victory for the British people. Our fellow citizens reminded us why this is such a wonderful country, because they comprehensively rejected Jeremy Corbyn's politics of division, extremism and anti-Semitism. And they voted in record numbers for a Prime Minister dedicated to restoring trust in our democracy by getting Brexit done. So this new government says thank you to the British people. We will strive every day to live up to the confidence that you have shown in us. But I also want to say something to a very special group of British people, our Jewish friends and neighbours. You have had to live in fear for months now, concerned that we would have a Prime Minister who trafficked in anti-Jewish rhetoric and embraced anti-Jewish terrorists. You should never have to live in fear again. I also want to thank so many of the people who worked so hard to make this victory possible. I want to thank the members of the Conservative Party, the activists, supporters, candidates, friends and family who worked so hard, who gave so much in order to deliver this victory. But I also want to thank some others. I want to thank those people who stepped outside their tribes and their traditions to speak the truth. I want to thank those people who said that Jeremy Corbyn was unfit to be our Prime Minister and Boris Johnson was the right person to lead our country. Labour politicians like Ian Austin, John Woodcock, Ivan Lewis and Gisela Stewart showed amazing courage. They were joined by so many other people who had voted Labour all their life. They are the best of us in so many ways, and I am delighted that they recognised that Boris Johnson was the right person to lead this country. Our victory is their victory. Our victory was built on the votes of those who originally supported Leave and wanted that vote to be honoured, but it was also built on the votes of those who chose Remain, but who believe, above all, that democratic votes must be respected. They recognise that democracy is precious, and they wanted a PM who could restore trust, and that Prime Minister is Boris Johnson. Thanks to Boris Johnson, there are Conservatives representing people across this country, from Banff and Buchan in the far northeast to Bude and Budleigh Salterton in the southwest. And thanks to Boris's leadership, we have Conservative MPs, talented young Conservative MPs, who've served in the NHS and in the front line of public services, who are now the new MPs in Bishop Auckland, Blythe Valley, Bolsover, Bassetlaw, Garshalton, North West Durham, Kensington. And so many others. Under Boris's leadership, we are truly a party for the whole nation. Just think about it. Next year, both the Durham Miners' Gala and the Notting Hill Carnival will take place in seats represented by Conservative MPs. And we will, of course, govern as we campaigned, as a one-nation party, determined to bring economic and social justice to the overlooked families and the undervalued communities who need our government. We know, as the Prime Minister has pointed out, that educational ability is equally spread across this country, but opportunity is not, which is why we will level up funding and life chances in all our schools. We know that the NHS is one of the most precious institutions created in this country, and at last it will receive the funding that it deserves, so it is there when everyone needs it. We also know that economic productivity is not equally spread across this country, and we will invest in the infrastructure, the skills and the opportunities that communities in the North and the Midlands need in order to ensure that across this country we are firing on all cylinders, truly an opportunity nation for all. And of course that one nation vision, that vision that won, was articulated from the moment he arrived on the steps of Downing Street by our Prime Minister. He said then that we should not listen to the cynics and the sceptics, the doomsters and the gloomsters. He said that Britain could be revived, that the opportunity that Brexit provided to bring our nation together and to unleash our nation's potential was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well, the British people have seized that opportunity. They have placed their trust in us, and that is thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. And before we welcome the Prime Minister to the stage, we have a video.
No, I don't think we do.
Well, that was Michael Gove, and they're now going to run a video probably of celebrating the campaign. But I'm just wondering, we were talking earlier about tone and the kind of message we're expecting. Andrew, what did you make of that by Michael Gove?
Well, interesting that he talked about infrastructure and those parts of the country left out. One thing we know about Boris Johnson from his time as London mayor is he likes building things. He likes commissioning big things. And I think we're going to see a big infrastructure programme for the North. I think the political establishment, put it that way, have realised how much of England in particular has been left behind. All of those East Coast seats, those towns, those parts of the West Midlands which haven't had the investment and the attention they deserved over the last 10 years, really since the financial crash of 2008. And I would imagine that kind of investment is going to be a big part of this new government. Now, if they put in the investment, if they really think about those seats, some of which they've just won for the first time, then we could see the country coming together again.
Your thoughts, Vicky?
Well, just watching Michael Gove there and thinking how times change. You think back to when he pulled the rug out from underneath Boris Johnson, when he wanted to go for the leadership the first time round, saying that he didn't think he was the right person who could be the leader of the party to be Prime Minister. And it just strikes me that this is why the Conservatives are here today, because they are pretty ruthless when it comes to their leaders, either getting rid of them if they don't like them or bringing in people who they think can win for them. And I spoke to numerous Conservative MPs during the leadership race who didn't want Boris Johnson, had reservations, but actually thought, do you know, I think he can win for us, therefore I'm prepared to put my reservations to one side because he can reach parts of the country that other leaders can't, and that has proven to be true.
And we should remember that for a lot of Conservatives, including very senior Conservatives, going for Boris Johnson not that long ago was a huge risk. He's taken big risks, not least in holding this election when he did, but they have taken a big risk in him, and that may be why there's a sort of element of love-in going on at the moment.
Talking about love-in, let's look at some of the front pages, because we've got some of them already, and if the Prime Minister emerges, we'll be back there straight away. But let's look at some of these front pages. Let's start with the Daily Mail. And there you have a rejoice. Of course, that is an echo of one of Mrs Thatcher's words at the end of the Falklands campaign. Rejoice, Boris set for thumping win. Well, he's got the thumping win now. The Daily Express, yet another Boris supporting publication. The British lion roars for Boris and Brexit is the Express's take on that. The Mirror will have a rather different take. Let's look at it. It's nightmare before Christmas, according to the Mirror. Johnson heading for huge majority. Well, the majority is going to be 80, we think, and there are just 2 seats yet to come in. Let's look at the front page of The Sun, and that is carry on Boris. Well, fancy that for a play on words. The Tory landslide and Corbyn's on his bike, says The Sun. And then The Scotsman, Johnson's election gamble pays off. Well, I think we can all agree that the gamble's paid off, as Andrew's just told us. That's the headline in The Scotsman. We'll have a look at some other papers later on, but all of them reflecting the fact that, of course, it's a thumping great win for Boris Johnson in this election. It's 7:20 in the morning. We have 2 results yet to come, 648 already declared, and Boris Johnson looking to return as Prime Minister with a majority of 80 seats in this House of Commons. The last time the Tories had a majority, anything like this, was when Margaret Thatcher was re-elected in 1987 with a majority of around 100 seats. So it's not since then. So it's a long time since the Tories came back with a majority like this.
So, thinking back to those Thatcher years, one thing we know now, of course, is that Margaret Thatcher had a very clear agenda about
the
how
Prime Minister's there, Andrew.
Yeah, okay,
let's join
Thanks for coming. Well, my friends, good morning, everybody, my friends. Well, we did it. We did it. We pulled it off, didn't we? We pulled it off. We broke the deadlock. We ended the gridlock. We smashed the roadblock. And in this glorious pre-breakfast moment before a new dawn rises on a new day and a new government, I want, first of all, to pay tribute to good colleagues who lost their seats through no fault of their own in the elections just gone by. And I, of course, want to congratulate absolutely everybody involved in securing the biggest Conservative majority since the 1980s, which was literally, as I look around, literally before many of you were born. And with this mandate and this majority, we will at last be able to do what? You've been paying attention. Because this election means that getting Brexit done is now the irrefutable, irresistible, unarguable decision of the British people. And with this election, I think we've put an end to all those miserable threats of a second referendum. And I say respectfully to our stentorian friend in the blue 12-star hat. That's it. Time to put a sock in the megaphone and give everybody some peace. But I have a message to all those who voted for us yesterday, especially those who voted for us Conservatives, One Nation Conservatives, for the first time. You may only have lent us your vote, and you may not think of yourself as a natural Tory. And as I think I said 11 years ago to the people of London when I was elected in what was thought of as a Labour city, your hand may have quivered over the ballot paper as before you put your cross in the Conservative box. And you may intend to return to Labour next time round. And if that is the case, I am humbled that you have put your trust in me and that you have put your trust in us. And I and we will never take your support for granted. And I will make it my mission to work night and day, flat out, to prove you right in voting for me this time and to earn your support in the future. And I say to you that in this election, your voice has been heard, and about time too. Because we politicians have squandered the last 3.5 years, in squabbles about Brexit. We've even been arguing and about the tone of our arguments. I will put an end to all that nonsense, and we will get Brexit done on time by the 31st of January. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. Leaving the European Union as one united kingdom, taking back control of our laws, borders, money, our trade, immigration system, delivering on the democratic mandate of the people. And at the same time, this One Nation Conservative government will massively increase our investment in the NHS, the health service that represents the very best of our country, with this single beautiful idea that whoever we are, rich, poor, young, old, the NHS is there for us when we are sick. And every day that service performs miracles. And that is why the NHS is this One Nation Conservative government's top priority. And so we will deliver 50,000 more nurses and 50 million more GP surgery appointments. And how many new hospitals? 40. Correct. And we will deliver long-term NHS budget enshrined in law, 650 million extra every week, Health Secretary. and all the other priorities that you, the people of this country, voted for. Record spending on schools, an Australian-style points-based immigration system, more police, how many? 20,000. Colossal new investments in infrastructure, in science, using our incredible technological advantages to make this country the cleanest, greenest on earth, with the most far-reaching environmental programme. And you, the people of this country, voted to be carbon neutral in this election. You voted to be carbon neutral by 2050. And we'll do it. You also voted to be Corbyn neutral by Christmas, by the way. And we'll do that too. You voted for all these things. And it is now this government, this people's government, it's our solemn duty to deliver on each and every one of those commitments. And it is a great and heavy responsibility, a sacred trust for me, for every newly elected Conservative MP, for everyone in this room and everyone in this party. And I repeat that in winning this election, we have won votes and the trust of people who have never voted Conservative before, and people who have always voted for other parties. Those people want change. We cannot, must not let them down. And in delivering change, we must change too. We must recognise the incredible reality that we now speak as a one-nation Conservative party, literally for everyone from Woking to Workington, from Kensington, I'm proud to say, to Clwyd South, from Surrey Heath to Sedgefield, from Wimbledon to Wolverhampton. And as the nation hands us this historic mandate, we must rise to the challenge and to the level of expectations. And Parliament must change so that we in Parliament are working for you, the British people. And that is what we will now do, isn't it? That is what we will now do. Let's go out and get on with it. Let's unite this country. Let's spread opportunity to every corner of the UK with superb education, superb infrastructure and technology. Let's get Brexit done. But first, my friends, let's get breakfast done too. Thank you all very much for coming. Thank you all very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Classic Boris Johnson, a triumphant victory for him, and that reflected in the enthusiasm and the exuberance of the statement there of the Prime Minister, looking at a hefty majority in this new House of Commons and then outlining for us in a great torrent of a speech there what he intends to do. So we were talking about tone earlier, we were talking about content, we were talking about intentions and political direction. Andrew, what do you make of it?
Well, apart from the obvious point that we need severe curbs on alliteration from the new People's Government as soon as possible, I think a lot of, who knows, people will make their own minds up, but a lot of Boris sceptics and even Boris allergics will be looking at that and thinking, actually, I'm beginning to hear what I was hoping for. I'm beginning to hear the more generous, open-sided aspect of Boris Johnson, because the biggest single question in British politics this morning is, who is Boris Johnson politically? And there's one very close friend of his, a very active Conservative who knows him well, who says, do you know, he's much more Michael Heseltine than he is Margaret Thatcher. And that sounded to me more Heseltine than Thatcher. And if that is an indication of where he's going to go, then there's a lot of the, as I say, the centre ground of politics who will be listening to him with their ears freshly cocked and a little more enthusiastically.
And there'll be Conservative MPs who backed him in the last Parliament who will be thinking, hang on a second, that's not the Boris Johnson that we backed in terms of tone and all the content and the kind of big spending and all the rest of it. So it's not entirely straightforward.
No, it's not. I mean, that speech is much more the speech that he would have made as London Mayor. And his point there about people's hands quivering over the ballot paper, he knows because that's what happened in London when he was London Mayor. So he is used to this situation in that sense. But yes, in terms of tensions ahead, I think it would have been worse with a smaller majority. I think the fact that the majority is so huge, of course, gives him a lot of leeway. If you think about those on the right of the party, yes, they were on the same side when it came to Brexit. Actually, you could say Boris Johnson's someone who talked about an amnesty for illegal immigrants. That would be something that actually not many people in the ERG would have said would have been a good thing to do.
And of course, it's Brexit that broke everything, broke all of those old allegiances. I mean, the real Michael Heseltine would not agree with what I've just said because he so disagrees with Boris Johnson about Brexit. That's the fissure which ran straight through the Conservative family. Boris Johnson was on one side, but now I think he is visibly, audibly reaching over to the others.
It is 7:31 here on BBC News, and you're watching our coverage of the general election. You're watching Election 2019.
Hello, good morning. The Conservatives have won the general election with their biggest majority since 1987. Labour, meanwhile, has had its worst performance in 3 decades. Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn said he was disappointed and wouldn't lead his party into any future general election. It was a poor night too for the Liberal Democrats, whose leader Jo Swinson lost her seat. Jessica Parker's report contains flash photography.
He knows it. The Conservatives have won a majority in an election Boris Johnson described as historic.
That gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted Leave.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
For his party, a major defeat. Jeremy Corbyn acknowledged a disappointing result.
I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result.
Glum faces here. Bolsover, Grimsby, Sedgefield, Darlington and Don Valley among Labour's losses.
There was two fronts I was fighting on. One front was the fact that so many of my voters could not and did not want to support Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. But the second front was the Labour Party's position on Brexit, that we'd moved to a position of being more like a Stop Brexit Remain party.
Have you lost your seat, Miss Swinson?
And a huge blow for the Lib Dems. Jo Swinson's lost her seat and will no longer lead the party.
For millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
Arriving at Conservative headquarters, they might be in the party mood. Boris Johnson wanted to drive his agenda through. The door is now open. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Well, as we saw, the SNP took Jo Swinson's seat. They've won 49 out of 59 constituencies in Scotland. Nicola Sturgeon's party backed a second referendum on EU membership during their campaign. The SNP also ran on securing a new vote on Scottish independence from the UK, something which they will push for in the coming parliaments.
You know, I don't pretend that every single person that voted SNP yesterday will necessarily support independence, but there has been a strong endorsement in this election of Scotland having a choice over our future, of not having to put up with a Conservative government that we didn't vote for, and not having to accept life as a nation outside the European Union. So that independence referendum that was very much at the heart of the SNP's campaign, there is a renewed, refreshed, strengthened mandate for that.
In Northern Ireland, nationalist MPs outnumber unionists for the first time. The Democratic Unionist Party suffered significant defeats. The DUP's deputy leader, Nigel Dodds, lost his seat to the Sinn Féin candidate, John Finucane. The DUP also lost South Belfast. The nationalist SDLP won a landslide there and also in Foyle, meaning it returns to Parliament after losing all its seats last time. All 40 seats in Wales have now been declared, and the Conservatives have made significant gains. They took 6 seats from Labour, including Bridgend in the south, and 4 in the northeast, Wrexham, Dellen, the Vale of Clwyd and Clwyd South. Plaid Cymru held onto all 4 of their seats. The only good news for the Green Party came from Brighton. The party's sole sitting MP and its former leader, Caroline Lucas, comfortably held onto her Brighton Pavilion seat. She's held the position ever since becoming the country's first Green MP in the 2010 election. There is lots more from BBC News online and also on your mobile, where you can look up the results in your constituency. Use our interactive map to search for any seat across the UK on our website or the BBC News app. Back now to Hugh.
Very good morning. You are welcome to the BBC's Election Centre. You're watching Election 2019. It is 7:37 and we are reflecting on the result of a remarkable general election which has produced a big Conservative majority in the House of Commons. Boris Johnson will be staying in number 10 as Prime Minister, but this time he's not going to have to struggle with a hung Parliament and looking for support elsewhere. He has all the support he needs on his own benches. 363 seats so far, just 2 results to come in. 203 to Labour, very bad night for Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party, and he's already said he won't be leading the party into any other elections. And that's where we stand. We've had some remarkable results overnight, but principally we've been looking at lots of Conservative gains in seats which were traditionally Labour. And in Scotland, we've seen some remarkable results too for the Scottish National Party, and we've had a party leader in Jo Swinson for the Lib Dems losing her seat. So lots of things to catch up on as we reflect on what's happened. The political landscape has completely changed overnight. So let's join Rita in our results centre, and Rita will take us through some of the dramatic results that we've been looking at and those seats that have been changing hands. Rita?
Yes, a changed map indeed. And here are some of the names that have contributed to that dramatic change. With some of these constituencies, people would quip that you didn't count Labour votes in the past, you weighed them. Well, that has really changed tonight. Names like Workington Man became an emblem of the Conservative campaign this time round in a way that Worcester Woman or Mondeo Man were for Labour campaigns in the past. Well, it worked, and Workington has gone Conservative. Darlington and Bishop Auckland, both in County Durham, both of them Labour heartlands or previous Labour heartlands, they're both now Conservative. And Redcar, Boris Johnson quipped during the night that this was now Blue Car. Well, politically, he's got a point, because let's just have a look at some of the figures here in Redcar. So Jacob Young, 26-year-old Jacob Young, now the Conservative MP for Redcar. The Conservatives got 46% of the vote, but what I want to show you is the change in the vote. Labour's vote just going through the floor, losing 18 points there, and the Conservatives on 13. Brexit Party also on 7, and that represents a swing of Labour to Conservative of 15%. And we've seen this sort of swing in seats like that throughout the night. Just show you some of the other names. Blythe Valley and Burnley also being taken by the Conservatives from Labour. The SNP have also had a good night, coming quite close to matching their score in 2015, which was the high point for the SNP. They've taken seats from the Conservatives, Labour and the Liberal Democrats. Aberdeen South they took from the Conservatives, but the big dramatic gain of the night for them was surely Dunbartonshire East, the seat of Jo Swinson, the Liberal Democrat leader. And look how Amy Callaghan got that victory with a majority of just 149. But it means that she is now sitting in the House of Commons as the Dunbartonshire East MP and not Jo Swinson.
Rita, many thanks. And Rita taking us through some of the changes there. Earlier on, we saw Boris Johnson at the rally for Conservative supporters. Well, look at this, with his partner arriving at Downing Street, the Christmas tree there on the left, because of course we're so close to Christmas. This is the first December election since 1923, and the Prime Minister now safely inside Downing Street, this time as the Prime Minister of a government with a majority, and a big majority, in the House of Commons. And that's because, of course, Labour has suffered many losses. The Lib Dems too did not make the gains that they were expecting in lots of those Conservative seats, especially in the south and the southwest of England. So let's talk to Baroness Sal Brinton, who's now co-leader. I think, Sal, that's right, isn't it? Co-leader of the Lib Dems, because Jo has lost her seat?
That's right. I'm interim co-leader with Ed Davey, who is the deputy leader, until the next leader is elected. Understood.
And understandably, it's been a very disappointing night for you as a party, not just to lose your leader in East Dunbartonshire, but also not to make the gains that you were expecting elsewhere. Could you talk us through your thoughts this morning? I know it's quite early, but your thoughts on why it didn't work out?
Well, I think, yes, clearly it was a disappointing night because Jo Swinson's campaign had been very positive, offering a brighter future, saying to people, you know, if you want Brexit to go away, there is a way to do that by stopping Brexit. And unfortunately, the voices of nationalism and populism, both north and south of the border, beat both her in her seat, but also nationally as well. But I think there are a couple of nuggets of gold. I mean, our share of the vote went up 50%, over 4.1% from 2017. And we have got some good new MPs in the House, in our group as well. So I think it all is not lost, and every single one of our MPs will continue to fight for our place, if not in Europe, to make sure we get the best deal possible, because we know that it's the best thing for our economy, for the NHS, especially with the workforce, and for us as a society as well. And we will have a team that are able to do that, and that is good news.
Obviously, I take your point about the share of the vote. It's up 4.2%, as you rightly say, but you're on 11 MPs, which is actually one fewer than in 2017. So on that score, and if you think about your potential influence in the House of Commons, that's a pretty dreadful outcome for you.
Well, the irony is our vote has gone up over 1 million votes. And yet we've gone down one seat. And that, I'm afraid, as you all know, for all the minor parties, is one of the problems of the first past the vote post system, where minor parties are treated really, really badly by that. And you know, obviously the Conservatives have won a majority, but for us it is frustrating that we've had a significant increase in the vote across the country. Remainers saying they want us to help stop Brexit. And unfortunately, that didn't materialise into the seats we wanted.
There's been quite a bit of criticism, as you know full well, of the what some people consider to be the rather brutal policy put forward by the party of just revoking Article 50 and just going for it in that sense, which some people thought was profoundly anti-democratic. How damaging do you think that was in hindsight? Although I know that you know, you were behind the policy and you supported the leader's stance on this, but how damaging was that on the doorstep?
Well, I think part of our frustration was that the full phrase was to revoke Article 50 if we have a majority government, and clearly we didn't. We have consistently, since the day after the referendum, argued that there should be a people's vote. It's absolutely fair and square in our manifesto that that's our preferred choice if we didn't have a mandate from the people in the general election, and that's what we were fighting for as well, which is why it was frankly the easier way to actually stop Brexit would have been a people's vote, but we weren't offered that, mainly because Labour just continued to sit on the fence. We had 17 amendments in the last year in the House of Commons asking for a people's vote, and every time they voted against or abstained. So we were stymied by, I'm afraid, Labour's position, as indeed I think, you know, everybody, Labour will be feeling very sore today. The public didn't understand which side they were on. They were very worried about Jeremy Corbyn and anti-Semitism, and I'm afraid that, I think, coloured views, as we've heard from viewers over the night, who said their hands were hovering over the ballot paper. The problem is that Boris Johnson's Get Brexit Done is going to be undone as next year proceeds, because the one thing that we know, and MPs of all parties knew in the last Parliament, is that it won't be done in just over a month. It's going to take years to sort out. And I think the many, many people who think that they voted for Boris Johnson to get this sorted quickly are going to be disappointed, and disappointed very quickly.
Where do you go from here as a party? How soon will you have a new leader in place?
I think the party's board meets on Saturday, and I expect that we will have a new leader at some point in the spring. We have a process to go through, and until the board has met, obviously I won't know the timetable, but I would have thought probably sometime in March.
And what about the job of, you know, the very important job of reviving morale among party workers who will have been working extremely hard in this campaign, only to see a very disappointing result? It's difficult sometimes, isn't it, to get teams back together when they've been through this kind of bruising experience?
Well, I am in absolute awe of our members, supporters and volunteers. I've had loads of messages in, and I know other colleagues have. The one thing that we know as Liberals in the first past the post system is that you face disappointments because the system isn't fair and people feel that their vote often doesn't count. And our members and supporters, I'm sure they will rally round in exactly the way that they have done in the past when we've hit problems, 2015 for example, where we had a surge in membership and an absolute commitment to fighting liberalism and making sure that the voice of liberalism was heard in the country. We will continue with that because we know that there is a very large number of people who wanted us to remain in the EU because they liked our vision of an internationalist, open and tolerant society. I think that's our clarion call to make sure that people, whether they are already supporters of the Liberal Democrats or are thinking about us, will come and join us to make sure that there will be a voice that happens over the next few years.
Sal, very good of you to join us, and thank you very much for responding to us this morning at 10 to 8 in the morning. Sal Brinton there for us for the Lib Dems. Thanks to her. So, the story of the night, and if you're just waking up at 12 minutes to 8 in the morning, you're waking up to the fact that there is a Conservative government with a big majority of 80 seats that is going to be in power now for the next few years. And we've already heard from Michael Gove and we've already heard from Boris Johnson, who's promised big investment, lots of infrastructure spending and getting on with Brexit. That's the kind of summary of the themes that we've had from the Prime Minister this morning, who won his seat in Uxbridge several hours ago. So for the story of the night and for the story of Downing Street, let's join Jeremy Vine.
Here we are in our virtual Downing Street, the same street where we saw Theresa May in 2017 fail to get to the line that would have put her through the door there with an overall majority. Boris Johnson has not failed, that's for sure. Let's just remind you how it all began. The very first result was a sign of what was coming. 11:32 it was. Let's have a look. And it was Blythe Valley. You see, we've put the names of the seats on the tiles here as they pave the way. The first seat, Blythe Valley, that had a Labour majority of 8,000. Red since 1935. How could that go blue? It did. And actually, even on those two Labour seats, you can see Sunderland, Newcastle, there were signs of an increased Tory vote that would have shivered Labour's timbers. OK, we move on. Time wound on through the night. 2 a.m. we got to. Let's see what we knew by then. Again, numerically, they're roughly neck and neck. We only have the exit poll. We can't be sure what's happening, but there's another sign of a colossal change coming because Lee comes in 10 miles from Manchester, 9,500 majority, red Labour since 1922, and it goes to the Conservatives as well. And meanwhile, if you look at the Labour column, yes, they've gained Putney. There's a protective effect for the red seats in London, but the ones that they're winning back seats like Jarrow, which are hyper-safe. They can't win an election with just their hyper-safe seats, their heartland seats. They need to go beyond them. But we saw the Tories striking into Labour's heartland as well. So we go to 3 a.m. now. And now you see the Conservatives in their numbers starting to take the lead with 94 seats. At 3 a.m, you can see Wolverhampton South West. That was fairly marginal, a very easy gain on the night for the Conservatives. But just near Wolverhampton on the blue line, Redcar, a 15% swing, gives it to Boris Johnson's party. And meanwhile, in the red seats, the Labour seats, they're all holds of safe seats. In Liverpool, you can see 2 or 3 there. Again, you can't win an election simply by taking your safest seats back. You need to do more than that. So we go again. We go to 4 in the morning, and now the numbers come in. The results are starting to stream in, and we're starting to see the power of this Conservative performance. 4 in the morning, 3 crucial seats. You see Lincoln there. Again, Karen Lee out of the House of Commons. Rother Valley, that was Kevin Barron's seat. Great Grimsby, Melanie on out. 1945. Great Grimsby had been Labour since, and the Conservatives took it, swooped on those 3 seats. On the Labour side, yes, they got Enfield in London because of that protective effect in London. And Bedford was a good result for them because that was quite marginal and they saved it. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. Right, 4:30 in the morning. Now we're just glued to these results as they come in. They're streaming in now. Let's have a look at the Conservatives, who now complete the trio of Stoke seats. They took Stoke South at the last general election. Now they've got North and Central Stoke. So the whole of Stoke coloured blue. You see Morley there, Ed Balls' old seat, still blue, staying with the Conservatives. Very, very, very hard to beat at this point, and Labour know it. And we move on now to 5 in the morning. Now, you'll see what happens as suddenly the Conservatives go for the line. Let's have a look here. Over they go, and of all seats, it's Bolsover, right on the line, on the 326 line. Bolsover, the home of the beast of Bolsover, as he's called, Dennis Skinner, in his 80s, about to return to the Commons as Father of the House, knocked out of his seat in this election by the Conservatives. You can only imagine how furious he's going to be, and Labour left a long way behind. I'll complete the line now, because, of course, they didn't just get the majority at 326, they went beyond it. They went some way beyond it. They've got headroom here. They can govern. They can even have their own squabbles and still govern, because they've got plenty enough MPs to do what they want. Look at these seats here. So Wantage, Somerton, those are safe Conservatives. But Keighley, that was the Labour seat that they took. John Grogan was there. Carshalton was again from the Liberal Democrats. Henley, the seat that Boris Johnson himself used to have. Yeovil is clearly blue now, gone from the Liberal Democrats several years ago. Chipping Barnet was under threat, but they saved it. All these results were very good. Hendon, they could have lost in London. They took it. Colne Valley, that was an interesting one again. Thelma Walker out of the House of Commons for Labour. Cheltenham, again, battle with the Lib Dems. The Conservatives won. And then we get to Devon, West and Horsham, and they've done it. They did it. They got well beyond the line. And have a look at Labour and how far back they are with their 203 seats. The story of the night ending with Labour, yes, taking Sheffield Hallam, which they could have lost again to the Liberal Democrats, and taking the very important seat to them of Batley and Spen. But 203, a terrible result. And they're left looking at this decisive victory. The illustration here is so powerful, isn't it? Because actually, you see, the Conservatives have done what they needed to do and much, much more. And the door of number 10 is now the door to Mr. Johnson's home for probably the next 5 years.
Indeed, Jeremy. Thanks very much. Jeremy Vine there with the road to Downing Street. And Jeremy, just reflecting there on the very poor Labour performance. And maybe we should reflect as well on the fact that there's been some pretty strongly worded reaction to what's gone on overnight from within the Labour Party. Vicky?
Yeah, I mean, not surprising given the scale of the defeat. But this is from Ruth Smeeth, defeated in Stoke-on-Trent. She was, of course, very much at the centre of some of the anti-Semitism problems in the party. She says, "We are a Labour city, we are a Labour area. This is devastating, this is seismic, this is the end. For me, this is about whether the Labour Party has any right to exist, whether we have anything left to say."
Andrew?
That is pretty devastating. And from the inimitable Jess Phillips, with a list of quotes of the night, as it were, she says, "This is not a time for easy answers, as much as I wish it was. I wish there was some silver bullet, but I also wish I was a size 10. I think it's often impertinent for unelected journalists to give advice. But if I was going to give any advice at the moment, it's the Labour Party needs to take its time, not rush into another great frenzy about who's going to be the next leader, not to have factional squabbles, but to really think about this, test the various leaders around the country. There's plenty of time. Test them, get the right result, and if it takes a few months, so be it.
Let's go to Inverness, where Ian Blackford of the Scottish National Party has been waiting very patiently. Ian, good morning to you.
Good morning, Hugh. How are you?
Very well, thanks. It's good of you to join us. Right, well, you've made significant gains for the Scottish National Party overnight. Let's have your perspective on the Scottish political landscape this morning.
Well, it's a very different landscape from the one that you've been discussing south of the border, Hugh. We've won this election quite convincingly. We've taken 45% of the vote. We've increased our representation quite dramatically overnight. The Conservatives have lost more than half their seats. And this election in Scotland was really, as much as anything else, about our right to choose our own future. That's what we asked people to support us on that basis. And the Conservatives were saying, vote for them to stop a second independence referendum. Well, I think they've got their answer. We've no real desire to be taken out of Europe against our will. I regret the fact that people elsewhere in the UK may want to do that. But we were told, as you know, Hugh, in our referendum in 2014 on independence, if we stayed in the UK, we were to lead it, our voices would be respected, and crucially, that we would remain as EU citizens. So we despair at what Boris Johnson is trying to do to us, and I would simply say to the Prime Minister, he has to reflect democracy, and he has to respect the fact that the Scottish Government has a mandate for a referendum on independence. We are now legislating for that in the Scottish Parliament, and Boris Johnson has to do the right thing and recognise that the people of Scotland have that right to have a referendum, and that's been very strongly reinforced with the election result this morning here in Scotland.
I was noticing in some comments on social media about your candidate in Kirkcaldy, Neil Hanvey, who, as you know, is facing disciplinary action because of remarks that he made. Will he take the SNP whip when you are the SNP leader at Westminster? What's your attitude to that?
Well, he was suspended quite rightly when it came to light that he'd made anti-Semitic comments. He's been suspended from the party. He won't be taking the SNP whip, so he stands as he's elected as an independent member of Parliament. We have an SNP group of 47 and Neil is not part of that.
And is that likely to change?
Look, he has to go through a disciplinary process, but he has not been elected as a SNP MP. That was taken from him. He stood as an independent candidate to Westminster, and that's the status that he will have.
Does it surprise you that he was elected, given the controversy around him?
That's up to the voters in his constituency. What I am delighted about in the other seats where we stood, that we've had a fantastic result. We've won 47 of the other 58 seats, and that's what we are celebrating this morning.
I'm going to put the point I put to the First Minister earlier, Ian, which is that, yes, you've done well, you've got these gains, you'll be a significant presence at Westminster once again, but unlike in the last Parliament, in this Parliament you're up against a government with a majority of 80, and no matter how effectively you campaign, no matter how loudly you make your case, you frankly can't do much there, given the maths.
Well, at the end of the day, we're the third force in Parliament, and we'll make sure that we make our voices heard, but I'd say to the government in London, recognise that there are administrations in Edinburgh, in Cardiff, and I hope in Belfast as well. And there has to be respect. And we have to recognise that, look, I think in a sense, Hugh, we have a constitutional crisis because we're in a very different place from the rest of the United Kingdom. I regret the fact that people in the rest of the UK seem to want to support Brexit. That is their choice. But also, our views must be respected as well, and we can't be dragged out of the European Union against our will. So Boris Johnson has to, I think, show a generosity of spirit and recognise that the SNP, whether it's in government in Edinburgh or the SNP force in Westminster, have a very different proposition. And the fact that Scotland has voted in a different way must be respected. And the way that we respect that is by passing over that power for a referendum to be held in Scotland. That's the right thing to do. Let's make sure that we can get through this in a way that is satisfactory to all sides.
Ian, thanks very much for joining us and for waiting to talk to us. And we'll see you back at Westminster soon, I suppose.
Certainly will.
Thanks very much indeed. Ian Blackford there for the SNP, the Westminster leader of the SNP in Inverness. Our thanks to him. Let's take a look outside the building here at Broadcasting House in central London, and it's light already. The time is just coming up to 8 o'clock in the morning. And we can see there the projected figures for the result of this contest, which is that the Tories will end up on 365, Labour on 203, the SNP on 48, and the Lib Dems on 11. Have down one, with Jo Swinson, their leader, having lost her seat. Plaid Cymru on 4. And then the others, Brexit Party on nothing, and the Greens on 1, and the others on 18. That is the picture, and you are watching Election 2019. So let's head back into the newsroom at New Broadcasting House, keeping an eye on all the news headlines, and let's join Louise once again.
Thanks, Hugh. Good morning. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he will work night and day to repay the trust of voters after the Conservatives were confirmed as the winners of the general election by a large majority. The Labour Party has lost swathes of its traditional heartlands and has suffered its worst performance since before the Second World War. Mr Johnson says he will get Brexit done by the end of January next year. There's some flash photography in Jessica Parker's report.
He knows it. The Conservatives have won a decisive majority, earlier at his constituency count and later to a rally.
And with this mandate and this majority, we will at last be able to do what? You've been paying attention. Because this election means that getting Brexit done is now the irrefutable, irresistible, unarguable decision of the British people.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted leave.
I would like to thank Boris because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
For his party, a major defeat. Jeremy Corbyn acknowledged a disappointing result.
I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result.
Glum faces here. Bolsover, Burnley, Sedgefield, Stoke and Don Valley among Labour's losses.
There was two fronts I was fighting on. One front was the fact that so many of my voters could not and did not want to support Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. But the second front was the Labour Party's position on Brexit, that we'd moved to a position of being more like a Stop Brexit Remain party.
Have you lost your seat, Ms Swinson?
And a huge blow for the Lib Dems. Jo Swinson's lost her seat and will no longer lead the party.
For millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
Earlier at Conservative headquarters, they were in the party mood. Boris Johnson wanted to drive his agenda through, and the door is now open. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Well, Donald Trump has congratulated Boris Johnson on his great win, as he put it. In a tweet, the US president also said Britain and the United States will now be free to strike a massive new trade deal after Brexit. This deal has the potential to be far bigger and more lucrative than any deal that could be made with the EU. Celebrate Boris, is what he said. Police and the military in New Zealand have airlifted 6 bodies from White Island in the Bay of Plenty, where a volcano erupted on Monday, killing 16 people. A mission is ongoing to recover 2 more bodies which have to be found. The volcano erupted on Monday with 47 people there. 8 people were missing on the island, presumed dead. Another 8 have already been confirmed dead. Around 20 remain in intensive care with severe burns. Right, let's get some of the day's other news as well. The US House Judiciary Committee has adjourned a marathon hearing in Washington without voting on 2 articles of impeachment against President Trump. The acrimonious meeting of the committee ran late into the night, and Chairman Jerry Nadler said in closing the session that members should search their consciences before the committee meets again on Friday. President Trump has reportedly approved a trade deal in principle with China. Under the agreement, the US would suspend tariffs on $160 billion of Chinese goods, those tariffs that were due to come into effect on Sunday. In return, China promises to buy more agricultural products from the US, but there's been no official statement yet, and there's no written agreements. There is, of course, lots more from BBC News online and on your mobile, where you can look up the results in your constituency for the general election. You can use our interactive map to search for any seat across the UK on our website, or use the BBC News app. We'll be back with you in a moment. First, though, the weather with Matt Taylor.
Thank you very much, Louise. Very good morning too. Well, a few of you will stay dry and reasonably sunny today, but elsewhere, grab the umbrella once again. At the moment, most persistent rain is across parts of eastern Scotland and pretty wet too through Northern Ireland, parts of Wales, northwest England through towards East Anglia and the southeast. That zone will start to see the cloud break up a little bit through the day, so a few brighter spells, but showers continue, staying wet in the northeast of Scotland throughout. But southern Scotland, northeast England, some of the driest places to be, and across southern counties there'll be some sunshine too. But here, the windiest place, we've seen winds gust 60, 70 miles an hour through the night. Gales, maybe severe gales, continue throughout today. Temperatures, though, up to around 9 or 10 degrees here, still in mid-single figures further north that you are. Now, as you go through into tonight, outbreaks of rain going to continue across some areas. Bit of sun, a bit of clear skies in between, leading to a touch of frost. And it stays cold and blustery this weekend. Now back to Hugh with Election 2019.
It is 6 minutes past 8. Welcome back to the BBC's Election Centre. And if you're just joining us this morning, if you're just waking up, and you're catching up with the news, well, the news is that Boris Johnson has achieved a remarkable win in this general election. There are just 2 results to come in. We've had 648 so far, and at the end of all of this marathon of results, there we are, 363 to Boris Johnson and 203 to Jeremy Corbyn. And when the results are all in, we are expecting Mr Johnson to have a majority of 80 in the new House of Commons, a very different picture to the hung parliament that ended several weeks ago. This is going to be a Conservative majority, and the majority big enough for Mr Johnson to do pretty much what he likes in legislative terms. He's already said this morning he'll press ahead with Brexit, and he'll press ahead with some ambitious infrastructure and other projects. So we've heard from him earlier. We saw clips there in the news bulletin with Louise. So what I'd like to do now, especially for the benefit of those just joining us, is to recap really on some of the notable gains for the Conservatives overnight, because there have been many of them, and lots of them in traditional Labour areas, especially Labour areas where there was a big Leave vote back in 2016. So that's where the Conservatives really have made a lot of gains and made some rather spectacular results in areas which have never been Conservative before. So with all of that in mind, let's ask Rita in our results centre to take us through some of those gains. Rita?
Hugh, there have indeed been some staggering results in a whole host of seats. We're showing just a few of them here on the touch screen. Names like Sedgefield. Sedgefield was Tony Blair's old seat. He had a majority of 25,000 there once. Labour has it no more. It's now a Conservative seat. Great Grimsby. This has been Labour since the war. It was the seat of Austin Mitchell, of Tony Crossland before him. It's now become Conservative. And let me just show you some of the figures there. So the new Conservative MP for Great Grimsby is Leah Nietzsche. She's won that seat on a 55% share of the vote overnight. Look what happened to the Labour vote, plummeting down through the floor, minus 17 points. And the Conservatives up 13, Brexit Party 2 up 7. And show you the swing there. That's a swing from Labour to Conservative of 15 points. That's a massive swing, and we have seen that sort of swing in several seats. Let me take you back to the list of Conservative gains. They've gained West Bromwich East, that's Tom Watson's old seat. They've gained Durham North West, so they've unseated Laura Pidcock. She was a rising star in the Labour Party. Some had thought that she might even be the one to succeed Tom Watson as the deputy leader. Well, she's out, and that is now a Conservative seat. Ashfield, that was Gloria De Piero's seat. The Labour MP, Gloria De Piero, was standing down, and her former office manager defected to the Conservatives, stood for that seat, and it's now his seat. In Bolsover, Dennis Skinner, who'd been an MP there for decades and decades, he has been unseated, and Bolsover has now become Conservative. Add to those names Derby North, where Chris Williamson, who had been expelled from Labour because of anti-Semitism accusations, well, he has been unseated too. That is Conservative. And Stoke-on-Trent Central, now a Conservative seat. Now, what is interesting looking at the figures is that the analysis shows that based on the turnover, which is around 67%, 48% of them voted for Brexit-supporting parties. And I think that is a point that we will hear repeated in the weeks and months to come from opponents of Brexit, that it was 48%, less than half of the turnout, who voted for Brexit-supporting parties.
Rita, thank you very much again for taking us through those Conservative gains, at least some of them, just to underline the scale of the change that's happened overnight. What's the response then in Brussels to all of this? Because we've heard the Prime Minister say he's going to push on now with the Brexit process, get it done, as he says repeatedly. Well, this is Charles Michel, who's the EU Council President. I'd like to congratulate Boris Johnson on his victory. We expect a vote, he says, on the withdrawal agreement as soon as possible. The EU is ready for the next phase. We will negotiate a future trade deal which ensures a true level playing field. Well, there's several messages within those sentences, Andrew, I think, aren't there?
A true level playing field. And that is going to be Boris Johnson's greatest kind of dilemma over the next year going ahead, because the more he wants to diverge from EU standards and tax rates and practices, the more they will demand in return. And it'll be a series of payoffs, one after another. And the question is, does he diverge and risk a car company here or parts of the fishing industry there, whatever? It's all payoffs.
Okay.
And he is saying, you don't diverge if you want to have a clear trading arrangement.
Let's pop over to Downing Street, and Ben Wright, my colleague, is there. Ben, we've heard from the Prime Minister, obviously this morning at that rally at the Queen Elizabeth Centre, not far away from Number 10. What do you make of the state of play this morning, not least given the fact that Boris Johnson has now set out quite a lot of the programme that he wants to press on with?
And he needs to, because, you know, through this election, the actual offer from the Conservative Party beyond getting Brexit done by the end of January next year was rather thin, actually. I mean, it was a pretty sparse manifesto, 59 pages, sketching out a few promises around hospitals and nurses, talking sort of in broad generalities of the sort of country that the Tories wanted to see, but lacking specifics, and that was entirely deliberate. I mean, this was a stripped-back manifesto wanting to avoid anything that would hold Boris Johnson hostage, wanted to keep it entirely focused on the central Brexit message. So he's got quite a job to do now, I think, fleshing out a sort of programme for government and giving everybody a sense of what his priorities are going to be beyond getting Britain out of the EU at the end of January. But picking up on what Andrew said, I think that's completely right. All the way through the campaign, Boris Johnson was asked again and again, what sort of trade-offs might you do in the next stage of the Brexit negotiation? How close do you want alignment? Would you rule out leaving at the end of the transition without any deal? And these are questions that he ducked again and again. And now the election's over, he's going to have to provide some answers.
Well, we saw that the Prime Minister arrived there a short while ago, Ben, and I'm just wondering, are you expecting to see him again in Downing Street to make some kind of statement later? Will there be a visit to the palace, or what's the arrangement there?
We're not sure, Hugh. I don't get a sense there's going to be a Downing Street statement, but there may be later in the day after Mr Johnson has had some rest and regrouped. We don't know yet about going to the palace. At the moment, I think he's just gathering himself together, absorbing these final results and working out, the sort of tone that he's going to take over the next few days. Because, this has been so divisive. There are going to be a huge number of people who are still clinging on in the hope there might somehow be a hung parliament or another referendum. Is Boris Johnson going to speak to them and try and bridge the sort of divisions and animosity that runs through the electorate at the moment? I think he'll be thinking about all of that, but he will be revelling in this. I mean, this is an absolute triumph for him. Biggest majority for 30 years. And considering too, we've spent a lot of time, certainly in the first half of this year, reporting from Downing Street on the total chaos within the government. It felt like a Tory party collapsing at some points, particularly when Theresa May was trying to get the deal through. Huge rebellions on her own backbenchers, moderate sort of centrist Tories being kicked out, all sorts of talk that this could be a repeat of the Corn Laws split of the 19th century, and yet here they are at the end of the year with a thumping majority.
There'll need to be some kind of reshuffle, won't there, Ben? Because, I know people were saying that the big reshuffle might not be until after Christmas. But, for example, Zac Goldsmith obviously will need to be replaced because he's out. And Nicky Morgan, who's retired. There's still no officially Secretary of State for Wales, though Alan Cairns did retain his seat in the Vale of Glamorgan. So there are jobs to be filled right away.
There certainly are, although remember this is a relatively new team cast in Boris Johnson's own image that he put in place when he first entered Downing Street in the summer. And it's been hard to tell actually during the course of the campaign who he favours and who he doesn't. People like Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, have been very visible, so I think he's probably quite confident of either staying in his job or moving on to an even bigger one in Whitehall. But what was interesting about the campaign is that it was so focused on Mr Johnson. The vast majority of the cabinet really weren't seen very much at all, including people like the Chancellor. So we'll see if Mr Johnson uses this new mandate, uses the 5-year term that he can now look forward to with confidence to rebuild his team at this early stage.
Ben, thanks very much. Ben Wright for us there and in Downing Street. Well, down at Westminster, my colleague Emily Maitlis is there and she'll be taking us through lots of the day to come with plenty to talk about. Emily, very good morning to you. What's going on?
Morning, Hugh. Yes, at 9 o'clock, all the election coverage will move here right to the heart of Westminster and our election studio, where you can carry on with much of the analysis and reaction to what will still be a breaking story for the rest of the day. But right now, we're joined by the Conservative Party chairman, James Cleverly. James, were you expecting anything of this size?
Well, we do polling and we do modelling, just like the stuff that gets put in the public domain. And we campaign hard and we hope. But I don't think anyone was really expecting the result to be quite this way, although we were picking up hints. So I was visiting dozens of constituencies in the Midlands and the North, and there was real anger about Labour.
We heard jitters yesterday, is that right? There were real jitters on the day.
I think it's only human to get nervous. There was so much at stake. We were very, very keen that this was a really important election. We made that clear. And you always get a little bit nervous at the 11th hour. But our activists, our candidates put in a huge amount of work, as did the team at CCHQ that I look after. And in the end, we got a result which I think really vindicated the message we were putting across, was that the British people wanted Brexit done, wanted it resolved.
Let's work out what that plan is now.
Sure.
Where does it go from here? What's the week ahead look like?
Well, we get straight to work. I mean, this is going to be a very busy prelude to Christmas. Obviously, a whole load of new MPs will come down to Westminster, loads of new MPs, and get sworn in. That takes time. But very quickly, next week, we'll be starting the process to get the withdrawal agreement bill through the House.
So that will go ahead. The withdrawal bill will go through next week. Is that what you're saying?
We're going to start the process. It can't go through all in the first week, but we will start the process and make sure that all the legislative stages are done in time for us to leave on the 31st of January.
So just explain, in terms of what happens now before Christmas, will it go through the Commons, go through the Lords?
Well, we're not completely... I can't give cast iron guarantees of the precise timetable.
But there was an urgency, wasn't there, to the Prime Minister when we heard him an hour ago. So I'm assuming...
We will present this at the first opportunity. As soon as the Members of Parliament are sworn in, we'll get the Queen's speech through and then...
On the 19th still.
Yeah, and then straight into getting the withdrawal agreement bill through the House of Commons so we can get through in good time and we can leave by the 31st.
You expecting to be working on Saturday?
Quite possibly.
Right.
Quite possibly.
So,
look, we
so
don't
it
know
could
for
be
sure.
it could be a full 6-day week right up until the end now.
Well,
to get these
I
bits
don't
done.
know for definite, and it depends on how quickly we can get things done. But the Prime Minister is absolutely clear. We made a commitment. We will honour that commitment because Parliament, government, has got to get back into the habit of listening to and responding to the voice of the British people.
So we know that there's a plan. We don't know yet what this Brexit looks like. It may be radically altered as a result of where geographically you've won last night. You are now the party of Kensington and Workington. They might have very different perceptions of what a good Brexit deal looks like or what they want. Are you shifting your perception of what that Brexit is now?
Well, the Prime Minister, back when he was running for the leadership of the party, made it clear it wasn't about separating and dividing, it was about unifying. That was one of his big messages. And actually, I'm really pleased that we got electoral support in places like, Workington and Redcar, as well as places like Wimbledon and Kensington.
But what does that do to the shape of Brexit? Does that mean that we have to be more aligned with Europe now because you're going to be more worried about manufacturing heartlands? Does it mean that it's going to still follow broadly a Canada Plus and break the alignment?
What this is about is through all these negotiations is being aware that the government works on behalf of the whole of the UK. Now that might present us with some challenges, but as we've seen, the Prime Minister is well capable of embracing challenges, as he did when he reopened the withdrawal agreement and took out the backstop. So it is going to be a Brexit that works for every part of the UK, rather than, as I think Labour is trying to do, separate one against the other.
You talk about every part of the UK. There have been 2 elections overnight. There's been what happened in England and Wales, indeed Northern Ireland, and there's been Scotland, a totally different story there, which you don't control. You cannot control the narrative now of Scotland's independence and the SNP.
Well, the people of Scotland voted in 2014 in what was billed as a once-in-a-generation referendum. And the SNP are very keen to talk about the referendum. They talk about
They might
Scottish
do more than talk
independence.
about it. They might press on whatever you say.
The point that I would make, and certainly when I visited Scotland, the message came across loud and clear, is a lot of people in Scotland would much rather the SNP government focus on things they already control, like the NHS, like education, both of which are slipping backwards in Scotland, rather than trying to distract people by talking once again about
James,
a Scottish
just before
referendum.
you go, the last time we talked was after the first debate and the fact check had been changed on Twitter.
I think I remember
I'm just wondering, when you reflect back now on the form, the style, the feel of this campaign, yes, you've won, and yes, it was victorious. Are you proud of the way in which it happened?
Well, on that particular issue, I really do not believe that the results that we've been seeing overnight were significantly influenced by changing the masthead on a Twitter feed.
Or on editing videos, or on not letting your Prime Minister talk to the press and running into the fridge.
This result, I think, was twofold, and both to do with trust, I think. The first is that the Labour Party promised in 2017 they would deliver Brexit and spent the next 2.5 years not doing so, and people felt that and were angry about that. And also, the other really big lie was that the Labour Party suggesting that a Conservative government would sell off the NHS. And when I spoke to people from the bottom of Cornwall to the top of the country, they just didn't buy that. They knew that that was not true. And I think this result is a reflection of those two issues.
James Cleverly, thank you very much indeed. And we'll be hearing the Labour side of the story from Ian Lavery shortly, but right now it's back to Hugh in our BBC studios there. Hi, Hugh.
Emily, many thanks. And yes, indeed, it's 8:23. We've been talking about the changing landscape, the changing map of the UK. It's looking very different. The colours have moved around. And right at the start of the night, we were talking to Sophie, who's just outside the building here, on that great big map. And she was explaining how the tiles were moving around. Let's join Sophie again to see where they now settle.
Well, we have just one more tile to lay, and that is St Ives in Cornwall. It always takes a long time because of the votes coming in from the Scilly Isles. But things have changed dramatically across a lot of the UK, not so much across the south of England. This is London. I'm walking around the edges of it here because it really, all these 73 MPs really distort our map, but still very much dominated by Labour MPs. But if I show you the map as it was last night when we started, the 2017 election colours on the right of your screen, and the election results now, the 2019 election results, you can see just how dramatically things have changed in the north of England, northeast Wales, right across Scotland. And it is that Labour red wall that has not so much been breached completely, but there are certainly huge cracks in it, and it has been shrunk dramatically. And there is a big Conservative path above it, right across from one coast to the other of England. And the story really started up here in northeast Wales in seats like Wrexham that have been held by Labour since 1935 and have gone Conservative for the first time. They voted very heavily to leave the EU. There are other seats here like the blue heart in the red circle. That's Tom Watson, the former deputy leader of the Labour Party. That's his West Bromwich East seat. And big surprises here, Lee in Greater Manchester. There was a 9,500 Labour majority, which was overturned by the Conservatives, who took that for the first time. And this is something I couldn't do last night, walk right across northwest England, northeast England, along Conservative seats. Big surprises here. Well, Wakefield, that had been held since 1932. That was taken by the Conservatives as well. And of course, the story in Scotland, it has gone almost completely yellow again as the SNP have taken all these seats, and some of the big casualties of the night. Jo Swinson, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, who lost her Dunbartonshire East seat, a disastrous night for her. And if we go back down into Derbyshire, there's Dennis Skinner, the beast of Bolsover. He had been an MP, a Labour MP, there since 1970. His seat now Conservative. Further down, the seat of Beaconsfield, the former Attorney General Dominic Grieve, who led the backbench rebellion against Brexit, was kicked out of the Conservative Party. He stood as an independent, but he has lost his seat. It has gone and stayed with the Conservatives. And finally, the Conservative there, Zach Goldsmith, has lost his seat, Richmond Park, to the Liberal Democrats. But our map showing you very clearly now, particularly here across northern England, that Labour wall that was so solid last night, and now really all these cracks, all these holes, and it has been shrunk so dramatically as the Conservatives eat into the Labour heartlands.
Sophie, just a thought, because you've been there for hours, and I'm just wondering, as you've seen the patterns changing, what for you was the significant point of the evening when you saw the pattern? Was it the red wall showing those cracks, or another part of the UK? What was the moment for you when you realised we were looking at significant change?
It was seats like Wrexham. It was North East Wales. This area here was very much dominated by red tiles when we came on air last night, and the colours of the 2017 general election, they're all blue now. And then it was the surprises like Lee. And it is just the way this wall has shrunk, the holes that have opened up, the blue holes, the way that the Conservatives have just narrowed that Labour dominance in these heartlands and just squeezed them so dramatically. As I say, the south of England, really largely unchanged. And again, Scotland going almost completely yellow. We saw that in 2015. It has happened again. And it is just here, this part of the United Kingdom, where we've seen such big changes.
Sophie, thanks very much again. Sophie there with the changing map for us and illustrating that in such a vivid way. But mentioning there the Labour red wall and the fact that it's full of cracks after the evening's events, after the night's events. So let's join Ian Watson, my colleague who's at Labour headquarters. And Ian, what are you picking up there in terms of the reaction from within the party to what's going on? We heard from John Lansman during the night, the Momentum chair, and we've heard, of course, from other Labour figures too, representing different traditions within the party. What are they saying to you this morning?
Yes, well, it's quite a contrast, actually, Hugh, with the very public statements made by Boris Johnson that Jeremy Corbyn came in through the back door here at Labour headquarters. He left by the front door, not saying very much under the cover of darkness, but quite a lot has been said off the record and behind the scenes. First of all, that it was a body blow to people around Jeremy Corbyn that Laura Pidcock lost her seat in Durham overnight, because it had been the hope of some people around him that her, the new generation in her 30s, might be able to be the new standard bearer for the left wing in the party and become his successor. And one of the reasons that he's calling for this process of reflection and showing no signs of leaving swiftly after the worst defeat since Michael Foot in 1983 is that, in part, people around him are now trying to regroup and think who else they can build up from that wing of the party as a potential leadership candidate, possibly, as she's been talked about for some time, Rebecca Long-Bailey. But there had been talk of Laura Pidcock going for deputy leader of the party when Tom Watson said he was standing down. As I understand it, actually, they wanted her now to go for the leadership itself, and that was blown out the water by this terrible result. Now, what we're also going to be seeing during the course of the day, Hugh, is quite simply this. We're going to get the battle of the narratives, if you like. People close to leadership, you'll hear this from Ian Lavery saying it's all down to Brexit. People who want to replace Jeremy Corbyn and start to move the party further away from the left will be arguing that Jeremy Corbyn's leadership was not just central to it, not just him and his personality, but the politics as well, and that has to change too. What I'm hearing on that front is that people think this idea of a long process of reflection will simply be unsustainable, The way of making it unsustainable is to try to parade a range of defeated candidates during the course of the day to try to change that story. If you like, he or she who controls the past controls the future. There's also going to be pressure from people in local government as well. They say they don't want Jeremy Corbyn to stay on anywhere near the May local elections in case another wipeout is on the cards too. People close to Jeremy Corbyn would like him to stay on a bit longer. I'm told again by sources inside here that it's most likely, if he can, that he would wish to stay on for a few months more. But I think that position is going to come under sustained pressure. That would be the first thing. And then at that stage, some people would move the party perhaps in a different direction, then coming out and throwing their hats in the ring, people such as Sir Keir Starmer and Jess Phillips.
Ian, thanks very much for the latest thoughts there at Labour headquarters. Ian Watson there for us, getting the latest reaction and thoughts from within the Labour Party. So, the time is 8:32 and we are now in a position where we just have one result to go. Let's have a look at the seats gained by Boris Johnson and Jeremy Corbyn at this stage, with just one seat to declare, that is St Ives, and Boris Johnson on 364, Labour on 203. Boris Johnson looking at a majority of 80 seats in this new parliament. You're watching Election 2019.
News, and the Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he will work night and day to repay the trust of voters after the Conservatives were confirmed as the winners of the general election by a large majority. The Labour Party has lost swathes of its traditional heartlands and has suffered its worst performance since before the Second World War. Mr Johnson says he will get Brexit done by the end of January. There's some flash photography in Jessica Parker's reports.
He knows it. The Conservatives have won a decisive majority, earlier at his constituency count and later to a rally.
And with this mandate and this majority, we will at last be able to do what? You've been paying attention. Because this election means that getting Brexit done is now the irrefutable, irresistible, unarguable decision of the British people.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted leave.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
For his party, a major defeat. Jeremy Corbyn acknowledged a disappointing result.
I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result.
Glum faces here. Bolsover, Burnley, Sedgefield, Stoke and Don Valley among Labour's losses.
There was two fronts I was fighting on. One front was the fact that so many of my voters could not and did not want to support Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. But the second front was the Labour Party's position on Brexit, that we'd moved to a position of being more like a Stop Brexit, Remain party.
Have you lost your seat, Miss Swinson?
And a huge blow for the Lib Dems. Jo Swinson's lost her seat and will no longer lead the party.
For millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
Earlier at Conservative headquarters, they were in the party mood. Boris Johnson wanted to drive his agenda through, and the door is now open. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Well, as we saw there, the SNP took Jo Swinson's seat. They've won 49 out of 59 constituencies in Scotland. Nicola Sturgeon's party backed a second referendum on EU membership during their campaign. The SNP also ran on securing a new vote on Scottish independence from the UK, something which they will push for in the coming Parliament.
You know, I don't pretend that every single person that voted SNP yesterday will necessarily support independence, but there has been a strong endorsement in this election of Scotland having a choice over our future, of not having to put up with a Conservative government that we didn't vote for and not having to accept life as a nation outside the European Union. So that independence referendum that was very much at the heart of the SNP's campaign, there is a renewed, refreshed, strengthened mandate for that.
In Northern Ireland, nationalist MPs outnumber unionists for the first time. The Democratic Unionist Party suffered significant defeats. The DUP's deputy leader, Nigel Dodds, lost his seat to the Sinn Féin candidate, John Finucane. The DUP also lost South Belfast. The nationalist SDLP won a landslide there and also in Foyle, meaning it returns to Parliament after losing all its seats last time. All 40 seats in Wales have now been declared and the Conservatives have made significant gains. They took 6 seats from Labour, including Bridgend in the south and 4 in the northeast, Wrexham, Dellen, the Vale of Clwyd and Clwyd South. Plaid Cymru held on to all 4 of their seats. Donald Trump has congratulated Boris Johnson on his great win, as he put it. In a tweet, the US president also said Britain and the United States will now be free to strike a massive new trade deal after Brexit. There is more, of course, from BBC News Online and on your mobile, where you can look up the results in your constituency. Right now, let's take you back to Hugh.
Very good morning once again. We're at the BBC Election Centre, where we've been since 5 to 10 last night, but we're still fizzing with energy, all of us in the studio. It's 8:37 in the morning, and what I'd like to do now is to ask Jeremy Vine to look through the results for us and to put them into the House of Commons so that we know what it'll look like when it gathers again in a few days' time.
Oh, it's so dramatically different, Hugh. Let's take a look. It's funny, isn't it? We've been so used to hung parliaments and thin majorities and coalition governments and so on. The idea that the Commons is always very, very tight, that we're not used to this, which is the decisive win for a single party. It's the Conservatives who we have on 364. They may yet go up a seat, by the way, because of the slow count in St Ives. But 364 we have them on. Just a reminder, 326 is the minimum number you need for an overall majority. They've gone through it. And how? They've humbled the opposition. This is a terrible result on the other side for Labour. Let's just bring on their seats. It looked for a while through the night as if Labour might not even reach 200. They've done that, 203, but they haven't even reached 209, which was Michael Foot in 1983, widely regarded as the biggest disaster in modern times for Labour. This is worse. It's terrible for them. It means they're going to feel powerless in the new House of Commons. Not the case, though, for the SNP in Scotland. They've done brilliantly. They're almost back to their strongest with 48 seats. They will be a real presence in this chamber when it reconvenes. Lib Dems have had a bad night. More votes, fewer seats, and they lost their leader. 2 seats down, 11 is a bit of a crisis for them. DUP in Northern Ireland have been reversed as well, 2 seats down. Sinn Féin, as they were, lost 1, gained 1 on 7. Northern Ireland again. Let's see the next seats if we can here. Plaid Cymru on 4 in Wales. SDLP in Northern Ireland on 2. And just moving on, you've got the Alliance Party in Northern Ireland on 1 there. So quite a bit of reconfiguring in Northern Ireland here. And 1 Green, Caroline Lucas back in Brighton. So, yes, some changes in the Northern Ireland terrain. Scotland, obviously, hugely powerful SNP performance and real questions for where the Labour Party goes after Jeremy Corbyn. But here we are with this situation where the Conservatives took this gamble under Boris Johnson. Could he do what Theresa May failed to do 2 years ago? Yes, he could. And how? 78-seat majority. Worth pointing out as well that as far as Labour's performance is concerned, they've only got 1 seat in Scotland and have fallen below 20% of the vote there. So this is remarkable, and it's made for a very dramatic night. Hugh.
Remarkable indeed, Jeremy. Thanks very much. And Jeremy, they're taking us through the look of the new House of Commons, so dramatically different to the last one. And that's, of course, principally because of the huge Labour losses overnight, and most of those going to the Conservatives. So with that in mind, let's join Emily once again down at Westminster.
Hugh, thanks very much. Yes, we're going to join Ian Lavery, the Labour chair right now in Newcastle. Ian Lavery, why isn't Jeremy Corbyn going straight away? Do you understand that?
Well, I think the situation with the election, I mean, it's only more or less happened in the last 10 hours or so, and what Jeremy said within a matter of hours is that he'll not be standing as the leader of the Labour Party at the next election. And what he said was we need a period of reflection and we need to look at exactly what's happened. We're going to have a post-mortem with regard to the disastrous results. I mean, it's quite right. It's so disappointing what's happened, bearing in mind the fantastic manifesto we've had, the way that people have embraced probably what's been the best document the Labour Party's ever produced. So we'll be discussing it, but we'll let the dust settle and we'll look at how we go forward as a party in the next few days or so.
Just explain that, what the reflection is, because after Ed Miliband's defeat, he said, I take absolute and total responsibility for our defeat. And we haven't heard that from Labour. We've heard different excuses or rationales. Do you think there is any acceptance of responsibility in the Labour leadership?
The Labour leadership will be having... It's only 10 hours or so since the election results were began at 10 o'clock last night, and even it's only a few hours ago.
To sense it's gone wrong,
by the way, it seems like 10 days, by the way, because I haven't had any sleep. But the reality is that we will be discussing everything in order, as a Democratic Party you would expect to do, and we'll have a look at what happened last night. We'll have a look at what needs to be done. We'll put a plan forward and we'll discuss it with all the stakeholders, including the membership. We are a democratic organisation and we'll take the party forward on that basis.
Ian, let me just ask you on a personal level, do you accept that Jeremy Corbyn, his personality and his policies were the roadblock here?
Well, listen, I've visited many constituencies in the past 5 weeks. I've visited probably 50, 60 constituencies, knocked on doors, spoke to people, and the issue on the doorstep basically wasn't even Brexit, although this has proved to be a rerun of the 2016 referendum. Undoubtedly, that's what's happened here. But I spoke to people, and you know what? People were more interested in the National Health Service, they were more interested in education, they were more interested in standard of living.
So are you saying that Labour couldn't deliver on that on the doorstep either? I mean, we are where we are with the results now, so something has gone wrong, and I'm asking you whether you think that this was as a result of Jeremy Corbyn. Was he the roadblock, or was it that you chose the wrong things to emphasise?
If you have a look at the 2017 manifesto, a radical manifesto, if you have a look at the fact that Jeremy was a leader of the party in 2017, we had the biggest swing in votes in 2017 since we had since 1945.
Maybe that was because your MPs had signed off on Article 50, which secured Brexit.
In 2017, we said we would accept the result of and respect the result of the 2016 referendum. Here in 2019, no, hang on, 2019, we've seen that we've got the same sort of radical manifesto. We've got Jeremy Corbyn as the leader. The only difference is that we now accept and we've published the fact that we want a second referendum. That's the only difference. And the fact that we've went for a second referendum is the real issue within the Labour Party. It's about a lack of trust. People feel disengaged. People feel let down.
So in terms of ideology, then direction, nothing has changed. Ian Lavery, thank you very much for your time this morning, and we'll be back at 9 when the election coverage continues here with plenty of analysis and developing moments throughout the day.
We'll be back with you then, Emily. Thanks very much, Emily, there down at Westminster. It is 8:45, so we will be ending this segment of our coverage at 9 o'clock, as Emily was saying. And what I'd really like to do now is to just say a very big thank you and offer congratulations to this gentleman, Professor Sir John Curtice, and of course his team. He's already been generously paying tribute to them. But John, on the exit poll and on the outcome, absolutely on the nail again. So many congratulations from all of us, the hard work you've put in and for getting it right once again. Are you thinking at this point that this is the kind of transformed landscape that we were expecting maybe 24 hours ago?
Oh, yes. I mean, the truth is this is precisely the kind of outcome
to which most of the opinion polls were pointing. I mean, on average, they had double-digit leads throughout this campaign, and in the event, we ended up with a 12-point Conservative lead. They were also showing that the Conservatives were stronger amongst Leave voters than they had been in 2017, and a lot much stronger amongst Leave voters than they had been in 2015. And that conversely, they were losing ground amongst Remain voters. And that gets clearly reflected in the geography of this result. The Conservative vote actually fell back on average in the most pro-Remain parts of the country, but conversely rose by 6 points or so as compared with 2 years ago amongst the most pro-Leave. So the truth is, it was all there. The evidence was there in the polling, both in terms of the broad level of support for the party, the lead it had over Labour, and the fact that it was going to be very clearly reflected in people's views about Brexit. Of course, what was inevitably true during the election campaign was that we were constantly emphasising the potential down risk to the Conservative Party, because in a sense we knew that it didn't really matter whether the Conservatives got 350, 360 or 370 votes. That meant that Brexit would happen. But if the Conservative vote were to fall, if the lead were to fall, then it could result in a different outcome for Brexit. So apologies for the fact that probably a lot of the commentary focused disproportionately on the potential downside risks that in the end were not realised. But that reflected the fact that it was whether or not those downside risks were going to be realised that was going to be crucial to the outcome of the election. Well, we discovered in the end, basically, we'd have just taken the polls at what they said. Indeed, the polls at the very beginning of this election campaign said it was a 10-point Tory lead. There really wasn't, in the end of the day, any significant change in that position. And this is probably going to go down as one of those elections where, in the end, the campaign did not make much of a difference, in stark contrast to its predecessor 2 years ago.
John, congratulations once again, and good to work with you as ever. So John Curtis there and his team on the election analysis. Andrew, just thoughts at the end of this sequence of the programme now, and something you touched upon earlier, but I was going to ask you again. The kind of role that social media has played as well in this campaign, because, you know, we've reflected it now and again, but what's your thought today on that?
I think it's incumbent on all of us to think about what we got wrong, what we need to listen to harder in the future. And of course, Sir John is one of the people we all need to listen to hard all the time. I hope somebody can give him another knighthood, so he's Sir John in the future. But beyond that, I was really struck over the last few days, hovering over social media and Twitter and Facebook and so on, how well Labour seemed to be doing. You know, their propaganda was funnier, brighter, younger, more passionate, more full of exuberance than what the Conservatives were putting out. And yet, the old-fashioned, dreary, stodgy, old media and the mood in the country was completely different. And I think it's more or less unconstitutional now to finish these conversations without quoting the Prime Minister's dishevelled Svengali, Dominic Cummings. And he said this morning, he said, MPs need to reflect, the media needs to reflect, and they need to realise that the conversations they have in London are a million miles away from reality. And I think, in a sense, this is another lesson of this election. It's the latest stage in what has been a long-standing and repeated provincial revolt against the metropolis and metropolitan values.
Fascinating thought, Andrew. Thank you very much for being with us. And Vicky, your thoughts as we head into a day of coverage again, and you and I will be working together later today. What are you going to be looking for in terms of the reactions today and the signals from Downing Street? What for you is going to be the best pointers to the way forward?
I mean, it's about obviously getting ready for majority government, which none of us are used to. It's which Boris Johnson turns up and wants to govern, and the change in the Conservative Party in Parliament. The fact that now MPs representing areas they've never represented before as Conservatives, will that change the policies that they bring in? And of course, the big thing, take a step back, we will be leaving the EU almost certainly at the end of January. As for Labour, I think the blame game is well underway. Some Tory MPs have been, Labour MPs have been defeated, talking about the Labour Party maybe not having a right to exist. And that battle is going to be absolutely huge.
Vicky, to you as well, our thanks. And I'd like to go to Jeremy as well. Jeremy, thank you very much for all of the illustrations overnight, all of the energy and all of the analysis. What was the night's moment for you, and what do you make of the pattern that we've ended up with?
you know, I would go right back to 11:32. When we get the brilliant John Curtis's exit poll, we always have that sliver of fear, don't we? Is this going to be the actual result? And then Hugh, Blythe Valley came in, and that's an 8,000 majority. And at 11:32, we discovered that had gone blue, and everything rolled from there, didn't it? So there was that, and I was trying to think, is there any crumb of comfort for Labour in the whole night? And the only crumb of comfort I can think of is that they took Putney. Now, I mean, that is in its own way a sign of how bad it is for Labour. One further thought, actually, is that the next Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, isn't going to be very famous, which will change things as well. We're not going to have night after night of action in Parliament. But, you know, what a night, and a different kind of result from our extraordinary democratic system.
Jeremy, our thanks to you once again, and to your team, Jeremy Vine there. And of course, once again, let's fly over the newsroom in New Broadcasting House. Let's go straight over to our results centre. And Rita's back at the touchscreen. A final thought, Rita, for you and your moment of the night, I suppose.
Well, there were several moments of the night, just building really on what Jeremy was saying. I think it was seeing all those red seats, those traditionally red seats, turn blue. Names like Sedgefield, Tony Blair's old seat, Great Grimsby, seats like Bassett Law, where you saw an 18% swing from Labour to the Conservatives. You saw the Labour vote drop by 25 percentage points. These were really very startling. So it was a whole host of names. And I think we shouldn't also forget the fact that the Liberal Democrats had a really quite miserable night, and seeing East Dunbartonshire being lost by Jo Swinson, well, that was certainly quite a moment.
Rita, thanks very much. And I should say again that there is an army of people, not just here at Broadcasting House, but up and down the country, who've helped this broadcast. Our thanks to everyone in the BBC team over the last 11 hours or so. A remarkable night, and now a Conservative majority government. Thanks for watching, and goodbye. A very good evening. For the fourth time in the space of 5 years, the future of the United Kingdom is uncertain.
The question tonight is whether any party can get 326 seats or more and send their leader through that door.
Who will declare first? Last time it was Newcastle, but we have found out that their neighbours in Blythe Valley have been practising in secret. Are you ready?
Yeah! Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority. It is a dramatic poll.
Boris Johnson, who just a year ago was on the backbenches, may just have redrawn the map.
The exit poll has Boris Johnson going straight through the 326.
If this poll is anywhere near right, you've produced your worst result since 1935.
Yeah, if it is anywhere near right, that's right.
If this exit poll is correct, we are looking at the best result for the Conservatives since Margaret Thatcher in 1987.
Another general election, another failure to win a single seat.
Yeah, but we've used our influence, and that's the important thing.
This so-called safe Labour seat may not be.
17,000.
The thought of Blythe Valley going Tory, well, unfortunately, I have to talk to you, Hugh, or my jaw would be on the floor.
In the north of England, in Leave areas, in working class seats, the Labour Party does seem to be in serious trouble.
This could build a new Conservative majority across Britain for another generation.
We're on the cusp of something historic.
Although the votes have not yet been fully counted in your constituency, you think you've lost?
Yes.
Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell have been the dominant figures in your party for several years now, and they've spearheaded this election campaign. Is it time for them to go?
Yes.
Jeremy Corbyn's leadership is over. It is not at issue whether he's gone, it's only an issue exactly when he's gone.
If you look at what the exit poll is predicting for Scotland as a whole, could that mean that the SNP win the Lib Dem leader's seat?
Scottish National Party, 23,775.
Scotland and the rest of the UK are moving in totally different directions.
Boris Johnson may well end up with a thumping majority, but he might be taking over a very divided map.
Talking of swing, Why don't we join Jeremy, who can give us a graphic illustration of what's going on with the swingometer.
It's dramatic because it's right up here above 7%.
It's not Jeremy Corbyn, it's Brexit and ignoring democracy.
This is not just a defeat for Jeremy Corbyn, this is a defeat for the politics that he represents.
Jeremy Corbyn is a far more decent, progressive and effective person than many of his cheap and tawdry critics.
When you start to think about seats like Bishop Auckland, you really do realise what's going on here.
Labour's vote is falling by twice as much in the most working class areas compared to the least working class areas.
Sinn Féin's John Finucane may have unseated the DUP's leader in Westminster, Nigel Dodds. Now, if that proves to be correct, that will be a huge blow for the DUP.
Labour Party, 22,780.
While there's been this talk throughout the evening of this red wall crumbling in the Midlands and in the north, there is this red wall here in the south as well.
We started at the beginning of the night, Hugh saying 368 seats, we're now saying 357.
I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result and on the policies that the party will take going forward. And I will lead the party during that period.
I want to thank the people of this country for turning out to vote in a December election that we didn't want to call, but which I think has turned out to be a historic election.
President Trump has tweeted that it looks like Boris Johnson is going to win big in the UK. It's good that the White House has finally caught up with the BBC exit poll.
I declare that Amy Callaghan is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament.
The party leader of the Lib Dems, Jo Swinson, has lost her seat.
For millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
Nick Fletcher is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Don Valley constituency.
What's your plan, Caroline, from now on?
My next plan is to go and have a cup of tea, Hugh, actually.
I have a mandate to offer Scotland the choice of an alternative future.
What has he done right that you did wrong?
Well, I'm very pleased at the majority that Boris has achieved.
We've got Bolsover. How interesting that Dennis Skinner, the beast of Bolsover's seat, he leaves the Commons, and his seat was the one that got them over the line.
Let's get Brexit done. But first, my friends, let's get breakfast done too. Thank you all. Thank you all.